We had like 9 in a row. Or
9 in a row?
Yeah.
Factory.
No, 8 in a row, I think, no? One day, like, was it for
8?
sure?
Maybe as well, Asia, I
Maybe
guess.
8 scrims in a row without a break. You just sit, pick, play, next, pick, and like the opponents just wait us in the next scrim, and we need to like finish fast and go next. And this was like
Last map must be high quality.
yeah.
Yeah, the point,
None of them actually was high quality. So,
the point is in lose or win. And if you lose like 6 screams before and you go for the 8th scream, you're like, when is gonna end?
Yeah.
and then you should talk about the like mental thing. Like, so you just play, and then you just like do the like psychology stuff, and then you just go sleep, and you just
Yeah, the head is about to explode.
finish.
And you understand tomorrow will be the same day.
For you, it's the same amount of games, or you can do more, you like to do less?
You can make an agreement is that you can play it as a pub. Maybe even games, some games, it's good if you like don't talk like.
Yeah, play without voice.
Yeah, play without voice. You guys have tried this before?
I never.
You've never tried this?
I have experience here in Bad Boom. We was playing scrims without voice.
So you decided to play a scrim and nobody's talking, like communicating.
Yeah,
Was it good or was it bad?
it was fun.
It was fun.
Yeah, but I remember some players like saying, like even like we are not talking in Discord, but they like trying to talk in real life. So he hopes someone hears him.
So it was hard to stop communicating.
Yeah, but my point is, I mean, you can try hard like maybe 4 games, 6 even. I think 6 is harder, but if you want to play more, you can like play like new heroes for fun, like like a pub. It should be better, but you cannot definitely play like 8 or 9 or 10 games like
8 official
super
games
serious.
in a row.
Yeah,
You can play.
course.
So yeah, the problem was before this boot camp. After winning major, we got a huge break, and the logic was we wanna like put everything in a short period. So that's why that was hard, I think.
Yeah, we had the choice if we do the short break and we play like not 8 screams per day. Like it's more.
We just play like for like more time, but
A
like
small amount of time on the boot camp and the short break. But if we like have a long break, we play more games.
Yeah, it was not the best experience.
Yeah.
When you play Dota all the time, you lose your mind.
Yeah, we should have decided we need the short break, not the long.
Yeah, you live and you learn. And
Yeah.
what about scrims? I think in every team, sometimes like not everybody has the same approach to scrims. Some people like to be very serious. Some people like to be more relaxed. Some people need to get a lot of confidence from the result. Some people don't care. And I guess also it can change for everyone. How was it with you guys? Who would you say was the most serious about the scrims? It's you?
Mr. Tokyo. I think.
You agree with that?
Maybe. I mean, back then I was the guy who didn't want to lose anything.
Yeah.
Like pub, scream, doesn't matter. Like football, outside.
You say back then? 'Cause
Fight to the death.
you say
like
back,
to lose.
you feel like you changed a bit because you say back then.
Yeah, now I'm like, I want to be like more chill guy. Like even in the tournaments, because I feel like it's easier to live like this, to live like this. It's easier to communicate. It's easier for me because if you put that much effort to win, like if you lose, it's not
emotions.
easy. It's not easy. So now
I can
like,
tell the difference, by the way.
I already like
Because
Yeah,
I
because
was playing with
obviously you've
him
seen
like back then, and now like after the break, so I can tell the difference that now he is like
Yeah,
special guy.
I mean, like I already played. Like it was my first years of the like game, and first year I was like winner, and I was thinking, yeah, I should keep winning always. But yeah, now I'm a little bit more grown man because I played like already like 5-6 years. I think with all that experience, like I can think how to live better, to be a professional, and yeah.
Nice. And who was on the opposite? Who was the most relaxed? I don't want to say don't care But you can say don't care also. I know some players don't
I didn't care
about
actually at all about scrims.
scrims. You didn't care about scrims at all.
I cannot take it serious. And I remember the one part with me Poshka, we were playing scrims and I was playing like Tiny 4 and I was having like so much fun and we were like winning and like at some point I was just like tossing him to the fountain and he was dying and he was like, what the f***, we're gonna lose, no, what are you doing? And I was like, chill, we're just playing scrim and he was like super mad about me.
And on the other side, Toronto trying its hardest to like not lose this.
I remember he just was
Also-
super mad at me.
Also, I think I can say because the guys they was playing one team and Mirror like joined to our team like half of the year, and I have already 3 teams in my experience. So compare to other teams, I think in Spirit, I cannot say someone was like not trying his hard. Everyone was trying, everyone was disciplined, and with my experience, I can say not many teams can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you adapt to each other's? Or did you, so for instance, when somebody was very serious, do you accept it and you adapt to him? Or did you try to change him? And same for the one that was more relaxed.
We just try to be serious, I think.
We just confirmed that we need to play like cream, like the not too serious, but not the don't care mode. So we just play like to
keep balance.
yeah the balance. We're trying to find the balance.
Yeah, I would say it was like no problem with that in Spirit because everyone was like trying to win.
Yeah, in the first 2 years it was like that.
Yeah, everyone was on the same wave today.
Yeah, but then, But then the point is
Maybe after I leave, the guys was like, "Oh, now we can."
Okay, now we can relax.
Now everybody can chill. No more. Everybody can buy Midas.
Yeah. Now we can do whatever we want.
finally the freedom.
Sometimes like this guy like bought some Midases, so
One thing I wanted to talk about actually, because I think you're one of the few players that made so many transitions to other roles, and quite successfully, in my honest opinion. You played 5, right? After you played mid, then 5, then 3. So I wanted to ask, did you get, like, I wanted you to rate his position 5 and you to rate his position 3. I'm getting you in troubles now,
I
guys.
knew it was gonna happen.
I can rate like a position 4 actually because like.
Have you played position 4?
In pubs on like Wind Ranger, so I can like rate him as well.
What is your opinion on that?
I think he has
I
like
can say-
2
I can
heroes.
say, to be honest, I can play any hero in pub on any position, and sometimes I'm telling my team to like check my replay.
You know
On your position. Check my
You know
replay. Like
what
a 5 games.
Maga checked my Beastmaster in play.
what he's doing on every row when we were in the same team. So like talking, all we need to do is just farm. You need to farm on supports. You need to farm on mids. You need to farm on
Still same
whole.
mentality,
You
still.
just need farm.
You need to scale. You need to scale since minute 1 to minute 40. You need to scale
You
non-stop.
need to run like on the free lane and just skip the wave, skip the wave. You don't care about anyone in this game.
So then he went to post 5 and he did it, and when you went to post 3,
yeah. Take your
Same
own.
mentality each
And
row.
I was telling Yarek like, can you farm more?
Even
You were
mid-
telling him you need to farm. Okay, that's
course.
rare from a mid laner, because usually mid laners will tell you need to come check the rune, you need to
No.
place this ward, you need to
he's
smoke.
always
I mean-
forcing supports to farm.
I mean,
I still need to do this, but can
but-
you still try to farm
Farm as
more?
well.
yeah.
But also do
That's,
the your job.
that's
Yes.
because I was watching LGD replays and I watched these guys playing. They're like sports running around the map and they're farming camps. Like
Yeah, on the way.
when I see Yarek, he was running like he doesn't care. Even on like I don't
he's-
really
he's playing
remember. For
Dane.
example,
Yeah, straight to the point.
for example, he's Mirana and he's running around camps and not using arrow.
I'm
like,
saving for kill.
I'm like, can you
Saving for his mid laner.
No.
Yeah.
No.
buy four
Sanya,
stuff and save me?
Sanya, set up, stand here, I will arrow. no, stop farm creeps.
Okay, so now I'm in team spirit. Now I understand.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
Hola a todos, mi amigos. It is time for a podcasto. Welcome, everybody. You guys taught me those fantastic words, and we are here for a South America flavor podcast. Welcome, my friends. Our only objective is to try to not talk about Dota 2 as long as possible. How are we all doing today?
I'm doing great. I love doing podcasts with you guys. It's a first time experience, but it felt like I've done this 1 million times.
Okay.
I'm okay. I slept very little. I haven't had coffee. But yeah, I never done a podcast, so let's see what it looked like.
Okay, good.
Where you can live?
What?
In how much minutes we can live?
How much minutes can we leave? We're not leaving until you have a good time. So be prepared to be here for the rest of the day, okay? Focus up. How are you?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm excited for a first podcast as well.
First podcasters, fantastic. Let's start on a topic that's very normal to podcasts, all right? Paranormal activity, okay? Do you believe in ghosts, guys? Let's start off. Who believes in the do you believe in anything paranormal? We're going to start here. Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot, aliens, anything. Do you believe in anything?
In Brazil, we had a thing that's like in a place there had aliens at 1985. And
you know the year and the date? What happened?
yeah,
Tell us the tale.
and basically they had a lot of people in the city that saw the alien from Varginha.
Oh.
And that's like a mythological thing there.
Hey.
And people visit the city, and the city is like automatic with aliens and all this stuff. In Brazil, we have a lot of cases like that, but I'm not sure if it's how true is that.
How do you feel about that? Do you believe?
Yeah, and it's all about the American government that they're hiding.
Okay, well that's not aliens. That's just conspiracy and sane person stuff.
No, that's aliens.
Okay,
You're wrong.
Fair enough. All right. Tomato,
The paranormal is like ghosts and aliens.
anything. You believe in anything out of this immortal realm?
I don't, but sometimes I like to. Like, it's fun. I feel like it's good. Like, I feel like life without some sort of this is kind of boring, no? Like,
Yeah.
Like, I like those bad documentaries, you know, the ones where they're like, in 1985, there was an incident, and like, those are fun, right?
Right.
And then for ghosts,
I don't have to go through all of the different paranormal things, but
I don't know. I mean, with alien, I feel like you have to believe to an extent, right? But with ghosts, it's like, I feel like ghosts is not the same, you know? Like, aliens are kind of cool, they're fun, but the ghosts are like kind of boring. It's like, did you just move? Did you see that? It's like so silly, no? But the aliens are actually like, I think aliens I like to believe in, but I don't. So.
You're more of a scientific guy, you know, like there's a chance out there, right?
Yeah. Okay. In the U.S. government backyard, you know?
What is it always the U.S. government? Why do we always default
true,
to that?
it's true.
Okay, sure. KJ, have you ever had a paranormal experience? Did you ever see a ghost, dude?
I don't see them, but I can hear for sure.
What? What does that mean?
Just kidding. The only ghost I think I've experienced is like when you're alone at home and you turn off your light and you need to run to your bedroom. So after you go to the kitchen, so the devil doesn't kill you. Besides that, haven't had many experiences.
No. What was
voices?
What was the most scared you've ever been? Doesn't have to be paranormal.
Scared I've ever been.
Yeah, you ever thought you were gonna die? What happened?
I wouldn't say I thought I was gonna die, but maybe falling off a tree.
You fell off a tree?
Many times.
Many times? Tell us the tale. What are you doing scampering up trees?
Well, just at break in school, there's a tree, you're young, and you think, oh, I'm gonna climb up the tree.
Metaphorical. Was there anything up the tree you were trying to grasp?
Not really. It was just cool to play up there.
Not really. You're just doing it.
What about reptilians? You know,
lizard men.
Yes, you look like one of them, right? Like they normally don't have hair in their head.
The mask does fit a lot easier if you don't have the hair. It's always the hair that looks weird. Have you seen those videos where like they're looking at people's necklines and they're like, why does it look like that? You know, those old people. Do you think that would actually change anything? Like if TI happens, Gabe Newell walks out, and then while he's walking, he trips and he stands up and his mask falls off and he's and then he puts it back on. Do you think the world actually changes if they prove lizard men are real?
I don't think the world will change. Like people like to find reasons to make war, right? Or discriminate. So like some type of person. So I think the world will change.
Okay. All right. This is a big question, and I put this for you, Tomato.
Sure.
If there's one pro player in the Dota 2 scene, if I told you one of them is a lizard man...
We're not going to talk about Dota?
No, I'm just saying. This is not about the game. This is not about esports.
Oh, other subject.
This is about people that we know.
Subject.
We're allowed to. We're allowed to talk a little bit about Dota. There's one person, one pro player, and I told you there is a lizard man among us. Who is it?
I see. I think Nisha for sure. Yeah, like have you seen this guy's focus? Like have you seen Nisha when he's like in the game, like how he looks? He does not look very human to me. Like no offense, of course, but like
Yeah, of course, we like Nisha.
This guy, like I was looking at a picture of him, like some tournament, and the way he looked, I'm like, this guy is, you know what I mean? Like he's got not human powers. Like I've never seen someone so focused. And I don't know, suddenly he got like all buff from the gym. Like I also feel like, when did he get so buff? You know? Yeah, I think it'd be Nisha. And he's just too good, no? Like I feel like he's among us, you know? It's like he's cheating.
Yeah.
We're gonna play against them tomorrow. Good luck. Good luck. Don't put do it for humanity, you know. Ten un poco de leche. Ten un poco de leche.
He's left-handed, isn't he? Because like I was looking at, like was watching a game in the camera.
Oh yeah,
and his hand was like
yeah. Like how many left-handed players you know?
He's the only one in Dota, I think.
It's literally just Nisha. This guy does not play a bop, right? He's like mysterious. Like no one knows what he does on his like rest time. Right? Like suddenly, like Blitz take him to the gym 1 month. He's like huge now, right? He doesn't say a word. He just sits down. He stares at his thing with his left hand, you know, like whatever mouse, and he just goes 10-0 puck every tournament. I mean, yeah, you know.
I feel it. I agree. He's definitely in my top 3. You gentlemen agree?
Look, normally I play against him, and I can say Nisha is a lizard.
Okay, done. It's the mystery solved. That's terrifying. Do you feel like you would be able to fight a lizard man in real life and win? Like, let's say Nisha's walking down the hallway, you see him, he trips, his tail pops out, and then he puts it back in and he makes eye contact with you. Are you going to be able to win that fight?
Why would I have to fight? I can just say, I will keep your secret. That's fine.
You think that's okay? He's just going to be chill with that?
Man, imagine if you see that and then you go to people, he's a lizard.
Yeah.
He is a lizard. Like, your career is over, no?
What do you mean your career?
You're going to look like a crazy man. No one's going to believe you.
Yeah, true.
There's been a lot crazier guys in Dota that have survived than a man running around saying he's a lizard.
Our career is over, Timado. You see what you did? You said that he's a lizard.
Oh, yeah. I'm posting him right now, but someone had to do it.
No, but from a carry, it's fine, right? Like, he thinks people are lizard, but he's a good carry. Hire him, you know? But like for a support, it's like, this guy is a support. He's supposed to use his brain, and he thinks people are lizard.
He's replaceable.
Yeah.
I think that'd get you more jobs on teams, personally. You know, that's flavor.
He's a lizard.
Okay.
He's a lizard.
Fantastic.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to EWC 2026. I am here with some of the EG Mount Rushmore. We've got someone from about every era of that organization here, including myself, so pretty cool. Do you guys feel like all the teams you were on in those EG days were successful?
Not all of them. There's definitely not all of them. I think the one where, the one where Tel wasn't there was pretty bad. That was rough.
They're kind of the downfall.
Was that when you first brought in Igor?
Yeah.
Or I guess Nightfall?
That one was bad.
Yeah, that was the downfall after COVID year, I think.
Why did that team not work? Because EG was generally very successful under all of you guys for a long period of time, other than a couple stints where it didn't work, and I feel like players got changed pretty quickly.
I mean, I think the first bad one was when was it? It was like when Boba first came in, actually, like when I was on the team. It was like after when we got you and Mystery came at the same time, right?
Sumel's playing off lane.
Yeah, Sumel was playing off lane. Fear was like that one was like that was pretty bad. That was like the first bad one. Like it was not the worst. Like we won some small tournaments, but like it was not good. And then Tel and Gustav came in, and we were actually pretty good for like a decent amount, like a year and a half or something. We were pretty good, like until after TI9. And then Sumel left, right? Avid came in.
And Ramses.
And we were pretty good. And then COVID happened, obviously. COVID was pretty bad for us because we had people from Russia and Philippines, and it was not good. And then what happened? Then we had
Daryl came.
Daryl, yeah. Daryl was also pretty good, to be honest.
You guys got to some major
Yeah, we got
finals.
two second places. We should have won
Yes,
one.
the famous one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think some of the EG legacy is unfairly criticized? Because you guys had a lot of like, you know, almost there.
Yeah.
But like, come on, when we look back at it, you guys had so many top placements as one of the most dominating teams of all time with some of the highest win rates. Like, it's a legacy team. Like,
yeah, I think we also, I mean, some of the tournaments, like we played against, like, when we played in Germany with Ramses, we also had like, that was like, we played against the peak team spirit, you know, oh, not spirit, secret. And they were like, and we almost beat them. It was like best of, like a game 5 final, you know, that was like rough. And obviously like Singapore, we just completely threw it. That one was a bit rough.
Yeah, game 3, that was a rough one.
So like it's, yeah, I was very happy with my time, like, throughout all the years. Like we were very successful, obviously. So I think the public perception is different to then what you feel, because when you're like you're playing with people you enjoy playing with, and you're constantly like making it as far as you can in tournaments, like even if you don't win, like you're making it to the final day, like that's all you can really do. Like you can, if you make it there and you have a chance to win, like that's all you can do, you know. So
I think that's one of the best feelings, is just getting to the last day of a tournament is just nice. Because you know you're not just going to be sitting and watching the games. You're most likely playing them, or maybe losing in the lower bracket finals. But I also think it was definitely a shame that obviously COVID bad, but also that specific team with Ramses, I thought had one of the biggest potentials of all the EG rosters I've been involved in. Because I think Ramses brought something to that team that was actually quite necessary. He was like a very big voice, in a good way, where like he would push the team forward. He was a player who was very not afraid to do stuff, and I think that squad would go pretty far if we got to keep playing. Unfortunately, we never got to see it, but yeah, that one was a bit of a shame. I think
it's one of the years in Dota that the most potential got lost. Like, there were a couple good squads that we never got to see. People always go back to that year's Secret too.
Yeah, that was good.
The Nisha Secret,
yeah, that was
right?
Good.
And like you guys with the Ramses.
I think that was the Beachy as well. Like, wasn't it Beachy with paparazzi and stuff?
Yeah, that was.
I think they were like, they're actually like by far the best team for a while, and then, yeah. Unfortunate.
Is there a TI or an EWC you wish you could go back to and like rerun it? You're like, man, if I can rerun that, like we get like 10 places higher.
TI8, I think that was like
TI8.
Yeah, I thought that was the TI where like the team. I mean, I watched so much Dota, right? I feel like that was like the super peak Dota at the time. Like we were playing, the team was playing really good, so it was a little bit sad.
You're talking about just for like viewers and stuff. That's the S4 roster.
Yeah, that one. Like how we
lost
playing
to OG upper brackets with the game 3.
Yeah, that
shenanigans.
like that sad game.
Yeah.
So, you know, but that one probably, I think. So, because I mean, speaking to Samil too, he's like, we should have won that one, you know. So,
I think it. I mean, I kind of like. I think we should have won in the upper bracket, but to me, like LGD were a better team than us anyway. Like I think LGD, like when we lost to them, like they were just better than us.
Yeah.
So like maybe if we beat OG, we would have like. It's just hard to say. But for me, like, I don't think we were better than them. So like maybe if we made it to the grand final, they would have also played bad against us. But like, yeah, I just don't think it's like in my brain, I'm like, oh, we should have won. Because when we lost to LGD, I was like, okay, like they're just better than us, you know.
Okay.
So
well, thank you for joining me on this EG flavored podcast, and I hope everybody enjoyed watching. We'll see you next time.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Hey guys, Porte here with another basic tutorial for the game to help those new players that are surely turning into EWC. The strategy that I'm going to teach you today is pulling creeps. Pulling is really important because it helps give you an advantage in the laning stage for about two different reasons. Number one, gives you more golden experience because neutral camps are dying near you. And number two, probably the most important thing is it's denying access to last hits and experience for your opponents. That's a really big advantage. It also gets you some mad stone, which helps you get neutral items quicker than your opponents, which is cool. So the way that this works is, if we jump into the game, every minute neutral camps are going to spawn on the map. If you take a look at the map, there's tons of little triangles on the map. These are all the different places of the map that neutral spawn. But what I'm trying to do is, rather than be near the creep wave here, where the biggest golden experience is, I'm trying to make sure that this little camp of creeps is going to end up dying. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to attack it, and I'm going to pull it into the creep wave so that my creep wave fights it. And when that happens, I'll get golden experience from these guys dying, and hopefully some of my creeps will end up dying because they're going to be fighting these guys instead. Now, ignore these creeps hitting my tower. Normally my hard carry is going to be there to deal with that instead. But I want to try to get these last hits if I can, because that means I'm getting slightly more gold than I would have had otherwise. Sometimes it's difficult to get them all, but you can do your best to get last hits. Now you'll notice that none of my creeps here died. That's basically because this small camp is the weakest of all the small camps, so that's part of the reason I didn't get everything. But if you get a better pull with a better set of camps, more of your creeps can end up dying there in that wave. So I'm going to get a respawn here of the neutral camp. I'm going to make sure I don't block the square here. Okay, this one's pretty good. This can I can deal with this one decently. But I'm going to pull this one into the next creep wave when it comes, and what I'm going to try to do is a partial pull, which is kind of new tech. It's not really popular in the past, but now it's very, very common in lanes. Keep in mind also, there's a big game around trying to block whether or not your opponents are going to be able to pull by, I can put a sentry ward there. All right, let's see if I can get the partial pull without messing it up. I want to only pull some of these guys, and I messed it up, unfortunately. I caused a circle around my hero that pulled all of the creeps. So what I'm going to try to do instead to make up for this is I'm going to power deny my creeps. I want as many of my creeps to die as possible. And it's probably not going to go so good here because these guys are now attacking separate creeps. But I'll still try to get the last hits. But if I can get 2 of these creeps denied, that would be ideal for me, I think. So it looks like something around there. I'm going to have to keep using my other hand. But I got 1 creep denied. My partial pull didn't quite work out, but the upside is that here's an example of the camp being blocked here. 3 minutes, camp spawn, I put my sentry in the way. This is what my opponents are going to do to try to make sure I don't get access to pulls. So you're going to see a lot of fights with sentry wards around camp pulls to try to stop their opponents from doing it. They're going to sometimes body block those spawns. All of that is going to contribute to the early game, and keep an eye on that in your upcoming matches.
Play is our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Thank you.
Welcome to Dota 2 at EWC, where we've seen countless ancients fall in matches with scores like 2-0 and 2-1, with many more to fall in the next coming hours. A few days ago, we saw the Team Liquid face off against the other team, Team Spirit, and one of those teams ended up winning the match. That's going to make some people very, very happy and some very upset. Also seen the match between Gamer Legion and Extreme Gaming, and despite their massive amounts of gaming, they're both now eliminated from the tournament. Earlier on, Nigma Galaxy took on Aurora Gaming in a match of Dota 2, which resulted in a 1-1, which was fantastic for all of mankind because we do not know what would have happened if Space had lost a game of Dota 2. All of this leads to today, where we will determine who the third best team is in this third place decider between Vici and Yandex. And after that, the Dota match that all of these other Dota matches have ultimately led to. BB Team and P-Vision face off to truly understand who are the Dota 2 champions at the Esports World Cup, at least for this year. And also, wait, where are you going? I'm not done yet. I have more to say. Come back.
Rumor has it Purge is still walking somewhere and the cameraman still running away. Welcome everybody to Dota 2 at EWC 2026. It's Championship Sunday, and that means the stakes are as high as they're going to be. And if you've been following along with us throughout this tournament, it has been an exciting one. Upsets all across the board. We're featuring one of those storylines in this upcoming third place match. But again, the finals await in just a few hours. So if you're here, you're in the right place for some Dota 2. My name is Rain Day, and I'm joined by two lovely gentlemen, the experts on our panel, BSJ and Dominic Lacoste. Guys, how we feeling? BSJ, I've worked with you earlier. We see Vici now in this third place, but they're not the only story. It's just been a tremendous story for Dota 2 this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this tournament, we've talked about the single elimination nature of it the whole way through. As Dota players, we're used to being like, we'll see what they do in the lower bracket if they can come back. But every day we've said goodbye to a lot of teams. And, you know, yesterday we didn't say goodbye to these two teams, but Vici and Yandex obviously don't have a chance to take the entire title. But I'm excited to see how both of them bounce back, and then obviously the grand finals. I'm excited for all the Dota today.
Yeah, Lacoste, this has been a story where on both sides you've had interesting narratives, where whether it was Vici and Underdog or even some of these top teams like Yandex falling short after some incredible group stages.
Yeah, I think it comes down to format as well, like survival stage, also single elim in the playoffs as well, which unfortunately for a lot of fans, we're going to need to say goodbye to their favorite teams, but this also produces like very, very close games. It produces like insanely good storylines for the underdogs, and I think we have seen some, like we've seen Rune Eaters, and I think we've seen Vici Gaming like twice kind of causing the big upset. The question is, can they do it today again?
Well, we're completely aligned, gentlemen, not just in our dress, by the way. If you might have noticed, we have pretty similar stylists there. They couldn't decide between us, but we also, in terms of our thoughts on these series. And if you missed some of the series from yesterday, there was lightning in a bottle there for some of these teams. Let's take a look at our STC rewind and show you what occurred, because it was, again, of course, not only Yandex who had to try to fight their way to the finals, which they did not, but also Vici Gaming. That story had yet to be told. Were they going, Brian, to be a team that made it all the way to the finals, upset again? BB Team would prove to be a bit too much of a challenger, though.
Yeah, it was a bit disappointing yesterday because they had a rough group stage on Vici Gaming. Then they came like roaring back in the playoffs, somehow taking a series off of 1W, which they started off going 0-1 and then having to come back and win game 2 and game 3. Then convincingly beating Falcons, which, you know, sometimes when you see an upset, you think some crazy stuff had to happen, and then sometimes the team just looked better somehow. But that was the case for me, at least yesterday with BB versus Vici, is that BB looked like the better team to me, and they looked like Vici Gaming wasn't ready strategically. They were making some forced like layering of stuns, where I think, you know, BB Team's the type of team that plays so fast, so high tempo, that they're going to make you, they're going to force mistakes out of you.
Yeah, they were just on a different level. BB Team, I think this team kind of wasn't on a lot of people's radar when we were talking about potentials to win the whole thing. Everybody was talking about P-Vision, Yandex, because of the results that they did have so far in the year. But BB team, like, they always kind of sneak in, and seems like they have been powering up the grand finals, like before the grand finals, as we called them, P-Vision against Yandex. This was supposed to be a banger, and it definitely was. First game wasn't really as competitive because they had their number. P-Vision just kind of dominated, especially with the last pick, Underlord. Everything felt kind of in a situation where they had everything ready to take that dub. Second one was the craziest game because we have seen the game where both of the teams could have won. Like, we've seen the game where it was 1k gold lead throughout pretty much the whole game, and also, like, I think the reactions from the staff as well, telling like what the hell just happened, because they rushed the throne. They kind of, the killer instinct, as we like to call it, it kicked in and they closed it out.
And you can see that 65 minutes. In some ways you thought, well, Brian, that's leading to an incredible game 3. That was game 2, but that wasn't the case.
Sadly, this has happened a few too many times for me. Being a spectator of Dota 2 is that there's just you can't force the games that are going to be exciting, and a lot of times for it to reach 65 minutes for two teams like this, there has to be so much back and forth where it's not even like it's two things one way, two things the other. It's like if one team gets 2 good plays in a row, oftentimes that just leads to the game ending. So it just seems more and more statistically improbable for a game to go that long with 2 teams of that caliber, and I'll take the ones I can get, but obviously the game 3 was a bit disappointing.
You gotta appreciate it as a fan. I saw a fan saying EWC over FIFA World Cup. That's high praise. That's high praise. It has been a good tournament, as you can see in this tournament bracket here. BB team made it all the way to the finals. They took down VG Gaming, who we're going to be seeing in a second, and they'll play P-Vision in a few hours after this. So you are in the right place. We're just doing both games on Stream A here. P-Vision as well took down Yandex, and you'll see this some of the BB crushing happening here for Vici, China's last hope, who they have certainly taken on that mantle. What a good performance from them over the course of this tournament, though, Dominic. I mean, nothing to be, I would say, not proud of. It's definitely a good performance.
Oh, absolutely.
A win here would be great.
The expectations coming out from the Chinese region in this tournament, I mean, they're probably always high, but if you wanted to be realistic, I think they overperformed, and this is going to be very good because everybody was talking about Extreme Gaming, them being the strongest Chinese team and having higher expectations from them. But Vici Gaming, they really stepped it up, and they have a chance to, get that 3rd place, which is going to be a confidence booster coming into TI as well. TI being in China, of course, but they're also playing for extra $80,000. They're playing for extra 250 club championship points on top of that. So there's still a lot on the line, and the Chinese players, there's a lot of pride as well. So they're definitely going to give their best in this one, even though it's a single elim, so there's not going to be another chance. We're not going to be seeing team that's playing best of 3 into best of 5. So have to see, and not going to be an easy task for Vici, though.
No, not at all. Yandex is ready to go, and if you think that Vici will somehow overcome this hurdle, which it proved tough yesterday, we want to let you know that you can join in on esportsworldcup.com/play and get your tournament pick'ems in. You have a chance to get the share of $300,000 by playing and picking your winners, so go ahead and try it out. And in fact, we've got our tournament top 5 winners that have been picked so far, and it's some interesting statistics too, because we've kind of looked at the teams that have been leading the charge, and if you see that right there, Falcons, 64%. Well, Team Vici had something to say about that. They're actually in here. The only team in the top 5, I believe, who are still in this tournament, top 4, are P-Vision. I think they only have a few percentage, BSJ.
I've been nicknamed Bias J in the past. I feel like there was a bit of a biasness in the looking at those percentages. I don't think there's ever been a team this year that I would give 65% to win the tournament. From the very get-go. It's kind of been the storyline as Dota 2, professional Dota 2 has progressed, that there always feels like there's somewhere between 5 to 6 teams that can have a legitimate shot at taking it down. And for me, like, the storyline for the teams that are here today, I know we're going to be working the 3rd place game, but for the championship, is the 2 stories for me are Noticed on P-Vision and Kiritich on BB team. I feel like they are 2 of the most improved players of this season, and they've brought in like a very fresh mindset. They're just very reliable players, and I think that's something that these teams need, and the tiebreaker that has put these 2 teams in the finals is having somebody who rounds off their roster and enables players like 9 Class to be flashy and stuff like that.
I think people voted for these teams because they like the logos. They see animals. They're like, yeah, look, it's a cool dragon.
It's a
horse. It's a falcon. You know,
a falcon might win this matchup.
Yeah, the
good animal to animal. It's possible. We also have a great story to focus on here in our third place matchup. I understand that many of you are looking forward to the final, but there's so much here in Vici's story and in Yandex's story to uncover. And these games, you know, they mean a lot as a competitor. And you could look at Yandex arriving, and man, the height. I love it. I always love seeing him tower over Slack. Soxa is one of the only people who can do it in this building right there. But a really, really good team, Brian. I mean, and again, not going too in-depth right now, but 9-1 in the group stages, a threat potentially to win it all. Did not have the day they wanted against P-Vision. And in many ways, I think that's got to serve as a little bit of drive coming into this to say, let's finish this tournament the way we started it.
Yeah, I think yesterday they were running the strategies that they were using to an immense amount of success during the group stage. They used those against P-Vision, and obviously you never really know how strong your hand is until you play it against the team with the other best hand, basically. And it didn't work out for them, but I think that Team Yandex, finishing a tournament with a win. Usually only one team gets to do that.
That's right.
And in this case, you know, I think it's really important momentum-wise going into TI. I heard the rumors were that Yandex was actually trying to minimize the amount of scrims they had because that they
didn't want to be seen.
They didn't want to be teaching other people how to play Dota. That was the wording that I heard. And I do believe there's some validity to that, but I think there was a bit of humbling that might be necessary for them before TI from P-Vision yesterday.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this is a team that had this is the best team of the season because they finished first place 3 times. They had 2 second places. They finished third as well, and they are going to finish third or fourth here. We'll have to see. But the team that just has been so stable, and I think this is the team that when they were formed, not a lot of people kind of believed in this stack because there are a lot of there weren't really like known players, most of them, and then Soxa definitely improved it.
Yeah, well, we're going to take a look in a second at Vici Gaming as they head into their third place matchup against Yandex. Many of you know the man Bach himself playing sweet music, but also in Dota, just really galvanizing this team to a position where no one really expected them to be. Certainly happy with his performance. Can they take it to the next level with a win over Yandex? We spoke to Bach a little bit earlier about how this team came to be.
我们怎么变成这5个人现在在这个阵容？最开始就是他们一开始在跟牛哥啊，然后再跟 WS 在打，然后后来他们就是有些人员上了变动，然后他们需要一个3号位，然后就因为去年我也跟他们一起打过，所以说就又找到我。我们因为去年当过队友，然后包括我跟新 Q 之前也当过队友，所以说我们磨合得不错。 有时候像输比赛，然后长期的训练也会让我觉得很疲惫，因为就是经历了这些疲惫，然后胜利的时候才会特别开心嘛。所以说，也就是对胜利的渴望嘛，对赢游戏、赢过别人的那种向往。我觉得我们现在最需要提升的就是一些个人的实力，因为现在这个 Dota 变得越来越复杂，需要每个人有更多更精彩的操作，然后每个人的操作都会对局势有非常大的影响，有很大一部分原因就是因为他们的个人操作、个人节奏非常好，然后我们也在就是往这方面努力，还在一个要搞清楚自己打法的阶段嘛，因为Dota 的版本也一直在变动，然后热门的英雄每个比赛也都会变，然后我们其实就是每个比赛都还是需要去找一些就是赢游戏的方法。我们在这个比赛前在国外训练了差不多2周，然后我希望就是我们能在这个小组赛，然后就是能够表现得比较好，然后继续成长，能够进入到淘汰赛去有更多的成长空间。
Well, trying to make it here into the survival stage, they've done much more than that. They're in a position to take 3rd place in this tournament, but Bach admitted, Lacoste, that it's a dynamic they're trying to work on, how to take that individual skill, that mechanical skill, and apply it to a meta where they can win against this type of competition. What's your take on Vici so far coming into this?
I didn't really have like too many expectations, but to never underestimate what this team can do, because these are TI winners. This is why this is Bach, known as Fate Beyond from before. This was 10 years ago, but they're still going strong. You have Jinkyu, one of the most experienced position 4s in the scene as well. So you always know that the team is going to be good. Like, you know that the drafts are going to be solid because they've seen it pretty much all through the Dota history. And I feel like they definitely powered up with a pretty mediocre group stage, but also coming into the playoffs, coming into the survival stage as well. Seems like the best underdog story that we've seen, and doesn't seem like they're going to stop here because, again, a lot on the line here, a lot of pride on the line, and they're definitely going to step it up in this series.
And survival stage has also played a bit of an interesting role. We got to see a lot of those games on Stream B, but Aurora, 1W, teams that people thought might replace where Vici Gaming is, have fallen in that survival stage journey. Is there some benefit that you've seen, Brian, watching that is kind of prepping these teams, having, like Bach had said, getting the reps going through that survival stage to figure out what they want to be?
Yeah, I feel like what happens is you might get, and I actually think it did happen, is that you get one layer deeper in the meta. You see a hero like Mirana, for instance, that's getting picked a lot, and then Xingqiu whips out Support Zeus, which counters the ulti of Mirana, and they won a game off that. They won a game off of a 4-position Zeus that's like number 2 net worth in the game at minute 60. And these are the type of things where you had to have that extra rep. You had to have that extra problem to solve during the course of the tournament that I think can make the difference. And we've seen some of the teams that made it straight through the group stage all the way to like the final 8 that just, it didn't feel like they had that extra flair in their drafts, their strategy, their creativity, and there is a bit of a disadvantage, I'll say, by having less reps for sure.
Yandex, that's an interesting story. And Lacoste, I mean, they were a team, obviously they could have been in finals, they didn't, so could Vici. What was the standout moment for you watching that kind of fall in game 2, towards the end of game 2, starting game 3, where Yandex just started to seem like maybe they don't have enough to get this done?
Yeah, I think they got figured out in game 3 specifically because of the way it worked, because they were the team that beat Lone Druid 4 times in a row. They left it, like even Satanic in an interview talked about that Lone Druid is not like the strongest hero, but I think they also got exposed from the offlane in a sense where they also pre-picked Winter Wyvern, knowing exactly what's going to come, that this Enigma is going to come out and they're going to have a counter for it. And even though the PL came out as 24, they just sped things up so quickly, like they did not allow Phantom Lancer to come online in that game.
Yandex, a great team. Is there enough to fight for them? Do you feel like the pressure is on in a match like this? Admittedly, it's not how Dota normally runs. A lot of these tournaments, there's a second elimination. What would you say is the motivation for Yandex to perform here?
I mean, you still want to end up strong, like coming into TI as well. And none of these teams, none of these players have like losers mentality. Coming like, it's whatever. Like you always play to win, and this is one of the reasons why these guys have been on top of the game in this year. This is why they have been a team to beat pretty much in 2026.
Over $1.2 million in earnings from Yandex over the last 8 months. These guys have been phenomenal. And when you look at the way that they've prepared coming into this tournament and their performance, they look like a team to beat. Vici still an uphill battle going against what is a juggernaut. We had a chance to actually catch up with a pre-interview with Malady, who gave us his thoughts coming into this day.
Hello, I'm here with Malady from Yandex. You guys had a tough series yesterday. I was curious if you could talk me through some of those games.
Yeah, of course. Feel free to question.
Okay, well, the games felt very long, a little bit. I feel like it was a little bit of an upset. I feel like you guys looked a little cleaner the whole tournament, so I was surprised that P-Vision was able to take it to you guys and pull out a victory. Is that kind of what you were feeling as well going into the series?
Yeah, it was. I think we were facing a very strong opponent in the face of P-Vision. I think they're strongest team right now in this tournament. And I think we should have lost this series 2-0.
You think so?
Yeah, because in all of those 3 games, we just messed up the draft real bad. We just we were not on the same page, and we came with the different ideas, and it ended up like this.
Were there any like obvious problem heroes? Like I saw you guys played a TA yesterday. Watson got pressured a lot. He was there was that one game with like they had Giga Roots against you guys. It was like Pit Lord and Underlord, Ember Spirit, Dark Willow. That game felt really difficult.
Yes, I think game 1 where we first picked the Darkseer was very difficult because we just thought we could surprise them with the Darkseer, but they ended up with a stronger draft. And we just gave up on this idea on the game 2, and we should have prioritized more of global heroes like Underlord or Furion or Invoker for ourselves, but they were just aware of that. They stole the Furion game 2, game 3, they stole the Invoker.
That's tough. What about today's games? Vici Gaming said that their scrims against you has not gone very well. They haven't scrimmed that many of the top teams. What's your confidence level against them today?
What did they say about the scrims?
Oh, that they struggled to beat like the top 3 to 4 teams, including you guys, in the scrims that they played against you guys. So I assume you have a good outlook on the match today?
No. Well, I don't know. We will see. We are happy to be here. We just show up for the good gameplay and to show some good Dota, unlike it was yesterday.
No, come on, you guys still played very well. I mean, I know you're disappointed, but you guys had a lot of amazing games throughout the tournament. I know it doesn't feel like that right now, but that's what the perception of the viewers is, at least. So either way, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your upcoming match.
Thanks.
Great comments there from Purge. I'm surprised he wasn't sprinting while having that interview, Purge. You got to keep him moving. Malady would have been getting the endorphins going for that interview. But you could see he was disappointed. And in all seriousness, I think that disappointment comes from the potential they had and kind of just getting seen by P-Vision and getting almost countered early.
Yeah, Malady's a quieter guy, more serious guy, but he's like tells it how it is.
Yeah.
He's the kind of guy that will admit, yeah, we think we're way better than them. And
yeah.
He'll also admit we did not play better, or we did not play well, and they played better than us. So I felt a lot of honesty in that interview, but in his own way, Malady was expressing disappointment with himself and his team, I think.
All right, well, our pick'ems are on screen. We've got 84% Yandex. Wow. A lot of people going for Yandex. Surprised by that number?
I would give Vici
a little bit more?
like 25% in this one. These two teams, they like never met because Yandex is a bit of a like newer organization coming into the scene, and Vici Gaming, they didn't really show up in multiple tournaments this year. They had like 4 tier 1 tournaments in the year, and Yandex was winning most of them, but surprisingly they never met, so might be a little bit of an X factor for Vici Gaming, especially with the picks that they did have with some of these like mid Slarks, mid Linas with Dagon, so definitely it should be higher in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams, clearly they have a lot to battle for. We talk about Vici just before we get set and send it to stage. It's just that they are really the last TI representative who's going to TI, who is here with Chinese, really fandom, and also I think hope. We've called it the last hope for China. They've got a lot to prove, but also you can see Yandex, they're like, that wasn't us. We need to play better than that. We will play better than that. And so that, to me, is the story for today. Our third place matchup, 2 teams, both with their own narratives. We'll see which one comes out on top. But for now, it's time to get it over to stage for Slacks and Milos to start the games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup 2026. What a day, what a past 2 weeks that we have had, and we're so happy to have you with us on this final day, Slacks. All good things must come to an end, and I'm sorry to say, it's gotta happen today. We'll crown our champions later on in this beautiful day, but first, we have to do a bit of housekeeping. Third, fourth place, there's still an opportunity for redemption.
Absolutely. We have seen so many teams come and go in this tournament, and we have been brought to our final day. However, I wouldn't call this housekeeping. I'd call this grudge match, baby. Both these teams got to vote. Both of them think that they could have done better, and both of them are here to prove not only to themselves, but to their fans that there is more in the tank. I cannot wait to see who will be coming out on top on this one.
For both of our teams, there is a lot of pressure on them still to perform. They want to show it for themselves, for the fans, and for their regions, especially. Speaking of which, let's bring them out. Joining us on stage is Vici Gaming! They're back on the stage for one final time. The hope of China might have been stifled for just a little moment here on the main stage, but this is the trial, the prova ahead of TI. And they're here to show it one more time that they got more than just this spot in the tank. What a team, what a performance. In many ways, outstanding to get to this point. And today, they're going to look for more than that in the third place.
Absolutely. The fans are out here supporting the boys, but they are joined by this other team's fans as well. They have followed them throughout the entire year, looked absolutely unstoppable, had an incredible performance this tournament as well. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Yandex! Coming to our stage here today for the last time, Yandex is gonna fight to show that they did deserve to make it to this final day. A lot of people thought they'd be walking away with the victory, but in my opinion, it's better to not win everything, so not everybody knows how terrifying you are. So maybe this is a good thing, you know? But anyway.
You're hiding your power levels.
They are hiding like Goku. Anyway, but yes, we are going to watch this incredible team give us one hell of a show one more time. So personally, I love these kind of matches, especially with these two high caliber teams coming out, giving everything their all for the fans and for themselves.
You ask me, I think the pressure is not off. It's more than on for a game like this between them. Let's see then. Both of their keys have been crushed so far, so you'll see them still. Please go ahead. Yandex, please go ahead. Vici, no keys to place, but remember to shake your hands.
Oh, don't forget
the
that.
end here. We're going to get it. We're going to get it for us. Yay! Can't wait for this one.
Absolutely. All right, our two teams are getting ready. The stakes are there. Double the prize pool for the winner, double the honor for the winner, and double the fun for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into this series as we head back to our panel.
It's Yandex versus Vici Gaming coming up now, guys, and we had a chance to dive into these teams. Now the talking is almost done. It's time to play. And these drafts are going to set up both teams who want revenge. He called it a grudge match. Brian, I think that's pretty apropos for what these two teams are feeling. Nobody's satisfied with what happened yesterday, and redemption is on the mind.
Yeah, I'm curious strategically because both teams obviously losing. You learn a lot of lessons when you lose. And what I thought BB team and, P-Vision both did was these preemptive counter picks to really popular cores. You mentioned the Wyvern versus the Enigma in the P-Vision Yandex series. But then we also saw the Shadow Shaman from BB team against Vici Gaming's Puck. They preemptively picked that as well. And so I'm wondering if we've seen Vici Gaming do some really cool counter picks to things they've seen. You know, we saw the Slark versus the Ember. We saw the Zeus versus the Mirana. But will either of these teams take a dip in the pool of these preemptive counter picks to the heroes that they know the other team likes to play? Because I do think that gives you a massive leg up when you're doing that and the enemy team still feels like they need to pick what's been working for them. And I think that might be a big decider today.
Yeah, I mean, the good example of this is when Yandex, when they were playing against the 1W, when they picked PL on 18th and then they picked Shaker on 23 straight out of the phase, knowing that this is the counter that they could potentially pick. But also we've seen Shaker being a very good counter to like Pucks in the mid lane, to some of these melee matchups against the Earth Spirit, against the Ember Spirit as well. And I think Malady had a really good point about in his pre-game interview about the global presence, where they gave them away Invoker, they gave them away this Nature's Prophet and Underlord. So I feel like they are also going to be trying to utilize that in this series, potentially go back to DM's Underlord. Even Centaur, I think this is going to be highly contested hero because the hero feels super strong. DM feels way too comfortable on the hero. It's a global hero in a sense where you have an extra bit of a save. Centaur is a very greedy hero where he doesn't tend to join early on. He just presses one button, but other than that, he does soak up quite a lot of farm and also takes quite a lot of attention where you maybe feel like, oh, maybe we can get a kill, but you actually can't because the hero is way too tanky, or he's just doing his shenanigans with the Helm of the Dominator, always having a creep wave under his tower. So I think these type of heroes are going to be contested.
But Cost, I want to ask around, you know, what happens if that's exactly what Vici have picked up? You know, how do you avoid getting caught out in a situation where a team is already prepared? If we don't give them this, they do look like a shell of themselves. How does Yandex avoid being caught in that position like they did yesterday?
I mean, I think they definitely learned a lot. This is the team that can definitely bounce back. And also Vici Gaming, I think there's a lot of information how they play. They definitely pulled out their best strats because they have been through quite a lot of matches, and Yandex is a team that most of the time can recover. I would not put the Vici Gaming on the same caliber as P-Vision because everybody was talking about P-Vision being the strongest team. So I feel like maybe a mistake that you make against Vici Gaming compared to P-Vision yesterday is not going to be as punishable.
Makes sense.
I'd say out of all the teams that made it to the top 4, Vici had the most polarizing performances. Like sometimes we saw them just simply make misplays that led to a draft that we thought was good kind of falling flat. And then sometimes we saw them just absolutely pop off and just stomp teams that it felt like they had no business, like they're not no business stomping, but that they were the underdog against. So they were highly outperforming expectations and then sometimes falling quite far beneath them as well. Yandex, we heard Malady say how high priority P-Vision put yesterday on the global heroes, and he said that they basically got those stolen from them. That was his exact words, and I don't know if they're technically stealing Nature's Prophet from Vici. I haven't seen that too much from them, but they've decided, okay, that's clearly one of their clear takeaways from yesterday's loss.
Tiny again for Vici Gaming. This hero has played a lot of impactful moments for these drafts and also a lot of these teams here.
Yeah, it's a flex in a way, but we never really see it happen. Like prior to EWC, there was a good amount of mid-tiny in TI qualifiers where people were building Blink Dagger into Aghanim Scepter and then scaling with the Crystallis BKB, but playing off of the 3 volley, which could be potent, but most of the times we see this carry just in the carry role because the hero feels very difficult to push out of the lane because of his strength gain, very strong laner. It's also a good matchup against Nature's Prophet throughout the whole game because you're building into Blink Dagger, you're building into Shadow Blade, so you can hunt him down. Your positioning is going to be right on top of that Nature's Prophet, but on the other side, Yandex, they do have a little bit of a flex potential coming out from that NP because they can play it from position 4. Saxa did play it, and it also looked very good.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that Nature's Prophet, one of the key factors of the hero is that his ulti will constantly push waves, and Tiny is an off-map assassin who, all of these heroes that are off-map assassins do require their teammates to push the lanes for them or like at least win that battle somehow so that they have the extra vision, they have the extra information to operate under. So like I you know, that's been a signature for XinQ, but I also love the Coddle ban conceptually because you're already you have the assassination to find the Nature's Prophet regardless of what role it's playing, but now you are behind in the lane pushing category, so I hope to see their next pick or two really address that.
And I also think that Keeper of the Light also slightly shuts down the flex potential for Tiny, because if you play it from the mid lane, if you have Coddle 4, it does allow you to play him from the mid lane because you're going to be having low spells, low cooldown on your spells, and also you become super active. But they also have been kind of abusing this Coddle. They played it 3 times, they won 2 games out of it, and in the games that they won, it looked so imba because of the heal. Like there was a couple of fights where he gets 3 blasts and basically 25 seconds heals the whole team for 4,000 HP, and it gets pretty difficult, especially if you can find that hero. And most of the times this hero is too speedy, you don't have enough heroes to close the gap. But this has, to me at least, been the hero kind of the tournament from position 5, maybe even from the off lane, because the hero feels super strong. Like we have seen this hero scale, and we've also seen on the other side, for example, Maladich, who also scales from position 5, where he gets hard, he gets blade mail. So a hero that you should definitely be worried about.
Brian, Wyvern coming out, Undying on the side of Vici as well. How are you looking at Yandex approaching this?
So both teams have a save. Undying's a little bit longer cooldown, but a bit more impactful, meaning it blocks all damage rather than just physical damage like Wyverns. They both have strong counter initiation, Tombstone versus the Winter's Curse. Like conceptually, the way the heroes do it is very different, but Wyvern and Undying do serve a similar purpose in the grand scheme of team fights. But, you know, doubling down on just what I said earlier about the map pushing, I really think, like, I may be looking too much into it, and Yandex may be on a different page, but I think Necro is one of the best cores in the game for solving lane problems. He goes Radiance, he goes early Boots of Travel, and he will clean up the map for his team. And Undying does not do this. Like, Undying, and like I said, Tiny's going to be hunting, but he needs the lanes to be pushed. Undying wants you to fight him, and one of the easiest ways to do that is just push the lanes and ignore that. So Wyvern also is great at pushing waves. She can push from like off screen with her second spell, and Axe is going to be the hero that's going to capitalize for the lanes being pushed on their side.
Right.
So when I'm looking at the draft right now, I'm still looking at that aspect of the game because there's nothing more frustrating than playing against like Nature's Prophet or Tinker or Anti-Mage and just feeling like the lanes are always pushed and you can't make any plays. And right now, I think that's what Vici is facing. I do think it's funny that sometimes a hero will be considered so broken that it gets elevated from support to core, and sometimes it's like so broken that you demote it from, not demote, but like you lower it on priority from 3 to 5. We saw Undying predominantly played as a 3, and then I think they're like, I think I could just buy Heart from the 5 position, is what Malady basically said. I know he's not playing it this series, but that's kind of been the pioneer meta that Lacoste was talking about.
Yeah, and this Axe, I think maybe they have some PTSD from the previous series yesterday because noticed he kind of crushed it, like with the early Blink Dagger. So they are going to be taking this for themselves because I feel like you need some kind of a body when you have Nature's Prophet, when you have Wyvern. Also, don't think it's going to be that easy for Axe to get out once he jumps in, unless there's going to be a curse, unless there's going to be a heal. So I want to see how Vici Gaming is going to be approaching this, because if you're jumping into Tombstone, if you're jumping into tiny spells, a lot of the times you don't get out. And Vici Gaming going for, I would even say, standard stuff so far in this tournament. We've seen it so many times. Ember Spirit plus Mirana combination, even with the Tiny. You just have heroes who can play. And I want to see if there's still a flex potential for this Undying, because against Nature's Prophet Wyvern, it doesn't seem like this is the hero.
It's not doing enough.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like from the offlane it's going to be doing as much.
Is this just like complete disrespect to like Huskar? I know the hero was getting banned sometimes earlier on in the tournament, but okay, I was like, Huskar Monkey King. Okay, Monkey King's like the melee version of Huskar in the sense that it's meant to just absolutely demolish.
They used it yesterday.
Yeah, it did not work, right?
It worked really well in the first, like in the laning phase, first 10 minutes, and then once he picked up Deso, he started to kind of go alone. He got caught off 2 times by Keeper of the Light, Blinding Light. He got caught by Ember as well, and then it was nullified. So his mid game was completely like gone up until a point where they started to play together with the Wukong's command and just fighting around it. So want to see how CJ is going to be approaching this issue, because other than this, they don't really have the best heroes against Monkey King. Like Tiny, Ember with Spirit Vessel, of course, he's going to be A-okay later. Problem is you don't get too much out of the lane.
You know, CJ, obviously, they won that game. That was the game that went over 65 minutes.
Yes.
And obviously, they lost very quickly afterwards. Malady said, you know, it's not really, should have been a 2-0. So clearly not happy with that performance, but it does signal that they felt comfortable. CJ, whatever he did was enough to say, should we get you comfortable again? And I feel like XM also has had a couple games. You mentioned Necro. He didn't have a great game on Necro against BB Team. When Seb and I were talking, he said he expected it to be much stronger than it was, and it wasn't. How much are they drafting, you think, right now, Brian, for comfort versus trying to gotcha in terms of this first game?
I think comfort matters a lot, and I also think that what Lacoste said is very relevant, that he didn't really play the game clean on Chira Jr. I think sometimes, you know, like, this should have gone better. Like, I'm capable of making this go better than it did the previous time. It did look like there was a bit of nerves affecting Chira Jr. yesterday. That's some players get nervous by being so passive that they're kind of like playing not to lose, and other players are kind of like trying to get too much done in the game, and that's what it felt like Chira Jr. was doing yesterday. I do want to point out that I think the Ember does address the lane problem. Like, he's a great core at split pushing the lanes for his team and supplying vision. So he's going to be like leading the charge. If Ember's not a part of something, like where he's pushing that part of the map, he's invading, he has to set up for Tiny, he has to set up for the Mirana arrows. I think the Monkey King being purely about shutting that down is crucial to Vici Gaming's game plan as a whole. You know, at the end of the day, I think Monkey King, I like to nerd out about this hero. I think he's one of the conceptually most difficult heroes in the game because he has the weirdest power spikes. You're like a god in the first 8 minutes, and then there's like some time in there where you need to stop being aggressive, but sometimes people, even like Chira Jr., get lost in the sauce, and then eventually you become a raid boss again. He has peaks and valleys with this hero.
Yeah, very hit or miss type of a hero. If you're off to a good start, like, this hero can win you the game alone, especially in this one, because you're going to be providing so much vision for Axe to get a jump, for your NP to TP in, you're sitting on the trees, and with this newer build, rushing Deso from the mid lane, just like Orb of Frost into Deso treads pretty much, you are never gonna be lacking damage. You bring Nature's Prophet, even ulti on top of that, or just a TP. The heroes are gonna be dying, especially this Undying. Like, he doesn't really have much to offer, and still yet to see where the hero's gonna go. Seems like both teams are expecting quite a lot of flexes that could happen between this Nature's Prophet, between this Tiny and Undying. So
what would you like to see, Lacoste? I mean, what's missing for you? Vici, you said kind of standard. What would make this draft a little bit above average for you? What would you like to see from them?
Looking at the bans, it says Spectre. It would be a very good Spectre pick because of the Wyvern, because of Nature's Prophet, just like carry to carry matchup, and Wyvern doesn't really get to protect herself against what Spectre wants to do in the lane. We saw like Aghanim Scepter being a very good usage against it because of the 2 seconds fear that you get. Somebody used it the other day. I have too much Dota in my head, can't remember which team it was, but yeah, I feel like if they want to run this Nature's Prophet as a position 4, which they should, I think, okay, so it's going to be just Kez straight away. Any kind of stacking damage against Tiny is gonna feel nice. Like, this is the matchup where Tiny, if he's using his combo on somebody other than Kez, he's very susceptible to dying to Kez. In this one, they don't really have any ways to amplify the damage on Kez. A lot of times you don't need to, but Vici Gaming, I think this Doom was even prepared before they picked Kez, and now seeing the Doom great against Kez, take him out of the fight, great against Monkey King, Wyvern heal, kind of makes sense, and we'll have to see. It could be... I'm not the biggest fan on their side of the support duo, because I don't think they can play so well with their mid laner. Morana can, but Undying really isn't that hero. So I want to see once they bring the heat to the mid lane, because this is also the losing matchup that you're playing against, how well Vici Gaming is going to be able to punch back.
Tiny's a carry that likes to sit in his lane until Echo Saber Shadowblade. That's usually around 15 minutes. Doom's an offlaner that likes to sit in his lane until he has 1 or 2 big items. I think the only hero on Vici Gaming that wants to move early is Ember, and he's up against Monkey King. I think he's the catalyst for their draft. I want to hype up the game as much as I can, but I also want to say, like, if I'm looking at this, I'm like, I think Vici Gaming might just get ran over.
It's very slow.
Yeah,
it's
you have a very slow draft
slow.
against Kez Monkey King.
Tempo could be a problem.
They have a very high tempo on the side of Team Yandex, and they in the group stage, we were applauding teams for making it past the 30-minute mark and losing. Like the games were ending so fast. So I think that's what we're representing here, and the question is, what is Vici Gaming's counterplay going to be? Can they get a couple crucial kills on Chira Jr.? If so, then maybe they can open it up.
All right, well, Tempo, the big question from the desk. We'll send it over to Suns fan and Kezu to give us our thoughts and get ready to go into Game 1 of this best of 3.
Thank you very much. Indeed, this is the 3rd place decider here between Yandex and Vici Gaming. What exactly is the difference between 3rd and 4th, would you say?
There are quite a few differences here,
Shannon. Quite a few.
That we, or rather I, just to make sure I have my info correctly, we'll use our Lenovo Legion, Mr. Shannon, of course, to get all the information on this one. Because there's a difference in the club points and also in the money that you get. So we have an $80,000 difference. It's not bad for these players, 80K, but also 200 club points. So later, if you want to get the big monies for the clubs, if you're an owner, you want that. And also, I need to put in my match pick'ems. I like playing fantasy, Shannon. Did you predict in yours who's going to win today?
I forgot. I really...
This guy sucks. Get him off the screen.
Let's get into the game.
He's trash.
Very embarrassing intro here for us as we get into this 3rd place decider, game number 1 between Vici Gaming and Yandex. And, well, Yandex has looked masterful. Maybe I shouldn't be that surprised because P-Vision, BB Team, and Yandex have all looked relatively similar in terms of tiers.
Hold that.
As Shiro already getting gone on, completely blocked off. As Chira Jr. will claim first blood for Yandex. They're on the board already. And that was before I could even finish the statement that Vici yesterday looked very poor compared to some of the performance that they've had previously. Can they step it back up towards Yandex's tier?
Yeah, yesterday Vici definitely got dismantled, where Yandex, you could say something similar, but overall I do think that their series was a lot more competitive if you are going to compare the two. And now you have CJ, and I agree with the panel. I think specifically BSJ mentioned that like Chira Jr. yesterday played with a bit of nerves, and he did struggle. But starting off with this matchup, your Monkey King versus Ember, and you have first blood as this.
I think you have second blood as well.
Yeah.
And why will fall to the Chicken Man, Watson, one of the best Kez players in existence today.
These are scary heroes to give early gold to. Monkey King with a good lane matchup, Kez with a good lane matchup, in a lineup that wants to play fast overall.
Yeah.
So if you're Reggie, definitely going to have to put in some work. I did like the last pick, Doom. That did came out against the Chicken Man, one of the better answers that you have around. Because the hero, he's got too many spells, too many getaways, so Doom obviously is amazing. Also the anti-heal against the
How good is Monkey King versus Ember?
It is very good. Like
is it his worst match? Okay, Viper and Huskar would be worse.
Yeah, Viper Huskar are definitely like worse. If OD was playable, probably that would maybe even be worse too. But the good thing with Monkey is that you own him in the lane. Whatever moves he goes to, you can constantly go there as well and like kind of just match it. And Ember wants to play off of tempo. And it's not just that. Sure, you have last pick Doom against the Kez, but Monkey King is a king of rotations, and heroes like Doom are incredibly slow.
Yeah. Now, already off to a good start is Chira Jr. See how much he can bully XM, and I mean the panel's kind of talking about in terms of if he does need assistance, do they have the support duo to actually make a difference with the Mirana and the Undying? Undying is kind of just a walking decay.
Yeah.
Like he's more for the objectives like the Wisdom Shrine that we've been seeing time and time again.
Undying can be like good later when you have a couple of levels, but early on it's more about how high HP are you. So if you can play this matchup fairly well on the Ember, if you get the Monkey King to like maybe 50% HP and you get a level in Slide Chains, you could call for Jin-Q to come to the mid lane, and if you find an opening, you absolutely can look for one.
And Y going to put down his Tombstone, trying to go on top of Soxa. They get the Avalanche from Shiro. Already a lot of action early as he's going to get a tree thrown at him. Attempting to run out, but the Decay finishes the job. And DM's going to have to walk out as well as there's several zombies chasing him. In fact, this might be another kill going the way of Vici. He's going to pop the Fairy Fire to try to stay alive with Y. Another Decay coming for DM. Another couple of clicks as well, and that's a double kill for Y, getting on the board for Vici Gaming, and it couldn't have come any sooner because they really need to, I mean, they were really in trouble.
You cannot give a player like Y such an opportunity. Guy's a TI winner for a reason. As DM, you know, he turns around, wants to go for a little bit of a click there as well to keep manning up. Plus, you know, Y will go for a little bit of a suicide just to refill himself, make sure he can go wherever he's needed.
Malady playing the Winter Wyvern, which has been an incredible hero in this tournament. A lot of times it's picked against the Axe, but it's with the Axe this time. What do you think about that?
No, it's also very good, right? Like overall, it's a great hero against Tiny. Like you have Arctic Burn, high HP, and also slowing the hero down. Cold Embrace and Curse also incredible against this hero. And I think it's also funny how specific matches will influence what you're going to do in your next matches. If you look at Vici, they lost to the Kateomi Undying twice yesterday. Now today they go into a game, they're like, yo, Undying, this is the stuff we want. If you look at Yandex yesterday, they ended up losing their final game to a Winter Wyvern Axe. You know, suddenly those two heroes show up in their draft, so also need to understand that there's a lot of emotions and feelings that go into the heroes that you do want to play.
I mean, these players don't really show much emotion, though.
Oh, not outside of the game.
You're sure they're feeling it,
Oh,
though.
trust me.
Okay.
When you're drafting and when you're playing, you feel it, and then when they get out of it, they're like, I want to play my next Dota game. Why are you talking to me?
Yeah. Bach left alone for the time being. To do pretty decently. 13-2, not too far away in terms of CS from the rest of the cores in the game. In fact, across the board, it's kind of the case, but slight lead right now for Yandex in that department, and that shows in this 1K net worth lead so far.
It's kind of interesting that even with the double kill that Vici got down bottom, that Shiro is struggling when it comes to like the early CS. But honestly, Nature's Prophet is a very, very strong laning hero early on, as they are looking for a TP. So ruining XM's bottle refill here, as just kidding, doesn't even have that, as he's playing with early boots against the Monkey King.
Ah, yeah, you're right.
So, you know, maybe not the biggest steal, but still some HP and mana that you're taking out of his pool.
And XM right now sitting on 18-1 versus the 22-12 from Chira. So advantage Chira, but not as much as I was led to believe with this mid-match.
Well, he does have a lot of denies. I definitely do think that XM is doing a good job, like getting this many CS, like you're saying. And I wonder if overall also, just to talk a bit about the matchup yesterday, CJ in some of the games did look uncomfortable. I think the Monkey King game had like its ups and downs, but maybe there was something where Parivision also realized if we take out the spellcasters, which CJ looks incredible on, like especially his Invoker, Bach up top though.
Bach looks to be dead. Malady's going to save himself with a Cold Embrace. Now Jin-Q has to leap away. That was his last charge, but gets the distance needed. Chicken Man doesn't have all his spells at his disposal quite yet, but soon enough he'll have every mechanic in the game. Just a couple minutes away from that, as DM cutting the wave right now. The Axe special.
Yeah, and so while Undying is annoying for Axe, at this point he doesn't really do that much anymore, right? He's not good against the Treants. Okay, XM with a rotation.
Yeah, this could be a big kill coming out from Vici. Good Searing Chains with the Blood Grenade on top of DM. Getting a lot of these procs on the counter Helix, but he actually does get a good amount of farm. In the end, XM claims the kill. Another one going the way of Vici as Soxa looking for the potential backstab, but guessed incorrectly on the route.
That's a very, very nice kill by XM. I like that because when you have a bad mid matchup, you don't really want to stay there all that much if you don't have to. So this way, not only do you get to shut down DM, you can also go with your Undying together and actually get an early kill there, which is incredible. So yeah, Vici racking up some nice early neutral items.
But again, I'm just going to beat a dead horse here. Yandex, it feels like any game that they're slightly winning the laning stage, they will continue to snowball it. And you can see the network lead trickling in their favor. And over time, this, like out of nowhere, like 5 minutes from now, we're going to say this is a 4 or 5K lead, and that becomes actually substantial. As now the pressure onto the tier 1 mid won't result in the kill, but definitely some good heavy damage. XM is level 6 on his Ember Spirit.
Chill out, Shannon, gotta wait a bit.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's a bit early in the morning. All good.
It's never too early, let's be real.
As we have the Wisdom Shrine execution script here for Team Yandex. Bach already in some trouble. Yeah. Good arrow though.
Good timing. Mali's going to get the cold embrace of Chira Jr. looking to lock up this Wisdom Shrine. Y is there. And remember, Undying has been really good at contesting this. Wukong's command comes out, though, and that forces everyone out of the area. So Chira Jr. gets the Wisdom Shrine. Should be able to get out, although XM and Jin-Q still in the area coming from the north. Yeah, turns into a soldier going towards the south now. And now he's in a precarious spot. Is it going to be worth it? Because I don't think he's getting out of this. Gonna try to get some Jingu stacks. Oh, Chira Jr. gets a nice boundless strike onto 2 to get back to full HP, and XM is threatened with his life now. Pops the Lotus to stay alive as Chira eventually gets killed off. But it took a lot to bring down the Monkey King.
It's a very nice turn play from Vici. They did lose both the Wisdom Shrines, which of course hurts you. Luckily, you know, you do get to kill CJ here to get a little bit of gold and a little bit of XP back. But like you said earlier, you know, when this team wins their lanes, they can of course play on very, very high aggression, and their draft is very good at that. Wonder if there was any way for maybe someone to just like linger a bit and help CJ out in this opportunity, because he nearly, you know, he was able to stand his ground for quite a while.
Yeah, I figured that they just assumed he was going to die right away, but that was obviously not the case. Is Jin-Q having a lot of fun? I love Jin-Q.
We all do.
This guy's always happy, even in a TI, whatever, Grand Finals, Game 5, debilitating defeat. He's still smiling.
Sometimes you just gotta, like, if you just, like, awesome. Ever see this guy, he's always having a good time. And, you know, rightfully so. Bro is playing a video game, making a shit ton of money.
Yeah, nice avalanche, but Chira Jr. joining the party means that this is the end of Y for now. As he's back, thanks to that innate. But now the pressure on this tier 1 bot. 3K lead for Jens again. It's just this trickling of net worth funneling into the pockets of Yandex.
And you've definitely chosen that this, like, that you're kind of accepting this early to mid game. Like, just imagine how these heroes play together early on, right? Like Kez and Monkey King, they are very good at their lanes and they love collapsing on lanes together. Your main tempo hero is the mid Ember Spirit, who is countered by the Monkey King. And you have a Nature's Prophet played by Saxa, who will just amplify all the building damage.
See, Mali trying to defend a bit here from XM, hasn't touched the tower yet. There's the top 3 net worths in the game on Yandex's side. XM is kind of low. Gonna get a good amount of farm here, but will remnant out as the tier 1 was taken on the bot side. So Yandex, what's their next objective? They still have, I mean, that mid lane's already half HP, so probably going to group up there eventually.
No, definitely. It's going to be, you're going to look at the 10-minute rune, right? Especially with the Dominator. If you want on DM, you can send either you creep there or you can pull some waves down bottom. So 10 minutes each creep. You want to go mid. You can go for the active rune as well. And I think that even Watson can look on that. And if Doom oversteps in the top lane on Faith Beyond, you can definitely look at that lane as well. And I think if you're Vici, probably looking to fight maybe around the Tombstone. If Bach gets a team fight opportunity where he can TP in and just drop a Doom, I think that's what he would prefer. He doesn't really want to walk anywhere.
I'm just going to keep saying it. 4K lead.
3K, 4K.
Okay, there you go. Something about these European teams, they are just so much better at min-maxing like in the early stages. It's kind of crazy to watch.
It's just a lot of like laning stuff. Okay, arrow.
Searing chains into the arrows. This will be the end of DM in all likelihood. Chiro joining for the avalanche kill. Nicely done from Vici. On the top lane, we're going to see the Raptor Dance come out from Watson, though, and now the slows continue onto Bach as he will burn away. So a 1-for-1 across the board. Both offlaners taken out.
Was a perfect timing on the Mage Slayer purchase, but Vici did get to strike back. Like, that's a nice curse.
Curse onto the Mirana. Boundless Strike is in likelihood coming. Was waiting for the Jingu stacks, though. Now XM in a bit of trouble. The nice Boundless Strike hitting both heroes. Jingqiu extremely low. The last right click is enough from Malady, and now the pounce away, but Shira not able to close the gap enough. But this provides space for Watson and Soxa to take out the tier 1 top. As again, Yandex getting the better of these exchanges.
This also makes it very easy for them to just rotate onto the mid-tier 1, right? I would say that even since, like, especially the last couple months, maybe with like the safe lane being so strong, once you take the enemy offlane tier 1, it becomes so easy for your carry to just walk to the mid lane on any of the next plays. Potentially minute 12 rune, you go to mid again, you make sure that XM doesn't get it, you start rotating on this tower with like Treants and a Dominator creep, and I don't really know what Vici can do about it at that point. They continuously need more time. Because if you look at Doom's quick buy, it's a Radiant, so it's not like you that doesn't change much other than you become slightly stronger and of course you farm faster. Same for the Tiny, like you get Echo. Once you get Shadowblade, then you can start making moves, so it's still all on XM. Maybe once he gets a Vessel, you can kind of like look to fight back a little bit.
Yeah, definitely slow heroes. But having said that, Vici will smoke.
They want to go onto DM down bottom. He has done a good play though overall. When you play in the offlane like this and you know they can't make moves in the other lanes, you want to pull the hard camp, kind of as he did, to make sure that if they go on you, you're like very close to your tier 1 tower, which they still have. And you can read this move, try to bait him a little bit in too deep. DM going quite aggressive though.
Does show himself on the lane. You can see how hesitant Vici are. They just assume that there's more where that came from, but no, DM is all alone and thus will be taken out. So a nice gank from Vici, although Soxa actually joining to try to maybe get some counteraction as Malady joins the party as well with a curse, but won't result in a kill outright. As XM getting low along with Y. The right clicks from Soxa are actually nothing to scoff at. So they get the trade, but this time the favor going to Vici Gaming. I say that a little too early because the rest of Yandex have still arrived. And now Shiro getting hounded. He's going to get bashed up and beat down by the Monkey King. So still thought that was going to go Vici's way, but some way, somehow, Yandex get the better trade again.
It is decent pressure on the map. Like, if you look at it, Jingqiu got to chip down the mid tower a bit, keeps getting farms. Same with Bach in the top lane. You know, some damage on the tier 1. And all of this stuff matters. It slowly builds up. Eventually you get a tier 1. Maybe you get a secondary one. Because the net worth, at least at this point, isn't really going up that much. Yeah, it is 5k, but it's been around this area for a while now.
It looks like Faith Beyond ended up opting for the Talisman first, actually, which very good against Kez and Monkey King. Normally you'd see the Sacred Relic first, but definitely makes sense against these heroes, but still very far away from Radiance.
Oh yeah, it will take a while. They did see the gate rotations, and it is 14 minutes. So when you play against Yandex, you should know that the script is being executed. Where they want to go to the Wisdom Shrine. Malady is on his way, but he's a little bit slow.
Yeah, this is slower than usual.
On the Icy Dragon.
Needs to patch that. So we'll get the Shrine for the Vici side this time around. Spirit Vessel being built by XM. And you talked about Shiro. He has the Echo Saber, and it's going to be the Shadow Blade next. No big surprise. And on the other side for Yandex, Kez, it's the Deso build. Already has the Mage Slayer. There's going to have double Deso, actually.
I mean, the thing is that these items are that good on those two heroes that I really don't mind. That you're having them on like one and the other. Maybe a Monkey King, you could go like Echo, BKB, but I think even then Deso is just too good. The build-up's too nice.
Do you know if the how do the stacks work if you're hitting the same target?
This I'm actually not sure.
I feel like in other, like for the old urn, you would not gain.
So it depends on, because it probably depends on who has the last Deso stack on them. I don't think you can both get it, because you can't Deso them twice anyway.
Yeah.
So I think whoever was the most recent Deso stack applier, that guy will get the Deso stacks.
Okay. Moonlight Shadow for Vici. As Chira Jr. would be an incredible kill for them. Gonna try to set it up with that Flesh Golem. Gonna get off the Wukong's command just in time, and the Winter's Curse is there as well. So Chira on the outskirts taking out the Tombstone and now kills off the Zombie Man himself. And now the Cold Embrace is gonna keep him safe despite getting arrowed. So Chira Jr. A-okay, and they find the call onto Shiro. That is bad news bears for Vici Gaming, as this Tiny likely to be swiftly taken out. So it's a 2-for-0 as Yandex now trying to get out Saksa. One Sleight of Fist would finish the job here. XM getting slowed, now getting stunned by the Boundless Strike. And now he's in a lot of trouble. They're going to pounce right on top of him. The two finally comes out onto Axe. So Vici Game trying to fight back, but Chira Jr. is there to slow down Bach. Looking for the deny at the last moment, but Bach finds the kill. It's going to cost him his life. After all that, a 3-for-1. Yandex favor again. Oh,
Saksa having a bit of fun.
Yeah, good stuff.
Sometimes when you're owning a bit too hard, you know, you got to put a little bit of a stop to it.
As Jin Q gets jumped on, still has the leap to work with. Arrow's really low. He just gets destroyed.
Shout out to
single decay.
Shout out to Saksa. Cutting the tree as CJ just gets angry and jumps in there.
That was a rage death for Chira Jr.
Nicely done by Jin Q to kind of, you know, man up and understand the situation. But that was definitely not the Moonlight Shadow that overall Vici were looking for. They didn't have a Vessel Charge yet. The reason XM got a Vessel Charge is because he ended up dying in the fight. At least they now do have one, right? Against some of the tankier cores and the Cold Embrace as well. Because those are the moves that they should be looking for, right? You Moonlight Shadow, you try to find them nicely. I do think that CJ was very...
there's
Blink
the
call.
reveal. DM, XM in a bit of trouble. Is going to get the Sleight of Fist off at the last moment. They're going to turn their sights onto Y instead. No dunk in time for DM. He could just dunk XM, but he just dies of his own accord.
They got him again. I mean, he had a Remnant out, but they were all just sitting on top of it. It didn't really have all that much distance. So Yandex with some quick moves around the map. Even though DM has 5 deaths, his net worth is very, very high here on the Axe.
Yeah, second overall in the game, and you can see the separation between everyone and the Kez. Watson just owning it up 3-0 and 3 to start this game.
It's just this hero uses modifiers so well with Echo Slash. It makes it so easy to farm cams. Once you have Mage Slayer, you can kind of farm 2 cams. Once you have Desolator, you kill the Ancients very quickly as well. As they are looking for a couple more aggressive moves here with their 8k lead.
Is there a game you don't buy Mage Slayer on this hero?
Honestly, I don't think so. I think it's the best item build that you can go for, because most of the time, aggression is a really good defense, especially on this guy. Like, Kez needs to link on top of heroes, right? You're incredibly strong. If you and this like tri-core of items is kind of Exodia. Mage Slayer, Deso into Ags. If you're top net worth, you are slicing through heroes in like 2 seconds.
I mean, you get magic resistance, which is good pretty much every single game.
Yeah.
Obviously, the farm capabilities coming up from the damage over time, and then lowering the damage of spellcasters. Since Bach, you can see this replay from earlier. Every fight, some way, somehow, Yandex comes out on top.
It is definitely overall easier for them to fight. Like, if we're looking at Vici, their best teamfight spell is Tombstone, and it's only level 1. You know, they rely a lot more on Moonlight Shadow. Okay, Mr. Bach.
Bach spotted, will be killed. First chop of the game for DM. And with that, we're approaching close to this Tormentor / Roshan timing that we're used to seeing for teams that have, you know, 4 or 5k lead. This is a 9k. This is a dominating.
Oh yeah, it's a lot. This could be a turn kill though. They've got a smoke.
Yep, Saksa spotted, so they will get a trade of sorts.
And also, Shiro did get to complete his Shadow Blade, which is very good. Like, this item is a game changer. You know, it's not just a farming item. You will apply more pressure on the map. Maybe you can get a pick off here or there on the map. You also have Moonlight Shadow.
DM spots Shiro, gets off the call. As Chira in the area, but not going to fully connect. But this does force a couple of TPs out for Vici Gaming. And a Moonlight Shadow, in fact. But Yandex seem to be relatively aware of this, so they will kind of split the uprights and just get out.
You can see that Watson was drawing on the map. I think they understood, you know, when this blink call comes out, that was only to poke. DM never meant for any like real play to happen, so you know that there's some kind of reaction that Vici are probably looking to capitalize on. I like this build from Y. Not that often that we see like a Soul Rip Max into a Holy Locket, so just trying to keep, you know, the first guy alive when the Axe Call comes out. Of course, in other games, maybe you could try to get the same thing with the Shard. I think, you know, there's like 2 different ways to go about it, but he's got a Medallion, he's got a Max Soul Rip with the Holy Locket that he can then try to save the people that get gone on first. Kind of like this idea.
It's funny that we're seeing this Tombstone shard come out early for every single Undying when it was ignored for so long. After the nerfs, like 2 years ago, I want to say.
It did have a bigger drawback, I think, back in the day. First of all, if it got killed with you in it, I think the stun was 4 seconds as opposed to 2. And I think you also couldn't, it took way longer for you to be able to exit.
Yeah, there was a little threshold window.
Yeah, so they recalibrated that one, because that shard used to be a meme. And at this point, it's actually pretty good.
Well, it used to be better, though. The grab ally days?
I think this one is better. I prefer this one. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, here could be the Shadow Blade.
Yeah, oh, he gets spotted,
in a bad one, bad way.
Kez is there to help clean up, but the nice avalanche going to cancel the Raptor dance, but Shiro is certainly dead anyway. So looking for a free kill, ends up being the free kill.
Yeah, they've got a lot of protection and vision down here, right? First an Observer, then also a Sentry, so they do spot Shiro. Which is why it's important that you plaster your map with those sentries when you play against these Invis heroes.
At what point do you think they're going to start thinking about Roche and Tormentor?
Honestly, quite soon. Like, they could even do it. I think the Roche, maybe not yet. I wouldn't mind if they wait for like another item timing. Maybe kill a hero on the map first.
XM. Oh,
that's an Orchid
being revealed from Saksa into the call, into the Echo Slash, and into the kill. Beautifully executed by Yandex. But Chira Jr. getting gone on top lane, so a nice response from Vici Gaming. As Malady is looking for a potential curse. He's going to get doomed instead, but now Bach is going to get called up with Watson. The Chicken Man just right-clicking to his heart's content. The Orchid onto the Mirana. They're going to get several kills now. As the Mirana drops on the other side, as Y looks to be next, and the TP out successful from the Axe. So in the end, a 4-for-2 favor Yandex.
Quick turn play there by Yandex, right, to be able to TP up top, because initially that looked good, like trading your Ember for the Monkey King at this point. You should take that one.
14 charges already? What?
I mean, they're getting so many kills, like, on this entire map. Like, Watson has been in most of the plays that we've seen. As this was, of course, a pretty nice Orchid reveal. And I like that Vici, you know, they're not responding to mid. Instead, they were getting kills top, but after this monkey kill, you gotta call it quits. It is honestly time to just GTFO and call it. Don't look for any more.
Well, they did call it, but DM was the one doing the calling.
He did, which is a problem.
Yandex in full control of this game, number one. Again, this is a third place decider. You have club championship points and extra money on the line. Everybody likes a little extra money.
80k bucks, definitely nothing to ignore. It is annoying, like obviously when you go out of the tournament, you're like, okay, it sucks, we can't really go any further. But the moment someone reminds you that there is actually stuff to play for, and obviously, you know, you want to do good, you want to show what's up, you want to still place higher and also do well and like prepare for TI. And then you kind of get grounded and you're like, okay, bro, you're right, let's play it.
Sounds like you've had that conversation before.
People, you have this conversation like every team. It happens all the time.
Our first Tormentor finally being taken from Yandex. Shard will go to one of the supports.
Yeah, Saksa's kind of waiting. Had it queued up. He's like, I'll just wait.
All right. Well, you got the old growth now at it. Curse of the old growth.
It's quite nice. Like also just being able to spot people. You did a lot of 8 damage. And I just overall like what they've done with Nature's Prophet. Like a few patches ago, they just made his innate a lot better. You don't need your Treants to be around you to take more damage. They also don't need to be around each other, which means Treants deal more damage, you deal more damage. And just better pushing, better network, better farming. I've always loved this hero.
He seems to be in a pretty good spot, actually.
Yeah.
I feel like normally he's either completely ignored in the meta or he's just the best hero in the game. And now he's picked, I wouldn't say even consistently, he's picked every now and then, and he's played both support and core. It's like the perfect spot.
Like, we've seen very good performances from carry, right? Both Satanic and I think Watson especially have looked incredible.
Yeah.
And you just have Giga Network, and the hero just... It's one of those moments where you can definitely see if you have high network, you can make up for other things. Hero also has crazy stat gain.
Yeah, next with the smoke.
Have to
looking
be
for a pick-off into Roche in all likelihood. Damage rune for Chira. Oh, XM.
Uh-oh.
XM looking for the call here. There it is. Into the Wukongs, into the Boundless, and another chop for the road for Yandex, and they're just going to go... Well, thought they were just going to go straight to the pit, but maybe they stick around and get some wards.
They'll just wait for it as it's going to hit the 25-minute mark, right? Roche is going to go for a little stroll.
True.
Over towards the bottom half of the map. Saksa looking for some aggressive move down here. maybe looking to find the Tiny.
And they don't really have a crazy lineup to try to contest Roshan Vici. You do have the Remnants to be a bit annoying. Tombstone's always good. It's just getting spotted. So Vici taking advantage of kind of, I want to say, cockiness from Yandex, just sticking around in this area.
Yeah, that's a very nice pickoff, right? And this is why also, especially in the mid game, like doesn't matter if you're ahead or behind, planting proper observer wards is so important. They spot the M there, is even here. CJ, very aggressive.
Oh yeah. Shinkyu is spotted. Chira.
They kind of need Watson to be around.
Opening, they get the Boundless Strike with the Arctic Burn. Not going to be enough though. Has the leap. Has the Greaves.
Because you can see, like, if you look at the two ways that the teams are warding, like Vici's wards are just like in the jungles, on high grounds, look at someone if they're split up farming, and you can tell for Yandex it's more like the gates. They need to see where are they splitting. Are they going through the gate with like this tiny Shadow Blade, the Moonlight Shadow? Where do they want to pick us off? So while it's very, very different, it's very accurate for what the two teams need to kind of play for.
Have we ever seen in a pro game, I'm going to hold that thought, Chira pounding Saksa, has the vision though, and that's going to make him back away actually. We can see in the vision, he definitely would have gotten that kill.
Oh yeah. No, that was a nice play, right? Essence Distiller on the ground, you get the vision, you get to Orchid and force away there by Saksa.
Do you remember the thing from Dota 1, the video where the guy was pretending to be
an ogre?
The ogre? Have we seen that with Monkey King Roche?
I've definitely seen it in like camps with...
Oh, nice curse onto 3 heroes. Marana looks to be dead. The Boundless Strike keeps him in place. And inside the Tombstone, the Undying goes. It's only a matter of time before they clean him up as well. Soul Rip doing quite a bit to stay alive, but not nearly enough. Back up and running though, but again, a 2 for Nada.
No, that's just a quick double. This is why wards win games and why Monkey King and Wyvern work so well together. Easy setups for one another. You can drop the Wukongs on top. You can stack up some Jingu charges as well.
Essence Distiller onto Shiro. At the vision, have to pop that BKB in retreat. Does have TP. We'll go into the Shadow Blade though. Looks to be fine.
Still good pressure, getting him out of there. In the meantime, you're taking Roche and you got one of his early BKB charges here down from Shiro. It's definitely all Yandex here.
How much can they get out of this first Aegis?
Honestly, everything. I think even without this Aegis, the whole map kind of belongs to them. So if they get any kills, I think within this Aegis, unless Vici find a really good defensive play, they should lose most of their tier 2 towers here. DM starting this fight.
Amp wide, chasing a bit, and destroyed.
Okay.
Let's look at those Deso charges for both respective heroes. 18 for the Kez, 10 for the Monkey King.
Yep, they're both pretty damn happy with those. Well, it is another one of those games where you can tell that one team just really isn't pressured that much, right? Especially Watson, 6-0 and 8 on the Kez, from a free lane into a free transition into this early game. Queuing up a Daedalus, he's got the Shift, he's got Aegis, he's got Aghanims. I don't know if he could ask for anything more, really.
There's XM. Oh, he's trying to TP out, but they find him, and another death to his name. That is number 5 for XM. Feels like Yandex just getting every single thing that they want.
Well, everything kind of belongs to them. They have the gem. We've been seeing this a lot more, especially in this tournament, right here at EWC, where you get this 20-minute gem, you have the lead, DM with a good starting call onto Shiro again.
Shiro does have BKB, will have to use it again to try to get away. Still getting pounded by Watson as Bach in the I was gonna say wrong place, wrong time. He gets off the Doom, might turn into a kill. And still a big ultimate to be used on a support, looking for the deny, but Bach will claim him in the end.
It was a good try, but still a good kill. At this point, you take any kill if you're Vici. And doing the Winter Wyvern, honestly, it's not that bad. Sure, I understand, oh, now they don't have Doom, they're gonna lose some towers. They're down so much, you're gonna lose some towers anyway. Like, take some of these kills, try to get a little bit of golden XP your way, keep delaying the game, because that's what you're gonna do anyway. And for Yandex, the complete opposite. They wanna play on full aggression. Might catch Bach here, no BKB.
Yeah,
he's gone. That's a free choppity chop chop.
If he can get it off, indeed he does. DM gonna get gone on by Shiro though, who's gonna try to turn it around on Tekez instead. Has the Undying putting himself in the Tombstone again. The arrow being dodged from Watson, trying to stay alive with this Aegis, but he'll have to consume it. As Chira Jr. gonna come in, Can't do much with this tombstone, so we'll have to swiftly kill that. So Aegis is down.
Yeah, I
actually don't have Doom.
This probably feels okay. Like, by the time you have the next Doom, then it's good, right, that the Aegis is gone. But until then, you're definitely going to continue. You have to give up the map. You can't really do too much here if you're Vici. But now that there is no Aegis, they could find a defense with the next Doom if they can find an okay jump onto Watson. You need to take this bird out of the game. I don't care about the rest. If you don't kill this guy, he will kill all of you.
And Fortification takes care of the wave here. And yeah, Yandex just gonna reset completely. And I wonder if they're just gonna continue to push, or if they just continue to just starve out the map and wait for the next Roche, because the next Roche is a ways away.
I mean, it's far away, so you're definitely not talking too much about Roche as opposed to what you're saying is it's far away. We have a good map lead. Let's keep it that way, right? You have the gem, you have outpost control, you have insane tower lead as well when it comes to what you have on the map and what they have on the map. And the only thing that Yandex kind of need to keep in mind is, okay, the play for Vici is they need to come out of a Shadow Blade or a Moonlight Shadow and try to doom one of our cores. That's why I also really like their itemization. You have both supports with Force Staffs. You know that they have to play off of Chain's Arrow, Avalanche Arrow, or Doom and run you down. So Force Staff fully can counter this if heroes are in the area.
And Doom is back online, and so with that, a smoke from Vici, but we can see on the minimap, Yandex not really close by at all at the moment.
That's just a tough one to catch, right? And they don't mind scaling that much, like if you're Yandex. Of course, Vici are happy if the game, you know, slows down a bit. You get a couple more items. You have Doom, who's very good, like Jinkyu as well. We know what he can do. Greedy Enchantment, you know, he's got the Partisan. He's going Aghanim. So, and we've seen Mirana scaling, so it's not a problem at all. Again, good macro play from Yandex, nice map control and good scan. They know that they're in the area.
And they find a Monkey King. Arrow's not going to hit because of the BKB. They're going to try to turn this around to Shiro instead. Gets Balance Struck as there's the DM initiation. Doom coming out onto the Kez. Beautifully done from Faith Beyond. But the Wukong's command onto 3 heroes with the curse as well. Wise the first to tumble. The chop on top of Bach. Already 2 dead for Vici Gaming. Shiro trying to get some consolation prize. He'll do so onto the Axe, but it's going to be likely at his peril. He gets brought back with that harpoon, as Shiro harpoons himself to the other side, but it's not far away enough. And with that, this is likely to be a full team wipe, as that's 4 dead for Vici, and make it, well,
yeah, make it 5.
Beautiful fight from Yandex. Despite not having the Aegis, they lose a singular hero, and now the buildings will melt.
You can just see all the Force Staffs come in, right? Force Staffs loaded on Watson, who gets doomed early on. Sure, he doesn't deal a lot of damage, but he just gets to TP out, and then, you know, doesn't matter. CJ comes in, does all the work, even Saksa with 4k damage on the Nature's Prophet, as he's kind of he's a pretty big core in this game.
Yeah, it was a good Doom.
He's second network on post 4 Natures.
It was a good Doom target from Faith Beyond, but he was kind of isolated from the rest of his team, who were kind of stuck in that Wukong's command. There were just 3 members on the low ground that could never get back into the actual fight. So this is minimum 2 lanes. The tier 2 still up at top, so they still have time to go push that tier 2 at the very least.
There's probably the only way for Vici is you need to full commit on the Watson Kez. So they were poking CJ, like trying to get some stuff out of him. Yeah, I think they can kill this through backdoor and then just keep going.
They will do so.
We get a pike on Malady, maybe forgetting that he's a support, not a core. It's usually the core Winter Wyvern build.
Interesting.
But maybe at this point, can kind of buy whatever you want.
Yeah, I think so. And now that they're relatively close to Roche, they probably wait for that and then just finish the game, put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, I think you can just play a map where you force them to like run more so into you. I mean, you can see it here. Like, they do get the Doom out in the back, but both the Wukongs and the Curse just kind of separating the fight like in such a like annoying manner for Vici. And it's just not that much damage. Like, if Shiro doesn't get to hit, you need some right-click damage still into the Kez. Because Doom, sure, it's a lot of damage, but it's not enough.
Yeah, good attempt from Vici. I think this was their last-ditch effort, in all honesty. Yandex is going to have to screw up really bad for Vici to get back in this game, as Watson will claim Bach. 70 seconds. That's a lot of time. 30k lead for Yandex. It's game number 1, a Stomperoo. We're the masters of these, huh?
We somehow keep doing it. I don't know if this is good or bad. I mean, for the teams, I guess, for one of them, it's horrible, and for one of them, it's great. Don't think I ever remember working a tournament where every series is a 2-0.
Well, it's not a 2-0 yet.
That is true. That's Saksa. I like this.
Vision. The call is there. Shiro already dead. No
much damage.
They will likely call it here relatively shortly, and there it is. GG's as game 1 of this best of 3 goes to Yandex, and it was not close.
No, I feel like you can tell that they learned quite a lot from yesterday. Like, not just in the hero picks, but also overall. Like, even in those games against P-Vision, right? They look good. I think they had, like, they just kept it together a lot more. VG seemed to struggle a bit. I think what you could change for the next game is make it a bit easier to fight into what Yandex have going. You know, we know all the CIS teams, they lane very well, but they also use this early advantage. If you don't have a way to hold your ground, fight the early Wisdom Shrine, or fight the second one, or have mid-game team fighting, it is so difficult to play Dota in this meta.
It feels like Yandex plays this very methodical style. They're, again, a lot of these European teams, they win the laning stage and they just never give up the lead. It's just like this ever-trickling flow of net worth going in their pockets. And Extreme, they pick a really slow lineup, so if you get off to a bad start, VG Gaming rather, if they get off to this slow start, it feels like they never actually recover.
It's just the macro movement and like overall play from a lot of players, I think it's very good. It's not that easy to squeeze in plays on Yandex, and it is also something you have to commend them for, right? Like, even when you're smoking out, when you're Moonlight Shadowing, it's a 1-for-1 trade, or they even get the better. But yeah, if I'm Vici, I would be looking to make it more easy, make it more simple. XM needs to make all the moves, but he's against Monkey King. You can play like that, make it easier, make other people also be the playmakers, so you can sync up more nicely, because Yandex, they just seem to be better.
Yeah, they've been way better, at least in this game number 1. And yesterday, Vici did not turn up either. I feel like, what's the difference between what they were doing earlier in the tournament and what we've been seeing the last couple of days? Because these have not been close.
To me, they seem a little bit slower. I think also that, especially, not to throw any shade, I think Faithbjorn had insane games in the series that they won. And I think right now, there's a lot of shutdown happening on him, right? Early Monkey King rotations onto his lane. Yeah. He's a Night Stalker losing his lane. He's a Doom losing his lane. And the offlane is a very critical part of all of these lineups. And he's a very critical player to this team.
See DM licking his lips in joy for this game number 1.
He's focused and in the zone. I mean, yesterday, he should be a little bit angry. You know, yesterday what I saw, P-Vision, after they won the game, Dookie Duke didn't give him the handshake. I would be a bit pissed. I want to stomp everyone from now.
That's right. Well, this was certainly a stomp. Let's go to the panel so they can try to wrap this one up.
Thank you, Suns fan and Kezu. Great cast on that one, boys. Not necessarily a great game. What we were expecting, maybe 2 teams on the path to redemption, 1 team clearly out in front. It's going to be up to this next one for Vici to turn it around. My name is Rain Day. I'm hosting this desk alongside 2 gentlemen who know what they're talking about, BSJ and Lacoste. And yes, we do have the same stylist. I have to keep saying it every time we come on. Great choice, by the way. Maroon looks good on both of you.
It's a great choice for you as well.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. You as well, Dominic.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You too. Not coordinated.
You can't make it up. Sheaver's wearing maroon too. You'll see in just a second. Not to give it away, but you'll see. It's just the color of the day, Brian.
Clearly, the color of perhaps blood on occasion for Vici Gaming here in game
Possibly.
1. I mean, there were a lot of concerns I had with that draft from Vici Gaming. I think a lot of it was down to tempo, Nature's Prophet with the split push, as well as the pressure that he applies early and like global. And I think Yandex, they learned that lesson the hard way yesterday against P-Vision, prioritizing just general map mobility, having more heroes at one place at once. And it felt like they almost always had them outnumbered, especially in the early game. And that's just a hard place to fight from, where your main source of tempo on your side, the Ember Spirit, is against a counter matchup, and that's just a position I wouldn't want any team to be in, let alone against Team Yandex.
Yeah, a lot of the times against these Eastern European teams, you can't allow yourself to lose 3 lanes. The way this game starts is they give away first blood, tiny dies. They already on paper have like 3 losing lanes. Maybe the bottom lane can draw, but other than that, it feels like they're not going to be able to punch back. It's a super greedy draft, and I think against a team like Yandex, you can't really allow yourself to just go and farm for 20 minutes. Your Doom is also getting Radiance as his item. Sure, he's getting the value against Monkey King, against Kez, the mischance is nice, the damage, of course, but I feel like you can't draft like this against these super speedy teams.
Can you take much from this game then, because both of you mentioned tempo being a big issue for Vici? You also, I mean, from the very beginning of looking at their draft, you were hesitant to say very slightly, like, I'm not sure what they're going to do here. Kezu asked, they need more mid-fight possibility abilities, even if they bring a draft this well. They need to be able to have an answer. Could we see what VG can bring there, or did the draft kind of doom them from the start?
I don't think they do. I think the support duo is very weak playing. Yeah, we talk a lot about the position 4 and 5 playing with the mid laners, because this is going to be like in the first between 5 and 15 minutes, this is going to be the pairing kind of. Yeah. And this time around, it really isn't that much synergy other than, of course, Arrow with the chains, which is nice, but you're also playing in a very difficult matchup for you. And Undying is not a hero that likes to rotate. Like, we've seen some good stuff from Undying with the Holy Locket, with the Maxed Soul Rip, trying to prolong these fights, but it's not enough, because every single time you play against these global lineups as well, they're going to be bringing in heat. They're going to be bringing extra numbers in every single engagement. That's why Malady talked about it in an interview. That's why we're seeing like Dawnbreaker last picked when this hero is really good, especially with these lower damage lineups. There really isn't much to offer in these mid-game fights, because your damage is a little bit slow. It's damage over time from Ember, from Doom, and how many times we've seen Winter Wyvern just completely resetting the fight.
Yeah, I mean, he literally had to doom Winter Wyvern like 3 or 4 times because of how effective she was for a support. Yeah. You know, I think I mentioned the preemptive counter picks that the two teams in the finals are utilizing throughout the playoffs, and I feel like this Nature's Prophet has served as a block pick as well to a lot of, like, historically, Nature's Prophet support was one of the few heroes in the game that can actually trade with Undying in lane. That's pretty much the entire power of Undying as a 5, is he's meant to win you your lane, but when the enemy 4 who's already been picked, that is a flex, so you don't even know if it's a 4, already deals with one of the most powerful portions of the hero's game. This is just kind of the example where now the first start is we start the tournament with what are the best heroes in the meta. The next step is what are the heroes that are good against the heroes in the meta. The next step is what heroes are good in this meta and they block pick other heroes in this meta, and that's where we're at right now. And I think that Yandex just seems a step ahead. Even just opening Nature's Prophet, I think, says such a statement of what they learned yesterday. Yeah. And I don't think Vici Gaming got the same lesson, it looks like, so far.
Yeah, they were hurt by globals, right? But
yep, most definitely. And I don't even know if this Nature's Prophet was support in this game, because in the mid game he was ahead of Ember Spirit, he was ahead of Monkey King as well, and then when the game was about to end, he was pretty much second on the network. He got the shard and he continued to farm up, also itemizing for the Orchid, getting that early Orchid, getting the value immediately, getting the kill on Ember Spirit, and they always scale. Like, they scale from position 5, like Yatro talked about it in his exit interview about them having a better scaling lineup, where Undying still scales with this Blade Mail Heart build that he did go for this time around. It was Saksa who opted to go for a more scaling build, and it feels like in these type of games you're just going to be getting way too much value out of it. And also forcing Ember Spirit, like you see this early Orchid. Ember Spirit, of course, he's playing the losing matchup in the mid lane, and then he's forced to buy an item that he doesn't want to buy, so he buys a Yule Scepter to try to remove that Orchid, and it just feels lackluster in a lot of these situations where, again, you don't have enough damage or itemizing to, like, very defensively, which you kind of need to, but this is what the other picks on the other side are forcing you to do.
Yeah, too much to do, too little time, for sure, when it came to that matchup as well. CJ gets another Monkey King win. That's his second playing that hero, so something good for Yandex that they're figuring out. One more game, they'll close the set out. But Brian, you were looking at some clips heading into this one. I want you to break down what you saw.
Yeah, so we talked about the dynamic of the pace of the game. We talked about the dynamic of playing the map. I want to show this because this is one facet of Undying, and this is Vici basically getting the one fight. Like, they're getting the initiation. They're taking the fight to Yandex. This is exactly what their lineup's been waiting for. And I want you to see the ways that Undying gets countered. First and foremost is when you lay that tombstone, there needs to be some way to actually reliably kill it. They're going to Winter's Curse the Undying, which is going to free up the time for the Monkey King to just kill the tombstone, and then the Wukong's on top of that is another, like, territorial spell, which is going to cause the rest of Vici to not confidently commit to this and instead retreat. And when you're retreating against Axe, against Monkey King, against, like, Kez isn't even in this play, but against these, like, high mobility lineups, that's just never going to go well for you. Monkey King will always catch you. You feel like you're on the back foot. And when you have a hero like Undying that's meant to literally get on top of you, force you to run away, you don't win that fight, and then you have a way to completely negate that, it's like, at that point, I know they have the lead, but if you can conceptually counter a hero like this, then I just don't see how, like, Vici Gaming's really, it's going to be tough for them to make plays.
Fox said that getting to this position, there was intentional learning that he wanted to do in the survival stage. He wanted to get to the survival stage so they could kind of play this gauntlet and learn about this team heading into TI, which they will be at. But what do you take away from this, Brian? If you are on the side of Vici, what can you learn from this loss? It was bad. You weren't really in it, but what can you glean to move into game 2?
to move into game 2 is a tough one because, you know, you only have about 15, 20 minutes to come up with that. For me, like, I know we talk about the draft a lot. I think there is gameplay that related in the game itself, but for example, you picked Tiny as a response to Nature's Prophet. I think they picked Undying afterwards because Tiny's pretty bad against Undying. And Undying Treant, Nature's Prophet's a really strong lane. So you're like, we have to take it from them, but then it's bad against Nature's Prophet. And then you're like, I guess we can't give them Nature's Prophet, like, because the way we envisioned our draft going, it just doesn't work. So it's like something that you can only really see in hindsight after it plays out, if you weren't prepared for it. And so I think at least removing the Nature's Prophet would be like the #1 adjustment I would make going into game 2.
Now, if you have to add to that, I'm happy to hear it. But if you're looking at Yandex's side, I was going to get your opinion, Lacoste, on what they take away from this, because they clearly had an issue yesterday. They're kind of suffering the sting of not being in finals. They're a team we know could have been in finals, and it seems like they've made some good adjustments here in game 1. Is it more of the same for game 2?
Yeah, I feel like they, like, because you only play one series a day, like, throughout the whole tournament pretty much. So this is the team that can definitely, like, they had a smooth sailing through the up until a point where they met P-Vision, and their ideas, they were working. They got slightly shut down earlier, and this is the team that definitely learned from the mistakes, and we are definitely seeing it today. And coming into the second game, I think it's gonna be the same thing. I do think they have the upper hand in the drafting, because you are seeing kind of these bait picks that are coming out where they set up like, let's say a perfect game for Doom. You're like, oh yeah, man, it's such a good Doom game because you're playing against Fiverr and you're playing against this 23 Kez, and then you end up with a draft that doesn't really do much. Like, it's kind of falls apart 10, 15 minutes into the game. And also, I think people need to put slightly more respect onto potential counters for Ember Spirit in the mid lane, because we've seen this year, like, even being first phased and still winning the game, because some teams, they don't want to be picking the counters. And we do see some of these more experienced teams, they're like, you know what, we're going to be bringing some blast from the past, picking up this Monkey King like they did yesterday, like they did today, and it looked good in both of these games.
Is Hero Pool playing a little bit of a factor here? Do you feel that that's the case? I mean, you have so much experience on the side of Bach and Xingqiu and this roster and Vici. I mean, obviously you would imagine that they've seen it all, done it all. But what do you think is kind of coming down to maybe the hesitancy there to have some of those picks?
So I feel like Vici has had some really creative ideas for specific problems in the meta. Like I mentioned, like the 3 phases of meta heroes, then what's good against meta, then what's good against blocking, picking these others. I feel like they're kind of on phase 2. Like they've done a great job of that, and I think that's why they strategically were able to surprise teams like Team Falcons and make it this far in the tournament. And I don't have experience as a coach of how you go from step 2 to step 3. I don't think it's a limitation of Hero Pool. I think a lot of times it's like, if you have a Monkey King, it's not just about can your player play Monkey King. It's like, does your team know the timings of Monkey King? Are they able to follow him into the jungle and enable him? Is he on the same page as you when he's playing this? And I think even though this is a team of veterans, they did finalize their roster only a few months ago with Xingqiu adding, even though some of them have history together. And there is a clear amount of cohesion that's coming from Team Yandex having played the entire season, most of the season together, other than DM.
And Bach had kind of admitted too, again, it's about kind of getting all these ideas that are great and experience, but having cohesion on what idea we want to try to execute.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what's happening right now.
On that. So there may be 2 people having more conversations. We'll see. But there's no doubt VG Gaming has had a fantastic run here into today's 3rd place match. And it might be having to do with Bach's newfound passion.
我曾是世界冠军，我已经赢下了所有能赢的荣誉。但是现在，我的内心在渴望着更遥远的东西。我曾试图挣脱这一切。
Oh, and I'm just reading here. Faith Beyond is retiring from competitive play.
但想要逃离并没那么容易。至少在过去是这样。直到我找到了自己新的天命，去重铸我的信仰，我的 faith。感觉打压。我的 的内心涌现出了太多的情绪。
Don't become like me. Be better. I play 20 pubs a day. You've got to get out.
I'm trying it, Sebastian. I just want to spread my wings. It took me a long time to realize, but I think I know who I really am now.
Yeah? Who's that then?
Well,
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half from blow the house down.
I am happy, but also a little bit dismayed to introduce another well-known member of this panel who happens to just have not gotten our styling memo this afternoon. We'll mix it up a little bit. Gorg, welcome to the desk. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. You guys look great also, yeah. Mine got lost in the laundry, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. I think that's what it was. They should have had it on time for you.
Too bad.
But we're excited you're going to join us for the draft, so it'll be fun. How's the stream been so far?
It's been great. I love the setup. There's a big crowd today. It's good energy here. I can feel it.
Hey, did you take a look at that first game? What were your thoughts coming out of just the dominant performance we saw from Yandex?
I mean, honestly, I was hoping to come into the day to have like a little bit of like France versus England yesterday, you know? Like,
yeah, man.
A lot of back and
You're
forth.
You're speaking my language.
Everybody loose and ready, but I feel like Yandex came in like professionals today.
Yeah.
Clinical performance. Didn't give much of a chance for Avicii to do anything.
And I'll ask this because I've talked to these guys already and the draft's coming, so I'll have plenty of time to go back and forth, but did you feel that Yandex came in with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, a little bit of we should have been in that final, we should have played better? Definitely. And that's why they're showing up.
Definitely. I think the knife cuts both ways here. Either if they have the mentality, we should have been in the final, this could defeat them.
Yes.
Or it could motivate them to actually show what they got. And I think they came in with the right mentality today.
It's exciting stuff to see. Obviously, the draft's starting to take away, guys. So it's a big game. Vici Gaming going out if they can't solve it here, Brian.
Yeah, like they did make the adjustment. I wasn't sure if they recognize or if they agreed with me that that was the problem in draft 1, which was the Nature's Prophet as well as the Invoker. It's funny because for me, I would not have made this connection until I don't know if Malady realized how much insight he gave in that pregame interview, because he doesn't always say very much, but he literally said P-Vision used global heroes better than we did, and then I'm like, Invoker has been very popular. Nature's Prophet's been sprouting in popularity, and now we're seeing Lone Druid, a hero that was usually banned throughout the course of the tournament, getting picked up, but I think Yandex was the team that beat it. Yes, in the group stage, they allowed it through 4 games in a row, and they beat it all 4 times, so they're very comfortable. They either go for like the Underlord or the Enigma, yeah, both of which are in the pool.
Yeah, they attempted this very answer against P-Vision yesterday as well. They've tried this Enigma historically against Lone Druid. I just don't really understand the counter. As far as I had it explained to me, I had Bulba on. He said that you basically just survive the lane and try to pressure the hero through post 5 rotations through the gate, and just try to bully the hero as much as you can the first 10 minutes.
I want to see if they're going to be putting respect onto Winter Wyvern, because this was the lane that they lost to, where DM didn't really get too much out of that lane. It's like pretty much anything paired up with Lone Druid just going to feel almost impossible to play against, whether this is some Treant Protector, Lich, Winter Wyvern. So I want to see what the approach is going to be, and because we are in the meta where offlaners are not really getting too much out of the lane, people have trying to tier craft. That's one of the reasons why I've seen like some of these creep skippers, like Centaurs, of course, Axe, and some of these heroes that can pull the lane back like Enigma can.
That's an interesting hero. You mentioned Centaur. That's ignored now, and it was banned many games in a row, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, so we saw Enigma yesterday not
beat the Lone Druid, but you mentioned the Wyvern being a factor. I also wonder, because I think Enigma traditionally pairs better with the melee fours, the ones that want to be more active in playmaking, because this hero is relatively chill and passive in his lane, and he needs somebody to bring the fight so that he can follow them in. And yesterday they had already picked a Keeper of the Light in the draft, so you have like a Coddle Enigma. Yeah, I can like push the wave and pressure that way, but Lone Druid sustains very well, doesn't really mind that sort of thing. If I were to see like a Tusk or like a Spear Breaker or Clockwork or something, I think that might be a better, you know, formula for success against Lone Druid, but I'm curious what their adjustments are. Will they ban the Wyvern like you guys mentioned? We'll have to see.
I mean, if they want to pick it, they could potentially pick it. I'd be okay, because it's a setup for the Black Hole. It's one of the better heroes against Lone Druid as well, because he's all about the physical damage, except for Mjolnir procs, of course.
Gorg, what do you think is most important here if you are on the side of Vici? Because I want to talk about what could even make this a comeback. Who has to feel comfortable? Who do you have to kind of prioritize getting into the right spot?
The XM is my star player of this team. I need him to overperform. It's sad that he gets his Lina taken out, but he must have another ace up his pocket. I hope so. I don't know where Yandex are thinking so much, because that's what I'm thinking about now. They're banning Timber. I was expecting them to ban Centaur. So now Vici potentially is going to get Centaur and Loner, a very dangerous combination. But they have something planned for it, I'm sure.
Lacoste, do you agree? I mean, I keep mentioning this combo just because it's a team that we've seen. XM getting comfortable. Is that important for Vici at this point?
Absolutely. This is the dude that gets his ideas from TikTok, watching these shorts, and this is where the mid Lina with Dagon came from. But also, it's very important, jokes aside, because the games that they've been winning against one dub against Falcons, he did have the winning matchup. Playing Lina, playing Slark, playing all of these lane dominators, playing Earthshaker against some melee matchups as well. So definitely you want to be giving this guy winning matchup, because he's been known to dominate them with his snipers, with his Vipers, all of these nasty things that he can bring out to the mid lane.
Yeah, there's the most aggressive pos 4 pick pretty much, the Hoodwink, and I'm expecting also to have it paired with the pos 5 for Yandex is going to be able to rotate on this Lone Druid and punish him, because later in the game, honestly, these two heroes don't interact that well with the bear. A lot of pressure going to come out from Yandex through this Enigma pick. That's how DM plays it. I've seen DM play 40-minute games and he missed every single black hole, but he still wins because he plays in a certain way that where he plays around pressure on the map with Eidolons and auras and such.
Yeah, over the years, they've given this hero like a shard that spawns new Eidolons on creeps, so they've given him... He also become much more of like an aura buyer rather than just like a blink BKB. The identity of Enigma has changed a lot.
Yeah. Where do you see him, Brian, so far?
I would say that I was really curious because Gork mentioned the Timber ban as opposed to the Centaur Warrunner ban. I was like, why would they ban this? And I know that Enigma and Hoodwink, nothing feels... These are heroes that defend themselves as well as be aggressive with their spells, but they really defend like their threat of spells. The last thing they want is a hero that throws himself in front of you and then says, I don't care if you cast all your spells on me.
Yeah.
And so I can see how Centaur is good at that too, but now I'm like, why Timber? And I think Timber is the ultimate best hero for that. And I think yesterday they did just get ran at. They picked like a Phantom Lancer for Watson on the carry role after the Enigma, and I think they're kind of trying to avoid the map collapse that we saw yesterday.
Earth Spirit, Crystal Maiden coming in. How do we feel about that?
I saw that reaction from Lacoste. So
yeah, I don't think I've seen a single Crystal Maiden this event. I also am wondering what's the idea behind it.
It's all about letting loose, I think. You know,
yeah,
they're trying to
that 4-6, huh?
Let it go.
Score a lot of goals. Just finish this thing up. Have some fun.
Let Mbappe shine a little bit.
Yeah. That's absolutely true.
Yeah, to beat a better team, I think you always have to experiment a little bit. You can't just go back to the same thing you've been doing the whole time. Yandex is prepared for this. Puppy's very good about that in drafting. He always sets these traps where he makes you play something you're uncomfortable with by letting through way too many heroes. Oh, Wyvern Tiny, okay.
Tiny on Shiro last game actually did okay on the Tiny, but couldn't put it together as a team. Got a lot of isolated picks, and then they would... 3 of them fall right after that.
Wyvern is just great against the bear the whole game. Basically, now that they changed the slow, the Arctic burn on him, you can just hunt this bear around, and he gets very slowed. Teammates have time to connect, and you can gank it when it's trying to split push.
So is this Earth Spirit mid? Is this XM?
Yeah, most likely. I mean, we've seen people run it post 4 too, so I'm not going to jump to conclusions yet. But most likely, yeah, it's XM. It's a great hero for him if he snowballs the lane here. We don't know what his pairing is yet mid. It could be the Tiny, but most likely they're going to pick another mid on Yandex after. So this 18 pick is the most important pick. I think this is going to define the game.
I mean, I'm a little surprised that it's still Centaur in the pool without getting touched. Beastmaster can work as well. Like, it's not an easy pick because you're going to be like, you have a lot of things to cover here. On 18, you are playing against Tiny, you're playing against Break Mechanic, double BKB piercing ability, physical damage reduction from Wyvern.
Yeah, this is where the Timber ban starts making sense, right?
Yes.
Like, I feel like, what do you pick into Tiny Wyvern? That's not an easy lane to deal with.
I'm wondering if they go for something like Underlord, the global presence, the control in fights. I was thinking more on the utility
Largo.
side because all the initiators felt really awful. I wasn't really thinking Largo. How do we? Because he's kind of a farm-heavy hero in the early game as well. I feel like they're kind of both games. They have so far 5 cores that just want to farm for the first 15 minutes of the game.
Does this solve something that they were missing though in terms of fighting with the Largo? Initiation, escape. Does this do enough for you?
Not really, I
Not
guess.
yet.
Like, I mean, it's interesting because in the past, Dispels used to be insanely good against Wyvern because you would just, she puts the Arctic Burn on you, which is a lot of damage over time in lane, and you would just remove it. But now you can reapply it.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what the vision of this lane is. If they pick like a very aggressive position 4 with it, there's a chance you could maybe catch Wyvern out of position with the lick, but what are you seeing, Gork?
I think it's the playing around XM theory. I think they're playing for the Largo buff on the Earth Spirit and hoping he takes
From the third spell, like the spell amp buff?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think Largo, people have a misconception about the hero because the Aghanim used to be so broken. He's more about the third spell now to have something to amp. Earth Spirit's great. And about the lick later on, you basically use it as a save in the dispel. I would say this game, there's not a lot to dispel, but like you said, the Arctic Burn, you can still save from Maledict and Bushwhack. It's not too bad, but yeah, they're playing around XM with this, I feel like.
Does it remove Bushwhack when you lick somebody? Like, does it pull them away from the tree?
I think so, yes.
Well, that's pretty good. I mean, that's honestly pretty good. Because that's like their main setup for the main early, because the Tiny won't come online until later.
Because
the Zeus ban was a heads-up play, so they do expect this Earth Spirit to potentially be post 4. Or maybe they're thinking the Xingqiu post 4 Zeus, which did cheese that one game.
Yeah, he definitely did.
Yeah.
That's like a ban where I feel like you watch that game and you say, I just don't want to be a part of that
No.
game.
No way.
Is it as much are you afraid of it, or is it more like, that's not the type of Dota we want to be playing today?
A lot of options here. Largo picked last. Kez gotten rid of a little earlier as well. That was a problem last game. Vici trying to make amends and also trying to set themselves up for success in what could be their final game before they go home.
Yeah.
Interesting Rubik ban from them, seeing that there's so many good spells to steal in this game, like big ultis, Wyvern ulti, Black Hole, even Avalanche early on, like we've seen in this matchup. Tiny just having 1 point in Avalanche because it can be pretty difficult. This is like the cheapest, the best spell early on you can steal.
Mirana is still in the pool. Xingqiu could run it back. It's not a terrible Mirana game. Maybe he wants something else against Wyvern.
I'd lean more towards Willow, perhaps, like offering some damage through the Cold Embrace, and
that could be good too. I don't mind that.
I've seen the lick into the bramble. It sounds kind of memey. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
the Willow.
I think it's the best like aggression pairing if that's what they were going for.
You still have a bit of an issue here, I think, with you didn't really address BKB Black Hole with this lineup.
Yes.
It's a little bit iffy, I feel like, not having a BKB piercing cancel. But they can make it work through tempo, I think. It's very annoying when you put the brambles down in lane, you try to run away and you get licked right back into another one. It's
super
It's
annoying.
a combo for sure.
What about some Pango? Maybe Earthshaker coming out for Yandex. I feel like any AoE damage, and these two supports, they kind of don't have any escape mechanism. Like, I feel like if you just shut them down. Pango, like, we haven't seen him much in the group stage. The hero became more popular during the survival stage and the playoffs, still bringing in the old classic.
I like the Pango because you guys literally said there's no BKB piercing Black Hole cancel. What better than a hero that has a built-in BKB that disrupts the fights? I think, honestly, this is a game where you roll in and they just have to ignore you for 9 seconds.
I don't mind that pick. We can see they've been going pretty heavy on lane countering for Chira Jr. lately. So maybe they'll find, obviously the Monkey and the Slaughter were both banned. So there's the Shaker, the AoE damage, the lane counter. It fits all the criteria they need. I don't think they really address Laundry that much this game though. We'll see. If it goes late enough, I can see Vici having a chance still.
Game was over close to 35 minutes though. At about 24 minutes, it was a 10K lead. At about 32, it was 20K for Yandex. So trying to get the tempo problem solved.
This is the difference between what I think is the top 2, top 3 teams here. Once they get a lead, they hold on. They don't let go. And yeah, we'll see. The lanes can be kind of tough here.
Yeah, for sure. I think the two completely opposite drafts of what they want to do and what they're bringing to the table, where Yandex, they have insane amount of team fights. So I feel like Vici Gaming, they're never wanting to take a full team fight against Yandex. You have Shaker, Wyvern, and Black Hole on top of that compared to the other side. So I think they're going to be playing off of the Lone Druid Aghanim Scepter, try to get a pick-off, play with the Earth Spirit Willow, and try to get a pick-off and then play 4v5, because in 5v5, I don't think they can win.
Yeah, I think Vici has a much better chance with the draft they have this game. Like last game, I was just like, how do they ever make plays? Like conceptually, the enemy lineup also deals with their plays, and I feel like in this one, yes, they can't deal with the BKB Black Hole like Gorsh said, but if they manage to use the split push of the bear, create a bit of chaos in the map, I think Vici has playmaking potential. And when they've had that throughout this playoffs, they've definitely capitalized on it.
Tempo, mid-fight. Those are the things Vici needed to answer. Gork, because you're joined us here, we won't see you again. Did they answer it in your eyes, or is this going over after 2?
I think Yandex are too professional. We'll see. I have some hope for them. I don't want to give up on them.
Okay.
I'm a big believer in Yandex still on this one.
Well, hope and Vici Gaming go together. China's last hope as well. And Yandex looking for a little bit of revenge after yesterday's loss to P-Vision. Can they go 2-0 here and in their tournament run at EWC? Well, we'll find out in just a moment. Let's send it back over to our casters, Sunsvan and Kezu, for Game 2.
Thank you very much. Indeed, Game 2 is upon us. Vici Gaming versus Yandex, and it was a spanking in that game one. I don't think there's another adjective that can be used. Can they come back? Can they win with Lone Druid? Because typically speaking, we talk about Vici being too slow. Do you think, I mean, obviously Lone Druid is quite slow. What about the rest of their lineup?
Largo is somewhat slow, but they can this time pick up the pace, I think, with the rest, right? You have Dark Willow, you have Crystal Maiden, also Disarround XM on Earthspirit, which can be a very, very fast-paced hero in the early game. But most importantly, not just for what they have, I think Yandex's draft is way slower than last game. It's not some Monkey King and Keds that are gonna, you know, auto-win their lanes and then run you over. So while I do have a couple of question marks, you know, for instance, the CM with the Lone Druid, I think they will smash the Eidolons like level 1, 2, and 3. But later on, I think Eidolons are very strong against this lane. And if you have to use your spells all the time on Eidolons, and there's a Hoodwink on Saxa counterspelling it all the time because you don't have any defensive spells, could run into some trouble.
Yeah, DM, I mean, one of his best, if not his best hero in the Enigma. And we've talked about that hero, extreme late game. No other hero you want to go up against, that's for sure. But Earthshaker does feel like it's one of these hit or miss, I want to say, where very momentum based. So Yandex getting off to a good start, I think it's going to be pretty important. I mean, you could say the same thing for the Earth Spirit as well, though.
Yeah, that's why, like, what I'm going to be interested in is how does the post-laning stage go? Because Earthshaker, while he can be somewhat slow because he needs his blink, he is picked in a counter matchup, right? You will beat the Earth Spirit at least a little bit. But both Enigma and Shaker, if you can't really play through their lane, they're quite slow. So they could be in a scenario that Vici were actually in the last game where, you know, the Earth Spirit can run around with the Dark Willow, with the CM. You end up making a lot of pressure, like, overall on the map. So I do like Vici's chances a lot more in this game too.
And who's supposed to win this mid lane between the Earth Spirit and Earthshaker?
It's Shaker favorite by at least a bit, right? You always have the totem. It's also Shaker against a melee hero. Obviously, it's not as bad as like Monkey King against melee. So overall, you're just gonna rack up some denies. XM, he will get what he wants though. You know, he will still get a lot of CS, he will get the XP. So I think neither of them will care that much.
And how much pressure do you think the Lone Druid's gonna be in this game? Because we've seen not just Shiro, but many of the Lone Druid players just get off to such a bad start and never recover.
So we see the two mid laners, you know, going toe-to-toe, but of course, get a Fairy Fire on XM. But Lone Druid, he should be very fine early on. Then I think later it will depend a lot on some small support rotations. And if I'm Enigma Hoodwink against this lane, like once I get level 3 or at least level 5, I'm starting to eat this Radiant lane for breakfast. So if the early waves aren't that good for Vici, which currently they definitely are, you know, both the Entangling Claws plus the Nova will pretty much clear the Eidolons, at least in the early levels.
Yeah, Soxta giving some nice solo XP to DM. Yeah. He's now about to hit level 3. Not too far away.
Because if you find a way to get an early level 3 or they use their spells, suddenly, like when they run in to use their spells, you just go with a Bushwhack Malefice onto the CM, you've got a lot of pressure.
Yeah, but
Vici don't find a nice move.
Yeah, if Crystal Maiden is in the vicinity, it's going to be trouble for Soxta early on. One more right click will do it. Can they close the gap? The Malefice last proc enough to prevent that from coming to be. Almost the first blood there for Vici Gaming. As Mal is going to pop his Fairy Fire. Avalanche to buy him some space as well. So far, Vici Gaming being quite aggressive in a couple of, actually all 3 lanes, if you include mid.
And like the Largo as well, a hero we haven't talked about yet. I think Faith Beyond has looked quite good on the Largo. And some, taking a lot of pressure in this mid lane. But Largo is quite good against Winter Wyvern. Sure, you can't really dispel the Arctic Burn because she can just reapply it to you. But you don't really play on physical damage. You amp up your own magical. You also amp up your mid laner's magical damage. And that's what you want against Winter Wyvern.
This is quite the matchup here in the mid lane. So far, level advantage going the way of Chira Jr. just by a bit, as he's sitting on 8 denies, actually, versus the only 1 for the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, it's just the Earthshaker factor. And like yesterday, Yandex played nearly the same lane. Like they played it was Enigma with Akado instead of the Hoodwink. And I will say this is a big difference. Like Hoodwink is way more aggressive and she buys a Blightstone, which is incredibly good for your Eidolons in the lane as well.
And Watson this time playing the Tiny instead of Shiro. Going to show him how to do it, apparently. They all have this Christmas tree cosmetic. Gotta love it. The classic.
Not doing too well, though, when it comes to the early CS. Of course, there's still a lot of creeps available for Watson to take down here. I think that Vici are doing a good job. Of course, Jinkyu playing the Willow. One of his better heroes, I would say, or one of his best, rather.
He has such a big pool of heroes to choose from. It's actually... I feel like we're seeing a different one every single game.
Yeah. Now, this guy has crazy versatility. Of course, he's also played for a long time. This guy also plays random heroes in pubs all the time. Like half the time he's playing cores. Like I think this guy can pull out anything. And it does help you when you play with like different roles, different heroes. So I think it's what makes him so good with gold is that he's also like he knows how to be a core from simply just playing core in his pubs.
Yep. I mean, Soxa, we've talked about that before. Yep. When he was top of the leaderboard a few years ago, he was 1, 2, and 3 on different accounts, and he played only carry.
Yep.
And he's never played carry in competitive matches, so becoming familiar with the ins and outs of these specific core heroes can really help as a support. XM battling it out with Chira Jr. will kick him away. Get the water rune, though. Still
which is nice.
No first blood.
No, of course, you do get pressured in this lane. Like we said before, Shaker nearly always wins this lane. He wins against most melees. Maybe not Monkey King, but he's kind of the odd one out. He's like a fake melee hero anyway. Some good pressure in the top lane.
You stop saying melee.
Melee.
Thank you.
I'll try to upgrade my English for you.
Soxa.
Nah, miss.
He avoided first blood a while ago. Misses the bushwhack this time as the root comes to be, and that's first blood the way of Shiro. Feels like not even just the gold, but just from a momentum standpoint or a psychological standpoint, Vici Gaming needed that badly. As Bach getting turned around on now, slowed up, but no finishing blow for the side of Yandex.
Yeah, and I think that Bach is just overall happy in this lane, right? He is patient against the Arctic Burn. You don't lick yourself early on because then he'll just reapply it. You wait for the last tick, wait for it to be over, then you dispel it of yourself. You get that early regen. CJ does get level 6 on the creep wave. No surprise kill, though.
I'm surprised there hasn't been a kill in the mid lane, if I'm being honest. There's been, especially XM, been hovering on such low HP for quite a while. It's a 6-minute power rune about to spawn.
I mean, you might definitely start seeing one now, right? We're getting closer to level 6 on Earth Spirit. You have the Echo Sam available on CJ. Not the most resources, though.
Rune will be denied. Top was an arcane. Jinkyu was trying to hold it for XM, but now he's going to be forced to go all the way back to base.
Honestly, I still think you take that if you're Vici. Like, I would say that CJ needs the rune like more than what like XM needs it like in this type of view at the moment, because it's kind of easier to pressure this Earthshaker right now. He doesn't have the most resources. You don't really want to spend gold on like tangles and salves. You want to get towards your early dagger as quickly as possible.
Yep, I don't think he missed any creeps in the mid lane. So gets back into the fray as Bach again getting gone on. Can he outlive the situation here? Absolutely. Talked about that interaction with the Wyvern. Not as good as it used to be. Well, I guess Frog didn't exist back then.
I mean,
Market Burn existed in that form.
Yeah, he would have absolutely owned Winter Wyvern. But it's a nice buff, I think, overall to Winter Wyvern. I think the hero's in a very good spot now. And I like this too. You know, like swapping up overall, having the Earth Spirit in this type of game, slowing down the tempo from Yandex, like even starting the draft. Because last game around, I think Yandex already had a couple of kills their way, a 2 to 3k gold lead. They invaded the Wisdom Shrine with their Monkey King and Kez. This time around, it's a mid Earthshaker. You have a lot more breathing space here.
You say the Wyvern's in a good spot. Can you play it as core?
think it's too good as a support, and you don't. And other range heroes are just way better. So the answer is no.
Okay.
I don't think you can.
Not in a good spot yet. Then.
Okay.
We need that sweet spot because core
you can
Wyvern
do both?
is funny.
So you want it to be like Nature's Prophet. You can do both.
Yeah, I don't think every hero needs to be that way. Like CM, obviously, you know, it's got to be a support.
CM
Wyvern,
core slaps though.
Wyvern's a freaking dragon. Close enough. Got to be able to turn it into a core at some point.
And you see it in pubs every now and then.
8-minute rune. Not a lot of support rotation. It's just Sox on the bot side, so it's just RNG, and it will be the invis rune for Chira. So can definitely do some good damage with this.
Even this is quite annoying. Like, if you don't know, because you're not going to see him in the triangle, and that's where Shaker often goes after pushing out the mid, so you don't know if he's invis on a lane. Is he coming to you to gank the lone druid? Watson in a bit of trouble, though.
Yeah, being pursued by Y. XM also in the area, gets off the roll. Going to get saved for a bit, but the Magnetize is applied to Watson, and now he's in a pretty tough spot, especially if the roll comes in. It's going to miss, though, as Watson, nice sidestep, but gets the Frostbite onto the Tiny. Still staying alive throughout all of this. Throws the tree at Y. XM eventually takes Tiny down. It took a long-ass time.
It sure did, and it shows you the strength of Cold Embrace, right? Especially when you play with like strength cores like a Tiny, it heals so much. Some base and a little bit of percentage damage, or percentage heal rather. But I like this move from Vici, right? You can abuse the fact Lone Druid, not that easy to gank overall because you have the bear, but here's the Invis rune.
Yeah, this should be interesting. He's going to need a +1 for sure. Seeing that it was just pulled. Oh, Shiro, perfect positioning, although runs into Soxa with the bushwhack. There's the fissure. Chira trying to catch up for the Echo. Nice block off. And that's going to be the death of Shiro. Nice execution overall from Yandex.
Oh, that was very good timing, right? Before the true form is available, and also ganking for an Enigma at this point, just like, you know, the Beastmaster and the Lycans, is incredible. You know, opening up this tier 1 tower for these heroes is incredibly good. You can play in the enemy jungle in such an easy manner, which is great.
And Bach working on a Kaya. Is this going to be a Meteor Hammer or just casual into Sange later?
I feel like we've just kind of seen both. I don't know if the difference is honestly that big. Because I would also say when you play Largo, it can just be a casual Kaya. So if you just turn it like quickly into a Meteor or leave it a Kaya, I don't know if it makes a... If you want to maybe create more threat on the map, then I think Meteor is quite nice to help you farm stacks. So actually, I wouldn't mind the Meteor upgrade.
DM in the meantime has his drums, and curious to see what his build is going to end up being. Obviously, we can name a bunch. That's the cool thing about Enigma. There's a few core items you want to go for every time, but you can definitely have some flexibilities. We're going to see the gank on the Shiro. Is another death coming. He's going to get off the true form into the Enchant Totem. First black hole of the game. Not enough damage quite yet as reinforcements are coming, but the bushwhack comes in from Soxa, and eventually it's just too much crowd control for Shiro to handle a second death in a row for the Lone Druid. And we talked about this hero being quite slow to start the game and can get up to, I mean, if you can get these kills early on, it'll have huge impact on the game. As DM taking a Magnetize now from XM, gets off the Malefice. As reinforcements are there, Shira Jr. showing up with a huge Echo Slam, deletes 2 heroes from the map, and make it a third. My goodness, that is disgusting reveal of the Blink Dagger for Chira.
No, that is incredibly good. First they get the kill with the drums, you speed up everyone, you get the kill on Shiro, then you kind of bait, and CJ just gets to get a perfect Echo. Because they had a nice ward, right? This ward right below DM here. It shows them the earlier move. CJ meets his courier, and it's just a perfect setup.
Oh, yeah. That felt real good.
Yeah, that's a juicy reveal right there.
A lot of Enigma fans out there.
Aren't we all?
Everyone's a fan of that black hole. Now Chira. What does he go for next? Looks like the shard, so can be very annoying from afar. Get the extra stun with the Enchant Totem. Looking for the opening onto the Dark Willow. This will be a clean pick-off. They just have so much stun lock here.
The game, like, this game...
They've blown it open again. Yeah, 5k lead and the tier 1 tower.
It's very similar to game 1 where they open up the enemy safe lane tower. They kill Vici's tower, play over in their jungle. And the only place that Vici find are like random kills or touches in their own jungle. Like, it's very, very similar with how the map is being played. There's no pressure on Watson's safe lane currently, only in the laning stage. Shiro doesn't really have that much space to work with himself. And we're already up to a 5k lead, now 6k.
Yeah, we've seen this story before.
Yeah, and I said something similar last game, right? They're gonna wait for XM's Vessel. Again, last game it was the Ember. This game it's the Earth Spirit. Hopefully that can push you over this threshold where you can fight.
But at this point, Yandex is running around with 2 cores. Like, who's the second core that's going to join him? The Frog? Get the Enchant Totem initiation onto XM. Already at half HP with the Malefice. He's in a lot of trouble, and he will eventually burn out. The Curse used just in case. A nice pickoff yet again from Yandex. Shira Jr. popping that shield rune now. He has an Echo Slam back as well. You get the fissure kill onto Y. Just gets catapulted across the map.
Honestly, the wards that Yandex have right now are kind of, I think they're illegal. If you're Vici, you need to talk about them and get them out of this game. Like this ward right here that DM is playing on just gave them like 2 kills. The ward earlier down bottom as well is the one that gave them the kill on Shiro and then the nice follow-up play. Because they're just making it look like, look, they're just all keeping perfect. You don't even see Shaker who's getting the kill.
Yeah.
Same with Saxo, he's just bushwhacking. Okay.
Oh, no, not another one. Okay, he only gets a couple of stuns into the retreat. Without a +1, would not be able to finish that one.
I can tell you from experience, when you're playing mid Shaker and you're finishing a full Kaya before you could even buy the shard, you're cooking. And you're cooking hard.
We talked about it. It's a very momentum-based hero. Very hard to stop once it starts rolling. And from Vici's side, even if they get this Spirit Vessel, which they now have on XM, I would assume he's grouping up with the supports. Is Bach actually joining the fights this early? Usually you want this +1 item.
I think you will angle towards the fight, and like if it starts, you TP in and you're somewhat close. You do want to give the Croak to your Earth Spirit, amp up his damage as much as possible. When you have a deficit, you really need to grab everything you can.
All right, they're going to try for it on DM. He's already taken a ton of damage here. They're going to try to separate for this Chira Jr. initiation. They get the stun onto XM, so it ends up being a trade. Mid for offlane, still advantage Yandex, and now a curse onto the solo Frog. Malady not going to be too happy with that, though, as now he's on the retreat. Gets licked up. Looking for the stun is Watson, gets the toss up, and the Echo Slam onto the back line, destroying the supports. As CM next on the list, it's a full team wipe for Yandex. Only so much you can do.
I feel like I'm watching the same game twice. Like, Yandex have a lead, they smoke and kill DM. Then there's a return curse. Everyone comes in and they get like 3, 4, or 5 kills onto Vici. I mean, CJ, he is having some very nice spell usage because he just gets to wait, right? DM always takes the first contact. Great avatar. Boom! That's a nice juicy Echo once again.
Yeah, disgusting display from Yandex again. I mean, right now, they're clearly... I mean, if this continues to go in their favor, they're going to get 3rd place at this tournament since it's the 3rd place decider. Yep. They're a top 3 team in the world for sure. I was a little surprised they didn't make the finals, if I'm being honest. I thought they'd been the most consistent, even more so than P-Vision.
P-Vision just looked a little bit better, at least yesterday. I think it was one of the first times I saw Yandex be like slightly uncomfortable. I think they had like very nice balance and also like plays as Bach.
He's dead.
Too many deaths around this mid lane.
He won't be Bach anytime soon.
Nope. 30 seconds for that.
Now they find XM in his own side of the map, of course. He rolls up onto the high ground looking for Malady. DM is there with the Midnight Pulse, so doing a lot of damage. And guess who joins him? The Earthshaker. XM dead again. Jin Q likely to fall after the fact. The Black Hole clips both supports as CM looks to be next for Yandex to take out. These are just too easy. Nobody really, I mean, I guess Malady almost died, but even if Vici got that, wouldn't have been nearly.
Yeah, it wouldn't do any. And in both these games, you have to wonder a bit. I mean, full credit to Yandex. They're playing incredible. And I think they also showed it yesterday, taking, 3 games against P-Vision and doing very well there. But Vici, you have very greedy drafts in both these games, and you're deciding to take so many engagements. Lone Druid, even if you wanted him to join, he can't.
Yeah.
He doesn't do anything. Even the last fight, he did join, and then he just joined you in dying. So, because they need time. But at this point, you're down double digit at minute 16.
3-17. This is just like yesterday's game where they ended with 3.
Yep.
Will they get another kill this game? I think
they will. I'm looking at 420.
Okay, so that's a kill pretty soon here. I would not take those odds personally.
I think a 1 for 3 trade might not be that weird. They're going to smoke again. They're going to go on DM, because that's the only play we've seen in both games.
That's true. XM.
That's okay. He can die.
Looks to be dead.
We need a 2-for-1 trade now in the next fight. So wait for XM.
This feels like such a late game. I mean, they're taking tier 2s. It's not even... Tormentor's not even up yet. What are we watching? We are the 2-0 masters, my friend.
Yeah,
My
and I hate it. I don't like this at all. This is so one-sided. Yannick's are just making them look like fools. And Vici are a great team. I expect more from them.
Spotted. Okay.
Yes.
Salsa. Can they get this kill to get the
Stop missing.
420? DM is there with the Midnight Pulse and the Malefice onto Shiro's Bear as Fissure destroys Y. Luckily for Vici, the Bear doesn't count as a kill to a hero.
All right, kill DM and die for it. That's the only. I'm committed now. I'm committed to the bid.
We have another. If they just get 3 kills in a row, then we're okay, right?
Okay, that's true. But I like that
one
one
of them.
I like that one less. And we had it yesterday for like 2 seconds.
It wasn't enough.
That's not enough.
We need to enjoy ourselves here in Paris.
Of course.
Shiro. And they're not going to stop this action. Not going to stop this pursuit.
That's his last bear.
Roll in from XM. Midnight Pulse right on top of him. He's isolated from the rest of his team. Is Malady all alone on his side, but he's not taking any damage. And they're going to be able to kill off this bear. Sharpshooter comes in. There's the Meteor Hammer. Malady getting really low, but healed up. And now the rest of EWC Gaming going to suffer the consequences. Good effing game, says Y. As Yandex completely spandex on top of EWC Gaming. And again, the 3-2-2 came out for a split second.
Just like yesterday. Can't have anything for more than 3 seconds.
Wow.
But yeah,
What a
Yandex.
stop.
I think you heard it before. I think, even yesterday, Yandex are just an incredibly good team. That was some easy money for playtime ratio.
Yes, I would say
like
so.
for Yandex here, that's a quick 80k in like 20 and 30 minutes. But just looking good. And also at the same time, not just credit to them, I think that should show everyone how good P-Vision are. If they can make Yandex look so different, just like less than 24 hours before, I'm scared for the finals.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one for sure, as 3rd place secured officially for Yandex. Yet another top 3 finish from my boy Saksa. Faith Beyond not able to come through this time around for EWC, but this still, overall, if we forget the last 2 series.
Yeah, don't think about this one or yesterday. But the way they got there.
They have had a good tournament overall. Top 4 finish. I think we wouldn't have picked them for that to start the tournament. We're seeing Chira Jr. with his blink reveal, and this is when things started to get out of control in favor of Yandex.
It's just very, very slow. And I think we've seen it time and time again from the top teams right now. They hold a very steady map. You have the carry that is not that easy to get ganked in the safe lane. You help your offlaner take the tier 1 tower. You hold a steady map. And they just played very clean. And I think we've just been seeing this more and more.
This is one of the later fights. We're going to maybe see the 3-2-2. That was the highlight of the game.
It may be a slow motion that we can enjoy it a little bit longer.
20. And somehow Malady stays alive throughout all of this. 21, 22, and into the interview we go.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, I am here with the GOAT. Yeah, give it up! Give it up for the GOAT! Bear the Saksa. So good to see you, my friend, back on the stage. I know I wish I was under better circumstances, but it is really, really exciting to see you guys showcase all that you have done throughout this year, get in that 3rd place Desire, get that 3rd place. How are we feeling after that series?
I think after the series we feel good. Today we played much better than yesterday. We were in a good shape, and yeah, we feel great after this.
All right, well, that's really good to hear. Congratulations for the prize money as well, being able to get that much higher one, so good on you there. Let's talk a little bit about the team. I mean, obviously, such a fantastic team. You've had such a great year. There's so many, I wouldn't say signs of life, because you guys are absolutely dumpstering still. What are your plans after this? Where do we go from here for our next tournament?
Take a week break or something, and then reset and prepare for TI. Fix the things we did badly in this series, yesterday, and just adjust and go in TI with a good mentality.
Absolutely. If you would have to, who on your team would you say would be your MVP throughout this event? Who do you think has grown the most or had the best plays? Who do you think?
Think Malady?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we had some undying performances where he's going just 1v4 or something, and just I think he's doing good.
All right. Do you think that update might come out to nerf what you guys have been so successful with before the next big event? I mean, you guys have absolutely destroyed most of your opponents.
I think. Sorry, what was the question?
Will there be an update to nuke Undying? All right.
Hopefully.
What do you mean, hopefully? That's his best hero. Yeah, I just saw his face. He got pissed when you said that. You can't say that. No. They should not nerf you guys. They should nerf the heroes of who's playing the grand finals, right?
I mean, yeah, they should do that, but who knows? Maybe we'll come up with new stuff for TI. It's, we have a bit of a break, so
yeah,
we can definitely adjust.
All right, well, sorry to say this, but I know that there's no one in this building that has your brain, my man. So I have to ask you, with your opinion, looking into our grand finals coming up, who do you think is going to take it from a guy who is on the battlefield against both of them?
I think Parivision has a good chance of taking it.
We're talking percentages?
Let's say 80% and maybe a score of 3-1.
Oh, okay. Damn. All right. You were really getting specific. I like that. All right, man. Do you guys think 80% on P-Vision? All right. Woo! You can't just agree with them because, yeah, okay, whatever. No problem. All right. Last thing. Now, typically I don't get a chance to do this at events like this, but I would love it if you could have a little word with your fans, what they can look forward to, any words for them as you continue your journey and we get to see you guys at the International.
I think I just want to say thanks for supporting us. It's nice to see some support. Usually when we play some tournaments. Yeah, thank you. We've had some tournaments where the crowd has been against us, so to have some support for us, I think it feels amazing. I think we will try to be better next tournament. We were in good shape now, but I think we've made some mistakes. We will adjust, and I think we will show some good Dota at TI.
Absolutely. You will come back stronger. Thank you so much for your incredible performance. Thank you for playing this incredible series. We'll see more from Yandex another time as we head in to preparing for our grand finals. See you soon.
Thank you, Slacks and Saksa on stage again. The only man around here that's making Slacks look that up to have an interview, and it was a great interview as well, talking about TI, what they're going to change, what they're happy with, and also echoing that it's good to have some support. Not always support in the building for Yandex, but with this win, they add another $200,000 to the 1.2 million, now about 1.4 in the last 8 months as a team. BSJ, when you look at how they played today, it was kind of a foregone conclusion that this was going to be the result.
Yeah, oftentimes it's hard to quantify how good teams are at Dota, but I'd say the prize money is a great way of saying it throughout the course of this year. They've been so consistent. I mean, I guess there have been times they've had their tournaments where they somehow they either got dead last or they got top 4 in every single event. And I was just wondering what type of Yandex we were going to see throughout this event, but they were very convincing very early on in the group stage. They were absolutely manhandling everybody. So it was nice to see them go out the way that they did. I think they're looking good for TI, and even though obviously they weren't in the finals and they did not take the whole thing, I think they're going to walk away with their heads held high.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this dominant performance from a team only dropping to P-Vision, and it was, the game 2 was also relatively close, but this one also showing the strength of the team, what they can do, because, we're in top 4, and it does feel there's a clear difference between 3rd and 4th place. It's such a massive gap that they were unable to close on side of Vici Gaming. But Team Yandex, man, we got to give them credit because they completely stopped the tournament, getting the 3rd place. Would definitely love to see them in the finals potentially again, but due to format, unable to do so, and nothing to be ashamed of. And this is the team that had so many top finishes in this year, and for me, the best team of the year so far.
I like how Gorg put it. It kind of balanced on a knife's edge, the way that they were going to approach coming into today, because you could look at today as, well, we already didn't make finals, so now we won't give our all. Or you could look at it as, we have so much more to give that we did not display, and we are, frustrated that we didn't do that. So now we're going to show our best in this upcoming set. That's exactly what Yandex did. And I think if you look grand scheme of things, if you look reset week heading into TI, Brian, that's got to give a lot of confidence to people who support that squad. A mentality like that goes a long way, because upsets, unfortunate results are bound to happen.
Yeah, my armchair psychology dosage for today is that
we were missing that.
Yeah, exactly. So I think if you have the mentality that this series is not worth it to bring our all, or we're salty that we didn't make it to the finals, if you have a condition that needs to be met for you to give it your all, to take it very seriously, and to show everyone what you can do, then that's also creating the nerves when you go into that finals, when where you're I have to rise to the occasion, I have to do something special in order to win this game. A team like Yandex, they believe they have what it takes. They know on any given day we can take a game off of any given team, and if you have that mentality where you approach practice, you approach
third place decider, you approach the semifinals the exact same way, then I just think that is a test to why this team has that mentality and why their results have been the way that they have all throughout the year.
Yeah, this is a team that has been in many situations. And ever since Saxa joined, I think he brought a lot of stability. Every single time you hear an interview, they praise him for a good reason, because he kind of made this team happen in a way where these were the players that didn't find much success. They were there, but not really there. I think Watson is a good example, and with the right team, he gets to shine. This is something that he's been grinding. He's been rank 1 for a really long time, and it finally shows in the gameplay that this grind is paying off. And with the leadership of Saxa and Melody, of course, this team is just at a completely different level, because he is bringing in, his previous TI wins and all the experience that you're getting from multiple tournaments. He's been part of the scene for a very long time, and a lot of the times throughout Dota history, we are seeing these teams that are mixes of old and new blood are kind of the most successful ones.
Yeah, having somebody who's still on that grind, still has something to prove, but is kind of vanguarded by those with experience, Melody in this case as well. Taking a look at the scoreboard, Shiro did not really have a chance to even get going in this game. XM as well, we said this is the win condition with the Earth Spirit. Did his best, got 2 kills, but it was just goose eggs across the board for most of Vici Gaming. Yandex had control over this game, and another great performance by CJ BSJ, which he's been a dominant mid laner for Yandex this entire tournament, but I mean, his matchup today against XM, it never really looked close.
Yeah, there were a few matchups that I feel like I got the wrong impression of because I watched CJ play them, in the sense that I'm like, oh, this is like a 60-40 matchup. Oh no, it's actually 80-20 if CJ's the one playing it. And I think he's been the most notable counter picker in the mid lane, and in a meta where you have heroes like Earth Spirit, Ember Spirit getting picked so much. Imagining if they do patch the game before TI, I don't think it's going to be some game changer that completely swaps up the meta. It may nerf some popular heroes like Undying, but I think that this skill set that he has and his ability to be put in that position by his teammates and say, we are confident that if we give you last pick, you are going to punish that guy, and get an 11-0-11 score like we saw there or something similar, like that's a lot of confidence. That bodes a lot of belief from your teammates, and for somebody who's kind of was off the map coming into this year, Seer Jr., such a standout, improved performance throughout the course of the year.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that they are putting quite a lot of respect when they're playing against him. Yesterday, they took his Invoker, pretty much. P-Vision stole it away from him, and also counterpicking, as you said, he looked extremely confident in some of these matchups as well, where he's playing Monkey King yesterday, upgraded it pretty heavily today in terms of what he was able to do, and also his Shaker. The reason why we mentioned it is this hero looks very good against some of these certain matchups, that he's going to be able to dominate the game, and he definitely did.
They had a lot of control. I mean, in most of those fights, they were basically setting the tempo, which we talked about earlier, but they were also just having lineups that really excelled in locking these heroes down on the side of Vici Gaming. I mean, you got to give credit to Yandex for putting together a game plan that worked like that. But also, I mean, to me, individually, it is important to look at the journeys all these players are on. Melody, we talked to him earlier on, and he was kind of holding the steering of the ship, the vanguard I had said before. What to me, going into TI, I want to get your thoughts on what is his narrative here now over these next few weeks. What does he want to accomplish? What does this next TI, this next step mean for Melody and his place in Dota?
Yeah, one of the stories that some people forget about is last year he was on Gaming Gladiators, and there was some drama that happened. They had qualified for TI, and they ended up having a player like Quinn who retired on being effectively disqualified in a way from TI. They didn't even get to play the tournament. They had been working all throughout last year, grinding and peaking at just the right time. Quite a team with a potential to even be in the running for the championship, and then they don't even get to play. So for him coming into TI this year, literally this looks like deja vu, but I imagine he's actually going to get to play the tournament this year. And I feel like he's playing effectively the weight of 2 TIs for himself and one, all the work that he's put in here.
Yeah, most definitely. You can tell that he is hardworking person, very honest, very. I think it makes me happy seeing him in the scene because of the way he does his interview, where he puts his sunglasses, just a very likable fella, but also a menace to deal with in the game as well. And the full squad, they definitely deserve it because of all these top tier places that they had in this year. We said it 3 wins so far in the 2025-2026 season. Multiple second places as well, third place on top of that as well. So this is going to be a team that a lot of people will be trying to dissect, trying to look what they're doing so well. Apart from P-Vision, the BB team as well, they had a great season, and they're going to need to, maybe not reveal as much. There's going to be, scrims. We said that they had not been playing some scrims because they did not want to reveal too many things. But as Saxa said, 1 week of just relaxing and then prepare for TI. And I feel like this team definitely has a shot. They definitely have the mentality as well to potentially take it.
Yeah, they did a lot for their narrative heading into it. And obviously TI going to be right around the corner. We still have Dota 2 at EWC 2026, however, coming up. Those finals just a little bit away. So stay tuned, guys. We're going to get through that and get you onto them as soon as they begin. But most importantly, we have to finish out today's day. And that, of course, in this game means that we have an MVP. And an MVP performance, if you've seen the games, if you've watched them, there's a lot of people that could be in that list, but there's one person who stood out in the mid lane. Of course, that was CJ. And BSJ, he's going to be the MVP for today. His impact, it's in the numbers, but it's also, you do the eye test, he was everywhere.
Yeah, deservingly so. I think the fact that we saw standout performances from everybody else, it's hard to choose in a series like this where they just look convincingly better on firing on all cylinders. But it's like, for me, the question that got asked yesterday when they were playing against P-Vision is, how is CJ going to operate under pressure? Because this is an unfamiliar, he's one of the least experienced players that made it this far in the tournament. And we saw some nerves showing up a little bit yesterday, and having a player like this, I think being in the team that he's in, and the question is, like Bork said, how do you bounce back from this? What is your mentality after having maybe not lived up to what you believe your potential is the previous day? And this is the message he's sending, right? This is the type of performance he's going to put on.
You were hyping that play. Yeah, it's a message that's going to echo in a lot of people's ears after this Shaker's performance, because he's the reason why this game was the quickest game of EWC so far. 18 minutes and 40 seconds. We saw BB against XG where it was 20-minute game. They were not able to punch back in this one, but CJ, confident boost as well. Playing in front of the crowd, making sure that they're also winning tournaments in the year is a huge boost, showing that you can do it, and that's what matters coming into these big tournaments as well. They got the third place here. Looking forward to see what they're going to be able to do at TI, because this is the money time of the year.
As someone who's been involved in the first and second TIs and who's gone and had this experience, how important is it to get this early kind of confidence, this early, just at this point of your career, big moment that CJ can then build off of? In your experience, how important?
Yeah, you definitely want to experience that playing in front of the crowd, because for a lot of players, you may think, maybe those who have been in the scene for a really long time, it becomes normal to them, but people who haven't really experienced it, like you get into the arena's shaking, and you're like, okay, well, maybe, some nerves are kicking in, you're trying to calm down. So it's very good to experience this prior to big events. And I think for CJ, this is what he kind of needed as well. And also, like, the year that they did have, it's a huge confidence boost, showing that you can be winning the tournaments. Like, I think a good example was BB team prior to them starting to win tournaments where they were unable to do so. You could definitely feel that this was some mental thing, something that they couldn't breach into. And after working with some psychologists, you definitely feel like that they managed to get through this and break the barrier and get into it. So for them, I feel like they're in a really good spot, and I don't think this team is going to struggle.
Was it BSJ that they worked with?
Yeah, it was him.
Okay,
it was him and Dr.
Armchair
K.
psychologist. I was just about to reference that, and then you said psychologist, and I was going to say something about exposure therapy, which is hilarious, because getting exposed to these moments is great at this age because they become normal later on as well. I've experienced that in my life. It's always great to see how people handle those bright lights, and obviously some have different stories to tell, and some pacings of those stories, you might be at the end, you might be at the beginning, well, you might be right in the middle as somebody who's reinvented their career and come back with that sweet sound of them playing Dota 2 yet again. It's inspired many. It's been the hope of China, and now we've got a chance to speak with the main man Bach himself in an exit interview.
Hello, I'm here with Bach of VG Gaming. You guys just had a rough series, very difficult team to play against. What was that like playing against them?
We scrimmed with them a lot, and we know they are strongest team right now, the Yandex and P-Vision. So I mean, lost to them isn't like very hard, but I think we just performed like kind of bad. I mean, game 2 was too easy, and game 1 we had a chance, but like we screw up some team fight and position. Yeah.
But you guys still had a great tournament performance as a whole. I mean, your group stage was looking a little rocky, but you ended up 4th overall. I think that's a really good result personally. How do you feel looking back on the tournament as a whole? Was 4th place farther than you expected to get?
Yeah, I mean, it's beyond our expectation. Like, to be honest, we play better and better day by day, and I think this is a very good result for our way going to TI, because it proves us like we can do good, but also tell us like we need to do better. We need to learn more from these top 3 teams.
Yeah, they are very hard to play against. Do you have practice potential against them in the upcoming weeks? Are you guys staying in Europe? Are you going to play scrims here, or what's the plan?
We're gonna play the Game of Future tournaments, so we're gonna rest here for a few days and get some scrims and go for that tournament, and yeah, just keep improving and trying to get better at next tournament. Yeah.
What are the main things that you think you need to fix before the next tournament?
I think like compared to these top 3 teams, one is hero understanding, like game understanding, like what heroes combo are good and like what they can deal with, and another is micro thing, like laning or team fight. It's so much big difference. Like if you do some micro on lane, like P-Vision and Yandex, like yesterday they used Long Drain and Wyvern to beat Yandex Enigma. So I mean that's very different to after laning. So yeah, we need to focus on every player's individual play.
I see. That makes a lot of sense. Well, some things to fix, but you guys did make a lot of progress. So thanks for playing all of these matches. It's been very fun to watch your guys' journey, all your knockouts, a lot of fun moments, and good luck in the upcoming tournament.
Thank you.
All right, Bach not switching over to that musical instrument. What was it? It's a piano. What is that called?
Like a portable keyboard?
A portable keyboard?
Yeah,
I want one. My daughter would love that. That would be the best toy in the house so far. So
you might not love that toy after a little bit.
You're right. Maybe hold on that purchase, honey, if she's watching. Okay, so I think going into this, we've kind of dissected a lot, but it was nice to see, Bach just give one last interview. Any takeaways from him? I mean, I think it's echoing the same sentiments that we've seen so far. Brian just has a lot to learn.
Yeah, for me, Bach is, I think it's a widely held belief that he's one of the most likable players in all of Dota 2, as well as the Chinese community as a whole. The guy is such, my story about this guy is that he came to be a talent for EWC. It was like 3 years ago, and he was relatively fresh on English, and he's like, I'm just gonna learn English while I'm here, And over the course of the event, he became more alive, like he's expressing more of his personality in English, and it was like, he's just such a curious, open-minded, just like takes on any challenge, and hearing him talk about it, it's like, yes, we need to do better, but it doesn't come from a voice of like pressure or embarrassment or anything like that. It comes from like, this is just a challenge that I want to partake in, and just being around him. If anyone ever gets a chance,
he has the aura.
He has the aura.
He has the aura.
Thank you.
Yes.
There's something that came true. I mean, Lacoste, they did get better throughout this set, and not this set particularly, but throughout this survival stage and coming in from groups, they did more than most people expected them to do.
Oh, absolutely. I think they weren't under a lot of people's radars what they're going to be able to do this tournament.
Yeah.
They had pretty mediocre group stage, and then they turned it into something magical. In the survival stage, they managed to eliminate 1W and also Falcons on top of that, 2-0 in a pretty convincing fashion, bringing in some new stuff, bringing in new heroes, new ideas as well. Maybe they got slightly figured out, because you see that some of the heroes that they had prepared for this one got banned in the series that they just played, making sure that they're not going to be using those weapons.
Well, it was obviously a tough matchup for them today, but there's tough matchups all around EWC, because we've got Chris standing by at the STC Arena to let us know what's going on with Championship Sunday for League of Legends. Chris?
I had a little bit of time, so I thought I'd come and see the most handsome man in esports.
You found a mirror?
I didn't want to go that far. Ian, how's things going anyway? We're all about on STC Arena, a league happening today. We've got our, second to last game coming up now. How are things going between T1 and Genji?
Well, as I look around right now, I don't see an empty seat in the STC Arena. It's sold out. It was crazy when we arrived here in our taxis this morning. There was queues as far as the eye could see, of course, for the grand final. But not only that, as you just mentioned here, the third place matchup. And as you're aware, after last night, everybody's loving the third place matchups.
We love a third place matchup.
We love.
Typically, we don't love a third place matchup, but when they go in the direction that they went last night, we actually don't mind it at all.
We don't mind at all. And we don't mind this either, because many people expected this to be the grand final. It is Genji versus T1, just two Korean juggernauts going at it right now. T1, the fan support, as you might expect, that roster's just star-studded from top to bottom, but whenever Faker comes to your city, you got to show up, you got to show out, and they're here. It's a massive support.
And I think the thing is, even for Dota fans, they'll be like, oh yeah, Faker.
Yeah.
Look, we kind of get it. I get it as well. I mean, look, it's been fantastic to see him, Kerry, and the SKT boys in around, and just the crowd support as well. I think that's one of the big things as well. When we got told we were going to Paris, it was like, man, we get French esports fans, and they've really showed out this weekend.
Oh, absolutely. And wait till you hear them in the grand final, like the KC fans, the Carmine Corp fans, the blue wall. I'd never actually experienced it personally. I've seen little bits of gentle mates earlier on in the tournament and in other places, but the KC fans, they're so loud. If you ask them what's the colour, they're going to shout blue back to you several times, and I just feel like there's just going to be a crazy wave of energy, and D plus Kia have got their work cut out for them, not just because KC have got some serious momentum on their side, but that's a lot of noise to compete with, isn't it?
Yeah, and how do you think that final will actually go? Because I think there's been multiple occasions when I'm coming through. I'm not coming to you as the League of Legends expert here, to be fair. But at the same time,
don't ask me about compositions or whatever else.
Who's your favourite champion midi? I think for a lot of us, we've kind of seen KC coming through it. In every single stage, I've been coming along saying, okay, well, how are they getting on? And everyone's like, oh, they're going up against this team, or they're going up against this team, and it's always been that question. Could they go one step further? Is the crowd buff real?
Well, I think that the crowd buff is definitely a factor here. But what I really love about this grand final, and what I think separates it from a predictable grand final, is that we've got two Cinderella stories that have played out. I think that no matter what, both teams leave this with an incredible story. You know, the world knows exactly what happened here over the last week. But there's a real opportunity here for both of them to have one last miracle, raise that trophy, and because ultimately this is for the first time we're going to crown new winners. So we had T1, then we had Genji, brand new winner here for 2026. Will it be DK? This crowd is amazing, by the way. Will it be DK or will it be KC? I think the fans here want KC. I kind of like DK. There's a player on there called Smash. I interviewed him at the end when they won their semi-final last night, and he came out and he said, we love to kill hometown teams. So big words. Let's see if he lives up to them.
So we'll wrap up all a little bit there, but what else is going to be going on here at STC? I know you've got a busy week yourself on a personal level, as well, but we've got a lot of other games coming up here across the next 5 weeks at EWC. How are things looking over here on STC1?
Well, I mean, next week we've got some FC. So football fans, as the World Cup comes to an end tonight, don't worry about it. The Esports World Cup, we've got some FC with the best players in the world competing here. Can't wait for that. And then we're moving into Rocket League territory. We've got some, well, actually, let me think. There's another one in there. Overwatch is in there as well. We've got Rocket League. We got some Call of Duty. And I know you know your COD. I can't wait for the COD gang to get out here and the players. I'm really excited for COD just because, I'm not going to swear, but we got some of the best bleep talkers in the world when it comes to COD. Who do you think we should be looking out for at COD when it comes to talking that?
I mean, we've got to be kind of looking at the FaZe boys. We seen what happened at the Major a couple of weeks ago. We obviously have LAT there looking to have a bounce back. We actually got COD Champs on this weekend, so there's a lot to follow up from that, but we got Counter-Strike final week as well. That's going to be so cool here at the STC Arena. Ian, thank you very much. I know you've got a couple of duties to do here, I think.
Yeah, I got an interview. Depends who wins this, but I need to go prep. Lovely to you look dapper, by the way.
Well, we do try. The British Northern lads do try very hard.
We do.
Back to you guys in the studio. We'll be keeping up with Ian throughout the rest of the 5 weeks.
Ian Chambers, Chris Dunn, thank you guys both for the very adequate update on what's going on with STC Arena. Wow, a lot of great games coming over there. BSJ, I know Dominic. Fans of all esports are going to be happy with whatever's going on here at the Esports World Cup because we got 5 more weeks of amazing action. It is really one of the most amazing places to be. However, I did tell there was a tremor of sadness in their voices when discussing the World Cup. 3rd place match. I'm sorry, England, but at least you got that one. At least you got that one. There's a lot of English talent, Brian. We have to kind of be careful when we talk about the final.
Yeah, people, I've learned since my stint having moved to Europe that people are very sensitive about the results of the World Cup and the other football world championships.
Very sensitive, very sensitive.
I'm glad you didn't call it soccer, Brian.
I paused for a second because like half the talent's American, so you can't, like it's confusing sometimes the cost.
Yeah, but I feel like you should be sensitive because this is what people kind of live for. You can see the euphoria as well, like even for the third place deciders as well, you know, and it also transitions like what we have in traditional sports into esports as well.
It's beautiful to see that kind of blend of everybody's action. By the way, Lacoste and BSJ, thank you guys so much for today as well. Effie, I also worked with you throughout this week, and everyone on the Dota team, it's been amazing. This is my last stint, but the finals are coming up, so don't go anywhere. In the meantime, we've got some great content to buy our time there, and there's a confrontation that's been occurring. You might have seen Slacks go toe-to-toe with Tyler 1. Certainly could have gone forehead to forehead because there was a height difference there. However, we sent our other stage host, Milos, to also have some words with Tyler, and let's see how it went.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Well, Slack seems to think he won the mental battle, so he's now sent his assistant to deal with you, mate. I don't know how we're feeling about this. A little reaction test between Milos and Tyler 1. Boys, we need to calm this down a little bit.
Good work.
Come on.
I talked to Slack enough. I don't care anymore. Take off your jacket. Take it off. Let's go. Let's get ready.
I'm getting out of the way.
Okay, come here. Take this. Do something helpful.
You ready?
I'm nervous.
Professionals.
Frankly. Yes. You ready? 3, 2, 1. My side. Oh! You're slow.
Milos, we need to lock in.
Boom! Dota players, Dota casters, all the same.
I'll get you next time.
Loser.
I'll get you next time.
Loser.
I'll get you next time. Once you grow the beard, then we'll play again.
You could
take your jacket.
Leave the shirts on.
Leave
the shirts on. He tells me it's expensive. That's a disappointment. We'll call it 1-1. Well done, man. Well done.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to EWC 2026. I am here with some of the EG Mount Rushmore. We've got someone from about every era of that organization here, including myself. So pretty cool. Would have been joined by Sumail, but unfortunately couldn't join us today. So he's here in spirit. And that's going to be kind of the theme of this episode. The spirit of the old days, the brotherhood, what Dota used to be, what it is now, where it came from, where we all came from. I'll have a few quick stats to throw in your way as well. But that is the main question I wanted to start off with, particularly for you, Sam, because I think you have been in Dota as the longest coach of any coach ever.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you miss the old days?
Which old days?
I'll let you choose.
You've been around.
Yeah, you could pick an old days.
Like when I was a player?
Are you viewed as multiple old days? Like, do you view Dota as like...
Yeah, I view it like...
Which era?
Like 4 or 5 eras.
Okay, how many eras do you have in your mind?
The first one is like the Dota 1 days.
Okay.
It was like on like Garena and like... And like MIRC and shit, you know?
Yeah.
And then the second era is like the Dota 1. Dota 2 is the start.
Beta release.
Like a beta release plus like maybe the first four 4, 5, 6 TIs. Okay.
That's a long era.
You think it's a long era? Okay, let's do the second era as like Navi, when like Navi was like owning everyone.
So TI up to tier 3?
Yeah, around 4.
Let's pick a
3, 4.
Okay, let's pick a player to mark all these eras. Who is the player that marks Dota 1?
Dota 1, probably Vigos. He's like the best player in Dota 1. Vigos?
Do you guys agree with that?
No.
Who's it for you?
Dota 1?
Who's he gonna choose?
I'd say, like, I mean, it's different for me, because for me it's like a Danish player. And then I don't know if it's the same percent, but the Danish teams back then were very good. For me, it's like Melk. Melk is like pretty strong contender, I think, for me. But there's like a lot of good Danish players, so it's like Mania. Well, nobody knows.
Why is he laughing at your
The only reason why I said Melk is because that's what everyone knows.
Jacob.
There you go.
I love that guy too. I was on the team with him.
So you're laughing out of like good memory.
He was my
He's a funny
captain at TA2, funny guy.
Nice. So what about you, Tal?
I didn't play Dota 1, so I'm actually out of this equation.
But is there a player in your mind that's like, that's the Dota 1 guy? Could be Sam.
No.
Okay, well,
shut that one down fast.
I tried.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, then early Dota 2, the Navi days. I'll give you like first 3, 4 TIs. All right, I think TI5 started a difference.
Oh yeah, I mean, the obvious one, probably Dendy or Puppy.
Dendy.
One of those two.
Yeah, I think one of those two.
Yeah. Same for everyone.
That's fair.
And then modern, then we enter the modern age.
Then it's like the third phase is probably like before COVID.
Okay.
And then after COVID.
Okay, so who's the pre-COVID?
Probably Sumail, I think, for me.
For all of Dota pre-COVID. Or is it just like from between the two
eras?
eras?
This is the third era.
Yeah, just only the third era.
Like TI
Age of Man.
4, 6, 7, 8. 9.
I mean, I would say it's Sumail and Miracle for me.
Yeah, I would have said Miracle.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys played with a lot of those dudes though. So you're kind of naming some teammates here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was better?
Then Sumail and Miracle?
Sumail Prime Miracle.
Sumail, Miracle, Artur too. I gotta include
Artur. Okay, let's throw him in. I agree. Valid.
Come on.
So who was the best in their prime? Not necessarily like the best career, because obviously it's a couple rings, but in their prime, like if you got them in their the best day, they woke up well, listened to some nice music. In their prime, they're just dumping on
like some Ronaldo, Messi, debate.
They're good at different things though. Like Sumail is like the absolute best laner, I would say, of his time.
For sure.
Like nobody could come close to him. Like that TI was a joke. Like he literally dumpstered every mid too hard. And Miracle, he was like that flashy 1v5. He'll just outplay everybody in the game itself. You know? He wasn't necessarily like the most amazing laner. He was good, but just in the game, he was he was too good. You know? So different vibes.
But if you had to pick one.
I mean, if I make you pick one, I played with both of these guys.
I would say Sumail for longevity, but not for peak, but just because for so long, even now, like he is just like considered the best mid laner. And I think that just that means a lot to me. Like longevity matters a lot to me.
I think you are actually one of the only players that has played with all 3 of them.
All 3?
Yes.
No, there's...
Sumail, Miracle, and Artur. I played with all 3.
Wait, I also played with all 3.
You also have.
Well, we all 3 of them.
We're all here together. Yeah. It's but I think you guys are basically some of the only few. Like you had to go through the EGOG sequence.
Yeah.
Like liquid, like the curl liquid, right?
Yeah.
You guys have any like weird memories from that time? Like shit we've never heard on the screen?
I have a lot, but I don't know which ones I can say on the stream.
You can say it. We can always edit it out, man.
Kidding.
Like it's fine.
I mean, I have some good memories with like TI4, like Mason and Artur.
I didn't ask about Mason, fam. No offense, I don't need to hear about Mason right now. We're talking about some Dota, okay?
Yeah.
What was that story though? If it's just if you're
no, because back then you didn't have practice rooms, right? So you kind of were forced to like socialize. It's like either you stay in your room or socialize. So some good memories were made. Like back in I think TI5 was the first TI where you actually got like practice rooms.
Yeah.
Right? So TI3, TI4, TI2 was like, everyone kind of hung out much more. So you kind of built a lot of like friendships.
Wait, what were you doing at those TIs then? You just didn't have PCs?
You just played and then, you all hung out. You walked around Seattle, Bellevue. It was fun. Like you just did random shit.
There was like a common area where you would have PCs.
Yeah.
So like any player could just go on the PC and play. And that's also how I met a lot of people. I remember I got to chat a lot with Ice back then. That was like TI3 or TI4. And like he gave me his jersey and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. So TI4, and he was on DK, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, big DK squad.
Yeah, and you would just randomly talk to people because there was not much else to do. So that was a lot of fun, and I do think it made for way more connections than you have in this modern day of Dota, where you just don't really talk to other players very often. It's like pretty rare.
Did you use that rapport to recruit Daryl later? Were you like, hey bro, remember TI4 dog? We go way back, you know?
No, I don't think so. Unrelated, I
When
think.
it came to recruitment, I think Bulbo was the main person.
Sounds like.
Do you think he's the GOAT recruiter in Dota 2?
I think he's up there. I don't think there's many that can even get.
Who competes?
No, I don't actually think. Maybe like Puppy, like
think
from
Jack
the.
Chen?
No, I think like Puppy from like the Secret Era where they like pulled a Torrent Science, all that stuff. That was pretty, you know.
Yeah. I made some good ones and some bad ones. You know, it's life.
Well, yeah, but that's like the life of a recruiter, you know?
Yeah.
Not every hit's going to be a home
I
run.
would say Bulbo is part of the GOAT of recruiting.
I think so.
Yeah.
Do you view yourself as the GOAT of recruitment in Dota 2?
Not really. I just kind of, I did it for the company, you know? I did it for Phil.
Company?
What does that mean? You did it for the
I don't know, like, there's this old guy called Phil and...
Old guy?
He's not even that old.
Not old.
Are you talking about Phil, ex-EG manager?
Yeah,
Yes.
for him.
We all know who Phil is.
Yeah, for Phil.
Okay.
So, did it for the boys, you know?
Did it for Phil?
Yeah. So
I respect that.
He has a lot of loyalty.
I mean,
to
I
Phil.
think Dota, I was not very social before Dota. I think Dota just gave me like a little bit of confidence to actually like meet people. I'm like, holy shit, I'm not like a completely weird person, but I kind of am, I think, so.
Yeah, but you're like weird in the same way everyone else in this space is.
True.
So you're not unconfident,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
So I see that. Yeah. Well, thank you for joining me on this EG flavored podcast, and I hope everybody enjoyed watching. We'll see you next time.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The Club Championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Ahead of the grand finals, I thought I'd check in with the boys who are going to be casting it. Boys, how are we feeling today? Are we all feeling hyped up for the grand finals?
We are indeed. It's a little bit of a slow start, especially with kind of a sleepy third place matchup. We had a bit of a stomp there with Yandex.
Kind of what we thought SVG, right?
I thought they'd put up a bit more of a fight. I think VG has looked pretty good this event. I expected more from the boys, but they're in good spirit. They're going to move on in a nice spot. So
Jinky was laughing his way all the way through those losses. So
chilling,
all good.
Chilling. Well, I mean, I'm hoping we're going to laugh our way through this interview. Apparently, we're going to be going through what you guys have thought of the event, and you're going to write down your answers and then reveal them to the camera. At least that's how I've seen you practicing it. I've not been briefed on it, but that's how I think we're going to go with it. So, production are now going to be scrambling in the background. So, first and foremost, let's go with biggest disappointment team-wise. I feel like this is one that you'll probably both land on at the same time, I would imagine.
I mean,
disappointment.
This team was such a big disappointment that I forgot about them as a team that flopped.
Maybe some indications there.
Yeah, when I was going through it earlier, we according to podcasts and stuff, we're talking about the teams who underperformed at this event, and this team was just didn't even come up.
All right. Well, I can see that you got both different answers, actually. So let's 3, 2, 1 and reveal 1W and VP.
VP? Really?
My NA boys, I was talking to Sam after the event. They had such high hopes. Honestly, I thought they would make it through at least some of those early matches, and they just bombed out. And
Sure. But they placed one placement below 1W, which, considering 1W and their status within the scene,
also
sure, maybe they've been struggling, but I feel like that is by far, they have been
I would say the strongest team this year that had the worst performance here at EWC.
Wow, that's a vicious statement. I was just kind of like slightly disappointed, but he really went in.
No, I think
power to him. I'm convinced.
Get in while
I don't. They can't take any guff about that because they should be equally disappointed about that. They're a team that should be threatening to win this tournament. Didn't even make it to playoffs.
Sad. Best game of the tournament so far.
I think that's easy. Not easy to write with one hand.
You know what? You're a talented man, and as the leader of the Cabal, I expect you to
usually
be
have to do two hands like a caveman.
He's about to make a joke and remembered we're live. Let's have a look. Okay.
Yeah, we're
going Sam. That's a 3, 2, 1. Let's show it.
That's a one-hand writing.
P-Vision versus Yandex. I mean, yeah. Look, I mean, very, very simple. What you guys were dubbing kind of as the grand semi-final, right? I mean, that's kind of what we did expect.
Yeah.
Really close game between those two, though, right? Cap?
Yeah, I think that's for a second there, it almost looked like P-Vision was just going to roll over Yandex, and ultimately they did win out in the series, and they were the stronger team. But that game two, there were parts of it where it was like, oh, this is just going to be 2-0, and apparently Yandex can't put up a fight. But they did, and they managed to at least get a little bit of honor in their defeat.
I think any Dota game that goes over, that 60, 70, 80-minute mark, wherever it just becomes a slog, it gets really weird. They're always fun. So
yeah, gets a little bit weird. Similar kind of vein here, but so far you can pick anybody you want, for any reason that you want. A standout player of the tournament. Don't hurt yourselves.
I don't think anybody has really had a performance that has surprised me.
What about any other reason?
I don't think
Haircut
there's
looking a little bit better this time round.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's a player who has had a performance that has underwhelmed me.
Oh. Stand out for being bad.
You could stand out for that reason
Very
too.
True.
Okay, I mean, this one may not apply to this tournament specifically, but I think that he has impressed a lot of people this year.
Oh, okay. Writing's kind of small. Let's read it out a little bit.
Okay.
Let's give me it. Let's see.
GPK with a secondary answer of Jin-Q because he's always in my heart, and I just love watching him on the player cams. This guy has to be the happiest dude's ever played this game for an extended period of time. Because most people who play Dota, like, you can see the despair slowly
pain in their hearts.
But he seems to be getting happier. So we need to study this man. But I honestly think GPK is the most under-talked about mid that has been dominating some recent events in history. So he needs a little praise here.
And Cap, who you got down?
We got Kiritich. So we actually both chose from BB team, and I think that's fair enough because I think they're a team that people would not have expected to be in the grand finals necessarily, right? They're a team that are likely to be top 8, probably top 4, but grand finals, winning the tournament, I don't think many people had them at the start of this, and I think Kiritich has been a big reason why BB team has reached the heights that they have this year.
Okay, let's stop talking about Dota and talk about something fun. Worst dressed talent.
Wait, say that again?
Worst dressed talent.
I mean, we gotta throw out the obvious one.
Okay,
here,
so
right? let's exclude the.
We all know it's Suns fan. Yes.
Okay. Let's exclude Suns fan.
Do I have to throw somebody under the bus? I don't want to name anybody here. They're all my friends. I think they're all better dressed than I am.
Well, I mean,
then
just write Suns fan then. Just write Suns fan.
I don't want to write Suns fan though. I feel like that's
why not?
No,
that's the one person I don't feel bad.
I feel like it's a bit of a cop out though. I'm agreeing.
Okay, then if it's cop out.
All right, I'm just gonna put Suns fan.
Okay, we'll go with Suns fan then.
Legitimately, I think everybody else tries.
I'm just gonna put Suns fan. I can't, in good conscience, put anybody else because they're just gonna be mad at me. But he's the one guy I put him and be like, "Yep, that's fine," and I won't lose any friend points.
No, that's fair. That is more than fair. Let's put the shoe on the other foot then. The best dressed talent.
Ooh. Okay.
Can we also comment on the dress, actually, that the panel decided to wear the exact same suit today?
Yes, I did see that. Coordination.
The maroon Hydra.
And it wasn't even coordinated, which is more impressive or worse. I'm not too sure.
I think Kevin always dresses well. That's the first name that comes to mind. I think Kevin always does a really good job. I think Shiver and Effie both do a very good job. And I see Avery's answer, and I'll agree with.
Oh, you're gonna cheat off that? That's what you're doing.
I'll just
keep
it at Kevin.
I'm giving BSJ a shout out
I think now I'm not going to say he is always the S tier, but I think when BSJ is in his prime, he's focused, he's thinking about it, he's using ChatGPT to help him pick out.
You're treating it like he's a player now.
This man shows up in the clutch, and so I'm going to give him a nod.
In the big moments.
Exactly. He's a clutch dresser.
So in the stat hexagon, you're gonna he's a fashion 9, 10.
When it matters most. Okay. If I'm going into a TI dress final, I want Brian on my team.
That's fair.
I want him as that one position, not on Lifestealer, but on something.
I mean, imagine a panel that's like Shiver, BSJ, FE, Purge.
Ooh,
that's a well-dressed panel.
That's a well-dressed panel.
And us two as casters.
And you speak. Oh, of course. Who's the most likely to be late? I've noticed.
Here at this event?
At this event specifically,
okay.
I would
think
give
there's a name that
Milosh
came to mind for everybody.
Most likely to be late.
Most likely to be late. Yeah,
I know that one.
At this event. Now, there's an answer I would give for someone not at this event, but I have to think about who's at this event.
We all know.
That's not obvious to me.
We were.
Well, for a person who's not at this event, we would all, I think, have a similar answer. But a person at this event, I know who the answer is, whether or not he knows what the answer is.
Yeah, now I'm just confused. I don't know what you mean.
I feel like you're gaslighting him into an answer here, but...
I mean, he hasn't been around as long as I have.
Let's say it. So we're going from winter.
I'm putting Sunsfan again because I'm just going to keep throwing him under the bus.
Is he just the default answer?
Yeah, I feel like he's, again, the one guy I can throw in here. He's not going to be mad about it. I'm not going to lose points with anybody. He's been on time every day, though. I think everyone's been on time. I don't think...
I think for the most part, I think at this event, yeah.
No, everyone's been pretty locked in, to be fair. I love how aggressive we're being with the cards. There is Dota 2 cards.
I mean, they tell me to just throw it away.
Oh, did they? Excellent.
I'm following instructions.
I can't throw mine. Mine's got all the cards.
I'm afraid if I throw it, it's going to boomerang back. And
I don't.
Batman over there? Or the battering?
I don't want to be responsible for an injury. That's all.
Well, this question, let's go with talent. Most likely to be forcibly removed from the tournament. Well, I mean, let's keep the obvious out of this one.
Now,
is that the obvious? Is that
well, I mean,
wait, who did you think the obvious?
Well,
was? Wait a minute.
I wasn't necessarily talking about talent.
Okay. I'm actually going to think of both. What is a player that is most likely to be thrown out of this event?
A player?
Write a talent and a player.
I was keeping it safe.
I think it'll be fun to write a player. I'm going to say, of the players that I know get really aggro about problems.
I think this is one that you
a lot of names
safely. Yeah.
There's a lot of names that come.
All right, I got an answer. I'm locked in.
All right, let's say.
Did you write a player answer?
No.
You didn't write a player answer.
Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't.
No, let me see you write a player.
No, I'm not going to show you. What is that, man?
I'm not going to be the only one who writes a player.
All right,
I mean, this is the obvious.
I say Seb with Slacks and parentheses. Slacks is the obvious choice.
Yeah, Slacks is the obvious.
Slacks is going to get into an altercation with somebody.
Yeah.
But I think Seb, because we are in France, it might be more emotional for him.
That is very true. He might be a little bit upset about last night.
France lost, exactly. They got embarrassed by England.
I didn't want to say
a little emotional. He's going to have to come into Dota. He could get in an altercation about a croissant or some coffee or something.
That's very
just like that. You got to kick this guy.
Yeah.
So I think it's possible.
And Slacks was your answer as well, Cap?
Yeah, Slacks is my answer because that man is so over the top that I think legitimately somebody might get mad at him and start a fight with him. Slacks is not a fighter, but I think somebody might try and fight him. And then,
if it was going to be anyone, it was Tyler One on this very couch, actually. I was curious how that was going to go, but it went all right.
Well, I didn't want to name any talent outside of our...
Of course. No other game exists.
Yeah, being polite, of course.
Worst prediction rate?
Who has had the worst prediction rate? That would require me to 100% listen to the panel.
Well, that is more fair.
And I'll be honest, it's nothing to do with the panel. It's just normally I'm in my own thoughts for the series, know? So I'm trying to talk about, I'm trying to think about what I want to say for the series and stuff like that. So I don't necessarily listen to their predictions.
You glimpsed that one.
I'm gonna go with Brian. I'm going to say Brian because I know I won't lose any friends points saying
that's
Brian.
A cop-out.
Oh, that's a cop-out, huh? Me copying your cop-out that you used twice?
I chose me.
Yeah, that's
because I predicted the Falcons were going to be a top 4. And that did not pan out at all.
No.
Though I did get the other 3, so maybe that bounces it a little bit.
Well, guys, I believe we have filled enough time here. There was another question. Who is most likely to piss off Shiva? You know what it is? I think
it's Avery.
Yeah, that's actually me. That is actually me, I think. Yeah, I'll take it. That's a big dub.
That is a big dub in your opinion. Well, guys, enjoy the final. We're very excited for when we're getting into it. We're not too far away, but let's find a little bit more about the trophy system here at EWC.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion, incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to a very special talk. I'm very excited about this one. I'm very lucky to be joined with 4 legends of the game. We've reunited a team that used to exist. So we have Toronto Tokyo with us, Miposhka, Collapse, and Mira. You guys are on Team Aurora now, of course, and you guys are still on Team Spirit. So happy to have you here. Yeah.
Actually, they're still playing for Team Spirit. They just cannot show it.
Agents.
Yeah, for example, when they play against us, they know what they need to do.
Okay, okay, good. I wanted to ask first, like, have you guys have the opportunity before to sit down like this and just chat, or?
Sometimes, yeah, like maybe just after the tournaments we can speak about like some stuff, but like not like 4 of us sitting and talking just like randomly, like one by one.
Okay, so
not for the podcast.
Yeah, not for the podcast for sure.
Yeah, you don't do podcasts with each others when you have time. Do you miss playing with each others? It's a yes or no question, you know. But like, as in, when you think back of the time you spent together, is this something that's like that brings nostalgia?
I mean, like sometimes yes, like for sure, because like it was like so much fun, like back in times, but. Like if you speak about like TI10 and Riyadh, but like last year, I think no. Just like first 2 like good years, yeah. Like later, like not that much.
Okay.
I'm usually missing not about to play with, but just about people.
Yeah. How was the team created initially? How did you guys come together? Like the first time you played together on Team Spirit? You remember?
Yeah, the team was without him.
Yeah,
at the very beginning.
Yeah,
and then you joined.
I wasn't in team. Yeah, like they just gathered at the autumn or like late like summer, and I joined in the spring. So
okay,
like in 3 months.
When you guys were on that team that won TI, were you already aware that you had something special together?
I wasn't aware actually, because like it was like my first team, like first like serious team on tier 1, but I was having fun and I was not aware like at all. But like my CEO just told me that like your team like is special, and I haven't seen like anything similar before, so you should evaluate. And like later on, I like realized that yeah, it was something special. But at the moment, no, I was just having fun.
Maybe. The main point is like for like most of us it was first team, except Yarik. Yeah. So maybe we was thinking like, yeah, it's like normal team. I mean, we are still in good teams. Like
that's how it usually should work.
Yeah, that's how you usually have a good team. It's normal.
Yeah.
Maybe for like, if I can compare to other players. Like from pro scene, they have bad years, they have bad teams sometimes, and they have something to compare with. Maybe they would they would put more value for them, for this team. Yeah, maybe Yari can say, maybe he experienced guy.
After Team Empire and like other
Team Empire,
teams,
Hellraisers.
Yeah, maybe the difference between Spirit and before teams.
Actually, Team Spirit is a much more serious team because I had some also serious periods when I played Team Empire. There was a lot of discipline. We talked about a lot, like how we want to play. Like a lot. We did a lot of work. But my next teams, that there was not really good. Maybe because of some players or some our approach. But I guess we still trying as much as we can. But I guess in Team Spirit, it's a different level, like different level of discipline of your play, like your
mindset.
Yeah, like your mindset. So, like in Team Spirit, I understand that here is another level of organization or mindset. And I didn't think about players, but I'm usually just was thinking about myself and what I'm doing and my role.
And you knew the value of that while you were on the team? Like you realized the value of that when you were on the team? You were like thinking, oh, I'm lucky that we have this group and that we work this way?
I guess I understand this after our first win.
After the win, yeah.
Yeah. Like before we win TI, I didn't really believe that we can win something or we will become a very good team. I think I understand this after we win TI, that every player I playing with is really good, and like I understand that I have no choice. I can't.
He always believes we can win after.
That's nice.
Yeah,
so
like
before that, he didn't have this feeling even with other teams.
I see. So I'm gonna ask you if you had to name. Okay. I just thought of a good question. You will like it. If you had to name the biggest strength of this team, what it used to be, what would you say?
Maybe connection.
The connection?
Sounds good.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe connection was the main strength.
The internet connection.
Strength.
Internet connection also.
The connection was the main. The connection was the main thing between each other because we were like friends. Because it was our first team, except Yarik. So we were just enjoying each other and just playing the game. So yeah, the connection.
Yeah,
not the internet connection.
No, just the connection. Okay, that's nice. And because from the outside, I know that people maybe think that the winning teams, they have no problems. Everything is perfect. But I guess we will all agree to say that it's not the case, that every team has problems. So how was your team dealing with problems, or whatever the problem is, disagreement, play style, ups and downs? Did you have a way to process the problems? How would you approach difficulties together?
We had a conflict after TI at the Stockholm Major. So after the tournament, we decided to talk with each other, and we had the group
conversation.
Yeah, group conversation. And we tried to fix our problems. It didn't work
well enough.
Yeah, well enough, because at the start, after the group conversation, at the start we just had the same problems, but in the process, after the DPC season, when we were on Riyadh, and after on the Arlington Major, the problems were fixed. But then they happened again before the TI. The same story.
Yeah, we had the longest bootcamp
on the bootcamp.
Okay.
In our lives, we were at Malaysia for 1 month, and that was like hell bootcamp.
It was amazing.
We just
really? Right before TI?
Yeah,
right
so
before TI.
I think that all that we worked through just went down because of this bootcamp. We just were so much the conflicts every day. We had to figure out something to talk non-stop. And on TI we were not that good bonded between each other. So yeah, it was like very bad atmosphere, the worst. I think like during like all team existence, it was like the worst part of it.
Yeah.
On this day.
Hey everybody, it's Rain Day here, welcoming you guys back to a little bit of a moment where we get to relax and have a conversation behind the scenes before our finals. It's been a tremendous week for me, guys. I'm with Lacoste and BSJ. We just got off the desk. Good sets, fast set, Dominic, but also I think looking at the entirety of this week of Dota 2 and even last week, how's the event been for you?
It's been good. I've been enjoying of course, a bit of a different format as well, because we've seen maybe some teams that we kind of expected to go deeper into the tournament. It never really happened because, they just got figured out. All it took was one series. I think Falcons is a good example where they didn't perform to the expectations, and it did happen, but it's brutal and something that has always been in a single elim format. So I don't know. Dota has been amazing. Like with the different heroes that we have been seeing, we had some good underdog stories as well. Of course, Vici being the big one, Runa Ears as well, eliminating two big names. So kind of really hype, I gotta say.
Yeah, happy with it. Brian, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, one of my first thoughts about the format and the feeling of this tournament is that throughout the history of Dota 2, TI was like 80% of the prize pool throughout the entire year. So what that meant was that there were certain games you played that were just way more important than like all the other games you played combined. And I do feel like one of the things that's happened over the years is that so many of the pro teams talk like this, but I also think the reality of the situation is like this as well, that every game is the same and I have to show up the same and be consistent, and that's what's rewarded. So I think for me, it was a bit of a fresh breath of fresh air to have a group stage, pretty standard to like every other tournament, and those games were more of the like every other game, warm up for get a vibe for the tournament, and all of a sudden every game cutthroat matters. You can go home at any moment. Teams get that upset. You find those Cinderella stories that happen, and at the same time, it's like some players and teams are probably not going to be happy about that, because I would argue that with single elimination, the top 8 teams in terms of who made it that far in the tournament aren't necessarily the 8 best teams. Right. But then it's like you also have to be the best team every single day in order to make it here.
Yeah. It's tough to try to give people an out in a competition that rewards so much for those who can make it happen. It's kind of like, either side of it, usually someone's playing excellent, right? And you're kind of saying, well, maybe we would have played excellent next set. We didn't play it this set, but that team against you played excellent to beat you most of the time. Yeah, so it's hard to discount that.
Pretty much, you needed to be the best at this point of time with no second chances.
Right.
Like you couldn't also ride the momentum. I think that might have been the issue for some team. It might be good for some teams that kind of got stuff figured out. But if you had a 4 or 5 day break, for some teams it just didn't work out because maybe some of these teams, especially in front of the crowd, they kind of, this is where Dota is supposed to be played, in front of the crowd on the big stage, so they're feeling the energy. This is something that Seb also talked about, like this is where Dota does belong, and maybe it killed some of the momentum that they did have, and then they slightly underperformed.
Working with you guys has been a pleasure. I appreciate both of you for welcoming me this week. It's been a challenge too, learning and getting invested and excited about the stories that you guys have in this game. And it's been, I can echo that for every single person who's been here. But, as well, you guys are casters. You guys are well-known talents. You're also people. You come in with your own stuff going on. There's dinners afterwards. There was a funny moment as people coming in. I think we all look very good. But I think we didn't expect that we were all three coming in with this red going on. What was Brian, were you taken aback when you saw everybody's choice today?
Well, it's one of those things where everybody's pointing at each other thinking, did I think of it first, or did you think? Who stole this idea?
Spider-Man meme.
It's the Spider-Man meme.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because for me, like, I've had my channel brand as crimson, red, and yellow like 10 years now. So I got some new suits last year for the first time in like 5 years,
and they look good.
And I got the little crimson yellow or golden yellow in the middle to go with the crimson, as like this is. And I was like, I literally said to myself, out of all the suits I buy, this is going to be the championship day suit. So
this
my
was
question,
predetermined.
my point is, I made this decision like a year and a half ago.
Okay.
So if you guys didn't make the decision before a year and a half ago,
I definitely
when I was born, I'm just kidding.
Before I was born, this is
my
the suit from
great-grandfather.
grandfather. Exactly. Like if you look at here, it has his name written on it.
Oh, wow.
Maybe I shouldn't show it, but I didn't decide it that early on.
Yeah.
I forgot to bring ties. I brought only one tie, and this is the red one that I had that I show it to you guys. I'm like, yeah, this is gonna be my final day suit.
This is
and
it.
like, does it look good with the tie? Your guys like, yeah, it looks good. Either way, I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna choke myself. Ties sometimes are not too comfortable.
Yeah. Well, I actually, we have a feed over for League of Legends, and what I found also hilarious, if you guys swapped over there, if you even scrub back about 7 minutes, you will see the host of League of Legends wearing not just a similar suit to us, this exact suit that I am actually wearing right now.
Same size.
He's literally on League of Legends. If you tab over, you will see him wearing this exact suit. My boy D-God, he's doing great. It is funny, though, and that's some of the talent things. I mean, so many people who love Dota love the game. And I come from a MOBA called Smite. I really enjoyed the mechanics of a MOBA, Dominic, and it's kind of easy to fall in love with as well. But I feel like MOBAs also have the opportunity to give you these long-standing, amazing narratives and personalities that show up within these. And, in Dota, where do you feel the personalities are? Where do you feel your game is at as someone who's coming in maybe on a championship Sunday saying, let me check some Dota 2 out. I haven't watched it a bit. Because that's what I've been doing. I've been discovering all your guys' narratives and things. How do you feel for someone who's just tuning in this Sunday, where Dota stands in your eyes, where Dota 2 is, and where you're going with TI around the corner?
We're still going strong. I don't know how. Like after DPC, I thought we might be cooked, but I don't know, man. I've been playing this game, like Dota 1, Dota 2 combined for 25, 26 years now. And
wow.
I don't think it's ever going to stop. Like we're seeing some of these other games, I don't know, like Heroes of Might and Magic that people still play to this day, where they still have like tournaments, the scene and everything. And I feel like Dota is internal. I think Dota is never gonna die. Like people still play Dota 1, like on certain servers. They still have like stuff going on. I don't know if they stopped updating the game. And I feel like for the next 5 to 10 years, we're still pretty good up until a point where maybe someone says, you know what, we're upgrading this. We're bringing this to another engine. But Dota has always been a community-driven game. And as long as this is what I always liked about this game is as long as we stay together, it always feels like we have the future.
So what you're saying is 70 years from now on Dota 7, your great-grandson will be wearing that jacket, as well as
decided today.
DSJ's great-grandson, and
they're going
mine
to
as well,
competing,
guest hosting from the beach.
Competing on stage against each other.
I love it, guys. Well, now we got to initial these, and now we definitely got to pass them on as well. It's been fun hanging out with you. Of course, P-Vision, BB Team coming up shortly. But before that, we've got Seb eating some bread.
Dota 2. Dota 2. Dota 2. League of Legends.
Hello everyone, this is Seb. We're here for the French food tasting with Nisha and Boxy.
Hi. Hello.
I guess I have to say sorry for what's about to happen. No, we'll be fine. We prepared a bunch of stuff for you guys. There is, I'd say pretty common, pretty riskless, and then there is very risky, maybe trap cards. You don't have to try anything you don't want to. There is sweet, and there is, rather cheese side. You want to start with the
You can pick me. I mean, I usually start with sweet, and then...
Oh, you start with sweet?
Transition into... And then,
you sure? I was thinking
and then
you
sweet
finish...
again.
Okay, that's actually smart. As long as you finish with sweet, so that you don't leave this room... You leave this room with a smile. Anything you feel like trying, and then I can tell you what it is?
You have to explain.
I mean, just by the look, is there something that's appealing?
I think I like macaronis, but I didn't try them many times.
You know them.
So I'm always down.
Macaron, this is a classic. I think you have chocolate, strawberry, and probably vanilla, the last one.
They look nice.
Do you want to try one? or?
But they are made with egg, yes?
There is. Yeah. So you can try it. Okay.
No for me. I'm not gonna try anything. I'm like alone.
You rate it?
I like it. Okay. 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10?
Are they like
sweet? It's nice.
Are they dry?
No, it's
because when I was a kid, there was this arcade place.
Yeah.
They gave us a bunch of 10-year-old macarons they couldn't sell.
Okay.
And I was like, this is the hardest thing I've ever eaten.
Okay, no, it's not supposed to be like that.
No, okay.
I think the sweetest they are, usually the cheapest in a way. I think the best macaron is when it's very nicely balanced and you don't feel like it's overwhelming taste of sweet.
No,
Okay, what else? Another sweet or?
I'm down for some cheese.
We get to business. Okay. So this one is the softest, you take one, you can dip in it.
It's also cheese.
It is cheese. Is very soft. I think.
I'll take a bread.
Yeah, I think no risk with this one. You're having a good time.
I'm trying the bread.
At lunch.
I like the bread.
Yeah, welcome to France.
Bread is good. What is this? Pan baguette?
How is it called? I think grissant. I think it's rather Italian, these kind of things, where they have this crispy to dip. Yeah. You pass this one? We'll call this level 1.
No, I like it.
Okay,
like it.
Step 1 is fine. Step 2 would be comté. So you know in France you have two kinds of cheese, I guess. It's the kind of hard paste and then softer or creamy. This one is very typical, not very flavorful, I guess. So you could try it with no risk.
So you would put this on like a sandwich?
Or you could just eat it like that, or with bread, or you can put it in a sandwich.
Yeah.
So
just like eat cheese by itself? Oh, wait, sorry.
I mean, you can have bread, or I think for the, how do you call them, like the connoisseur, if you want to cut it in half, or if you're going for a full, up to you.
And you're not eating anything?
I'm French, of course I'm not eating anything.
Yeah, you can have mine here.
I mean, it's fair enough. It's fair enough.
If you want to, of course, no pressure.
No pressure. No, I kind of feel like I have to.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll stop it now. If I'm eating too, that's it.
Was it good?
It's not too hard taste, right?
It's okay. Not by itself, I think.
How strong is it on a scale of 0 to 10? Because I want to know where I can take you.
I feel like this is like a 7 at least.
It's a 7?
In strong. It's like kind of, isn't it like intense?
Because compared to the next two, it's a 2 or 3.
But none of the cheese are like blue, green.
No, we didn't. No, I mean, this one is close.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Then you have Camembert. Yeah. But this one is, I guess, a little bit old. So it's much stronger than what it can be when it's younger.
Like intentionally old. Or like
I don't know.
or it's been on this table for
I
a
just
week.
got here a few hours ago. It's from last year.
How do I do this? You can try it. You can take mine. You can take mine.
This is from the tournament in 2011, actually.
Yeah. You had it in your fridge.
Yes.
I never need like
some bread.
No, no fridge.
I'll try another bread. The breads were pretty good.
What
I'll try
fridge?
one of this.
Outside rotting in the sun. No fridge.
It's so strong.
Yeah,
But it's good.
You like that?
It's good.
I think.
So you see, if you gave this one a 7, what do you give this one?
11.
This one was like a 9. It hit me
Okay,
hard.
it hit you, yeah.
It's just, I like it.
Just wait in a few hours when you feel a bit dizzy, then you know what it is.
This is good. Put something in the food.
Good luck for you guys in the practice room too. Okay, then the strongest is this one.
The monster.
So in French, it's actually a coincidence that it sounds like monster in English. It has nothing to do with monsters. It's called Minster in French, which is just a name. Do you feel like trying it, or is it too much of a stretch? I can maybe cut like a super small piece.
No,
You don't have to.
I
if you
think
don't
it doesn't look appealing to me.
Yeah.
And like,
It tastes exactly as it looks.
I think I'll skip that one.
Okay.
Let's have
Good,
another.
what
about you, Babsi?
I'm testing another bread.
You want to try it?
I'm testing the bread.
Very wise choice.
But I would like to see Seb try a little bit. It's good.
It's good.
So this is the last cheese, yeah?
Yeah. I actually don't know what
This is
one
sweet, yeah?
Yes, it is sweet. And then you have the sweets that you haven't tried.
What is this?
Oh, this is a
Mini saucisson Justin Bieber.
So it's like meat.
It's like a mini sausage.
I gotta try it, yeah?
Of course.
I think you like it.
It looks kind of weird though.
And then you can dip it in.
You just
Kind of hard as well.
actually some already tried that. I've never seen it before, but
No.
Dip in cheese.
it has happened. Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean,
It's not
I'll
a
go
thing.
with bread again.
Yeah, it's not a thing, but you can try.
No, this is good. This is a good snack.
I mean, after the cheese, it's
Good
probably
7. Good 7.
It happens. It happens.
The cheese is getting to him.
You feeling dizzy yet?
You can take my plate.
It's spinning around you.
Oh, yeah.
Then back to dessert. Typical French biscuit, I guess. Your typical lunchbox when you're a French kid and you're going to school.
Who's the guy on it?
Old school French students, you know? Like they were dressed like this.
That's how they look like?
I guess so.
Is that your uniform when you went to school?
No, I came too late. But maybe a couple 100 years ago, I would have looked like that. This one, it should be good.
No,
And you can also eat the biscuit without the chocolate. You have two versions of it.
it's illegal. But yeah, I have this at bootcamp like every time.
Okay.
Cookies.
Yeah. I
So
bought
it's
it,
approved.
right. Yeah, it's good.
But you have it with like tea or with milk or with coffee or
No.
cigarettes. I don't know.
Sure. We would love other things. It's up to you, really. But this one is a good. This one is probably my favorite.
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Nice. Then over there you have. It's called Madeleine. This is very French typical. This one over there.
Is there anything inside?
No.
Oh.
You can cut just a small part of it if you want to try it.
I'm kind of full already, but
That never stopped you before.
It did.
Is it like vanilla cream or something, or like the what's it called?
I think there's vanilla. Maybe it's just a flavor.
Yeah.
It's not stuffed with anything inside.
No. Okay.
Honestly,
No, it's
this,
good,
if you had to name the 5 most typical French things, it's in the top 5, this one. The rest wouldn't be, but this one is
No,
really
it
up
has
there.
like good taste, but it's good. 8. The texture is nice, and the taste is good.
But not as good as the chocolate cookie.
No.
And what did you prefer tasting? You tasted a lot of stuff. Which one was your favorite?
I think the breadsticks are quite immaculate. They have just a pinch of salt,
You want to
not
just leave with the
overbearing.
rest of the breadsticks? Like you can just take them with
I
you.
keep trying them, making sure that,
That you like it.
They're all good.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, there's also different like what kind of people are you? You know, there's like something you like and then you just keep on going for it until it stops, or you just like to try as many things as possible.
I like to try things, but because I'm vegan, I don't eat egg or cheese or milk or anything. Out of these things, it seems like the bread is the...
But when there's a meal that you like, are you okay eating it over and over again, or you like to, it has to kind of be diversified?
When we're at the tournament, yeah, I will eat it over and over again, because I don't want to risk like ordering something and I don't like it.
Because the same happens with Dota. It's like, are you okay to play the same hero because you just enjoy it, and as long as you enjoy it, it's fine, or it has to change for you to have fun?
But if someone else like wants you to play the hero, then it gets boring quick.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, that's
you know
what I mean.
If we're like, Nisha, you have to play Storm Spirit, then after two games, it's so boring.
Is Nisha your classic mid laner? I've met so many mid laners in my life. They wouldn't say no, but they will make you pay for it so hard that you will never dare to suggest. It's like, you want Viper? No. But I think you should play. Okay, give me Viper.
I mean, this happened a few days ago.
11 death later, and the guy's like pretending that he's just trying so hard, like, you know?
Yeah,
like,
it did look like that in the replay.
I think
last scrim even
that
happened.
And then he knows that you never give him Viper ever again.
No. What happens is he says like, okay, I never want to play it, and he's like, fine, pick it, and then we lose really hard.
Yeah,
and then afterwards he's like, it's pretty good. We can play it.
Now he knows that it's your responsibility to say we'll never play Viper again. Okay, I see. Typical mid laner behavior. I think we all had to suffer it. Well, guys, thanks. I mean, you actually tried as a team. You tried a lot of things. So. I'm grateful for that. Global rating, maybe? I don't know.
It was like a solid 8. I think if it was like snacks when I'm bored or like watching anything, I would enjoy this.
Okay, well, make sure we bring this to the liquid practice room then when Nisha's bored. And
maybe not the cheese.
Especially not the cheese. But the rest will do it.
The bread is good, yeah.
Awesome. Okay, thanks guys. Thanks for watching.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
It is grand finals time here for Dota 2 at EWC. We're live from Paris and we got a fantastic best of 5 coming your way between PB Team and P-Vision, and to talk all about it, how they got here to begin with and how we think this series is gonna go down. I am joined by 2 of the best minds in Dota 2. Thank you so much, Seb and Effie. Effie, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm great. I'm so excited. It's about time to figure out who the undisputed best team in this tournament is, and I'm ready for all 5 games, Chiefs.
Oh, I can only hope for that, Seb.
Yes, of course. I mean, I think the more Dota we get, the happier. It's going to be, amazing to me. Best of 5 is like by far up there. Like it's the best, like format you can get for a series, because you're gonna get to the bottom of what these teams are able to do. They're gonna counter each other's. We're gonna get to the mind games. Whether it's draft, in game, they're gonna get in each other's heads. It's always a blast. Best of 5 it's a treat.
It's a different beast altogether, and both of these teams have only dropped 2 games total the entire run. So it's no surprise that they're here at the top. But I have to ask the question, is it going to be an even matchup because we heard of that second semifinals that you're about to see, the Yandex P-Vision series. Both of those teams have said multiple times that whoever wins this series will win the finals. Well, how do we feel about that?
Well, we heard from Satanic yesterday that he thought his biggest challenge was Team Yandex, and he will not underestimate any team that he faces, including BB Team. But for P-Vision, I do feel like they feel that they've conquered their boss within this tournament.
I don't know, because sure, I understand, where Yandex and P-Vision were coming from. It did feel like the level of competition might have been higher, but at the same time with Dota, I don't think you can transfer, results to another team, like a third team. It just doesn't work like that. There's so many intrications in terms of play styles, in terms of hero pool and whatnot. And at this point, I feel like BB Team, they must have been looking at Team Yandex a lot themselves. They have been looking at P-Vision also. They took pages from their own books. And I think it's a little bit also dangerous sometimes to not meet certain teams that have their own maybe definition of the meta and kind of stay in your own corner. Because once you realize, hey, it's actually pretty good what they've been doing, it's already too late. You're losing to them and you have to figure things out on the spot. So I hope for P-Vision that they're not looking down on BB Team, because this might just cost them the finals, if anything.
It just might. Of course, our Sony story of the day is gonna be this grand finals that's gonna unfold before us. And for both of these teams, it has been such an incredible road to get to this place. A little bit of history for BB Team. This is a team that only changed one player at the start of the season. And they did that after coming fourth at TI. They came top 8 at the last EWC. So potentially they want to forget that result, because this is a team that we're used to seeing at the top FE. They're doing great.
They're doing fantastic. I mean, when you look at BB Team and their history in Dota, their biggest issue when you hear from them and from other teams regarding them has always been mental. Do they crumble under pressure? Can they recover from the series going wrong potentially? Are some players maybe prone to tilting? But they added 2 additions to their team within the last couple of years that I think really improved this mindset that they have. Nero, who is a fantastic, positive guy all around, brought up the vibes himself. And then Kiritich this year, who they added as their carry, who is the complete opposite of Pure, if I'm being honest, in terms of just mentality and how he interacts with his teammates, from what I've heard. And I do think this boost in positivity and mentality is what pushed BB Team to where they are right now.
Yeah, I think it's a very good point. It is true that you don't get to, because as you were saying that, I was trying to remember, when is the last time where I felt that, they might be a little bit, upset with what's going on, or maybe, I don't want to say tilted, but, affected. And I don't think I can recall any of these events, in the longest time, really. So that team is just now, they look very stable, very solid. They kind of know. And, we heard from Save yesterday, he was asked, something around the lines of, these games are easy. He was like, no, I don't think they were. These games are highly contested. Game 2 was super hard against Nigma and whatnot. So they've found themselves in games that they consider hard and difficult to navigate, and yet they really weathered the storm, easily. So I think this is a team now that is maybe ready, probably ready, certainly ready to win championships, and this is the best opportunity they ever had. So you better be sure that they will seize it. They're coming to seize it, and hopefully P-Vision is ready for that.
Yeah, P-Vision themselves have had an incredible road as well. They came 3rd last year at EWC, and that was great. And then they came 3rd last year at TI as well. And then they did change 2 people, 1 player in the offlane and their coach as well. And this is the best chance they have, Effie, at taking the championship here.
They look so good. I mean, P-Vision had a bit of a difficult start to the 2026 Dota season. When you compare it to the results from 2025, they weren't really hitting those top 3 placements at the start. Then Coach Puppy joins. There's a bit of an adjustment period where they didn't look great for 1 or 2 tournaments with him, but now everything has meshed, everything is clicking. When you hear from these players, they're just over the moon from the knowledge that they're receiving from Puppy. We heard from Noan in an interview that they had to push Puppy to just boss them around more. He was like, no, we need you to tell us what to pick, and we need you to draft and just impose your ideas on us, because we are ready to receive them, and it's looked fantastic.
Yeah, they brought in this young guy, the new guy in town called Puppy. I had to look him up, see where he comes from and what he's done. He's done a couple of good things actually in esports and in Dota in particular. I don't know. To me, I'll always be impressed. Having him coach a team that it's EWC finals. Funny enough, my first Dota tournament was actually here in Paris, in this space. It was 15 years ago, and guess who won that tournament as a captain?
Puppy!
Puppy. I mean, it's you're come on, man. Can you just can you just leave space for somebody else, you know?
Says the two-time TI one. Okay,
all
okay.
right. But still, it's really impressive, and I'm sure that he brings a lot of experience, a lot of Dota knowledge, and he's probably helping them, you know, with the X factor that you need in these kind of games. Because I think, to me, grand finals and best of five, it always gets to the point where like things will get answered, it will get countered, they will get to the bottom of the meta, and teams are gonna have to kind of think on the spot and come up with things live. And this is what makes it really interesting, where like they're both gonna be pushed to their limits, and they're gonna have to show, you know, how much resources do they have, not only with what they prepared, but what they can come up with on the spot.
Yeah, one thing that I also find comforting to know for both of these teams is that both of them have won a championship this year, which is good because playing in a best of five in a grand finals, Seb, that's just different vibes from everything.
It's completely different. I think, I mean, there's like, I don't want to call it nerves because it doesn't necessarily have to be negative impact, but there is like a tension that's not usually there, 100%. And whether you feel it or not, people around you feel it, and they make you feel it too, because it could be, you know, the staff that is bringing them on the stage, they're going to be more rushed today. You know, it's the grand finals. They're going to be, hey, you got to be there a little slightly earlier. You got to be there on time. Like even their own staff, like their coaches, manager and whatnot, like you kind of feel something is in the air, like something is in the air that's usually not there. And it gets to you, you know, whether it's conscious or not, you have a feeling like, yeah, today is just not a normal day. And that feeling can go a long way. It can be like a positive boost for your own performance and your own approach to the games, or it can get in the way. So, you know, something to manage.
Something to manage, absolutely. And in case you guys haven't managed yet, make sure you head over to esportsworldcup.com/play to get your pick 'em in for this grand finals. There's only 2 options left, so some would say 50-50. And some wouldn't, because we did ask you at the start of the tournament as well. And it's a little bit one-sided as to how you guys perceived who would take the championship. And, well, P-Vision was in there. That's good. BB Team was not in that grand finals, but it's 64% for Falcons, who unfortunately for them got eliminated in the top 8. So a lot of you guys will have to rethink their choices, but hey, there's still some chances for some of you to get it right. And of course, if you haven't done it yet, make sure you get them in. We're focusing our attention first for this grand finals on BB Team, the team that has come in, and a lot of people are saying, did they have what it takes to take this championship? Did they have the easiest road to the grand finals? I don't think so. I don't think so. Absolutely not. We're going to hear from GPK to find out how they're doing before this grand finals.
2, 1. Hello, I'm here with GPK of BB Team. You've had some amazing performances so far this tournament. Is this tournament the best that you've ever been in Dota?
I think, yeah, we're just feeling very comfortable. So just. Yeah.
Do you feel super confident as a player right now?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Okay, great. Good to hear that. I spoke to Vici Gaming earlier in the tournament, and they talked a little bit about their scrims. They said they never a single time beat BB Team, P-Vision, Yandex. Are those 3 teams just way better than everybody else right now?
I think no one team won on scrims against Yandex. I think, yeah. So just Parivision play good, but you know, in my mind, I think Parivision good opponent for us. So we just want to play against them.
Okay, well, it's a good matchup then for you guys. Glad that they beat Yandex for you. How do you think that you'll do against P-Vision? Do you think you have their number? Do you have strats figured out?
I actually don't know. We just want to play Dota. I think it's gonna be just 4 map. It's gonna be 4 map or more. So yeah, we just want to show our game style. Just yeah, we win this game.
All right, how many times are you gonna die this whole series? 4?
0.
More or less. 0 times, 0. Of course. It might happen. You never know with them. All right, well, thank you for joining me, and good luck in your series.
Thank you.
0 deaths, GPK. I mean, to be fair, if anybody can do it, he probably can. He's been very dominant in the mid lane, and definitely a player that we talk about a lot with good reason.
Yeah, I mean, if we were to look at mid laners in this tournament, I wouldn't be surprised if GPK's stats were just highest KDA. He's consistently highest KDA in most tournaments that he plays, and he's kind of a perfect mid laner in the sense that he wins difficult matchups. If he gets a good matchup, he'll take over the entire game, and he will always find impact within those games. He also has a lot of picks that you can't really forget about, even if they're not meta. Like his Invoker in particular and his Storm Spirit, those are things of legend, right? And in this meta where he's been picking a lot of Slardar, teams can go into it thinking about, what do we do about his Slardar? What do we do about his Lina potentially? And then boom, you could get that sneaky Storm Spirit last pick that could just win the entire game.
Like to me, I would when I think of GPK, I would compare him like to Nisha, I guess, in a sense, like the kind of player that they always deliver, like not just a stable performance, but like a very top tier performance, no matter what, no matter like on the lane, the matchup, in the game, you know, early game, mid game, scaling, team fight. You never look at GPK and you're like, oof, what was that? Like, what's going on his lane? Or oh, that team fight, that was rough. It just never happens. He's always just there, and he's a menace, and you kind of have to get through him if you ever want to be this team, and it's not an easy task. I think himself and Save in particular, these two, I know there's been a conversation amongst like the pro players out there where it's like, why are these players not winning tournaments? Like that's where people were asking themselves, and people kind of came to the conclusion maybe they have team issues, maybe they don't have the best mindset, and these were just assumptions, but it's just they were so good at the game that you're like, how are they not just winning? That's how good they are, and obviously now they found themselves 3 teammates that are as good as them, and it explains why they're in the finals today. And if they're vibing and they're feeling confident, well, good luck trying to stop them.
Yeah, the synergy is for sure there for BB Team, but synergy is also there for their opponents. P-Vision is their opponent in this best of 5 grand finals, and they have also said that they fixed some synergy issues by having their offlaner noticed now in the team, and with Puppy at the helm, they've been doing incredibly well, as we are going to find out a little bit more from P-Vision from No One.
So yeah, we had some changes, some big changes I would say this year, and I think it shaped our team completely from where we've been last year. And I feel like Puppet teaches us a lot how to play Dota actually, and I really like it because he's involved with almost everything in the team, and I really like it. I think he taught Alan a lot as well, how to play Dota in a really good way. He told me that I don't want to really be like dictator and stuff, like I don't want to draft for you, I want to be a helpful guy basically. But I said to him, we actually need a guy who will draft for us because like we are noobs at it. And like I was asking him, and when we started it was firstly Duka was on the button with him, and then I was like 3 months later I was not convincing, but like I said like please just sit on the PC already like and do this for us. And he's like yeah, fine. There was an online tournament when we just tried, and I just like first game against Tundra, as I remember, we played like I already like felt like this is it. Like from first game, I knew it's fit for the team. I don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe we get good on the TI and the EWC. Maybe not. We'll see. But I feel like this is the best what we can get this year for sure for the whole team picture. We now do the things much faster than we used to do. We know what to do in the game right now to get the gold lead on almost every game, basically. Duke, I think he changed in a way that he maybe now gets more responsible on his shoulders in the games, and he likes this as well. I think so. Like Papi calling him a captain, so I think that's the synergy between them. I think I'm a more adaptive guy. Like I'm playing for so long already, so like I can adapt to anything like what's upcoming. Sometimes I get tilted, to be honest, for my guys doing, but it is what it is. I think we can do really great, but to be honest, like this year is so tough. Like there's so many good teams right now. I can name you 10 that can win this trophy, the EWC. It's basically like best 10 teams here. It's insane to me. This year, the hardest year of like entire Dota I was ever seeing.
The hardest year in Dota that no one has ever seen, and he's seen a lot of years already, and P-Vision and BB are at the top of this year. And I want to focus a little bit on No One here, because when we talked a little bit about Poppy, being an old school player, so is No One, and incredibly unique is his story, because he just took a little bit of a backseat for a couple of years, and he's back and he's on top with everybody else.
He looks like he never took a break, honestly. Watching him in this tournament in particular, he just looks solid in any matchup, and sometimes he'll just pick heroes like Pango that other teams don't believe in, and he just dominates the entire game. And he's the type of player, if you look at his career, he was always on top. So to think that he would come back and not be on top would kind of be underselling the power of this player.
It's amazing. I look back I remember Kiev Major, it was 10 years ago. I remember Anna, my mid player, I was coaching back then. And we had strats designed where we knew we were going to lose the mid lane. Because Anna's like, I don't think I can beat this guy. It's like, he literally is too good. So I will be losing the lane, just so you know. And we need to come up with a way to play the game where like we're playing from behind from the mid lane. And that was 10 years ago. And I'm sure like people today are still like, well, it's no one mid, so you know, don't counter pick, just pick what's good for the game because he'll be fine anyway. The amount of resilience, of effort that it takes to maintain yourself at that level for the longest period of time, for whoever is chasing excellence in any domain they want to understand, it's tremendous. Like words can't really speak how incredible no one is, and how honestly grateful we should be to get to see him on the stage. I think he went through a lot of highs and a lot of lows, and we should just be thankful that we get to see one of the best players ever of Dota to treat us with a best of 5 from the mid lane today.
Ooh, but I will say, even though that speech from no one was very powerful, it wasn't powerful enough to sway people's minds. Seems like BB Team is considered a favorite here.
There's a famous quote: "He will let his playing do the talking."
Yes.
No need to speak. Just watch and learn.
That is so interesting. 67%. I would flip those odds personally. So my perception of P-Vision right now is they're the raid boss of this tournament. Like, as strong as BB Team have looked, P-Vision's drafts have been on point, their individual performance has been on point, and most teams are watching and learning from their replays.
Like I would compare both playstyles. If I had to compare both playstyles, I would say that P-Vision, they are willing to go for the high risk, high reward plays. So you're gonna see sequences in the games where you're like, that was something else, and they will pull it off, and it's gonna look incredibly, impressive. And at times, it's gonna fall short, and they might, kind of lose an advantage that they're not supposed to lose, or lose a team fight that. And on the other hand, I feel like BB Team, they are so disciplined, so stable, so excellent at everything they do that, it's going to be a clash of like, how do you view the game and what is the best way to play the game? Do you take that extra risk to try to get more, or do you just settle? Obviously, both teams are capable of doing, but I think it's two different philosophies on how to play Dota that are going to clash.
I want to give a little bit of time to talk about the position 4s, as we are nearing the grand finals, but I think Save and 9 Class has earned a little bit of spotlight here, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, 9 Class is the type of player that defines a team he's on just because he brings so many unique ideas and playstyle. But this tournament, he's been a lot more standard, if you will. He's been playing a lot of typical 4s that enable his offlaner, and that's due to Puppy's vision, from what the players have said. But I think that Noticed has benefited very greatly from 9 Class shifting to this more supportive, I'm going to enable your lane and give you the best game ever. And that's why we've seen Noticed be able to pop off the back of 9 Class.
Well, the countdown is live. We are getting ready for our best of 5 grand finals. We got BB Team, we got P-Vision, and we got them ready to take the stage. So let's start our grand finals opening ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the Esports World Cup Dota 2 Grand Finals? Paris is alive, baby. Welcome home. Welcome to the greatest match you will see all year here with the two best teams in Dota 2. Milos, I am ready, baby.
I'm ready, Slacks. Honestly, it's been such an incredible tournament. It feels like things have flown real fast. We're on day 13 of Dota 2 and now ready to crown our one singular winner. It has been a massive ride for every single one of the 24 teams, but only 2 are left in this final, and only 1 can lift this trophy. The winners of last year, Team Spirit, they are no longer in contention. They are out of the running, and we will crown a brand new champion of EWC.
What about the club champions? Are they still here?
No, they're not. Neither are Team Falcons, baby, because competition is super hot here at Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, and every single team has to go through the gauntlet. It just fits that we're on the Lenovo Legion gauntlet stage to get to this spot.
Absolutely, guys. We have been through such a journey, and big thank you to everybody at home and in the arena for being on that journey here. 24 teams started this bad boy, and now we are down to 2. 2 of the greatest teams in Dota history competing for your applause. Before I bring out our first team, I gotta ask you one more time. Paris, are you ready for the finals? That is what I am talking about. All right, then. Let's go ahead and take a little peek over at the totem as we get our first team ready for the stage. We have made quite the journey to get here. But now, only one of our 2 teams will be walking past all those teams, all those champions, and the time has come for us. It is time for Dota 2. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for BB Team! This team has done nothing but grow since the last year. A story of constant improvement. 5th place at last year's EWC, 4th place at last year's International, and a change after change, Forge and Fire. They finally began their rise in September of last year. With multiple first place finishes and a slew of top 3s, the time has come for them to reach their greatest heights in front of the crowd at the biggest tournament of their lives. You've got Kiritich, the man many say is responsible for this growth. That leadership has paid off. GPK, one of the most dependable mids in the last 4 years, coming to join the greats. Miero, one of the most underestimated offlaners of all time, now getting his way here today. Save, the only support I have not seen die in a full series. He has the record for 50 kills and assists this tournament. And Kanayomi, a true survivor who might look beat up, but he ain't broken. And even though he's in crutches right now, he's better than all the other Pause 5s in this mother sucker. Ladies and gentlemen, can I hear it from BB one more time? All right, quick interview here before we get started. How excited are you for this match? How are the boys feeling? Did you wake up? Are you rested? Are you ready?
Yes.
Fair enough. Fantastic. Anything special we're going to be pulling out here today? Do you have any special picks, or is it all going to be the same?
You'll see.
You'll see. I am excited. All right. Mr. Leader, you have said in the past that you hate getting second place, very painful, and you have also said that this tournament, this growth is all about personal dedication. It's all about the team sticking together. Will we see that dedication get us to at least a Game 5?
We're ready.
Yeah. All right, fantastic. And last but not least, I have to say, we haven't talked to you this entire event. I'm skipping it. Could just say one word.
We destroy Paravision.
Okay, well, that was more violent than I thought. Thank you. Fantastic. Any words out there to the fans? This will be the last time you get to talk to them before you win the grand finals.
Let's play some Dota and watch it.
Let's play some Dota!
My friend Slacks, that is a tough squad you're offering up on the other side, but I'm here to tell you all about their opponents. My friends, let's walk over to our totem stage and show them right here, right now. In this grand final, it's none other than P-Vision! They are no strangers to grand finals and the pressure that comes with them. Last year in Riyadh, you saw them bow out in the tournament in the semifinals to the eventual champions, Team Spirit. Guess where they are? Not here, baby. That's P-Vision in here. That loss spurred them on to only get stronger and stronger. TI-25, third place. Scene-shattering shakeups came after that. The legendary Puppy came in as coach, redefined P-Vision's playstyle and meta picks. The new reliable, the rock-solid Notice, cementing his spot on the team. And within a short amount of time, has proven essential to their success. Trust is a cornerstone of the squad, but tell me, how can you not fully trust your teammates when what you have is no one? Satanic, 9 Class, and Ducalis, legends of West EU Dota. This team is here to bring it. 12 days, 15 games, and they are here to make history in Paris. Over $1.1 million rest on this matchup. And I'm telling you now, I'm going to keep it short, Slacks, because I think our audience is ready for this one. Any final words for your opponents, Ducalis?
Who cares? Smash.
Who cares? Smash! That's P-Vision, that's BB Team, and that is our 2 final teams, our grand finalists at Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. Slacks, yo, I'm sweating in my slacks for this one because I cannot wait to get it started.
Absolutely. All right. Take a look. One of these 2 teams will be going home second place, and one will be the greatest team in Dota history. Paris, one more time. What do you got for them? Please get your keys to your stadiums. Get me that handshake, and let's start some Dota carnage. Oh, crowd, if you could please help me. Oh, hey! All right, thank you so much, Milos. Thank you to the crowd, and thank you all as we begin our grand finals match. Let's head over to the panel and get this party started.
Of course, it feels amazingly great, like to get to grand finals of EWC.
We want to prove for ourselves and for the organization that we can reach the good places on this tournament.
I would say that we're confident to come and just show really good data.
The job is not done yet. This grand final will be really good. We're gonna show our best game.
Yeah, we know how they play, they know how we play. You need to play like beasts.
Still have damage. Malik, oh, down to the telekinesis. Not what you wanted, not what you wanted at all, Eki. You gave it to him. Troubles with the winner's curse interaction.
You know P-Vision gonna do on the map.
Respect BB, and I think they're a really strong team.
Inside, just take it anyway. Big Galaxy trying to play into their triangle. Arrow does land on the sharpshooting up. Hoodwink. Oh, what a call from Miro. The job is not done yet. We are so ready for this grand finals to come your way. BB Team and P-Vision have taken the stage and they are ready to kick it off. They're ready to kick the draft off. Before we get into the action, let's talk strategy. As we know, Seb, that both of these teams have talked strategy since they locked in their grand final spot.
I can't focus, I'm too hyped for this. I can't talk strategy, Shiva, right now. I can only talk about emotions and chills and whatnot. Puppy just entered the stage, the crowd is roaring. I mean, you know, you can feel it in the air, basically. It's building up. Strategy, obviously, it's going to be like absolutely crucial. You know, we heard it from the man Noah himself. It's like they know each other's really well.
Yeah.
And it's gonna come down to who can, like, essentially overperform, who can play even better than usual.
Yeah, I mean, for these two teams, I do think it's going to be very draft dependent, but I do want to talk about their history playing each other a little bit because P-Vision seem to have always had BB Team's number. In 2025, they've taken most of the series they've played against them, and in 2026, I think BB Team took one series off of them during one Dream League, but it's been very P-Vision favored. So I do think they have a very strong understanding in P-Vision on how to tackle BB Team and the way they play Dota.
To me, it's like I'm always so biased towards grand finals because I feel like it's a full reset in a sense. I feel like we've seen it so many times. I guess I've seen too much Dota at this point. It's like I've seen it happen so many times where like you think it applies and then it's a grand finals and then it's its own meta, basically its own season essentially. The season is starting now and it's gonna end in a few hours, you know, whether it's in 3 maps, 4 or 5, we'll have to see. But I wouldn't take anything like for granted. I think, you know, everything is gonna have to be earned. Like it will really come down to what happens within this series. The draft will also be very telling. We might see adjustments like from the very get-go where it's also best of 5. It allows for a little bit more freedom in what you want to do. If there's something you thought you could beat, but in a single elim bracket you didn't dare to, now is the time. And you know, people like Poppy, exactly like the man on the screen here, is like, we've had that conversation with him actually earlier for a content piece, and he's like, throughout my career, one of the biggest trap I fell into was beat it. You know, you're telling me that I can't beat Londred? I'm pretty sure I can. I have a pretty precise idea on how to beat Londred, or you name it, you know, Treant, any hero we might see today. And he's like, yeah, I became wise, you know, I've learned to ban it, but it's a best of 5. I'm sure his demons are gonna appear again, and he's gonna be like, you know what, we're gonna beat it today.
Yeah, it's no time to save strats for anything. This is the time where it all comes out. And important to note also for both of these teams, yes, they did take a title each this year, but neither was involving a crowd. And I think, I mean, we can feel it. We get goosebumps, and we're not the focus of all this energy. All this energy is focused, Effie, on the stage, so they will feel it even more so.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be an electrifying feeling for the players. No one has some super fans in this crowd when he walked up.
Yeah, for sure.
During that ceremony, they were screaming so loud, and he seemed to be beaming because of that. And when you take that kind of encouragement and support, I imagine it just buffs you so.
100%, and especially with players that are that talented and that experienced, like they have learned how to master that craft and how to really use that energy and channel it towards their own performance, to enhance it, and even also towards their opposition, because BB team, they're gonna feel that too. Like I think it's always tough. It's already tough enough having to play versus a player or a team, but having to play versus a player and, you know, all his fans or supporters, that's even tougher.
We are in the draft for game 1 of this best of 5. We got BB team on the Radiant side, Dire side for P-Vision, and a couple of bans already in. And a couple usual suspects already out as well. A hero that I'm going to keep my eyes on. I'm sure 9 Class would like to play Keeper of the Light on his birthday. It's the hero that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on.
These are big heroes to go to get through the first ban phase. Like you named Keeper of the Light. There's also Treant that hasn't been banned yet. There's a suspicious Necrophos ban, so Poppy's cooking something there, because we haven't seen Necro being first phase ban usually. So this is something that, you know, they're setting something up for, you know, I don't think it was related to Wyvern, so it's like a plan they have for the second phase, and he's kind of getting rid of this already. It's pretty common to do this nowadays because there's only so many bans you have in the second phase of the ban, and usually these like second stage bans, they have to address what has been first picked by the opposing team. So you could, if you plan the draft ahead, which both teams did, by the way, they spent hours preparing for this and these openers, they might have realized, okay, if we want to pick that hero later down the road, Necro is a problem. I'm just gonna get rid of it now.
Yeah, which is a cool thing, because you say they spent hours, and I don't doubt that. But we are going into bonus time for BB team for their first pick, and that means that in their prep, Effie, this was not a scenario that they prepped for.
Yeah, I think they were just deciding from the picks left in the pool whether they were going to take Treant or Darkseer potentially. And I bring up Darkseer because I think it's a very key hero for P-Vision in enabling their Earth Spirit. Their Earth Spirit is a very important hero for them because they played from no one on that mid and from 9 Class on that position 4, but he's half of the equation. Without the Darkseer, they rarely go for the Earth Spirit.
We see the Treant Protector, one of the best heroes this tournament. I mean, we kind of knew going into it that it would be highly contested. It was. It also was very successful, you know, considering the fact that this hero is either first pick or first ban. So I think when a hero stands above 50% win rate, even though it's being first pick and therefore counter-picked throughout the entire draft, it means it's very good.
Yeah, it says a lot about the hero because a lot of the popular heroes that have been overly contested, including the Drow Ranger that we see in the first phase of bans, is sitting at a 44% win rate. So it's important to not overreact just based on what's popular, and it seems like both of these two teams will not be doing that. When I see Train Protector, I think about Dispels. Like, they're probably looking towards Largo or Enchantress or something along those lines.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Largo versus Treant. It looked very good. It looked very successful. So we'll have to see if this is something they want to set up. I'm still looking for the plan to kind of be revealed by P-Vision. Like, what was the Necrophos ban about, and is there something they're eyeing towards that, you know, they're yet to show. The Wind Ranger, that's a pretty classic ban, I think, against BB at this point. It's been used many times by Kiritech with a lot of success. Great pairing with the Treant, obviously a very toxic lane to go to. I don't think many laners can actually enter that lane. Yeah, and we're pretty standard for now. Both teams are going to have to start revealing their cards, basically with the following picks.
To theorycraft on that Necrophos ban you're talking about, no one has been playing a lot of early picks within the draft on heroes like Ember Spirit and Earth Spirit. And while BB team have not played Necrophos yet, it could be something that they talked about, that we don't care if we get Huskard, we don't care if we get Snipered, but we do have an issue dealing with Necrophos in particular.
That could very well be the answer. I think like some teams have shown that one of the answers to these popular spirits, like you named them, like Earth Spirit, Ember, probably the best two, and they've been super dominant this tournament, was Necro. So that clears the path for no one. Obviously, he has a very important role in that team, not only, you know, psychologically, I guess, as a mentor, but in game, he makes a lot of stuff happens around the map, and I think the more favorable of a matchup they can give him on his heroes, the better it will be for their tempo.
I see a scary combo in the pool for
yes.
BB. I see Beastmaster is available and they have the Keeper of the Light.
And BB is the cuddle Beast team. They were the one introducing back, I guess, the combo to the tournament with great success, and they've also been blind picking it. It's like they're so confident in their ability to execute this lane that they don't really care what they lane against. So it would be a great pick. It would be a great pick for them. A little bit of insider information. I mean, they can't hear me, so I can just go ahead and reveal it. You know, had the chance to play a couple pubs this morning, run into GPK a couple times, and I had he was playing Colo mid, and he was just destroying game after game with it. It could be, I'm just thinking maybe it's open, like they knew the hero's going to be contested by both teams, and it is a menace sometimes. Like there are games where you forget that this hero can be core, and it can be really hard to stop. They decide to steal the beast. That is pretty cool. It's a very good lane with Dark Willow. I think it's one of the better heroes against Treant on the lane, at least. I think it, you know, it can be a little bit rougher in the mid game, but one of noticed the specialty, so I'm sure he's comfortable no matter what.
Yeah, it's quite a good steal. What I like about the steal is that it makes sense within the context of their draft as well, because it will play against the Street Protector, cut all of the trees on the lane, and just simplify that stage of the game.
Yeah.
Instead of just like, oh, let's take this away, we don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, and it's just a good pick, right? Like it synergizes really well with their heroes. It's a hero they're very comfortable playing anyway, so it's not gonna hurt them. Sometimes you see like steal picks. It makes sense, but you're like, but is this really what you would have went for if it wasn't for that? If the answer is no to that question, you probably should not go ahead and do it. But Klinks, that's a classic answer to the Beastmaster. Like extremely good lane for Klinks, because Beast can basically not play with summons. Like Klinks would just dark pack them, and they just give too much XP at this point. This is something the Beast cannot afford. So BB team, they already secured themselves like a very favorable safe lane. But with that being said, we've seen Beastmasters like focus on stacking and clearing that, so no team is really in trouble. Very solid drafts on both ends so far.
Yeah, and the Slardar comes out, so we get that flex potential still open. It's overall last pick for BB, so they have the chance to change it up.
It's a great pick for them because it's an anti-melee hero in the sense that we were talking about no one's hero pool, right? With a lot of these Embers and Pangos and Earth Spirits coming out, Slardar is a hero you can comfortably park against those situations, and if you get counterpicked, you just give it to Nero, and it's going to be a hero that heavily enables their Klinks pick.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Like, it makes it much worse it feels bad right now to pick Ember or Earth Spirit for no one, and he was definitely looking at these heroes, because if you look at supposedly the support duo on Bedboom, on like this Cuddle, they don't have any disables, right? They don't have stuns, they can't really close the gap, so all these spirits would thrive in this game. So now you have to ask yourself, do you still want to play Ember? It's a free Ember game, but you might run into a Slaughter, and the lane is going to be tough, or do you just go away from it? So very smart Slaughter pick. I feel like, yeah, he proceeded with it anyway, and he will just tank the matchup. It's his call. At the end of the day, it's like, how confident are you in your ability to play from behind for the first 5 minutes of the game? And the answer for no one is very confident. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, this just brings to mind the game that P-Vision had yesterday versus Yandex, where they picked No One's Ember and they got Slardard, and he still cooked. Honestly, he cooked very hard, and he's one of those players that can withstand difficult matchups and make it look winning. Like, to me, the Slardar looked kind of underwhelming, but it could have been just specific to that game, because I do think he's a good solution.
It looks like a good Ember game to me. It's like, I feel like, I mean, we'll see what the last pick is, but if this Slaughter fails to shut down the Ember 1 versus 1, if it is the mid matchup, it is quite worrisome, if you ask me, because like this Ember is gonna reign supreme. Like the tempo that can be brought from P-Vision, it is intense. Like you think of an Ember running around with this Winter Wyvern, like even if they get a good angle on him and they start stunning him, he will get saved by Wyvern. This Beast with the Dom too, they can, you know, accelerate the game, and they can play 4+1 essentially, which is something that this team enjoys doing. You know, leave Satanic on his island, let him farm up, and connect when he feels ready to basically go for objectives or just win the game.
Yeah. Just looking at this Ember, there is nothing for this Flame Guard as well. Like, Slardar cannot remove it. If Ember were to roam on one of the side lanes, Keeper early game will not be able to remove it, and neither will the Treant Protector. So it just feels like these rotations are gonna hit.
There's a lot of weight on the last pick on the EB team, the way I see it. Like, luckily for them, they have the ultimate last pick, so they'll be able to see 5 heroes, and I'm sure they're gonna make, you know, nice use of it. But I would agree that there are angles in the draft that aren't covered, and they really need to tackle that.
For the carry pick for P-Vision, some kind of gap close would be nice, because you do have a ranged carry and range support in Winter Wyvern. This is when you can start looking at things like Kez and Tiny that are banned out, and they do go for the PL. When you play against Clinks, you have to make sure you can get on top of him, and with this Phantom Rush build, it'll be perfect.
I mean, Necro is out. It's one of the best answers to PL in this patch. Like, a lot of anti-PL heroes are out. I'm thinking there's still Darks here, which has been, you know, a very important pick for everyone, really. All the successful teams, I guess, in this tournament. Pretty good versus Wyvern, pretty good versus PL, very good with Slaughter. It might give them a little bit of the, you know, the magic damage that they miss. They go for the Timber. That's also a pretty good pick, actually, in this game. Very interesting pick. The lane is very good, I believe, versus PL. It should be. And Timber Coddle, like, Coddle is a great enabler of Timber. Obviously, the cooldown reduction on the spells, the ability to stack and to clear stacks really early on. Miero has to carry the game with this Timber, I have to say. Like, this has to be like a position 1 Timber kind of game.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Timber can do a lot, but if he doesn't snowball, I can see the game getting out of hand very quickly. What Timber does add to this draft as well is magic damage, because between the Slardar plus Clinks, they're heavily physical, and that's easy to play when there's an Ember, you know? Like, he's just gonna Flame Guard and cook. But with the Timber Saw, suddenly he's threatened a little bit more.
Yes.
But I do worry about later on in the game, because you kind of have a means to kill this Timber anyway with the Dark Willow Bedlam plus any kind of disable from either Ember or Beast. Like, it's not a free Timber game by any means.
No, it isn't. This Timber needs to have a very good laning phase and to get ahead and to stay ahead. And then, but Timber has the ability to carry this game, I would say. Like, if this Timber gets out of control, he will take over the game. So I think they really utilized well the last pick, because again, like, there were holes in their draft that I think are covered now. Now it comes down to how well can you execute.
Are there any holes from the other side? Are there any problems that BV is throwing P-Vision's way that P-Vision hasn't properly solved yet themselves?
I mean, I think the Treant Protector is always going to be an X factor, because with that living armor and no dispel against it in the early game, it can clutch some engagements, clutch some trades. We talked about Slardar versus Ember being important. Put the armor on that Slardar and suddenly that lane becomes even more difficult.
Yeah, if you think, I mean, if you put some distance now with our train of thoughts and we look at just the lanes, I feel like BB team, they have secured themselves what they really enjoy the most, which is having dominant lanes. Like they're running Treant lanes versus a Beast lane. That's super favorable for them. They're running a Slaughter versus Ember mid, which again should go in Slaughter's favor. Obviously, it is no one playing Ember, but still it is GPK playing Slaughter. And I feel like a Timber Call lane cannot go wrong. It's like you're just gonna, either you're winning the lane or you're just damage controlling by clicking your spells off cooldown and paying for stacks. So they could just run away with that good of an early game that, you know, they're just unstoppable.
So for P-Vision, it is very important to make sure they don't bleed too much in those first like 10-ish minutes.
Every wave is going to matter because we've seen what BB team can do with an early lane advantage.
We have seen that. It is not pretty for the receiving team, that is for sure. Sounds like we got a great game ahead of us. Of course, it's only game one of a best of 5. I'm sure both teams will look for changes going into game 2, but what those changes will be, we'll have to find out which team needs to adjust more. It is time for game 1 with Gap and SVG.
It's time for the grand finals. And we're here with BB Team versus P-Vision. We've already got some early scouting from Katomi, as he's going to be playing the Treant Protector, getting some early information against P-Vision. And who is going to get that first blood, Avery?
A lot on the line in this game 1. We've seen how much pressure can exist. As these series go later and later, you want to get off to a good start here. You want to start to gain momentum. And particularly between these two teams in terms of the strategy, the drafting, that's where this game 1 matters a lot. You're trying to force some of your strong heroes early on in this series. And if they falter, then you start to question them. Maybe they're not as strong as we thought. Maybe they're not going to propel us to this series win. This is where you can strike first, gain that edge, and say, hey, like our idea of the meta right now is just flat out better. What are you going to do about it? So I always think this game 1 in the series defines a lot in terms of what we're going to see over the long run. And I like what Seb talked about. He said, you know, grand finals always have a meta of their own. And you have to respect that. You can't lean too much into your knowledge of the tournament as a whole. You have to kind of feel the flow of the series. What's actually working, what's not. What is particular about the matchup between these two teams and how you feel in the game. And that's where these two coaches have to listen to their players, respect what they're viewing from an outside perspective, and make it all come together as you progress through potentially 5 games here.
And I feel like, I mean, is there a player matchup that you feel like is really emblematic of these two teams matching against each other?
I view the mid lane. If you look at no one, this guy, he is the consistency god. He is probably the most consistent mid laner that we've ever had in Dota 2 over such a long time period. And once more, he will rise to the grandest of stages where the lights are brightest to try and claim his first world championship that he's never been able to get. And on the flip side, you have GPK. This is a modern mid, all right? This is not your old school archetype. This is a guy who's redefining what the mid lane looks like in the last 5 years in particular. And he has had one of the biggest prime performances, especially in that last TI, in terms of what does a mechanical mid look like. Kataomi, he will snatch the first blood here. The Treant might be slow, but he's off to a fast start here.
And a late Shadow Realm from 9 class, rare mistake there from the young 4 position of P-Vision. So a good start for BB Team. I like that you pointed out the mid laners. I mean, especially since BB Team have always been a squad that I feel like is made up more of individual skill than a full team. All right, everybody points to this roster. Oh man, they've got some of the best players in every single one of their positions, and I think that's continued every single one of their rosters this year.
Sure.
It's continued to do so despite the change up of carries, right? The pickup of Kiritich, I think, was the biggest question mark, and he has certainly proven that he deserves to be on this grand final stage.
I think he's really brought this team together. Like, they have a lot more identity as a 5-man unit. It's not all about the individual plays. That, of course, is still there. You still have GPK as the KDA leader for this event, and Save is number 3. So, like, these two guys are the standout players for me in the squad. They always will be. If they're feeling their heroes popping off in a series, you always have a chance to win, but it has to be the team coming together because P-Vision, they're the highest KDA team of the event. Like, these guys are crushing it as a 5-man squad. Their strategies are on point. They understand their win conditions, and that is what strikes me the most. Can you stop P-Vision getting to that 30-35 minute high ground where the game just ends?
Yeah, they just rolled over so many teams in that area. It feels like the game is like maybe slightly favored their way, and then they just blow the whole thing wide open.
Can't afford to give up some of those big core kills around that 25-30 minute Roshan where P-Vision just run away with it. I think one thing for BB is they are a very strong laning team. And that is something that P-Vision have exploited against some of their, not necessarily weaker opponents, but weaker laning opponents.
Yeah.
When you gain that early edge, it's a lot easier to find those mid-game Roshans and just go high ground early. You're not going to find that edge against BB. Like, we just do not see this team lose lanes. You can draw. You can go even. You can eke out some minor victories, but you're not going to beat GPK mid in almost any matchup. You're not going to crush Kirtich on the safe lane. And as we're seeing here, you gave Miro last pick, so he's pretty cruising up here in a very good Timber game with Chalk or Magic to back him up. You can potentially get stacks. You can potentially play more aggressive with the infinite mana pool. This is a hard laning setup for P-Vision to gain any advantage in a game 1.
Hey, do you feel like this is a lane that they should win pretty heavily? Is this a matchup that you're looking at? This Timbersaw is going to win this lane, maybe even kill the Phantom Lancer early on?
Over the long run, for sure.
Okay.
There's just not a lot of room for any sort of pushback. Like, Wyvern is terrible against Timber too. This is one of Wyvern's worst matchups in Dota. Your Embrace is useless. Your ult is useless. You do slow burn damage that Timber doesn't really care about. He buys Lotuses. He can buy Dispels. Like, it's a miserable matchup here for the Wyvern, so we have to look for Ducalis to find impact elsewhere in this game. He does have the advantage of playing against two physical heroes in the Slaughter and the Clinks. So if he can find a way to use Embrace against those two, get some nice calls like we've seen him early in this tournament, I have some faith that this first pick Wyvern will have impact in this game, but the last pick Timber is not the point of attack for him. And that's another reason this lane should go well for Miro. Just not a lot you can do to kick the Timber out of here.
And in which case, we already have the Slardar mid matchup against an Ember Spirit where he is favored, GPK may be favored as a laner against no one as well. So that's going to go the way of BB team. And then you've got Clinks versus Beastmaster, which is a favored matchup for BB team as well. So it feels like this is going to be a game 1 where BB team walk away with potentially a 3-lane victory.
PL's doing the best of everybody here, which is a good sign for them, as you do want this hero to get to his timings as quickly as possible. But you're right, it's going to be a BB team lane victory in this game 1, and I think that could be a trend for the series. However, I don't know if P-Vision mind. Again, I think they're playing for the mid game. They're playing for when this 5-man lineup comes together, and it's the team fighting that is the scariest thing about this squad. As long as someone has a good start, you can always play around that hero. Just has to be one of the 2 or the 3 here. Make space for the Phantom Lancer, you're going to be cruising.
BB team just cannot seem to get this top lane pulled back in any fashion. Ducalis has easy camp open. He's blocking away the hard camp, though. They do manage to get this pull now.
They have a couple stacks brewing, too. So they haven't been able to get the pull, but you're getting stacks on that triangle. Neither of those camps got blocked out early. You're looking at the early invasion from P-Vision. If the Ember were having an absolutely free Ember game, that's where it would come from, but no one, he's getting pushed off mid. GPK is doing his job in this matchup. Took a commanding lead, no one just forced to jungle very early here. Gonna have to play from behind.
This is something that we saw in the semifinals, but it didn't go as well. The Ember Spirit was still able to get through the laning phase pretty well against the Slardar, and then ultimately became the monster that we've seen the entire tournament along. I mean, you pointed to Ember Spirit as being the hero of the tournament, and well, we'll see if it's the hero of this grand finals or if this is where it's going to finally falter. Katomi sneaking around from behind. Bonk's 9 class. They have the crush to slow him down even further. And a bash is going to do a lot. Not quite enough, though. The Cold Embrace will bail out 9 class for now. Ducalis slowing down these heroes underneath the tower. BB team have brought so many heroes, though, that P-Vision are only able to get really a 2 versus 3. After already losing the Wyvern, no one comes in, but they can't really do anything. There's going to be a lot of damage on the mid tower. And whew, look how low Satanic got from the pressure the Timbersaw. So he might have gotten the early laning phase. He's still walking away with the best CS, but the pressure is mounting up from that Timbersaw.
Beautiful execution of your lane advantage. You go to the highest pressure lane where the Ember's the most susceptible, still not level 6 for no one, not a hero that P-Vision want to fight around, and you have 2 side laners that also have some good matchups here. So when you leave them in the vacuum, they're going to take advantage of it. They're going to kick the other 2 cores off the lane. You're putting a lot of pressure on the map, Katome. I don't know if you're winning this battle.
Nice try.
He'll look for it. He'll pay the price. Nice little pick up for Noticed as he pushes towards that helm. They're on the board. Still worried about this top lane, though. Satanic, he's salving up. This is investment in regen just to try and get a little extra experience up here, but you can't stand against this Timber. And there's just no way.
If you can just kill out this creep wave and make it so the Siege Wagon finally dies, they'll be a lot happier. Doppelgangers away. Miro starts tanking the aggro, and this is a tower that's going to, I mean, likely just die unless P-Vision moves some supports over here.
No, you don't want to come up to this lane. Nobody wants to fight this Timber this early on. I think your best item is going to be the Vessel against him, but because the Ember's so far behind, that's going to be the most delayed here. His Timbersaw is going to be a problem in this game. He has Chalk or Magic backup, he has Living Armor backup. he's not on his own. You can have the Slardar go in beside him and kind of make space.
Katomi spotted again, trying to block out some camps, but P-Vision, they're already losing some map control, so they got to make sure at least their triangle remains unblocked.
GPK doing so much work in this lane that just set the early game up beautifully here. We saw this Ember Slardar matchup in some of the other series, and it did not go this poorly. So little lane execution making a big difference.
Take the stack and reblock it. The BB team are going to take their own stacks and their own triangle right now.
That is juicy right there.
Which is what no one was hoping to interrupt with the Ember Spirit. We've seen these Ember Spirits just be able to play in enemy triangles and interrupt stacks so many times. And
steal 3 small gold.
All right, you got 29 gold away from them.
Hey, everything counts then.
And similar game plans apparently from the 5 positions. Ducalis comes over and blocks that medium camp.
This is the real damage. Like this, it's not just you're getting so many stacks here, it's the efficiency about it, right? It happens very quickly. It doesn't cost you anything because you have Chalk or Magic. Just such a nice injection. And what's happening besides that? You're still just getting beat off of the mid lane.
GPK hits the bash right as he comes out of the cold embrace there. Does a little extra damage.
Very strong start. You're gonna smoke GPK at the end of this. That's that same smoke that was used for the Ancients, by the way. So even more efficiency coming out from that play.
Got him on the solar bind. Ducalis can fly, but he can't go far. He's gonna be stuck in the cold embrace. We'll just delay his death a few seconds.
Maybe they get the tree at mid. This would be a little something for no one. As a blood grenade.
In GPK, he's gonna hit the crush on no one. No one tries to finish him off with the slight. The blood grenade did miss.
Yeah, that's some extra gold thrown away.
Katomi lives.
I feel like that TP from GPK was just saying like, no, I'm not going to give you anything in this game.
Yeah.
I don't care if that TP is good for me, but I know it's bad for you.
Look at this rotation. Notice. And Kiritich both pushing in for the 10-minute power rune here. Savis is kind of stuck in the river, but with GPK pushing these heroes back through the mid lane. Now they're going to turn around, roar on him. Here comes the blast, though, to try and heal up GPK with the crutch, landing on a lot of heroes. It's just all not enough. Here with a big hit. The Timber Chain and the Whirling Death doing some big damage. Takes 1 and 2. Kiritich is still fighting alongside this Miro. Yeah, they're going to keep it going. He started backing away, but I think Kiritich is making the call. Bro, where are you going? We can win this fight.
I love 10 heroes in the mid lane at 10 minutes. This is your average European pub right here.
That's right.
As the tempo picks up, nobody wants to give that power. That is the importance of these runes in this game and the importance of winning that clash. It's just an escalation, right? If you're going to bring some hero, then we have to bring one more. And if we bring one more, then we have to bring our carry into the fight. It's only the PL that doesn't want to join that exchange, which very reasonable. I think if PL joined that, everybody would have been confused.
Bring a knife, I bring a gun. Both teams ended up bringing a bazooka to the mid lane. And the clash does result in BB team having a decent lead off this laning phase, 3,000. Yeah, a lot of bounties. Ooh.
You really have to be careful of how much the Timber gets in some of these cleanup situations because he is the raid boss here. At least until the PL is ready to join and have his own presence.
And what is BB team's plan here for this Phantom Lancer? Is this a game? Is this a kind of hero? In their lineup, are they able to hunt down this Phantom Lancer, or are they just going to be playing to kind of win the 5 versus 4, hope they keep the rest of P-Vision down enough?
I think you're looking to punish the rest of the squad. Miro getting chased off here.
Yeah, he's the one kind of getting punished here. Does have Lotus in the pool, not going to go for it. Timber Chain's far enough away. It's going to be fine, but it does say something that the Timber Sock gets pushed out of lane like that.
Oh, for sure. Space for this Phantom Lancer to gain some map control, force the Timber back into the fountain. Map presence will pick up from Kiritich the second that Deso's online. He's not a player who is likely to AFK when you have this sort of lead early on. You can join any of the fights, collect some of those Deso charges. You're going to feel great about it, especially with this tree scouting so much territory. Kataomi has just been an invading force in this early game.
Yeah, we've seen his playstyle. He doesn't really care if he lives or dies as long as he's getting good information, breaking smokes. It's kind of one of those supports that is just always going to be on the enemy side of the map.
I like this lane pull. One, you're dodging that Slardar in the mid lane, but two, you're kind of soft scouting the stacks.
Sure.
Like, while you have this haste rune, while you have that get out of jail free card, there's no way no one dies on the map right now, so you may as well get as aggressive as possible with your farming pattern, give as much information to the team. This is a kind of a cheeky smoke to bypass that.
This is a tough kill to
Very
land.
tough kill.
They're going to lead off with the crush. Doppelganger's going to be the danger here. If he gets far enough away, they have him on the Chakram. They managed to get the real Solar Bind on the real Phantom Lancer, but he's already underneath the tier 2. It's not worth.
Way too hard to bring him down. Unless you have overgrowth on the follow-up, you just don't have the stuns for the Phantom Lance this game.
Right.
I would almost like to see them have gone into triangle. Again, ignore PL, shut down the other heroes, because I think you have more reliable ways to take them down.
So the first reveal of the Blink Dagger for GPK doesn't really amount to much here. No one's going to try and continue to draw attention around this mid lane. It is freeing up our side laners quite a bit. Overgrowth. And let's see if they chain all the stuns here well enough. Well, Bash and Crush is not good enough, and no one's now going to get away with the Haste Rune. So this is exactly what he wants. Drawing heroes to the mid lane, away from his Phantom Lancer, away from his Beastmaster.
Power the Haste Rune in that situation. He knows his limits. Very few early game stuns on this BB squad, and that's something they're going to have to recognize. You can maybe end up in a situation where you get like a cheeky double crush with Chakra Magic going into GBK at the right time, but that's about it. Wonder if we'll see some sort of early disable come out. Like sometimes you could go Atos on the Timber for an extra stun here. I don't think any of these heroes really want to buy an early Orchid. Otherwise your options are pretty limited in this lineup. Maybe Save will buy something cheeky. Sometimes we see him rush some crazy item on the Caudal to help with your lockdown situation. But otherwise you have to understand these smoke plays are not going to be that efficient. You're going to have to just look for extra farm, take areas away, and kind of put P-Vision in a spot where they feel pressure to fight into you. There's a Wisdom Shrine taken away by the Wyvern.
Nicely done by Dakalis.
Super big pickup for him. You need some extra levels on this hero.
I would say another option for Disable, right, would be Orchid Clinks. We've seen some of these Clinks build that item, but because he's matched up against Phantom Lancer, he kind of just needs the raw damage output. You have to go Deso, you have to go Shard, and then from there, it feels like you just always have to build more damage in order to threaten him in all his illusions.
Yeah, I don't want to see the Orchid on in this game. I think it's a way too risky of a pickup. Maybe you get 1 or 2 connections on the Ember, but how much does that change the game?
Yeah.
Like, it's not your job as Clinks to shut down this Ember right now. It's your job to kind of deal with some of the beast pressure and assassinate the back line. Maybe the Orchid give you some value against the supports. That could be in a consideration, but I doubt we'll see it here.
Agreed. Well, he's kept the Beastmaster from taking the tower. Another jump here from GPK. But again, a lack of disables. No one is pretty unconcerned about this whole thing.
This is more the Ember Slaughter matchup. Like, GPK did a really good job early, but I do feel this is pretty Ember favored as we go into the mid game. The chain's controlling you.
Trying to land the Bramble. Now threatening the Terrorize, trying to catch up to the Bedlam. Blinding Light pushes back 9 class, limiting the damage. And Save is going to live for now. With Miro showing up, everyone's going to back away. Miro's going to try and run him down. Kiritage joining in here.
Once a Deso hit.
Got to get those charges where you can. Night Class gets bursted down nice and quick. Kiritage is scouting out. They make a jump there from GPK. Satanic.
They're going to bite the bait.
It's going to bite. They're going to go for the illusion. He's now duking his way. He made his way out with the TP. He's good.
Nice jukes, nice space created as the mid lane push coming through from the Beastmaster. Going to force a response out from BB. They're going to bring the Timbersaw in to defend.
And it's classic P-Vision. We're seeing them just kind of move you around the map. You unsuccessfully are chasing heroes. Towers are being hit on the other side of the map as a result.
Hunting no one with the Clinks, but again, this isn't a threat. I don't think he dies here.
I mean, it's a very small window. He has the bash ready to go. Is it going to be enough? It's close, but he got off the Sleight of Fist and into the Remnant. Again, BB team trying so hard to kill an Ember Spirit who just will not die.
You have to be able to find these pickoffs against P-Vision or they're going to out-farm you right now. Lead has not grown since that end of the early game at 10 minutes. In fact, it's gone P-Vision's way. It's PL sucking more out of the map right now. The Beast is getting the lanes in without dying. And in some ways, that's the guy you would have liked to have hunt the most here, is the Beastmaster. Take him off the map, invade their triangle, take away the ancient space, play around the tree and scouting.
Yeah, we never saw deep smoke plays into the right. The corner camps there so much. They didn't play for the 14-minute Wisdom Shrine, for example.
I thought that was going to be the point of attack because you had this Clinks against the Beast who took the early tier 1 tower. You can kind of get in there. He can help you do it. You have Living Armor to back you up. It would have been a nice area to get into. I just never saw it happen, which means you have to go back to some stacking, some efficiency of your own, and make sure this Timbersaw keeps getting fat alongside the Clinks here. That's going to be your real scaling power against the PL in particular. It is a good matchup for the Timber. You're in the top 5 here statistically, so it's got to count for something.
Yeah, how good do you think this Timbersaw is now that he no longer has, the double chakram, his Ags? Is that a suitable replacement against Phantom Lancer? Is that actually any good versus that hero?
You're a damage threat over the long run in a team fight, but you're not a hero that controls him. And I don't know, personally, I feel like whenever I play against PL, I at least want one hero that can lock him down and set up some of your other damage sources. Otherwise, it just feels like he's running through the fight. And yeah, the Timber's going to put some damage into him, but he's not killing him that fast. He's not controlling him. You're not a threat to the Timber. So in that sense, Miro has free reign in the fight as well, and you can kind of play around him on the front line.
So stuns are just always going to be a problem, it sounds like. It's a problem early, and it's going to be a problem for the rest of the game.
Might prompt early hexes here.
Yeah.
Maybe if they, like that 30-40 minute hex that can set a lot more up in the team fight, we could see that come out from the Timber.
Coddle is a great hero.
Yeah, Coddle as well.
Rush aside the Vice. Sentry is going to
That's who they want.
But they do manage to get the jump of the Beastmaster, finally getting a kill on the Beast and some Deso charges.
That is how you want these smokes to land. Like, biggest target on the map, easiest target to kill, don't need as much control. And you can just translate that into a quick objective here. 30 seconds off the map for the Beast, that's enough to do Roshan with this heavy physical lineup.
And they can also then do Tormentor in 50 seconds as well. So,
oh yeah,
pretty well positioned. These are going to be very efficient plays off of the physical damage minus armor.
And I think this is how you want to play against Phantom Lancer. I don't think you want to have your whole game revolve around the hero. He's going to be in your head. But you just want to play Dota. Like, you want to take objectives, you want to accelerate the game, you want to punish his team. And yeah, there's this guy somewhere farming jungle. But it's not the end-all be-all. Like, no hero 1v5s in the modern age of Dota 2.
Well, Satanic is going to put that claim to the test. No one, once again, just right next to tier 2s, tier 3s, knowing that, I mean, even if they could kill him, probably not even worth making your way that far back on the map. And that has gotten an Ags Phantom Lancer. So PL is the first step to kind of being online. Manta is like a farming item, but Ags actually gives you something to work with.
Very nice item against the Clinks, a lot of extra damage in the fight. There's the Tormentor, shard to the tree, pretty nice here. Some extra map control with those eyes. And you're still defending this tier 1 mid.
Yeah, it feels really good.
So some decent map control and some decent net worth advantage for BB to play with. Let's see what they can do with it during this Aegis period. Who they choose to hunt, who they can successfully hunt. Those are two very different things.
BB team has definitely done a better job of utilizing this Treant Protector than some of the other teams we've seen, right? Keeping their tier 1 towers, every single one of them up over 20 minutes against a Beastmaster in particular.
Yeah, even going to defend this bottom tier 1 against the creeps. Take some more gold for themselves, plus 250. Kill that Catapult, keeps all your tier 1s alive, and that's another reason no one's just doing this back lane cutting. Like, if you have these tier 1 towers up, you have to accumulate some map pressure somehow. This is pretty nice for the team. Abusing his invincibility. Will you run out of damage, though? There's a nice timing for BB where they're going to have a lot of sustain. Living Armor, Coddle Blast, Timber Regen already has a Lotus online. The Clinks can be pretty tanky. That's a lot of HP to get through.
Come back again. What is the game plan here if you're Katomi? You're going to bonk him, overgrowth him, maybe a crush, then a bash, and then that's the last of your disables.
You can sap some XP.
That is true. Maybe they can at least kick him
they're
out.
going to try.
Hit him with the overgrowth. Get the bash to chain it. Now the crush. That was really well played. GPK with holding on to the bash hit just for that extra bit of timer to allow the Timbersaw to get there in time. They actually put it together this time.
And you know what? He dies because he also didn't have Yules off the Courier. The Courier got sniped by Kiritich earlier, so he's missing a lot of extra net worth.
Yeah.
Don't know if it bails him out there, but they probably made the play like he has no Dispel in this situation. The Treant can set up. He's not just going to be able to Yules himself out of it instantly. Very nice read. Perfect execution.
No one was also part of the reason he was playing there. He had Illusion Rune in the bottle, right? Which is a free Dispel against Overgrowth, but it timed out right before Treant Protector makes that play. Probably part of the reason Katomi made the call there.
Well, the Illusions are still cutting the wave, so I guess he's alive even in death. Gets a Flag Bearer creep, and maybe one more here. Gold efficiency right there.
All right, start cutting into that dire side map. But you've got some nice defensive wards already laid out here. Though one of these is going to expire soon, but they've got another one to try and protect Satanic and the farming at the top part of the map.
Tying up no one again. Still doesn't have that Yules off that courier. Almost gets crushed.
They're going to get some nice eyes in the forest down too. So this Vision game, it's going to be pretty brutal for P-Vision to play against this early on.
They're doing a nice job getting the wave cut going though. Like even this 9-class move up here is really annoying. Even if you kill him off of this, you don't feel great doing it. It's just delaying your push top. This tier 2, it's going to get glyphed in fact.
And he sees the chase coming his way. The TP gets out before GPK hits the crush.
Perfectly timed. That lets the Ember go into mid. It lets the Beast creeps push in bottom. This forces TPs down to the bottom of the map out of BB. Not what they wanted for their starter to have to deal with this. And maybe you can look for a fight here. Your PL is still really farmed in this game. 300 last hits, no deaths.
And they just got the Blink Dagger on Dakalis, so if you, in your haste to try and like run down these heroes on the side of P-Vision, clump up too much, the punish is now available. Feel bad for GPK. He's just kind of wandering around looking for heroes, kind of blind smoking into areas, hoping he gets something. He actually might, not even off the smoke. Gets the stun onto no one. Of course, no one ready to jump to his Remnant, but there is, Yule Scepter. They already had a Sentry laid out. Get some extra vision on a Kiritich here.
Still is Aegis.
It's an Aegis, so this is not really a P-Vision play whatsoever. 9-class gets himself maybe killed though. Miro looks to run him down, got the invisibility, and now he's gonna try and juke it, but there's Say, blasts him down with a blinding light.
That does a lot more damage than it used to.
That is true, yeah.
BKB arriving for GPK down on that bottom gives you the confidence to go in there. There's the BKB for the Timber, so you're hitting a really nice timing here on the second half of this Aegis. You can still pressure some towers. You have to assume that P-Vision are going to dodge you for most of this game.
Yep.
Until there's an important enough objective where you can force the fight. And that's going to be your moment to group up and strike. But until then, take advantage of the fact that they're dodging you on the map. Get greedy, cut some lanes of your own, make some quick two-man play to kick people out of areas, but don't overcommit the whole squad.
If you're BB team, let's say you go through, P-Vision successfully dodges you. You pick up a Roshan, you get the second Aegis. Are you going high ground with this Aegis? If you never find that pick off, that is the obvious, okay, we can go high ground with this. Are you willing to go for a high ground push early on in a 5v5?
I think so. I think you can put the Clinks up there, let him siege it with the long attack range. He has living armor, you have Coddle, sustain.
Right.
Like, you're not going to be able to outspam him too easily here unless you bring the PL back and he starts hitting him, in which case you can take that fight if you're tanking up.
They don't have any like scary repositioning tools or anything like that.
It's as good as it gets, honestly, in most games.
Nice pickup, though. Got no one again, this time just between the Timbersaw and the Slardar.
Died in a crush bash duration. That's brutal for him. That changes a lot in terms of how aggressive he's going to be trying to cut these waves and get on BB side of the map, which, by the way, you look at the vision. They've lost all vision on that side. So there's just not a lot to play off of here. You run up a ramp, you run into two heroes.
The amount of damage.
That is what the Timbersaw gives you. Kills anybody in Dota.
Yeah, and Flame Guard is no defense against those two heroes, so. Kiritich immediately taking advantage of this. A nice push through the bottom lane by himself. He can take the tier 2, but with the Siege Wagon, it's made just that little bit faster.
BB is really good at translating these kills into further objectives, further map control, or aggressive farming. Like, you never see them get a kill and run to their side of the map.
Right.
And these little things that add up over the course of a game, over the course of a series, that build that gold lead. That Ember kill turned into 3K net worth advantage. Just like that. You also got a lot of P-Vision back into their base, and that's even more valuable. Lets you set up the next move here, get better vision out. Again, look at where the wards are on this for Dire on this map. There's two in the top river. You see nothing else, and you're playing against a Treant who's scouting. With eyes in the forest, early shard off the Tormentor.
Yep.
There's a lot of information advantage for BB right now in this game.
Well, at this rate, it's going to become a satanic 1v5 kind of game. Because he is the only one out on the map getting farmed. He is still keeping neck and neck with the Clinks, but they are 8,000 net worth behind.
I will say, if you're going to pick a hero to 1v5 in this meta, PL's one of the better ones.
Yeah.
Like, this hero can do it if it's the right setup. If he can start on like one of these supports or the Clinks with a charge in, a lot of illusion spawn, you start dealing damage, the fight becomes a lot more chaotic. That information doesn't count for as much on the side of BB. And you have to make a quick call. Are we trying to bail out of this PL situation, or do we take the fight into him?
Right. Daedalus done. I mean, this Birdie Barrage is going to hurt.
Oh, yeah. It's a lot of burst damage. You have Gunpowder Gauntlet on top of it. If Kiritich gets on the back line, I feel like the fight is almost over, no matter how strong the PL is. Yeah, there's a lot of Cloak of Flames in this game.
I just kind of want to see the damage test of him firing into a Satanic Horde.
A lot of greedies, too.
How much damage is he going to do the real PL?
I think it's going to be underwhelming. That's my gut read here. It sounds good on paper, and then when you fire it, they're not all going to land. You might not hit the right part of the clump. Satanic has a decent amount of armor here, too, you know. Let's not ignore
he's got
he
the
is an
armor,
magic
and if he's able to start the fight the right kind of way, he could just doppelganger.
And they gave him the gem. I think that also tells you they're feeling in this game of like who is able to get out on the map and be survivable right now, clear some of these eyes, clear some of the wards. It's the Phantom Lancer. Yep. It's not the Ember anymore. This is normally a situation you would want to give the Ember the gem.
You hate to see that. 2 cores sitting inside the Roshan pit, just begging, please, please spawn. It's not going to happen. And in fact, you're going to have to wait a long time. It's going to be a late Roshan spawn, and it's going to be on the other side of the map. BB team are not going to be happy with that.
Opening for P-Vision. There's an amp damage up there as well. Alive for another minute or so.
Spot 9 class. And surprise him. Whew. A crit of 666 damage for the skeleton.
Good thing he didn't have the gem.
That's true.
Just going to try and get the Beast, BKB, and the Ember Ags, and that's going to be your next window to teamfight here alongside potential Butterfly for the Phantom Lancer. That would be huge.
Yeah, Ember Ags has been a game changer in every single Ember game that we've watched at this tournament.
Your ability to assassinate supports on the backline goes up by such a large degree, it kind of just changes the whole setup of the fight. I will say, though, these 2 supports, they got a lot of extra farm from the early objective taking. They're pretty fat. Not easy supports to burst down.
Yeah, no doubt. And we'll see what they go luxury item-wise. So we've already got some of the utility, Glimmer, Force Staff from Save, and the Trade Protector, rocking the Essence Distiller. He's going to get a Blink Dagger next. I'm still curious, like, Save, he's got a Yule Scepter queued up. But I do wonder when, like, it's inevitable, right? At some point, he's probably going to go with Scythe of Ice. It's just how early does he think it's necessary?
I think this is where he kind of has to choose. A lot of times when he goes this early Yules, he does consider just committing to the Wind Waker pretty fast.
Yep.
I think this is a game where it looks pretty juicy against the single Beast Roar, which is the only real stun you're worried about here.
Yep. And not really having that good of a nullifier hero.
For sure.
Side of P-Vision, right? None of these heroes really want to build it. They probably will have to.
But you're not going Timber Ags. You're not upping the value of a nullifier here for the Beastmaster or
That's a good point.
The PL. I would like the Wind Waker rush from the Coddle. I think it looks pretty juicy. They're going to give the Aegis to Kiritich, level 20, and they're going to look for the fight bottom.
A blind Blink Crush there from GPK. He knows that there are heroes somewhere down here, just wasn't sure exactly where. Wisps on the initiation, and all of P-Vision will scatter. Some teleport back, others will continue farming these neutrals and take the farm away from the Radiant side as much as possible.
Yeah, Roche cost you some net worthly. That's how efficiently this PL is farming the map right now. Highest net worth in the game.
Oh, and the same's going to probably apply to this Tormentor play, especially to Callis. What a play this would be.
Really hard to make something happen here. We'll see what he can do.
He's going to get somebody. Oh, the curse right as the Timber stuff.
Unlucky.
Timber chained away from the Clinks.
The thing is you have to go because you're going to die to Tormentor there.
Yes, exactly right.
Shard will also go to the Timber here for a nice little flamethrower. Nice spell in this game.
Some extra chip damage on these towers. Yes. Well, it's 11-3. We haven't had much action here, but BB team is about to force the clash. They're up 7,000 net worth. Not an overwhelming advantage, but they do have this very intense firepower on buildings. These buildings are dropped fast. Satanic is going to try and put this Clinks to the test, and yeah, that Burning Barrage, it was not impressive at all against the Phantom Lancer. It's going to be up to the Timbersaw to try and deal with him. Satanic in deep, and can he get out? No, Doppelganger trying to Manta dodge with the Solar Bind. The hits are coming in from the Clinks. He needs a couple more shots. The Doppelganger went off, and Satanic lives.
That's huge. You can reset, heal, come back into this fight right now. BB, they need to make a call if they want to linger around.
They've only got a few more seconds till Satanic can join the fight again, and they just take the one building and out. So a tier 3, a ranged barracks, and they call it quit, a reset here now.
there were a lot of things that were close to swinging that fight one way or the other. You had the all-in attempt on the Slardar when GPK went in with the BKB, you get roared and you're getting focused down, but he barely lives. The Ember commits not enough to finish him off going into the overgrowth. Then you had this battle between the PL and the Clinks, which is always going to be super PL favored, but we saw at the end, if you can kind of isolate him in some weird situation, get some hits in, you have the single target burst to bring him down. No question about it.
Miro's got a heart almost finished up.
Oh, he's massive.
Man, he's just going to exist on this front line.
I don't know what you do to him in this game. He's going to be the hardest target for P-Vision to interact with.
Yeah, Phantom Lancer doesn't really interact with him because you're just maxing out his reactive armor stacks. It's going to have so much armor there. Ember's not doing enough magic damage early on. Spirit Vessel was an answer, but we saw that Ember was too far behind, Timber was too far ahead.
You just don't want to go on Miro in this game. It's not going to end well for you. There's going to be a blinding light. There's going to be an overgrowth.
So they got to kill everybody else, and that's where they see save with the wrap
That's
round.
a good opening.
Really quick execution. Now Satanic hunting for more, going after the Slardar, but he's going to be terrorized up, very heavily controlled. Miro's trying to help him out where he can. It does manage to get 9 class. Now the run down on Kiritich, and then can't get away from Satanic. Kiritich in some trouble, trying to death pact, heal his way up. He turns around, knows there's no escape. He goes after Notice. It's not nearly enough damage, and now it's just Miro left alone against 3 different cores. Exactly the way that if you're P-Vision, you drew it up. Ignore Miro, kill everyone else.
A perfect team fight from them. The PL gets to stick on all the targets he wants to. You get a gem out of that as well. And swift damage coming out from Satanic here. This is the Phantom Lancer problem. This is the Timbersaw matchup in a nutshell. Like, you're just stuck trying to chase him and deal damage. But with this Axe, he's a lot more mobile than he used to be. He can get onto targets and deal the burst damage a lot faster. I mean, look at how fast he cleans up GPK here. Like, you get feared and you're just gone. Even got the BKB off, doesn't matter. And now you're just instantly onto the Clinks. No way Kiritich can stand his ground here. Has no shot of fighting back. What's Miro supposed to do? I mean, he's just trying to land as many spells as he can, but this is where I go to. You needed a game plan for this Phantom Lancer over the long run. And to me, it has to be Hex control, like a bunch of Wind Wakers, some ability to save your backline when he gets there. But there's got to be something, because otherwise he does reign supreme in these fights. I don't think the Timbersaw can output enough damage fast enough to counterplay it. He's still not going Hex.
Yeah. What do you think about, I mean, it's a long ways away here, but level 25 Slardar, how much does that change things? If you can Blink Crush, you hit the Phantom Lancer, it's no longer dispellable.
It's big for sure, as talent always changes the game.
But then, like, who follows up that damage? Right? Like, because Clicks has shown that it's not even close. He can't stand his ground at all. Burning Barrage doesn't do nearly enough damage to clear out these illusions, let alone the hero itself.
I think it will come down to which team starts the fight in the way they want, right? Which team gets onto the back line faster.
GPK almost executing 9 class, tries to finish him off there, managed to get the blink away after the Shadow Realm into the trees. He found him, but he didn't have the bash.
A nice escape for him. BKB down for the Slardar. Some more space created as the lead just cannot grow in this game.
A slight change, even a momentary pause there, lets them snag the haste rune away from Miro.
P-Vision feeling a lot more comfortable now after that last fight. They're like, all right, yeah, this PL, he's going to do some work in this game. We just need to play around him, assassinate supports, and Satanic will have enough space in the fight to clean everybody up.
All right, I'm gonna try and find more solutions to Phantom Lancer. Clinks has Searing Arrows multi-shot. With Burning Army?
He does have it. I don't disagree with that. I don't think it's going to change the matchup.
Exist.
You keep trying, Austin. You keep trying.
Okay, well. We've almost got an Octarine and level 25 for Miro. Shiva's done for no one, which just makes him all the more slippery. Because again, they don't have the most disables, and those limited disables, they have to pump a lot of physical damage into Ember Spirit. Him having this 17 plus armor item, it's going to do wonders for him. You can see P-Vision are just saying, all right, BB team, you have to end the game on us. We won that fight. Didn't actually take any objectives really off of it. They still have this mid-tier 1 tower up at 37 minutes.
I will say you kind of are hitting Satanic's prime right here. He's going to fill this last gem slot with something big, probably the Bloodthorn, just to maximize his damage output. And then I do think you want to start to take control of this game. If it goes to 60 minutes plus, PL can sometimes run into issues just because everybody gets so tanky and they have low cooldowns. Like you're playing against a bunch of Heart Octarine heroes, and there's Wind Wakers and Hexes, and the game can get really weird for you.
Okay, is this a real concern, or is this 60 minutes games get weird concern? Like, do you actually think they wouldn't be favored late game?
I think it is a soft concern, you know?
Okay.
It's like in the back of your mind. You're not
okay,
going to
so
overthink
you still think they're favored in the late game, but... Miro gets his Timber Chain talent. Hey, we're just back to farming. And that farm is not really going any direction one way or the other. We're just stuck at a very minimal 4,000 net worth lead for BB team. They're going to wait for another Roshan, another opportunity to head to high ground. And with that Aegis,
Divine.
Kiritich might just buy into a Divine.
Which thinking about it.
I'm tempted to agree with him there.
I'm down. Especially if you get the next Roshan, just buy the Divine and send it. See what happens. You got tanky frontliners. You've got a bunch of sustain. I think it's the right item for that situation if you find yourself there to just try and end the game.
Once again, BB team's preference. They're on this dire side corner here with control of the outpost, but Roshan, it's going to be a little bit longer one. And once again, it's going to be on the Radiant side. Kiritich is actually going to try and backdoor. With the Burning Army laid out, Glyph is going to be forced. That was a nice move.
Definitely don't want to have to come back to deal with skeletons here. It's kind of a waste of time for everybody on the side of P-Vision.
Yeah, this could be a window to work with. They get this next Roshan. If they push pretty quickly, then that Glyph will still be on cooldown.
They've had some really unlucky Roche spawns.
Yeah, the longer Roches are definitely not for them.
Rough out here. Did hit 25 on the Timber. That's also a nice talent to try and help him keep up with the PL. Because he's not dying as Phantom Lancer. Yeah. It would take a lot of stun committal. They do have Nullifier on notice. They did end up going for it, just kind of preemptively, countering anything, making sure that this Roar gives you the full control you need from it. And who you decide to Roar, it's kind of a big deal.
Get that Bloodthorn on Satanic. It's such a massive upgrade.
Oh yeah. Biggest damage item for sure in this game.
You combine that with your level 25 with the Doppelganger, it feels like it's always up. No, worse than it used to be. Didn't it used to be, it went down to like a 4-second cooldown?
With the talent? Yeah. I think it was 4 or 5.
Now it only goes down to 6 seconds. But
Phantom Lancer players crying everywhere about their 6-second Doppel, and what a shame. Smoke through mid lane. They are ready to just push it straight up. Baiting Satanic on the front line has not died this game. I'll tell you, when you're in these Phantom Lancer games and he hasn't died, that's just sitting in the back of your mind. You're like, oh no. Please let me find him once. They're going to try and get the
initiation on Miro. And they don't really have much saves here. They've got the Overgrowth. That's the best they have. The curse stops him from Timber chaining away. Can they commit though with the bounce back of the Lotus? It kills the Winter Wyvern. And Katomi's going to die as well. So it's going to be support for support here.
Sick Overgrowth to bail him out. He's dead 100% there.
Yeah.
You can't free some space to get the BKB off. Remove that Orchid / Bloodthorn damage. It's going to be a big item to think about in this game. You don't want to let Satanic get in there, Bloodthorn you, and have that Soul Rend pop. It's going to be a huge burst.
It's going to be very important that Miro, or rather Sade, can play around Miro to, be there for that exact play.
He went for the second Lotus Orb over the Hex, so recognizing you need to be able to bail your heroes out of this single target initiation. Then we can play the rest of the fight. Trying to force the Roshan a little bit. They're going to poke the Timber. Don't want to commit to him without Roar or that Winter's Curse. Missing too many ults right now to force the fight straight up.
No one checking inside the pit. And Kiritich has made the call. He wants to push out this bottom lane. He does not want to take the straight 5-on-5 around this Roshan pit. Doesn't want to risk it. If he can force heroes down to this bottom lane, which is already naturally going to push in thanks to creeps. He just has to deal with the Helmet Dom.
He's going to show, though, and the smoke is coming through from P-Vision. This gives you a green light to start the fight. You know the Clinks isn't there. Even if he's going to wrap bottom, the fight is more important.
Atomi's going to be the one to break the smoke here. They try and find him. They do manage to get him off the dust. He has a buyback to work with. The Clinks is not backing up. I thought he was going to show it immediately come back. Miro goes in. He does get roared immediately here. Loda's going to help him out. On the left-hand side, you've got GPK battling a Satanic, and say battling. He's retreating. He's trying to get away from this Phantom Lancer as best he can, but it's too tough. He turns around, crushes. The Illusions are still chasing after him. The Hero's still chasing after him all the way into the Tier 3, and they got him. Meanwhile, the Clinks has already cleaned up the melee barracks. Is now going for the Tier 3 in the mid lane. It's a full-out split push from Kiritich, who's now going to BKB TP out. After forcing teleports, he is away. Back over to that mid lane. Winner's Curse laid down to Miro. The Chakra laid out, almost catching no one. Still has his Solar Bind on him. He's so far away, but the Timber Chain is just as far. Hit the Chakra, he goes down.
Perfect Timber Chain. That was the only tree there.
A massive pickup, and Miro has now put himself pretty deep here against his Phantom Lancer. It's scary. The Bloodthorn goes out. BKB plus the Lotus.
Might have to TP here.
Timber Chain is up. He makes his long jump away. Save has to disappear. Doesn't want to get spotted by the Phantom Lancer, who can always run you down. They pop the
Clinks is back.
Yeah, the Clinks is back, and they're starting putting damage on Satanic. Gets to a bad health. He does manage to doppelganger away. A bit of a reset. Miro goes in once again. Pops his Lotus, but now the Bloodthorn is
big overgrowth.
Big overgrowth. Locking out these heroes though. Miro doing lots of damage.
They froze him,
but they got the damage. He managed to Bloodthorn him. The Lotus Sword bounced back the Bloodthorn and ends up killing him. Satanic, now that he's down, an opening presents itself. BB team, if they could get potentially a dieback here on no one.
He's out of remnants.
Doesn't have any remnants. 8 more seconds. There's no way to juke this. Miro's just an absolute monster, and he's taking them all down one by one.
Triple kill for the big raid boss in this game. It was going to be a question of who dies first, the Phantom Lancer or the Timber, because that is what these fights are coming down to. And boy, that Timber, he had a lot more help with the Lotus Swords behind him. They paid off big time in this game. Absolutely correct item decision call from Save. I mean, he bailed him out like 2 or 3 times there. The overgrowths were huge as well. This is where the focus matters a lot. You need to understand who you're playing through in these fights and who you're saving the utility for. BB, they understood it in this game. It's about this last pick Timbersaw. It's about keeping Miro alive, and he will win you the long fight eventually. Did he overstep here?
Board to overstep. Once again, his team bails him out. The Winner's Curse, though,
he's
locking
healing
him together so they can kind of play off of this one. Of course, Ducalis dies to that bounce back, just like he did in the Roshan fight.
It's another lane of racks, though, from some of the Clinks damage, getting the glyph out earlier. BBR they're just outplaying him here in these late game team fights.
And there's still a Roche to be taken. He's going to buy out the Axon on Kiritich. Grab this Roche, grab this Aegis, and there is still the thought of the Divine Rapier.
Honestly, the pressure Kiritich put on P-Vision in this entire sequence was beautiful, because this Clink's just entering the fight straight up against the Lancer. It doesn't feel great, but you got him to TP back, you put some pressure on the buildings, and this overgrowth was huge. Satanic could not get out of it, then he got embraced, as you're kind of saying, like, oh, are you going to be able to get out of that, are you not? And then the reflection with the Lotus Orb, it all came together here.
I mean, what a call. Kiritich, like, he made that call, like, 2 minutes before that fight happened,
yes.
Right? They were having a standoff around Roshan. He said, I'm going to push out bottom. And then you said it, right? He showed BB Team's going to do something, and I thought, oh, Clinks is going to teleport back to the outpost.
That's what I thought. He just committed.
And he just committed. He sent it down that bottom lane, said, I'm going to take your buildings. You have to come back. Created the opening BB Team needed. Now they're up 19,000 net worth. 1 lane of barracks left to Mega Creeps. They're just going to send it down this top lane. Looks like instead of a Divine, it's going to be a Nullifier for Kiritich.
Wants to put more pressure on the back line here. Get through that Ghost Scepter Wyvern, potentially.
Level 25 for the Beastmaster is picked up alongside a Nullifier that he's rocking. Does he go the Wild Axis cooldown for the spam while you're sitting on the high ground?
Yeah, he takes it.
It's the choice.
It's a lot of damage, too, over a long fight. These fights are going pretty long. You got to get through these tanky boys. There's a lot of HP to slowly grind your way through in this game.
Satanic gonna go back for a defusal. These long fights, I don't really blame him here. It would be nice to just burn out some resources. Inhibitor.
That does cost him a buyback. He will not have it for this high ground.
Spotted the Tree Protector. An easy pick-off, perhaps. And he's hit the cheese. Got a Lotus on him. And P-Vision don't want to overcommit, but the crunch in from GPK.
He's stuck,
to hit 3, but he's stuck inside the gate. He's got to go all the way around. That just means he's going to be roared. Completely isolated. Miro to the rescue, trying to come in. They have to Winner's Curse him to hold back this Timber Saw. They go for the kill on GPK, who's still trying to get out. They finally give him the Force Staff he needs. Meanwhile, Miro's on the one on the front lines, and he's okay for now. And in fact,
It's Chakalis and Notice who are both getting so low. Satanic has to go back to the fountain as well, and the buildings are open for the taking. Kiritich gonna claim Megas here. P-Vision, they may be
call it,
but barely. They're just called. They don't even want to play this out any longer.
Did not have enough firepower in the tank. These heroes are just too tanky. 5,000 HP tree and stomping on your racks. I guess that's one way to end game one. I thought they were going to have a lot more trouble as this PL got to his peak, but that's where I said this game keeps going later and later. Like, PL does not 1v5 in Dota anymore. No matter how good of a game it is, heroes become too tanky, they're too online. Those fights were razor-thin margins, though. If Miro dies on some of those all-in plays of the Phantom Lantern, he doesn't get Overgrowth, if he doesn't get a Lotus Orb, the fight is way different, and that game swings wildly. So that was an incredibly thin margin of execution for BB Team. I think you're very happy with the win. I think you're like, we played really well in that game, but I also think you come out of that game and be like, I don't know if we want to have that thin of a margin to decide those fights. You know, let's create a little more wiggle room in the draft here, because that PL pick definitely put the pressure on him, and he was cruising through some of those fights when it lined up for him. But damn, what a Timbersaw performance. We said he had to be the hero of this one. He ends this game 9-0-5, never died. The team backed him up beautifully.
Game oh so close so many times, but I mean, you said this all the time. In this tournament and previous tournaments, you talked about how it's so important when it comes to drafting and you're playing inside the game that you all understand what you're playing through. What are the key heroes that you're going to go
100%.
for? And it was this Timbersaw, and you saw whether it was Saber Katomi and the item builds, right? Save picking up that Lotus, a great example. They always made sure to play near Miro where they could. GPK jumping in at times to try and bail out Miro in very key moments. Right?
That's what matters.
They all understood that Timbersaw was this win condition, and that's what gave BB Team the edge in this game.
That's what separates a grand finals champion from a runner-up. Is like you execute these little ideas on the margin that much better. The overgrowths were huge in this game. Like, shout out to Katomi. He had some of the biggest overgrowths I've seen against heroes that are not easy to land overgrowth against in pivotal moments when you needed them. That's when it's really important about this spell. It's not like I landed a 4-man overgrowth, ha ha ha, it's cool. It's the moment you land them. Like, even this one in the base fight, it ended up catching the BKB Beastmaster and the PL for a long duration. Just sick gameplay from him.
Fantastic performance from BB Team, but it is the best of 5 finals. A long way to go before we crown our victor. Let's head back to the panel to recap.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. BB Team victorious here in Game 1 of this best of 5. We'll see what P-Vision has in store for them for Game 2, but let's attempt to break this game down. It was a very cool game, and I want to start by highlighting, of course, we have to highlight that Timbersaw said Miero played a godlike game.
Yeah, and I think it was really required of him in the draft. Like, so, and you know, I'm sure they understood it. So the guy was put under pressure. Basically, he was, you know, it's like you have to perform, you have to play a stellar game, you have to deliver, you have to carry basically your team. And I think it's incredible that he was able to do it, because we talked about GPK a lot throughout the tournament. We talked about Kiritich, and obviously we mentioned Miero as being like stable and, you know, like more than stable, great. But if also he can just take a game and carry it on his back, like kind of, I don't want to say by himself, but throughout the late game, that's what it was. It's too many players. It's just too many at this point. How do you beat them?
Yeah, I mean, Miero's an extremely dependable player, and having your offlane player have that kind of performance on the Game 1 of a Grand Finals has to be a huge boost going into Game 2, because that's typically what we see from Noticed and P-Vision in this tournament. He's put in situations where he gets a pick where they're like, carry the game for us. This is your game, and he's able to deliver. And Miero, while he's had a great tournament, I don't think I've seen him have a game like this so far. So exceptional from him.
And we said that this would be the game where he has to do it, because they did get that last pick and they did go for the Timbersaw. We're like, well, he has to pop off in order to have BB win this game. There were a lot more aspects to this game, of course. I want to touch upon the mid matchup as well, because we talked a lot about the Slardar versus the Ember Spirit and how it might or might not be a counter depending on how No One and GPK both performed. What's your thoughts?
GPK cooked so hard on that Slardar. I mean, watching that, it made it seem like yesterday versus Yandex when they were winning the Ember versus Slardar matchup, that should not have happened. But GPK was able to really control that lane, and something that BB Team did that was excellent was they brought their supports to the mid lane while Ember was level 5, and they used that level advantage on Slardar when he was 6, and they did not let No One breathe. Like, Save Scoddle was sitting on his ass for most of that game. They were pushing him behind the tower, and they did not allow Ember to have any kind of comeback within that game.
you love to see it. Like, you know, to me Dota is like a lot like math in a sense. It's like at the end of the day, some things are just supposed to happen, and you only get to see it with like the best in the world, where like the execution on both sides is so perfect that it happens, and you know it's going to certainly happen. And when there's like a level discrepancy, sometimes you're like, wait, Ember's doing actually pretty well against Slaughter. What happened? It's not happening in a GPK versus non matchup. Like, Slaughter is supposed to have an edge on Ember. It happens. Supports understand it too, so they also played their lanes accordingly. They're ready to rotate. Like, everybody knows what's happening on both sides, and this is when, you know, they're basically moving chess pieces around, and you get to see, you know, the greatest minds at work. But what a performance by GPK. Honestly, all of them, they really delivered. And then what's cool is how they're able to switch the dynamic in the game. It's like they play around GPK because he's very strong at that point. He won his lane, and this Slaughter is supposed to fall off at some point. It is not a good Slaughter game besides the mid matchup. Like, Slaughter versus Beast, not great. Slaughter versus Wyvern, terrible. Slaughter versus PL, even worse. And then the dynamic just switches where they start playing around Miero. Like, it's just very nice, you know, adaptability from BV in this game.
Yeah, and we just have to bring it back to that Timbersaw, because at some point in that game, it just felt like PL versus Timbersaw. Who is the stronger monster to push the team over the edge? And ultimately, it was Miero. He had a really amazing Lotuses too. He Lotused a couple of Winter's Curses. He tanked a lot of Roars in those games, and he just felt like this giant body. He got a Heart of Trask as well, just standing in front of the barracks while his team is pushing, and it felt like there was no way to address this giant rock in your base.
Maybe too much weight on Satanic at the end of the day in this game, and on PL. It did feel that PL had a really... There was like a time in the game where PL felt unstoppable, but, you know, Timber 25, 6 loaded, that hero, you know, Amar plays that hero for a reason. You know, yeah. We know he likes to carry games. That hero turns into a carry in the late game.
And he was 9-0. He would have been a great hero to have on your fantasy team for EWC, because not dying in a game like that, obviously incredibly important and impressive. It makes me wonder that on the side of P-Vision, Seb, you said that everything worked out the way it did. You know, if you're looking at math, some things are just supposed to be a certain way at this level of Dota. Were there any things on the side of P-Vision that were not the way that they were meant to be?
Nothing that really comes to my mind. I mean, perhaps there were like early sequences where they should have maybe like not kind of dodged what BB was doing, especially around the mid lane. Mira mentioned how they grouped up around the Slaughter, and Ember was just not ready to respond. And it kind of leaves you wondering, like, yes, you're rotating your supports there, but you're kind of just watching them do what they want to do, because when you get too close, you're dying, and there's not much you can do about it. Like, it's in level 5 Ember, like, no one is not ready to answer that pressure. So perhaps put your pieces somewhere else, even though the script, even though Dota, you know, the right thing is to look at the rune, the right thing is to defend your tower, but when you can't, you can't. I think this is when it hurts extra, when you're doing things because you have to, not because the game allows you to. You know, it's like you have to look at what's in front of you at the end of the day. It's like, yes, the rune is spawning, but can we contest it? You can't. Just let it go. Do something else on the map.
Yeah, we saw the laning stage very heavily going the way of BB Team already, and P-Vision obviously saw that too, so they tried to delay the game. Effie, I think you've got some examples for us of how they tried to do this.
Yeah, I mean, after that dominant laning stage from BB Team, one would expect them to roll over their enemies, but we're just going to look at a couple of moments that allowed P-Vision to extend this game and why BB Team had to take it as long as they did. And something that no one did very well, particularly in this game, was just tank a lot of the spells and tank a lot of the rotations. This isn't the first time this game where we're going to see him tank like a 3-man, 4-man gank, and he was able to get away. In the next clip, it's going to be actually Satanic doing something very similar, in which BB Team bring all of their pressure and all of their heroes, and it's moments like these where if your PL dies and doesn't make a play like this, Seb, then the game just snowballs out of control.
The composure that it takes to just hold still. There's like 4 heroes, the crowd is roaring, everything is just silent in your headset. 4 heroes are just turning like sharks, you know, around you, and you just have to stay there, not flinch, not move your mouse, don't click, don't move, you know. It takes a lot of composure. I love to see these sequences.
Yeah, and we see just that was kind of the key of the game. It was BB Team trying to catch and P-Vision trying to escape. And I just had to shout out this clip because I do feel the game would have ended here. And as Dota players, we've all been in these situations, but he missed every single hit on this PL. And that's what allowed PL to then get the fight afterwards that held the game for longer.
He just picked up the butterfly at this point, so it's also like, I think these great players, they make these situations happen because he probably committed as much because he has the butterfly, and he's kind of keeping them guessing. Yeah, I might die, I might not die. I have butterfly, and I'm sure they clicked the butterfly after. It's like he survived. He just bought butterfly, but what an impact from this item.
Yeah, incredibly great. Seb, earlier this week, or maybe the week before that, you told us that you found BB Team to be a team that's like the tier 1 Dota exam. You know, if you beat them, yeah, you can be in the top 6, top 4, and if you don't, then you're not meant to breach even top 8 potentially. They're in the grand finals now, so how do you look at it now?
I mean, call it tier 0 Dota exam or something, but it's like, what I meant with that is that they are so good at doing things to perfection. You know, like they will win the lanes they're supposed to. They will be on the rune. They will have the proper ward. They will de-ward your wards. Like, you know, like they will just do everything perfect. And it's like a reality check of like, how good are you at the game? It's basically AI, you know, at this point. Like, it's just, everything is just top notch. And they don't take that many risks in a sense. That's also why I flavored them with this label, because I feel like, you know, you have to bring something new to break them. You have to push them out of their system, because if you don't, you just don't stand a chance. Whether it's drafting, whether it's play, you have to kick them out of their comfort zone.
I'm sure that P-Vision is going to try to do exactly that. How do you think they should break this formation that BB has in the laning stage, Effie?
I mean, honestly, I would just look towards that mid lane. Like, if you have a mid laner in GPK who's gonna get a favorable matchup, and you're playing into it, because that Slardar showed itself before the Ember. So the statement that P-Vision made was, we're gonna play our Ember anyway, we believe in it, and we think no one can withstand it. But we saw in that game that they were just playing hide and seek, kind of. They couldn't make any tempo plays themselves. They weren't able on P-Vision to be the aggressors. They just had to dodge the entire time, and that's because they willingly picked this Ember into this matchup.
Yeah, and they did the same with Beast, right? If you think about it, it's like they showed the Beast, it got counterpicked. They showed the Slaughter. I mean, they picked Ember into Slaughter, so they put both of their cores into like an unfavorable matchup. And Satanic is just doing Satanic things, which, you know, playing the hard carry, and he also wants time. So at the end of the day, you have a PL and you have 2 cores that lost their lanes. That's not a lot of playability through the game, and you're doing that versus a team that excels at pushing the advantage they get from the laning phase. So maybe you reconsider and rebalance it a little bit. Do you really want to put yourself in that situation against probably the best team in the world at punishing it? Probably an adjustment is required at this point.
Yeah, we are in a best of 5, so adjustment is the name of the game. And adjustment, of course, in these 15 minutes that the teams have, very important, but adjustment in the game also very important. The communication in the game also very important. We don't often get a chance to listen to that communication, and oftentimes even a lot of teams will be fairly secretive about how they communicate, but we've got a little insight. Semi-finals happened yesterday, and we got, for those semi-finals, the Saudi radio comms.
Я в ТБ нападаю. В спине Твинк. Я держу его, я держу ТБ. У меня нет ответа, парень.
Заканчиваю нахуй. Да, на мероприятие.
Хорош, парень. Хорош, парень, финал ряда.
I'm pushing mid, guys.
I want to control there, Africa.
Yeah, we need to take mid tower right now.
Oh, here,
I'm TP to base, first.
Here.
Guys, I'm running to mid. Wait me a bit. I'm region, yeah, and we can fight.
I'm careful, Slardar here.
They kill me, guys.
On me.
Try to... Guys, can I help Duka?
No. It's chain feed, guys.
Yeah, my bad.
All good. All good.
Oh, it's okay. It's...
Yes, sir. Uh-huh.
No Lotus on them, guys.
Yeah,
no
yeah.
Lotus. T. He will
On the
die.
second.
He's dying.
Yeah.
Not rush.
Not rush. Farm.
Push lanes, push
I'm
lanes.
gonna go bot. And gate to top.
He put a ward on two.
I'm running. Let's watch Rupai the monkey. Maybe he doesn't buy it.
Hoodwink.
Yeah.
I'm used second roar. Guys, be careful.
Careful, no roar. Yeah.
I have one, guys. I'm fine.
Kite, monkey, buyback.
They used everything
Yes.
here.
Kite. I am. It's
They're
fine what
attacking.
they're doing.
I need to buy Alan. We are without buybacks.
I have no buy. Okay, careful. Forgot I don't have buy. He wants to put arena once.
We have Glyph.
Need to poke, yes.
We have second. So.
He's rep.
We can sprout Tron guys also.
Yeah.
Into arena hard.
Yeah.
They're dying from access.
Subs, yeah, dying.
They die one hero. We need to go. They will try to end, guys. We need to suicide.
Watch to put traps.
SF.
Can we kill PL guys? He's super low.
Yeah. Here they all by backing.
On me PL, on me, real. We're here.
Nice.
Go. Nice.
Yeah.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go! Tyler, one, you're done. Raw energy. Half from blow the house down.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
An overarching trend that we've seen with our Saudi radio comms is that it doesn't matter whether you're really close to winning or really close to losing, the teams will continue to be focused regardless how close they are. And I think that kind of focus is the only reason you get to be on stage in the grand finals. You need to be able to believe no matter what, you still have a chance to push back, or you still have to respect the enemy for having that chance to push back, Effie.
For sure. You know what, Sheaves? I was misled. I was told by DeCollis in an interview that Satanic is their yapper and the one that controls everybody in-game, but he was quiet during those comms. I mean, in a team fight, you can't be the one to fill it up with empty comms, but from what I've heard of Satanic, he is the integral player in this team in terms of calling out when they're going to take the fights and when they don't. And in that last game, it seemed like it was only towards the end of it that they were actually being proactive on P-Vision.
Yeah, and you have to go back to the draft, right, and to how you set up your lanes, and because you kind of, it's like, okay, you took the beast and then maybe put Noticed in a very quiet game because it was just hard for him to really impact that game. It was not the best beast game. Just like as a 5 versus 5 composition, he had a really tough lane. He has no business winning this lane. Like beast versus Klinks, it's pretty much unplayable. So. Oh, sorry. I mean, I'm just looking at this. This is like we're back to first pick draw. This is like day one of EWC. We completely went away from it, but
2 weeks ago.
Apparently we're wait. What day is it? Is this still the grand finals? Are we starting the group stage all over again? Is this a time lapse?
It's cool though. We don't see this very often. We did swap sides. We got Vivi on Dire this time around, P-Vision on Radiant, and first pick obviously going away with Vivi with the Drow Ranger. We're going to focus on lanes for this game, and Drow is a pretty decent laner for carry.
Very good, and I think the bans also kind of enabled that draw. Darcy or Prophet, two of the best meta heroes, I would say, at punishing draws early game. I don't think there's such a thing. You can't really punish draw on the lane. I don't think any hero that really does that, but what you can do is bring numbers and kick her out of the lane after she's dominated the first 5 minutes. I just want to mention that P-Vision's approach already seems quite different to me, where it's like they're focusing on themselves rather than trying to address what BB team is doing. Like they drafted quite reactively in the first game. We talked about how they stole the beast, and then they're picking the Ember anyway. Like here's like, okay, we have our Invoker strats, we're going for it, and we'll cover the angles, but they're pretty much dismissing the draw at this point.
I mean, the Drow Rangers, while she has kind of been quiet, not versus P-Vision. P-Vision have this hero banned against them consistently in the first phase. It's SF and Drow that are never given away. So Vivi had an idea that they were going to take it away and play it themselves. And they've looked good on it as well. Both of their Drow games this tournament were wins. But I don't think it was the overall first phase, so I'm pretty curious what approach P-Vision will take, because Noticed likes to play gap close offlaners. Dawnbreaker is one of his specialty heroes that other offlaners aren't doing, and it's something you can comfortably play against the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, it's been banned very frequently against him, the Dawnbreaker, but it seems like BB team isn't really worried about that hero. They just let it through, so surely they know that he's gonna be thinking about this hero. Darcy would have been the second or the first option. That's not obviously an option anymore, so Yeah, Dawnbreaker would make a lot of sense. I think it's also pretty good with Invoker. At some point, the map becomes just hard to play, and the lanes also become hard to play because you have this Invoker that is pretty much dominating the mid lane, chipping at your tier 1 tower with Forge Spirits, with Meteor Hammer, and there's a Dawn ulti. It's just really hard to go on him and to kick him out of that area.
There's a support that is still in the pool that I'm questioning why it wasn't picked instead of the Hoodwink, because I've been told Bane is a very great pairing together with the Invoker.
Yeah, it's been banned also in the first game. I believe it was banned by P-Vision. They were banning the Kataomi Bane, so it's up for grabs for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, BB need their melee support for this draw. Since they first picked her, they might not be able to do a double ranged, like a Clockwork or a Tusk, because Undying is taken out of the pool. And I feel Clock is a very cool hero against Invoker in that early game as well.
Yeah, Bane may be a little bit worse against Invoker also, so not as good as an option. Yeah, it doesn't look like the best Bane game. They could maybe still go for it, just because it's Kataomi's comfort, like probably one of his best, if not his best hero. But the lane isn't ideal, as mentioned. That's an early Earth Spirit. I mean, I guess GPK sees the mid matchup. I'm quite surprised, because a lot of teams' answer to Earth Spirit have been Invoker. Like, I'm thinking of Team Liquid, for instance. They lost a couple games early on in the tournament, and then Nisha decided, yeah, just pick me Invoker versus Earth Spirit, I'll be fine. So different approach and different take, I guess, on the matchup for BB team. Because I don't think we're going to see a save Earth Spirit. This really doesn't... I'd be quite surprised. I've never seen it, basically. I'm sure the guy is mechanically good enough to play any Dota hero, but most likely a GPK Earth Spirit, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, if Darkseer isn't in the picture, support Earth Spirit is half the hero. I mean, unless you're willing to play lanes like Viper or Enigma from that offlane, I do think this is a GPK Earth Spirit. And I think that Invoker is an answer in the lane, but not necessarily through the game. I do feel that Earth Spirit out-rotates him, and he's a very natural BKB buyer. That's like his second or third item usually, and once he hits that timing, Invoker can't play against it very easily.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. They go for the Bane anyway. I think I like the pick, to be honest. Like, it's not ideal, but at the end of the day, very high synergy with Earth Spirit. Great hero in the hands of Kataomi. I think the lane also is pretty much unbeatable. Like, Bane draws, like, these are probably two of the strongest laners in their positions. Even if it's not very synergetic, just the stats and the nature of the spells, you can't really win that lane. We're gonna see save the 9 class, Rubik in a really good Rubik game. I mean, just Bane is enough to make it a good Rubik game. So in that sense, you know, you're always happy to grab that hero. We've seen some questionable Rubik picks. I don't think this is one of them. Like, Rubik Centaur is a very strong lane, and they have Sunstrike on top of it. So this lane is a menace, and it's going to make up for the weakness of Rubik in the first 3 to 4 minutes of the game.
I do wonder, though, Seb, like, looking at this Drow plus Bane, is this lane strong enough to play against Centaur plus Hoodwink? I mean, Drow lanes are very hard to play against, but typically you have this melee hero that can absorb for you. And I think Centaur plus Hoodwink are going to have a lane where they trade farm.
I think the concept is that Bane acts as a melee hero in a sense, because he's just so tanky. Like, this hero has so much stats and so much armor as a range that he's kind of a melee hero. With Brain Sap, he's just standing there. To me, like, in order to beat Bane on the lane, you need to have kill potential on him, and it's up to the mind game between the 5 and the 4. It's like, does Bane have a Fairy Fire? Do you have your Blood Grenade ready? It's all about assessing, does Bane die, yes or no? Because if you go on him and you throw your spells on him and he doesn't die, this is when this draw is just gonna have the chillest time in the world, and all of a sudden, draw is level 3. She's been untouched for the first 4 waves. She got a lot of denies and the lane is over. So playing against Bane is all about knowing if you can kill him or not, and obviously being a good Bane player is all about knowing whether you die or not and playing off the limits.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and Katami's been a great Bane, but my heart is not feeling good about BB teams.
Let's see.
Their draft. It's just because I look at Hoodwink plus Centaur. Centaur with Retaliate is already more comfortable versus Drow than a lot of other melee offlaners. Hoodwink, I do feel out-trades Bane, especially if you factor in the Sunstrikes, which are the first pick. So you think this Bane Drow, they're not playing versus 2, they're playing versus 3 with this Invoker. There are 2 stuns. I feel like if Bane messes up at any point, he's dead, and then Drow's kicked out of the lane.
I mean, there's a lot of cool enabling for the Sunstrike. That's true. They have stuns all over the place, and this is really what you want when you play Invoker mid. And because at the end of the day, you first pick Invoker, you know you're gonna get counterpicked, and the matchup might not be the best. Like GPK is gonna have a couple denies on him, maybe more than a couple. We've seen it last game. But as long as no one is able to secure Sunstrike kills around the map, he'll be super happy.
Respect paid to Satanic's Meepo. Band out together with the tiny S4 P-Vision. We're still looking for a hero for Satanic?
Yes, 100%. And we haven't mentioned something important, which is the Earthspit Largo combo. I feel like Largo really excels with these like magic damage, mid heroes. Like you think of, we've seen it a lot with Puck. Obviously, Puck has, fallen off in this meta, but we've seen it with Ember Spirit, with Earthspit. Like this scales immensely in the late game. So looking forward to see how P-Vision is going to address that, because the scaling on BB team, I have to say, is pretty worrisome. Like the Draw Ranger and this Earthspit being buffed by Largo. Satanic, obviously, he has a late pick in the draft. He's going to try to cover that. But he has a big job to do.
He does. I do think an early pipe on Centaur can go a very long way while Drow is still getting ready to fight, because Earth Spirit is the main source of damage until Drow is activated, and it's purely magical, especially with Largo. He's joining in with magic damage, and ES plus Largo, they take incredibly long fights. They don't win these fights in a few seconds. Like, we're talking fights that go up to 30 seconds. And so it's about kiting, disengaging, going back in. And the in and out of BB team is just the Earth Spirit for me right now. Whereas with P-Vision, they can disengage with Stampede. They're probably going to have their supports with kiting abilities. They're going to have this Invoker resetting with his spells.
So do you want the last pick for BB team to also carry a little bit more of a punch, a little bit more damage coming out from that last pick?
Some freedom, some motion to go in and out.
Is that enough motion and freedom? It is, after all.
I guess that's a save Wind Ranger, right? Like this is like his specialty at this point. I mean, it's a solid pick. It's laning presence. He could even scale. I mean, he is a Wind Ranger player at core, so you always think of like, hey, my focus fire, maybe I could get myself like a Maelstrom or something. You kind of get baited. We'll see if the game drags on. I mean, he has draw aura. Like maybe that's enough of an excuse to not get flamed by your teammate if you start buying like core items on Wind Ranger. But it's a solid pick. I think at the end of the day, it's gonna come down to GPK's ability to dictate the pace of the game, because the scaling on P-Vision is, I mean, we don't even see Satanic hero, but it's already scary. I feel like Centaur has shown that this hero thrives in the late game also. Like he starts getting the hearts, the Aghanim save. All his spells are just crazy. The later the game goes, Invoker, that goes without saying, plus the Satanic last pick hero. So I think, BB team, they're gonna want a repeat of last game where they need to get ahead, essentially. I don't think they can afford to be even with P-Vision.
Do you think they can play Kez last pick? They are taking a lot of time thinking about it here, but they need to carry with gap close, something to get on top of Draw Ranger.
He looks very good. Okay, they go for the Nakes instead. I think Kez would have been very nice too. The Nakes, I actually haven't seen this hero much, if I'm honest. Like, it's obviously very good against Earth Spirit and against Largo. They have now an Infest target for Centaur. That's a combo we haven't seen in a while, but devastating versus range carries. Like, Draw hates being jumped by any hero, so let alone two. So, but yeah, honestly, like, I haven't seen enough Nakes to know. It doesn't feel like this explosive last pick where you're like, wow, they're in trouble, Yeah. But I could be mistaken about it.
I've seen it a couple of times in the survival stage, and I was picked versus Darkseer and Centaur, and it looked fine, but what it needed to succeed was a good carry matchup and a way to have that Infest Bomb. And the Infest Bomb does exist with the Centaur. The only issue that I would think about when it comes to Lifestealer is the Bane and the Fiend's Grip. That's a big issue for him, but you do have a Rubik covering this Bane threat, so that makes the Lifestealer look more viable to me.
Even the Draw matchup, in a sense, if somehow Draw is allowed to reposition, whether it's Spike, whether it's Earthspit, Kick, anything really, then the Nakes is pretty sad, because there's no such thing as staying alive versus Draw. There's also a bunch of silences, but I don't think Nakes really enjoys playing against. Like, there's the Earthspit silence, the Draw silence. And, Nakes, I guess, is gonna buy Radiance. It's probably still the build, so you go for a damage over time approach versus Largo. It's like, I'm yet to be convinced about the Nakes pick. Obviously, Satanic, absolute expert. knows exactly why he wants the Nyx, but I'm just gonna sit and learn why Nyx was the last pick in this case.
One step at a time. First 10 minutes. Is BB gonna dominate the lanes like they did previous game?
I think P-Vision have very nice lanes set up for themselves. Like, BB have this strong rotation and tempo after the laning stage with their Earth Spirit, but I think Invoker will do fine. I think the off lane of Centaur plus Rubik will also do fine. And the safe lane, I'm curious about it. I think Largo should out CS Lifestealer for like the first 4 levels, but after Lifestealer gets a couple of small items, he should be able to do okay on that lane.
Much more even than game 1 on the laning phase. It's gonna come down much more to execution and outplays essentially.
Cool. That means we got a good one coming our way. We wanted to see some adaptations after game 1, and we certainly got those. It is 1 game up right now for BB Vision. BB Vision? Wow. For BB team against P-Vision in this best of 5 grand finals. Let's see if they can make it a 2-0 or if we're going to tie the series as we're heading over to Cap and SVG.
No worries, Sheevers. We do have a bit of alphabet soup here between BB Team and P-Vision. BB Team is already challenging the existing narrative. So many people that I talked to going into this game, I think the most common prediction was 3-1 P-Vision. And BB Team, well, they've already got 1 win, and we'll see if they can double up on that and put themselves just 1 game away from taking the EWC Dota 2 finals.
These guys are on a warpath, man. They have not dropped a game in this playoff run yet. So an extremely consistent pace they are setting. They're kind of doing it with everything. They're looking good at multiple stages in the game. Their laning phase is very solid. Again, you're not going to run this team over in the laning phase, so you're always going to have to beat them in the team fights around the objectives, and that is where they impressed me most in that game 1. Like, those late game team fights could have got messy, could have got really chaotic. The PL always puts a lot of pressure on you to make very clutch decisions very quickly, and they were there. The Lotus Orbs were there, the Overgrowths were there, the decision making out how they were using the utility and who they were using it for was there. It all came together really nicely there, so that gives you a lot of confidence going deep into this series, saying like, hey, like, we can just outplay this team in the late game. This draft from P-Vision, there's definitely a lot of scale here. Like, when you first pick Invoker, you're basically saying to your opponents, you're not going to win this late game. You're just not going to have more scale than us. If we want more scale than you, we're going to be able to get it in because we first picked Invoker, and that's life, and you're going to have to deal with that. And it's going to be a tall order for BB Team to deal with this no-one Invoker because he has Stampede, he has Cart, he has the Rubik to interrupt some of the grip or other control and turn it back against BB Squad. And then you have this Lifestealer to bail out other heroes with an Infest save, go and be a frontliner. Like, there's so much room for no one to play around in this game. And no surprise, because I think Puppy is very practiced at playing these Invoker lineups and understanding what the hero needs to succeed. Yeah, I think he definitely has it here.
GPK getting the early deny over the Invoker. We always see this, okay, the Invoker's going to go for the range creep, he's going to drop a Sunstrike on it, and the opposing side tries to stack it. Oh, Kiritich doesn't actually walk into the Sunstrike and will survive here. They actually did too good of a job body blocking him out and punishing him on that positioning. Katomi might still be able to nab the first blood, though, as it didn't go to the Drow Ranger, nor will it go to the Bane, at least not initially. He still is going to try and hunt for it, manage to get the Nightmare, and that will be the death of him. First blood goes to Katomi.
Almost an unlucky body block that you dodge your own spell. Should have been a first blood there. We'll put some more pressure on Kiritich, try and force him off some of the CS, but the damage is done. First blood for the Bane. Katomi having himself a series so far.
Yeah, he really is.
Like, he was almost MVP in that game 1, because you have to be so on point with those overgrowth timings. The scouting he did early, he used the early shard well. He did a lot in that game, and here he is on one of the signature 5s of the tournament, in my opinion, this Bane. It's been a menace for a lot of teams to deal with. The pick-off pressure around the map is where this hero shines. You can start to find those big sleep or grip kills on targets that turn into objectives. Could look a lot like game 1, and you always have the nice counterplay for the Nakes here. Not a hero that Lifestealer likes to play into.
Talking about some of our other lanes, that bottom lane is kind of a weird one. Wind Ranger 4 position with a Largo 3 against a Lifestealer. Did you believe in this Lifestealer pickup when you saw it? Was that a hero that you were like, oh, they really got him?
I think so. I mean, maybe there's like some carry that theoretically can perform with some higher synergy with the Invoker or something. I'm not going to say it's the best Alacrity hero. It's not a hero that sets up Invoker spells, but it's pretty nice here against the Largo. It's great against the Earth Spirit. You have to try and throw the grip into him, and there are counterplays for that between the Rubik and the Centaur. It's going to be annoying on the front lines here. you're really going to have to play for your Drow scale to deal with Satanic in this situation, and that's the position you want to put the Drow in. Like, you don't want to relieve pressure from the hero. You want to put him in a spot where you have to truly scale and carry this late game. The hero can sometimes deliver, but you have Centaur to gap close. You have some Invoker with some long-range artillery. There's a little bit of counterplay in this, so I think Lifestealer can pose a big problem here for BB, and he's going to free farm almost no matter what.
This battle between the supports, it always comes down to maybe a Sunstrike kill. Not quite, but T'Challa still cleans it up. And he will at least make safe pay for blocking out his easy camp.
Not the first blood, but a nice little solo pickup for him as both these guys find a little action here. Both Sunstrikes missing. Unfortunate for no one. He wants the extra golden experience here, but what can you do?
You combine that with GPK having such a good laning phase here. 13 denies over this Invoker. He is
crushing it.
Running in experience on the side of no one.
This guy is maybe the most underrated laner of all time. Like, I'm just going to say it. I feel like he's never in those discussions, but every single game, he is just owning the lane in any matchup. He is, even in the lanes where it's a losing lane, he's overperforming. And the lanes he's supposed to win, he wins them. So you kind of have to just accept that. And that's what it's looking like in this series. And it's not the worst situation for no one. Especially when you first pick Invoker, you're kind of expecting to lose the lane anyway. So in that sense, you're almost saying, okay, whatever. Like, yeah, you can win the lane if you're GPK, but we first picked our mid hero. It's a greedy mid hero. If no one gets out of this with a decent start, we're very happy with that. And honestly, he's doing fairly well. Like, this is a lane GPK's winning, but I think in terms of your expected outcome for a first pick Invoker, you're very happy with this if you're no one.
Okay, sure. Not a hero that's expected to dominate the lanes.
No.
But it is interesting, the BB team. I feel like there was this narrative for the longest time, BB team, oh, they're such an incredibly lane-dominant team. You really have to make sure you get out lanes against them. And I feel like that narrative kind of dialed down quite a bit over this last year and maybe even the year prior. And I think BB team became a more well-rounded team. But here in this finals, they're kind of back to some lane winning. Once again, top 3 CS in all 3 lanes. Multi-shot coming in. 9 class is going to die with the rotation of save, surprising the top lane duo.
Nice little pickup for him. Recognize the wave was going in bottom for Miro, so you can leave this frog alone for a little bit with the equilibrium advantage and get some rotations going. You're going to try and cascade this in towards that mid lane. Look for the Invoker. This is what you want to do against this hero. Now, to me, it's not as much about the lane matchup as trying to kill this hero 2 or 3 times before he gets to that first farming item.
But look at P-Vision already set up for it, and they're going to get the punish here. Tossing back Kataomi. GBK
Magnetize already
really
there.
good Magnetize, though. Oh my god, he got level 6 right as they went for that play.
Perfect.
So even though P-Vision was in a better spot closer to the tower, it's just the overwhelming advantage of having this ultimate.
No chance you're taking that fight with Magnetize already online. And maybe they just weren't expecting it. That's all those denies adding up. Right, you're kind of looking at your mid laner XP and thinking the other one's kind of close, but with 19 denies, he's a full level ahead. Beautiful rotation from BB, and that is exactly what you want to do to punish this first pick Invoker. Put some deaths on the board, slow down that Meteor Hammer, it slows down his entire game. Gets GPK off to a fast start and an amp damage.
Force Spirit. He was trying to race to get the deny on that power room, but it does go to GPK. Of course, he's not a bottle hero, so this is not something, it's not a power room he's going to be able to hold for the Wisdom Shrine, but we may see some action still around those, especially Kataomi getting in there already.
That's another one.
Sunstrikes are just not landing for no one.
Whew. He's got some stuns to set it up, but just some little jukes here. And yeah, you're right. No bottle for GPK. Kind of interesting. I've seen a lot of Earth Spirits offer that bottle. He decides to just go the Soul Ring route with some extra strength stats.
It makes sense, I think, in an Invoker matchup, right? He just maximizes stats, so he just gets a massive CS lead.
It's paid off here. We'll get
Tornado set up Meteor. GPK with a cold snap on him. He's slowed down. They need to land the Sunstrike. And GPK this time! No one! He set it up. He says, I know you're good enough, GPK, to make the read that I'm using my Sunstrike. I know you're going to dodge it. Reads him like a goddamn book.
That's veteranship right there. That's the next level play.
I mean, imagine you just look like the fool. GPK just walks straight back. No one. What a sick read.
Absolutely sick. I mean, that's kind of playing into like some respect. You know, I respect you're a good enough player to look at my mana while you're running away and recognize when it's coming out and play for the 50-50 on the juke. You're either throwing it down or you're throwing it up there, but you're definitely not throwing it where you expect him to run. Big pickup for him. He needed one of those to land. He's going to get another here, and suddenly...
Oh, beginning to cook now.
Oh, yeah. That's why you needed to kill this guy a couple times in the early game. There's too much setup in this game. He's always going to find some Sunstrike connections if you're not just going on him. Do have another Magnetize available.
Illusion will be denied, but GPK, okay, especially with Miro joining in, they have a chance to get 9 class. Bushwhack holds him back. Miro's still going to keep the chase up, though, giving these heroes the extra movement speed. And now they surround 9 class for the pickoff.
This Earth Spirit Largo combination is going to be really strong. You got to respect it in this game.
Nice read. They make the read that there was a high ground ward there as well. So, bit of extra golden experience. And Dakalis could set up Nightmare to a full power shot or shackle shot. Power shot to lead things off. They split up to make sure the Bushwhack doesn't land. The Sunstrike. Oh, what a shackle, though. Catching Satanic and Dakalis there. Katomi needs some help. GPK is going to roll in. Hits the Magnetize onto the Invoker. A TP away. Can they do with the damage fast enough? Not with the Infest. The Infest bomb bails out the Invoker and allows him to complete the TP.
And your Magnetize disappears at the same time. So you might have to wait another 90 seconds if you're GPK to get something going here around this mid lane. Power the Lifestealer here. Can bail out some of these heroes and be a nuisance in the fight. Not an easy target to focus down. Gonna try and run down Noticed in the river. How did he end up here and with Kiritich chasing him? Very awkward situation for him as GPK gladly rolls in and cleans some of that up. This Drow is free farming.
Kiritich must have seen the opportunity, like Stampede got used. Okay, I can put pressure on the Centaur and results in some sort of awkward positioning.
He's pretty fat on this Drow.
Yeah. One of the scariest heroes of this patch.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I think it's been figured out a little bit, but still got to respect what this hero can do and how fast it can come online if it has a free game like this. Quick smoke. No Magnetize available, but looking to get some earn charges for GPK.
Look at this move. Satanic. Miro's kind of baited it out right now. Satanic doesn't get hit by the roll-in from GPK. Still got him on the silence. And then from the other side, Kiritich came through the gate. Combos hit with the Gust.
Perfect timing. That Shackle's not landing, so you need a little extra disable there. And right on time. The connections have been so fluid for BB in this series. They are nailing the timings. That's going to get a tier 1 tower, kick this Lifestealer out. Suddenly that free farming Satanic hero, he has to sit on the bench for a little bit as this Drow pulls ahead. TP the Earth Spirit into mid. He has Magnetize here. Not a guaranteed tower push.
No, not at all. Boulder Smash will clear out the creeps, a minimal amount of damage done to this tier 1.
I will say, P-Vision have a lot more of the ghost shove we're used to kind of seeing from their lineups that they can play around this game between the Invoker, the Helm off of the Centaur, and the Lifestealer. If you're aware of like the grip cooldown and how far you can push lanes with the Rage TP.
Okay, yeah.
It could become a similar game to how we've seen them dominate the map in terms of like you're getting lanes in, you find that one pick off, and then you just chain it across the map. So you have to be a little wary here, BB, in terms of the Sunstrike threat, the Stampede threat, like some of these global abilities that can turn a simple Bushwhack, a simple lift into a full-out kill.
And especially since you've got 3 heroes on BB team that don't really want to deal with lanes and just kind of want to run after heroes, right? Earth Spirit, Wind Ranger.
Yes. That's the biggest factor here, is like who's going to show on these waves as we go later and later in this game, and how do you do it safely? That's another reason you need these cores to be as fat as possible.
Right.
You need to get the HP totals up. You have some strength heroes that can sit on those waves and tank a lot of spells, assuming you can get the levels, some of those early items up online, and
feels like the most important one in that regard has got to be Miro, right? He's the one who's going to show the longest in these lanes, pushing outside.
That's what it feels like Meteor Hammer for him. I was thinking Vessel for the Earth Spirit, but GPK is actually just going Ogre Club, opting for a faster BKB. So he's choosing survivability over a little more early game aggression, which I think is fair. I think it's going to be hard to just force your way onto P-Vision's side of the map. They have a lot of defensive options in this game.
Do you think is it the Invoker that's putting him in that position? Like, do you think he would go this build against any other hero?
I think it's maybe the lineup as a whole. Like, it's the Invoker plus 3 other stuns.
Okay.
If you don't have BKB and you roll in, you just get stunned by something, you're going to get chain stun, you're going to get burst down by no one's damage. So I think the Invoker is the biggest threat here for sure. BKB is your best option. I think it's also all the control he's worried about just rolling into.
They will have No disables to pierce through that until Lifestealer gets a bash.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I suppose there's always the stolen Fiend's Grip, which is something Katomi's going to have to be careful with. Always kind of hard to play Bane against Rubik.
Some nice spells to steal in this game, that's for sure. These Earth Spirit spells are a lot better now than they used to be as well. Both the kick and the pull, especially the pull.
Yeah, if you get a shard, then you have Telekinesis save and Geomagnetic Grip save. We've seen some great plays with that. We've also seen some not so good ones. Thinking about that Rune Eaters game.
Okay, that was, that was a unique situation.
yeah.
Not throw them out of the bus. They get the Dom creep. They're doing stacks right now. Another very efficient game from BB. They pretty much held the lead this entire series. That's what I want to say.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Looking to get that Largo nice and juicy, get those extra Croca Genius points up, and that's when this Earth Spirit Largo combo is going to shine. So much damage coming off of that. You will need Dispels, you will need BKBs in this game at some point. Maybe another reason you just go faster BKB here if you're GPK. Like, you have Largo boosting you up. You need to make sure your team fight connects. Oh, a little off the mark.
That was a Sunstrike for sure.
The instant TP Tom trying to roll in the Centaur in instant Stampede.
He's already out of here.
Yeah, that was going to be a tough connection.
And, I mean, because P-Vision made that read, it's like instant. Mid tower is going to die off of that.
And Satanic just getting kicked out of here.
Yeah, that is annoying, especially since he's so close to his Radiance. Been delayed from that gank by the Drow Ranger and Earth Spirit from earlier.
A lot of space for the Invoker, though. Like, they did not manage to put any more pressure into no one here after that first early kill, so he just takes mid tower. He's cruising through these jungles. He's almost top network in this game. You gotta remember, it's first pick Invoker. Like, you're super happy with this outcome.
Save, trying to juke the sharpshooter shot. The Sunstrike will be the death of him.
Another kill for no one. Well, he's just jungling. Getting served on a platter right now, all these stuns.
Creeping closer and closer to that Drow Ranger net worth.
Game definitely slowed down for BB here. I thought they were going to be able to find a little more openings behind the Surf Spirit, playing through that mid lane, but they've kind of just been avoiding it. They just are afraid to go anywhere near this Invoker.
Gonna grab on Ducalis, not wasting any time. Fiend's Grip dropped.
Stolen Rhapsody. Didn't get the grip steal, was a little out of range. And once more, you're just kind of huddling around mid. Are you going to go on no one or not?
Going after Biro, but he's a bit of a bait. Unfortunately, GPK rolls right past the two of them. Could have been a very good setup for Magnetize. Still going to drop that ultimate on 9 class here. And try and run him down, but there's the Stampede combined with the Rubik's natural magic resistance. It's not the fastest kill to get. He keeps up and hit him with the silence there. Geomagnetic Grip and the Infest save. Once again, coming in at just the nick of time. Satanic's been pretty good with that one. Tornado sweeps on through. BB team not going to be caught by that one. Shackle goes out, but there's the rage from Satanic committing to the kill on Katomi. Nope, not so much. Not with the Drow Ranger here.
Oh, what a kick.
But a kick back there from the Earth Spirit puts him in range. Kiritage helps finish him off alongside Sade to get that last hit. It's Satanic. Now 2 different deaths on him. He played up that first game with hardly a single, I think he had no deaths for what, like 40 minutes?
Yeah, it was only at the very end, basically, in that river fight. Here, 2 early ones and one of those at the hands of a swift kick. Beautiful positioning from GPK. Just sits on the backside. Pretty hard for him to have impact there with Magnetize on cooldown, but still finds a way to secure the big carry kill. And Kiritich joining that fight at the right time to dissuade them taking some sort of Radiance timing. Skirmish has another Sunstrike roll.
Oh, GPK gets him with the Geomagnetic Grip and kicks him away.
Doing a little bit of everything in this game.
He really is.
Medic from the mid lane.
And I love the way that BB Team's lineup has ways to cover each other like that. Nightmare setup on Ducalis, while the Focus Fire is going to be on 9 class, who's trying to, with his win run himself out of danger here. Power shot connects. GPK. Here comes the Sunstrike though. And hit save! No one is the one to find the pick off. A high ground ward helps with that one. 9 class even making the steal of a brain sap as he walks away. Of course, that does reveal his high ground ward. Katomi quick to deward that.
This almost feels like some sort of Ag's Labyrinth game. You're just trying to dodge spells and find the raid boss between the Drow and the Lifestealer here. There's so many extra spells you have to think about in these engagements in terms of where's the limit you can push it to. You overcommit, they stampede and reset, you could be left dead in the water. If you overcommit on the side of P-Vision, you get slept in the back or like licked or kicked in. There's a lot of repositioning, Drow waiting in the darkness. Very scary fights to just run headlong into.
Satanic, they're going to roll onto him, but there's already backup here. So GPK, this is not good for him, and he doesn't have a roll back up. With lower levels, once you roll in, you don't really have a good way out.
No BKB yet. Doesn't have the innate survivability, especially if the lick gets used to bail someone else out.
Yeah, he's been kind of looking for kills and trying to make action happen, and unfortunately he's not getting the last hit on many of the kills he's been a part of. His net worth is really tumbling down the chart here. He is 1,000 behind Miro, who is second to last in the core battle of net worth.
We'll probably have to find something with that BKB timing. 9 class trying to make something happen here.
Tempted Sunstrike, not gonna land. 9 class pays the price.
Solid pickup for save. They get a nice sleep mid, though the Forge Spirits will remove it. There's a lot to remove sleep in this game.
No doubt.
Not really a reliable spell. But you have a really farm Drow. I mean, that's been the story here for BB. They're just making space for Kiritich, who's had an absolutely free game. Almost 2,000 ahead of the next opponent. That's a concern. Like, he has a nice margin on this Lifestealer. It's not the easiest matchup for Lifestealer. Need to be able to get on top of him and survive. There's an armlet pickup just for some extra bonus armor.
Yeah, I like that.
Have to imagine that this could be like an AC Lifestealer game. I think that's one of your better items in this matchup. But you also need a Dispel in this game for sure.
I'm just thinking about this fight. He gets the Hurricane Pike, right? You try and go with Drow Ranger, Hurricane Pike, bit of disengage. Geomagnetic Grip, bit of disengage. Catchy Leg, okay, there's another bit. Maybe even a little Nightmare Dodge on something, a pullback or something like that, you know? There's a lot of small ways. There's not one of those like big hard saves, but there's a lot of ways to help this Drow Ranger create just a bit more distance against a Lifestealer Centaur that are looking to just run you over.
It might be a hard save in this game because the only way you're really dealing damage is you're keeping some hero on a spot. Like the Invoker damage is all AoE effectively. Like the Sunstrike has to land, the Meteor has to land, or they're in an ice path. Lifestealer needs to hit you. If you're just pulling heroes out of these spots, you're effectively resetting the damage.
Shot. It's going to set up the roll in from GPK. They use the Fiend's Grip to magnetize everything they got to kill this very high net worth hero.
It's a save.
But an infest save. And he gets away from the magnetize. GPK having a hard time keeping that going. He'll get it on 9 class at least. He needs something out of this BKB usage, and it'll be 2 support kills.
That's not bad for that first BKB, especially since, again, your Drow is just free farming, pushing in mid. Level 16 and a half for Kiritich. It's getting a little out of control here for this Drow Ranger. He is just eclipsing the Lifestealer.
He gets a Butterfly.
It's going to be such a fast timing and great grip setup. It's going to be really hard to find some nice core grip connections. That's what just starts off all this fight. And then you bail your Evoker out, but this is not a fight you can take. The Magnetize and Earth Spirit on the front line is way too strong. It's all bailout here.
And if I like that, this corner of the map, they just go through gate. Take the Tormentor.
Largo Dota right here. Group up, abuse the song. Will be a very nice encore Lotus Orb game for Miro. Already has the Lotus online, can quickly go into the Shard now.
GPK, after completing the BKB, will go back for the Spirit Vessel. Meanwhile, P-Vision went for a bit of an excursion here. A Hoodwink, a Centaur, double stuns, a decent amount of burst. You combine the Sunstrike, it's a lot, but they do not see an opportunity for a fast and easy kill.
You can always Boots of Travel into the Centaur Dom creep, so there's potentially a lot of firepower behind a play like that. That shows you how much they respect some of the displacement spells, like Grip, Lick, can cover each other running up that hill. Unless you have a lot of information, it's kind of scary to be that deep on the map where you don't know where all these saves are. Well, let's see how well BB play around the Drow as they did in the Timber game 1, because this is a game where Kiritich is now your win condition. Similar to how that Timber was in game 1, you have to respect that he's going to need the utility. He needs the reposition. Like, you don't want to use your Lick and Grip early in the fight on some other bad target have to bail somebody out, and then P-Vision get a free initiation on your Drow with none of those saves available. Need to make sure that he is the priority in this game and that the fight flows through this Drow Ranger right now. Big smoke gank through this bottom lane. They're trying to find no one down here.
I'm almost surrounded. It's the Rubik in some trouble. Gets gusted. Meanwhile, the Invoker went for the kill on save. So now he's just got to get out of here with the Stampede. Goes for a TP way on the other side, but the Frog Stomp stomps him. Now he's caught in the Fiend's grip. And it's an opening Kiritich. He gets a double.
And the streak. 5x kill streak.
Oh, yeah.
540 gold for this Drow. That's the last person you wanted a gold injection going into.
And he felt like the Invoker and Centaur were the bigger threat, so he did not go for the Butterfly, goes for the BKB, and it's almost done already. Get that with a level 18.
You're looking at Roche soon. And this is the pressure that you need to find on the map with the Invoker. Like, you can't just be entirely passive here. You want to be able to find pickoffs, pressure the lanes, start to threaten this tier 1 bottom so you can play the full map. Like, I think that's a fine play from no one. He just gets barely caught on the TP out. I'll also say it's been a very quiet game for the Centaur. This has been one of the offlaners of the tournament. He's gone for more of a utility route with early Blink Lotus. We saw how much Notice did in that Axe game with an early Blink, but he hasn't really been able to find a lot of aggressive openings here. The lane was tough. He's had to recover. He is farmed here off the Dom. But you'd like to see him get a little more involved here if you're P-Vision. I think he's been one of your best playmakers this tournament.
It's funny you started that sentence. I thought you were going to say Satanic. I mean, it's been a quiet game for both side laners, but...
He enjoyed fights, though.
Yes, it made sense in game 1 where he was just kind of like, okay, Phantom Lancer, big hard carry.
I mean, what's the hero damage in this game right now for P-Vision? Like, I feel like Centaur has to be the lowest. I don't think he's really done anything to an enemy hero other than some Stampede damage.
They go for the Roche. But what I was going to get to is Lifestealer in this matchup. Like, when do you feel like you're strongest?
The Manta's done. I think AC is where I am going to see this matchup pick up for him.
Okay.
But he can definitely fight with the Manta right now.
Tornado,
this is a Roche you can test.
Into the Roshan pit. Send some Forge Spirits down the line. Roshan is low enough that this is really awkward for BB team.
You have to just BKB and commit for it if you're Kiritich. Hope that you outclick them right here.
They got the Sunstrike inside, trying to land the Bushwhack, but he popped the BKB in time. But they do
what a shackle!
The pain from behind. What a shackle, though! Holding back these 2 cores. Well, if they multi-shot, it's going to take both these supports out of the pool. But he's got to get away from this Lifestealer, sticking on top of the Drow Ranger, looking to take the 1 life, and now go for the 2nd.
Awkward position right now.
Lands on a Meteor. Oh, a little bit too early there from no one. Pops BKB. Does have a big Meteor landing on top of the Drow Ranger, pulling back with a Genji Lick, trying to get the body blocks from Notice. With Lifestealer there, pops Manta, makes a run, gets a force step, and that's far enough away. He tried to land the Sunstrike, but
another shackle.
Feared another shackle. Save just keeps landing. Another 2-core shackle shot from him, and it's enough to get the Lifestealer kill.
Dude, how did he get out of there? That is ridiculous that the Drow just walks away.
Look at Satanic head in hands after 2 different crucial shackles. Keep the momentum going P-Vision's way.
There are a lot of teams that are not going to pick Wind Ranger in the Grand Finals, let alone a support Wind Ranger. This is the one guy you give it to and you have confidence he's going to land the shackles every single time. This is Safe's hero. Like, he is the best support Wind Ranger in the world. It's not even close. And he shows you why in this fight. 2 double core shackles? Are you kidding me? What even is that?
Yeah, look how much free time Kiritich got. They kill the 2 supports as a result of that.
Satanic's strong here. Like, he has Frost Armor on top of it, a little extra boost. He's doing some work.
Yep.
You have a nice setup on this Drow Ranger.
Oh man, the stomp, you had the Tornado destroying the stomp. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, the Tornado timing might have ended up being a little brief there.
Yeah, because he also missed the Meteor on the 2nd life there, because he also went for a Meteor Hammer kill.
He missed the Sunstrike as well. Not the most efficient spellcasting there from no one. And you're just like, why do I have to play against this guy's Wind Ranger? Please.
Satanic not happy with that one. It hasn't really blown up the game too much.
No.
Surprisingly, BB team only up 2K.
They did lose Aegis there too. So you kind of cleared through that objective. Your cores are still in a fine spot. I mean, maybe this game feels more frustrating than it's actually reflected in that scoreboard right now. Like, you're still in a fine spot with your Lifestealer. You get to AC, you can chase this Drow down. Like, he can't sit there and just man fight you. So it's all about positioning, how much you can stay on top of him, how much you can just get in there with all your cores so you can land some early stuns.
I do think this Butterfly timing, though, for the Drow is going to be a hefty hit.
For sure. It's a big damage upgrade, big item in the matchup. You're not going to have the evasion pierce for a long time, if ever. And this is also when we're also approaching that 30-minute mark, which is where you want to see no one start to pick up some of those cheeky kills, like the Bane snipe there. He's a massive threat on his own and can really up the map pressure against, like we talked about, supports for BB that don't really want to sit and push a wave. They want to be kind of hunting at nighttime around the Bane night vision, trying to set kills up, being aggressive themselves. It's hard to do that when there's just this Ghost Walk Invoker running around the map, potentially infested, potentially with Stampede available.
And potentially with a free TP out. Look at his build-up. It's going to be a Linken's up next. So if he split pushes the map and you try and make some sort of play to him, if he BKBs and still has Linken's to stop the Fiend's Grip.
Not much you're doing. I mean, this Linken's tells me they are expecting this game to go late. They want to be able to rat successfully, find the pickoffs, go into the late game. The heart's online for the Centaur. Everything points towards some heavy scale here for P-Vision, and rightly so, because they're not ending this game anytime soon. We saw the Shadow Blade for Kiritich. He opts for that first before that Butterfly. Gets a nice pickoff with it top. And he took the Gust move speed here over the multi-shot damage.
I think it's actually
kind of
a great
interesting
game for it.
Yeah, if there were ever a game for it, it's got to be one in it like this.
Yeah.
See if that talent pays off. And it is a heavy investment of a talent when you're losing out on that damage.
Now we just kind of settle into a mid-game that is very even. BB team are going to wait for their Butterfly most likely before they make a move. P-Vision, well, they may never make a move, or at least a team fight play. We're going to probably see them do a lot of ratting, a lot of attempt at pickoffs here. No one. Thanks to this ward laid out, they're going to find him very isolated. No one is going to try and get here with a tornado, push through, stop some of that. No one does manage to get away with the Stampede initially. Blinks out. He's good to go. Now they're going to try and hunt down no one.
Nah, he's got Linken's BKB.
Yeah, he dodges that much. At some point, BKB makes a run for it, goes to the TP out.
Well, you force it at least. But that is the beauty of this build. You can play aggressive, and when it comes to it, you just bail out of that situation. You're not losing anything here. And damn, that Centaur is tanky. He's got to be a tough target to bring down in this game, unless the Drow is just sitting there hitting him. But of course, in these situations, you're worried about what the other two cores are doing.
Yeah, he might have gone a Lotus early instead of maybe the faster Heart like we saw some of these other players do, but he still has kept his net worth up. In fact, he is way ahead of the Largo. 3,000 up on him, even 1,000 ahead of GPK.
Going to scale nicely here, and they're going to go for that triple armor item timing. Like, you have the Lotus on the Centaur, you're going to go Shiva's on the Invoker, AC on the Lifestealer. That's going to be a big time to strike back, particularly going into this next Roche. If you can line it all up, take the fight into the Drow, that's a lot of extra bonus armor for Kiritich to try and get through in the fight. You limit his damage output. Things are looking a lot easier for you in terms of just sustaining in the middle of all that, because this Largo doesn't have Ags yet. His biggest impact is getting in there and getting the Encore Lotus off. Croca Genius on the Earth Spirit, yeah, that's nice too. But who's going to stand their ground against Invoker spells? You're going to have to trade BKBs for it, or I guess you go back to land some sick disabled, right? If you get a good sleep grip / shackle, we saw 2 amazing shackles in that Roche fight. That can be a difference maker.
Or BB team just play to kite them as much as possible until these BKBs and rages go on cooldown.
It is an I'd say it's a decent option against the Lifestealer. Like, this hero is always kiteable in ultra late game. A lot harder against Invoker. It's really difficult to kite this hero. When he's so fast, he can get in there. He always has the longer range. He can kind of pick his opening.
There's the AC. BKB up next for Noticed. Kiritich is on the hunt. Silver Edge, what's about to expire, tries to catch 9 classes already away. Only gets the Helm of Domcrete.
I think BB needs this next Roshan. They need an Aegis on this Drow to continue to exert some pressure on the objectives and progress this game. Otherwise, this is just turning into a, rat the side lanes, continue to scale our Tricore, and our Tricore looks a little scarier right now. So what is the response?
And the funny thing is they do have the vision. They have the opportunities, but P-Vision is just moving a bit too fast around the map. Maybe this smoke could land something.
This could line up really nicely if you find the Lifestealer down here. They read this move. Centaur TP in, counter smoke, infest bomb. Oh
they're
boy.
gonna break him right in an awkward spot here. They do instant Fiend's Grip, stopping the Centaur initiation, but it's gonna cost Bane heavily. Shackle lands onto the Centaur. They got the Magnetize going, but Lotus just easily takes that out of the equation, and they catch save on the retreat now. Miro pops BKB, goes to the TP out. GPK though, telekinesis, Sunstrike over the top, and that's 3 kills for P-Vision. Read that perfectly. They just completely cut off the smoke move there, a BB team, and they didn't have their Drow Ranger anywhere close, so that fight starts in just a terribly awkward way.
You probably had to instantly bail there. The fact you can't get the Drow, the second you see multiple heroes on that smoke break, you're not going to win that fight without the Drow's damage.
And they don't know it, but it was like an instant Roche spot. So there was actually a world where P-Vision maybe could have just straight Roshan. They still maybe have the opportunity to do so, but right now, they're going for as many objectives as possible.
Great bushwhack from Ducalis. Man, the 5s have really been showing up in this series with some clutch spell casting as you got all the angles here. Support's down, easy chase down on these 2 big boys. And your only option is to Nightfall out of here. And end up getting Roche anyway. Just too far to run here with everybody off the respawn. So Alacrity Lifestealer getting the job done. Aegis for Satanic, he is fully online.
And he's going to boost him to an MKB against the Drow and the Wind Ranger.
He's going to have MKB the second the Butterfly's done. This is P-Vision's timing right now. They're absolutely happy to take any sort of fight. They have saves, they have long-range artillery, they have heroes that can chase you down. It's going to have to be some insanely clutch spell casting from BB to stem the bleeding here.
So close to that Butterfly. No. Rolling Boulder is going to make even 9 class tough for BB team to catch. The Rat is working. Level 20s, you got
20s.
catchy leg charges. That adds a lot.
That is a very nice talent in this game when you're looking to reposition your Drow to get some extra dispels going in the fight.
And an extra 30% magnetized damage, though GPK, it's not been the easiest for him to keep that damage on heroes.
No.
Right, you've got the Rage on Satanic, you've got a Lotus on the Centaur, so these 2 frontliners, they're taking it off right away.
Probably needs the 25 talent in this game to really make that spell shine here. And there's MKB for the Lifestealer buff. As the Butterfly arrives for Kiritich, it's already countered, and you gotta expect that P-Vision are just gonna instantly try and take a fight. You can go for the Infest Centaur initiation again, or you can hold it. They're gonna go for the more aggressive route. That is a 6k HP Centaur. Again, you cannot throw spells unnoticed here. You're just losing the fight the more you throw on it. You have to find other targets.
Smoke to this high ground area, hoping to play some ward down and find some heroes, but of course they're spotted before that. They still manage to get the jump. It's on the Bane. BB team, Tornado connects onto 2.
Oh, beautiful Tornado.
Satanic's just boosting himself. They get a Force Staff up to the high ground though. So with his MKB, he was not able to kill Save, and he actually gets kited around pretty heavily there.
That was not looking too bad with the Drow damage going into him. But you're able to walk it off. Stampede can bail you out. You got a BKB out of the Largo. You got the Bane buyback. Got a nice D-ward. That's all map control. That's all net worth in the bank. Small victories here.
Not bad at all. Miro just not going the Aghanim Scepter at all. And I don't really blame him. A Scythe of Ice could do a lot in this game. So that's what he's opting for next.
It reduces his individual threat a lot, though.
Sure.
Like, Largo in the late game is not Largo without that Ags.
Well, were you ever going to be a threat against Lifestealer Centaur?
Yeah, probably not. You're a lot tankier.
Yeah.
It's about having, you know, the heals, the move speed, all of this good stuff in the fight for everybody else. You definitely want Ags at some point.
No one. Also going to go Scythe of Ice. We've got the MKB complete for the Lifestealer. And now it's a classic. Abyssal Blade next up.
And the big hits just keep coming. Ags for Centaur too. So now you have the saves online. Team fights just keep looking harder and harder here.
Just a Bane Illusion, the real one, which was holding the gem. Does manage to TP away.
It's all on this Drow. Like, the fight has to happen in a way where this Drow has solid positioning. You keep a formation and she can just lay multiple multi-shots into people. If that doesn't happen, I think the fight's going to crumple real quickly.
And that Drow fight is easiest for her on a high ground. So P-Vision, they've got 1 minute left on this Aegis. Are you willing to risk hitting tier 3 at all?
It's a toxic high ground. You can potentially just get roll silence, kicked in, licked in, gripped, and like...
Yeah, it
I don't
feels
know.
like no way I would want to go for that.
No, until you're confident enough to just jump and take the fight that way, I don't think you risk it. Keep looking for pickoffs across the map because you have the Ghostwalk Invoker, the 600 MS plus hero just running around with the Conjure's Catalyst. Again, he rolled well, so you're very happy in this situation as no one.
And they're able to play 3 cores on one side of the map, and all the lanes are still pushed in. That's how quickly they're able to move around. That's how quickly they're able to push in these lanes.
Yeah, look at how fast they are just running, right? Yeah, this is a 550 Centaur in the smokes with the Infest. 530 Invoker.
I mean, they almost were fast enough to catch BB Team on a D ward there. So they knew about that high ground ward from that last fight. They finally felt confident enough to be able to take it out.
It's full map control.
Double wards on this top lane. Anybody from BB Team pushes out through here, they might be the victim of this smoke.
They would probably be willing to take a fight right outside the base right now because the Aegis is expiring. There it goes.
Miro is the one showing. Are they willing to jump in? GPK is going to pop the Shivas, but he gets jumped, stopped up, and he's already dead.
Ooh, so fast.
That was some hefty damage in a split second there. Miro is going to have to BKB. It's a Force Staff. It's a nightmare trying to get him ahead of these meteors.
He's burning.
He is burning, and he dies. Notice jumps in, and they actually kill him off of that.
Didn't want to press the BKB, but now you end up losing the Largo, and you had to use the Drows anyway. This is high ground opened up. Even without that Aegis, you put that Alacrity lifesteal up here.
Yeah, it happens fast. Tier 3 is almost dead already.
Satanic buyout for Kiritich. He is fully committed to the next fight.
How do they play this fight, though? Ooh, managed to get the stomp button, too. Kiritich may have gotten out, but the Bane is still in some trouble. Come down from the Tornado. He dies off of that one. GPK off his buyback. A big hit with this Magnetize. He got a lot of heroes in this, and he's keeping it going, too. Man should get Magnetize on all 4 of these heroes. Let's see if he can keep it going, though. P-Vision is already retreating, and GPK
got one.
It's like he just can't keep it up. He only gets the hoodwink for now.
Oh,
GPK,
he's in trouble.
He's not going to make it back in. He needs some help. Somebody's got to push him back in, but the Meteor is still doing much damage. Multi-shot. Strike. Trying to keep these heroes back in the... It lands. No one is just getting all of these Sunstrikes. Sure, in the first like 4 or 5 didn't go his way, but now, when it really calls for clutch plays, he's getting the pickoffs that are allowing this high ground to just look oh so easy. You said it was a toxic high ground, but it's looking pretty free right now.
Level 4 and Feeble on this Rubik is also causing a lot of problems right now.
Drow Ranger in a bad position. Double Force Staff trying to get him away. Slowing down Notice, but he just pops the cart. Makes a run for it, even grabbing the Life Sealer. Shackle's not attempted. Pretty decent. Holds Notice in for a little while. BB Team trying to chase. Kiritich, nice telekinesis. Hitting
Man,
2
just
different
takes
heroes.
no damage.
Kiritich trying to slow down these heroes from getting away. Pops BKB, sees Notice. No one. He's so low, wants to finish him off, but he can't overcommit. He lets Miro go for that kill, and they do manage to get it. Reset a little bit. Get the Force Staff to get Miro back out of there. They got the mega kill streak on no one, but it cost them oh so much. It's a lane of Barracks top, and some buybacks used.
And they're still going in.
And Miro, these Infest bombs, they may have some utility to get you away, but if the kill happens in just a second or 2, you may not have the positioning to bail these heroes out.
Too many threats in the fight, and you only have this Drow to deal damage. So as long as P-Vision check where Kiritich is, it's pretty easy to engage. You're just not killing the heroes fast enough. Need more DPS, more time in the fights. The scale from the Centaur, this is the problem this hero's caused. It's a very different Centaur than we're used to in the past. This hero dominates the late game now. He's just way too tanky, can bail out anybody else. He's doing a solid amount of damage. You can always go back for that shard. And your Drow, he's getting level 4 enfeebled. He's getting tornadoed up in the air. There's Retaliate Aura from level 25 on the Centaur. There's a lot of little things adding up for Kiritich. It's just not making his life pleasant at all. Whereas we see the damage coming off his Life Stealer. You jump the Infest Bomb in, you hit these heroes for 2 or 3 seconds, they're gone. Teamfight's way more straightforward.
70% attack damage reduction. And pretty nasty when there's really just one hero you're worrying about.
Yep. It's a really annoying spell.
And Kiritich is trying to amp up the single target damage to make himself more of a threat to these frontliners. He's got the level 25 win for the 8% marksmanship chance. He's going to go for a Daedalus up next.
You might need Divine in this game. Feels like it. Running out of scale, running out of time to find that scale.
With Roshan, they take the Tormentor and Roshan soon to be done.
The scariest thing about this Infest Centaur is like you don't even have to pop out. I think you will, because most of the time if you land a stun, you're just going to pop out and start hitting the guy, but you could sit in here for a while with how tanky he is and just see what develops in the fight. Like bait some heroes in. I mean, he's got 7,000 HP. What are you doing to this man?
The Roshan spawning top. A hefty wave is pushing in bottom. Look for an opening. As a hero somebody show, Kiritich.
Oh, that's who you want
to lose here. Catchy lick, force stab, telekinesis holding him in place still. But they didn't feel like it was good enough. Not a commitment here from P-Vision. They'll lose their Rubik on the way out here. BB team, an opportunity. If they can get more off this one, keep chasing these heroes. GPK, Meteor, Catchy Lick trying to save him right now. Does bail him out from some damage. With the buyback being used by the Rubik, it's now BB team's turn to retreat.
I think you still have to look for something.
Still trying to get him geomagnetic grip, pulling him away. Gets the kick out on Miro. And they do manage to get away before a punish is there from P-Vision. Now back into it as it's going to be Takalis out of position this time around. Quickly bursted down, lost the gem.
Still have to look for something here if you're BB. Every time these big spells are on cooldown, the Stampede's gone. You kind of have to look for that opening, try and bait the overextension. You're not going to have a lot of other opportunities in this game, and they're going to instantly smoke and do just that.
And I love the momentum in these team fights, the ebb and flow, the back and forth. Both teams, it's very specific positioning, where one team feels stronger than the other, feels like they can go for the kill, be on the offensive. No one again putting that pressure in the bottom lane, trying to get as many heroes away from the Roshan pit as possible. But Roche is going to switch over to the bottom side here. BB team will take their outpost back.
This Invoker's just been so annoying.
Natomi, oh, he tried to get a ward down, but notice Satanic Duo was already there sitting on the high ground.
Such a low cooldown threat as well. I think it's a 20-second infest. Right? It just costs you nothing to go for these plays. Did get some time to kind of dewart the map a little bit with your gem, regain some map control. Buyback situation, pretty mixed here for both teams. But you have a Drow Ranger buyback. I'd say that's the most important for BB if you really want to force some sort of Roshan contest. He is going to the bottom pit. That is just such a hard area to run into with no information.
Yeah. So they are likely going to give this up and just play to the high ground. They actually do smoke. Trying to get Kiritich here.
I don't know how you can test this.
It's
like
tough.
you need the exact angle.
If they get the right kind of pick off though. A blind roll-in? Shiva's almost caught him.
It's like he
so
knew.
Close. They had the high ground ward. No, they didn't have anything there.
Oh, they do. They have this ward on the
oh yeah, I see
little cliff spot. Okay.
Yeah, so they saw him, but unfortunately Night Class is just a bit too fast. Maybe if they caught him with the Shiva,
he's
he actually completed the roll in onto the Centaur.
Did he want to do that?
Pop his BKB immediately. Drow Ranger trying to get to the Roshan. The Roshan's so low. Can they grab the Aegis? GPK managed to get it. A stomp on it 3. BKBs are going to wear out soon. Managed to eat the cheese on GPK as well there. Satanic now pops out. He's going to be silenced. He's pushed into the pit by the Gust. Tornado rolls up.
Banner drop.
Hitting Miro. A reset here, and a banner drop just for the vision. They're going to see these heroes start backing away.
They're going to try and turn.
Tackle shot attempted. Not going to land there. A stomp on a Kiritich. Can they save him here? Miro, he's got the catchy licks. 1. Now a second one. Going to be needed. Kiritich taking a lot of damage here. Miro's out of mana.
Look at the Magnetize.
Has to turn around with as much damage as he can with the Satanic. Magnetize building up GPK. But these heroes, they're just too damn tanky, man. They're just sitting on top of these heroes. Can they finally defeat Satanic here? Half HP. Another infection.
Just won't die.
Heals him up. It's all too much. You don't have enough damage to beat Satanic here.
You can't beat Satanic. He is way too tanky.
You eat the cheese, you eat the Aegis, you have all these extra lives, and it's all not enough.
Disgusting amount of sustain coming out from P-Vision in this fight. Look at the damage number from GPK, 23,000, and he got a squirrel.
That's all he got. It's all support.
I mean, what?
3,000 damage.
What do you want him to do? He took the Aegis. He played it with 2 lives. He had a sick magnetize on everybody. It's the Dream Earth Spirit fight.
Yeah, he's got the level 25 talent.
He does everything he can, and it is not enough. And you have to sit there wondering, well, what the hell were we missing in this team fight? You just can't get that drow away from enemy heroes.
Catchy lick on the illusion. Trying to bait P-Vision to go for it.
I mean, I'd love to know how much of that fight there was a hero within the marksmanship range, right? Like,
yeah.
It just felt like there was somebody on top of him the entire time. He gets licked out, someone's still on top of him. He gets kicked out, someone's still on top of him. Like, yeah, he's sitting there dealing some damage, but it's reduced by so much.
That fight also went on so long that Miro ran out of mana.
Yeah, that hurts.
So you couldn't keep the Amphibian Rhapsody going for the bonus armor, for the extra movement speed to move these heroes around, for the catchy licks that he didn't have mana for.
That's the fight that signals me. If I'm Kiritich, I'm just buying Divine. Like, I don't think this Daedalus is enough.
Yeah.
They're going to try and hunt Satanic here off another good ward. Stayed on the map for a long time, just can't get the jump. And of course, it's the information game. You see no one pinging bottom. He's like, hey, if I'm pushing this wave in, no one's showing. They're up to something. These smokes are way too easy to read right now. And if you don't succeed with the move, the Forge Spirits start taking buildings. I have a feeling this Invoker might not get seen again in this series. Like, win or lose.
That first show.
It always happens. This hero, he comes back in these clutch situations. He gets first picked. You can't beat the lane as well as you usually do because there's a lot more pressure on you.
Look at this courier on courier battle. Oh my god, Nightglass with his own courier.
Ooh.
Scouts Miro, who's trying to get a sight device off the enemy secret shop and then chased the courier all the way and then used his hero to hunt it down, even telekinesising himself into position.
It's 2.5 minutes without that Hex here. It's a big deal. It's going to be Ags for the Drow. The upside of this is it doesn't take away another item slot. Does add some significant damage. You can build up some stacks. Like, in theory, this item is good in this type of game where they have a lot of sustain and they have some big beefy targets you can get the hypothermia on guaranteed. If you can pop one guy, it's pretty massive.
He still does need to buy out the Sin.
That's true. He did not have the full synth here.
He doesn't have the full set.
It's a little awkward.
If the high ground push does come without an Aegis, now P-Vision might just say, okay, this is a pretty tense game. We're down 1 game in a best of 5. Maybe it's better just ride it out for another Roche. And I wouldn't disagree with that. You still have plenty of heroes that could get some growth. I mean, no one doesn't even have an Aghanim Scepter yet.
Oh, the Bane has an Aghanims. It's a little more for BB to play around. But I agree, I don't think you have to rush it here if you're P-Vision. I mean, maybe you're thinking about tier 5 neutrals, like who that helps a little bit more here if this game goes another 10 minutes, but I think you're also probably favored in that. That one's a little closer.
I always view as tier 5 items are going to help the team that's losing more. Just because it
gives you a chance to come back.
Yeah, it just gives you a greater chance. These fights are just a little bit weirder.
I feel like it's whoever has the better Stygian user, but...
Yeah, that's probably true.
You just smoke through the base. Screw all that.
RCC opportunity goes to the Bane. No Aghanim Scepter use in this fight. Trying to get the Force Stats away, but save with a nullifier on him. He just got wiped out.
No buys available for these two supports. They don't know that, though. It's a gold issue, not a timer issue.
So they're going to play it slow. Chip away at these buildings one by one.
Now will be the gold for Kiritich to eat the accent, so he is fully online. He's used every bit of gold he's accumulated this game. Will it be enough?
They're going to keep the pressure up. Pops the Iceberg, tries to poke at Satanic.
He
gets a melee, he gets out with the Rage. There's only 1 building left till Megas.
He has plus 37 on the bonus armor. Your marksmanship is just not counting for enough here.
Yeah. If you even have it up with most of these fights, they're actually just going to roll back. They're going to give up this Mega, say we can't actually take the fight without our supports. BKB, Miro's going to pop it. Sight device, an opportunity, but there's the card save. Nicely played by Notice, but GPK did get in there with a big magnetize. He just needs to be able to stay alive, and he just can't quite do it. Managed to get a sight onto Satanic, but Kiritich felt like they couldn't commit for the kill there. Had to back up. They do have their supports back. GPK dead, but does have a buyback.
You have to find some squishier targets. You have to find supports or this Invoker somehow. You have to get around this Lifestealer Centaur right now. And honestly, that is one of the weaknesses of Drow. Like, she's not a hero that kills backline. You kind of have to just fight through what you see. And in these games where you can propose an indomitable front line, she struggles. She's just sitting here pumping damage into Centaur who's just tanking it. And you can't, there's no other available target for Kiritich to hit here. This is not a swift blink buyer. I mean, maybe you should have gone in this game, I don't know. But that's a wild decision.
GPK will have a BKB for his buyback, but he won't have the magnetize. At least not for another 20 seconds. So BB team are really trying to hold this. And P-Vision
can always wait for that Roche. It's potentially up in another minute here. See how much they want to force this. Let the creeps push in. You get a lot of vision, you get a lot of help. And just let Invoker play the fights.
Bait out the illusion.
Nice little bait. Deep lick.
Centaur.
Deep grip.
That's a heavy commitment onto a Centaur who's just simply not dying quickly. But he is going to die. P-Vision left him behind. GPK with his buyback usage. P-Vision just called it quits. They said, we can just accept a Centaur loss there.
And it's kind of worth the buyback in this situation, to be honest. Like, how do BB use this buyback and translate it into anything?
Yeah, I could see that point.
Your only option is to just barrel towards Roche and hope it's a fast spawn.
Yeah. The likelihood of that happening is just so low. And Notice takes the time for a little bit. All chat while he spends another 70 seconds dead. A 33,000 net worth lead. This will at least give BB team some time to think about the next round of items. If they can get there. Still hoping to get that data list, says Kiritich. Not working towards Divine. Miro has his level 25 with the Scythe. So
I still think it has to be Divine Draw. Like, there's no other way to upgrade your damage in this lineup. You are the damage.
I mean, I agree with that, but at the same time, like, isn't it usually a combo deal? You have the data list, and then you go, okay, damage is still not enough. I gotta get a Divine.
Well, then you need both. We gotta build one over the other.
One item at a time. While Satanic, he is going to be trying to pick up his 8th and 9th items here. He still has a shard he's going to purchase, I guess, and thinking about a Blink Dagger. Which, I guess, within Fest, if you wanted to put in a Blink, Centaur jumps in, and then he could pop out and Blink even further to the backline, potentially, right? If you don't get the jump on Bane like you did that first time.
Upgrade Blink is always nice against the Drow. You do have to be a little careful going super deep in the base. Like, there is Kick, there is Lick, there are some spells that can put you in the Fountain. Or you get Grip super deep, it can't get canceled. That's your only real concern fighting into the Ancient here. Other than that, you're winning the fight still. You have 5 buybacks to play with in this game. You're gonna get Roshan here. That is something else you have to think about in terms of your item management. Who's gonna take what off this next Roshan?
You wanted to see an Aghanim Scepter on Miro. He might just finally get one.
Saving up some buybacks of their own. Every buyback is available outside of that GPK Earth Spirit one that was committed on the last fight.
We do have
look at this ward bottom.
Team.
Okay, yeah, you gotta kill that. Scouting your Invoker running up the side of the map, that is some bad potential right there.
Another 50 seconds to Roche, so we're going to be chilling for a bit. Level 28, the Drow Ranger. We start getting to some of those later talents. Oh, get back to the multi-shots.
Start eating some mag scepters here, maybe some moon shards, you know, getting that luxury item territory. Maximize the gold game.
Yeah, Satanic doesn't have a consumed moon shard yet. Again, I know this feels like, you know, you see these heroes, they're like 6 slotted at 35 minutes, and yet 20 minutes later, they still have more and more room for growth, whether it's consuming accents or moon shards.
Well, in that other really long game we had this event, we saw the teams go for the extra Helma Doms. That is also something you can spend your gold on.
Sure.
I think a lot of times that Helma Overlord with the creep aura is more useful than a moon shard. Like, if you're gonna, it's not the same gold, obviously, but if you have an infinite gold because you're at this point in the game.
Yeah.
I could see some of these helms start to come out for P-Vision. I mean, Granite Gold Goes hard here, that's all I'm going to say. You got some high HP boys.
Notice is 6,000 HP without the Infest.
And there's the Midas planning for the tier 5 neutral items here. You buy it early so you get that charge tick up. Got to plan ahead with everything you're doing.
Will they be able to make it to 60 minutes, though? That is the question, because P-Vision are going to take this next Roshan. They expect to see a push.
For sure, you just said
for that, so we're going to have one hold that is going to be hard as hell for BB Team. They will not have every single one of their buybacks. GPK's down for 3.5 minutes.
And I think
everybody else in the game has that.
I think that's why you want to send it here. I think in some games you can argue our tier 5s are better. We also have all the map control. Like, we can farm the tier 5s and then push. But I feel that Earth Spirit buyback is way more valuable. I think you just want to send it here. You have a potential buyback double bots in from like a Lifestealer who could buy it after the death and the Invoker. You have outpost control. You have everything to take a deep fight here. You just have to worry about getting repositioned into the fountain. Do not want to end up there.
Yes. Level 25 for the Hoodwink. The Sharpshooter does almost 2,000 damage.
Yeah, like one shot's a support.
Yeah.
He can land it.
We saw it earlier on Save, I believe it was. Just got popped.
Here's the smoke.
Waiting for the opportunity to present itself, seeing if any of BB Team are going to push out just a bit too far.
You're just looking for an easy target to start the fight off with. You know there's going to be buybacks here. You know it's going to be a long
dropped. Tornado lands onto Kiritich. Will they jump on this? Nope.
Lost his mana.
Back there, tier 4. Now gone.
You have to hold the glyph here.
Exposed. Satanic. He's going to be the first point of contact here. The Wind Ranger already dead. They managed to get the Fiend's Grip on him. Can they kill him? Nope, put him in the cards. And now driving him away. GPK, well, he wants to keep this going, but they're already out. P-Vision are away. They got a lick there on Night Class, though. Aeontis not going to last long enough, though. They do manage to kill at least one support out of this.
Well, traded saves by.
These cores are just too tough to deal with. They have the Fiend's Grip, but there's just too good of an answer with the Aghanim Scepter on the Centaur. So somebody has to stop the Centaur from going in. I don't know how you do that.
You have to ignore him. You have to kill anybody else in this game.
He's actually going to try and get even more saves for that. He's going to consume his Aghanim Scepter. This game goes longer. He's going to get a Wind Waker.
I like that.
So he'll have both the cart and the Wind Waker. Maybe he get carts the Lifestealer, then Wind Wakers himself. Pull them both out of there.
Yeah, that's a great idea. You're basically playing this game. If they focus me, we win the fight. If they don't focus me, I will win the fight anyway.
And it's time for those 60-minute items. Kiritich is already pushing out there with his Hand of Midas. They have limited camps to be able to utilize. In fact,
this
look
on
at
the ward.
You see these camps over here? They left one creep in each of them. Ooh. Just a little bit of extra way to screw over BBT. You've got this one little high ground area you feel like you can push out into. Oh wait, there's only 2 creeps between the 2 camps.
I'm looking for the Madstone here. The ward does go down. I don't know how you get the Madstone here. We're going to see a nice neutral item advantage. During this Aegis, still have 2 minutes on the clock. Your Rubik will respawn. Still have Refresher Shard as well. And yeah, just block it up, man.
Such a nuisance, man.
Give him nothing.
He left them with the 1 creep. Now he's just going to outright block those camps. He's going to Wind Waker too. How many Wind Wakers are we going to need to deal with just 1 Fiend's Grip?
As many as you feel comfortable pushing close to that fountain with. That'll help for sure.
Save, trying to snag a few more Madstones. But we are looking at a point where this could be BB Team trapped inside their base so badly that they have 0 tier 5 items for the next one, and P-Vision have all 5.
They rolled the Stygians here if they want them. Some nice rolls for P-Vision. You gotta imagine it's gonna be Stygian for the Lifestealer.
Yeah, that's an instant take, right?
He kept the Catalyst though on the Invoker. That's the one you're gonna keep. Gonna throw some spells on Kiritich here. It's gonna get burned out a little bit.
Force him to use the BKB maybe. And a Force Stab pushes him away. Now the Centaur jumps in. A little bit of Nightmare. They get the Fiend's Grip onto him. Kiritich getting lucky.
He's just dead.
The BKB. It's rough, man.
There's just so much, so little. They just make a casual commitment here on the side of P-Vision, and BB Team are bleeding out heroes, bleeding out BKB. Satanic is now hitting the Ancient, and you have no damage to be able to stop him here. They have to pop the glyph. Miro's trying to distract Satanic at best, but none of these heroes are dying. Notice isn't even close to dying yet, and Satanic is getting free hits on the Ancients. This one is all over. We are having an even series here at Game 3.
Clinical execution in that late game. That is the point that P-Vision want to get to in this series, where they control the map, they're choking you out, they're building a lead, they're just getting Roshan after Roshan, camp after camp. You have no freedom, really nothing to play for except some throne defense. Yeah, if you have some lineup that has a cheese pick that can 1v5, maybe you win that situation. Outside of that, there's almost no hope in this ultra late as BB Team, outside of kicking like 3 heroes in the fountain, which is just not going to happen. Yeah. You got out map control, and that's what this Invoker does. That is the threat of the first pick Invoker. We're going to outplay the map, we're going to control the waves better, we're going to pick you off with Sunstrike, Forward Spirits are going to push the waves in. What is your counterplay? You need a hero that can match that sort of presence, like a Naga Siren or a Furion or something like this, and if you don't have it, you just slowly get pushed off the map. The one pick off happens, they get Roshan, it's an AK gold lead, suddenly you're in P-Vision's pocket. So you have to address that in this Game 3 if you're BB Team, and I think that's going to be the biggest thing of the series. Like, which of these heroes are giving you that sort of map control and map gameplay, because that is the biggest factor between these two teams.
Speaking more about the draft and what this first 2 games means, what about the carry pool? Do you feel like this has put the Phantom Lancer and the Drow Ranger to the side? Are we going to see heroes come back?
If anything, I think maybe I'm thinking more about off laners at mid. Like, this Centaur is still a premier hero. I think this game showed it, and how scary this hero becomes as you scale later and later. Just compared to Largo, Largo does not have the same impact anymore. He's been nerfed a little bit. He's not the same sustain on the front line. You got to start thinking about what you pick up on these 2 and 3s and how they're impacting the map and the game. I almost think any carry is going to function if you're confident in your other 2 cores scaling with you. Again, I don't think a lot of scale in this meta is about the 1 position in a weird way. Like, it's about how survivable are your supports, how tanky are your frontliners, how many saves do you have in the lineup, and then this right clicker can get in there and do stuff. I think the Lifestealer is shown here just because he has a lot more to go in with him. Like, he's invested in a 7,000 HP Centaur. That helps. That gives you a lot more breathing room, as, yeah, I'm sure Satanic was frustrated at certain points in this game, but ultimately, you're able to just walk him down.
Satanic certainly gave us a reaction gift to be used for the future of competitive Dota 2, but he still gifted a P-Vision a win here. The team as a whole pulls it together, and we are now at a 1-1.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A 1-1 in our grand finals. Love to see it, and a lot to break down. And I want to start with that reaction that we saw from Satanic, because sometimes when you see a reaction like that, it's reason to be worried because maybe, you know, they can't hold it together, for example. But it was very cool to see, Seb, that after a moment like that, P-Vision was still able to rally and just bring it all back.
Yeah, it is important. It shows a lot of character, and to be fair, like, we see the reaction and his teammates might not even have noticed. I mean, at some point
they do have noticed, actually.
Nice one. Actually, that's exactly what I was. That is exactly what I was going for. Not at all, but I mean, the reaction was so intense. Like, the body language was maybe. It's hard not to notice it, but the point I'm trying to make is that as long as that emotion doesn't transpire to your teammate and it's not negative, if it's just like, oh, that was so close, you know, then it's totally fine. Obviously, you know, you get very emotional when you play Dota. The stakes are really high. These players are extremely invested emotionally. So this is not necessarily a worry.
Yeah, and speaking of all those emotions that you're talking about, that's where a player like No One comes as an asset to P-Vision, because I'm sure moments of those games were really frustrating. It looked kind of scary for some points. P-Vision, especially in that early game when GPK was owning from that mid lane, some trades were not going well in side lanes, and No One's just like, it's fine, guys, chill out, let's take our fights. And he hits so many clutch Sunstrikes that bring P-Vision back into the game and just get that ball rolling for them. And I would imagine in moments where Satanic looks that frustrated, he is the voice of reason, Seb, who would just bring them together.
I mean, at the end of the day, he is the youngest player here. Like, I want to say, you know, the fact that he's the shot caller is pretty crazy when you think about it, because he is very young and he's the least experienced, I guess, in a sense. So it says a lot about how resourceful that guy is and how much potential he will be expressing also over the next few years of his competitive career. But yeah, I'm not so surprised to see his reaction. I think the team overall looked very composed. I don't think there was any point in plays where you felt like P-Vision, they were shaky or they were shaken by what happened in the early game. I think they're just really good players. They know exactly what's happening, like the phase of the game they're in, and they're just hold tight.
Yeah, so let's break this game down because it started more even from the laning stage, which is what we were expecting. We also talked at the end of the draft when BB Team had to select their final hero, which ended up being a Wind Ranger, that they needed some more damage coming out from that position because that would be a point, Effie, where they eventually would lack. And we saw that lacking damage coming into play in those later team fights.
Yeah, for sure. Drow Ranger had so much net worth that game, but looking at it, that was the only hero with the big net worth injection on BB Team. Earthspear and Largo were like somewhere in the lower middle part of the graph, and they function kind of as a supporting cast to Kiritich's Drow Ranger, who, if they just died at the start of the fight or were focused, then Drow Ranger doesn't have the freedom to stand and hit these heroes. And that's what happened, and I do think that's where the Lifestealer pick really shone. You were wondering about it, so why they went for it, but as we watched that game, it became very clear. Lifestealer was able to fight versus Magnetize and fight through Largo's heal and take these long fights and win.
Yeah, they had no way to get him off the draw, basically, and Kiritich, he always had to reposition. Like, he essentially was never like acting as a real draw would wanna act, which is like being a turret and just bursting down every hero. He had to worry about the snakes, like kind of this, and the hero model even looks like a dog chasing you. You know, it's just like always like catching up to you, and you pike away, you get licked away, and then the next is there again, and it really paid off. Like with the infest and with the rage, like maintaining himself through the fight and kind of weathering everything that was thrown at him. I was pretty doubtful when I saw the pick, and I think the laning phase also didn't look good. But as you said, I think late game it really came together and it shut down this draw pick completely.
Yeah, and I think something that will be addressed in game 3 that we'll have soon is their first pick of P-Vision, because that Invoker looked crazy. And we already heard Effie talk about the Sunstrikes. I believe, Seb, you've got some Sunstrike to show us too.
I mean, yeah, no one, this was the no one show. Everybody expected him to, perform on the big stage. He definitely did. He had a really rough laning stage, as you can see here, 21 denies on GPK. That is truly something. This was the first Sunstrike. It's like they go on this Earth Spirit. 9 class, I think, makes a little bit of a mistake in lifting him away, and no one is like, you don't have to worry about this. And you need to understand like the mindset also. It's like GPK is an Invoker player. That's him trying to dodge the Sunstrike. Like, that's not him forgetting about it. So no one, able to hit those. No matter, this one much easier, but you'll take it too when Ranger just dies. Chain stun. There were so many of them when you think about it. And honestly, if you look at the net worth, every time I'm showing you, a different clip, this Invoker is just going up and up and up, and from a completely lost lane, he ends up being top 1 net worth for his team and really just damage controlling and stabilizing the whole game for them. Impressive performance by him, and we'll take a look also at what he did in team fights, but just the Sunstrike presence alone, and again, it's a very Sunstrike enabling draft. They have a lot of stuns, even though he doesn't always need them. It really changed the story of the game.
It really did. It looked fantastic, and I'm sure that it will maybe be banned, which is a bit unfortunate because it was very fun to watch.
It was, and I think the most impressive thing about Nolan is his composure. I imagine he was the voice of reason in that game, but a lot of those Sunstrikes were predated by Sunstrikes that didn't connect. And a lot of players who, if they lose their lane to Earth Spirit and they're missing some Sunstrikes on the side lanes, may have felt despair, but he just kept the ball moving. He was like, whatever, I'll hit a few later. It doesn't matter. And his presence in these team fights made it so that P-Vision could actually fight at that early game, because BB Team were in a position between that minute 10 to 20 where they looked stronger.
Yeah, and some of those fights, I believe you got those for us too.
Yeah, I think they are really worth being, dissected, because this was incredible execution. We're gonna take a look at the first Roche fight, and I'm gonna have to go slow-mo because there's too much to talk about. But essentially, I mean, maybe not that early. P-Vision, they smoke and they know that they're roshing. No one starts, He's basically slowing them down, essentially, telling them, we know you're roshing, I'm going to start throwing some spells. I want you to look at Noticed and notice how patient he is. He could be jumping the draw now and jumping the Largo, but they want to jump the supports. And obviously, we see the supports. He doesn't. They don't have an ops. So he's just waiting, and they make the call. We see the pings here of hey, let them commit to the Roche. Let them, kind of make sure they cannot disengage. And as soon as they're busy taking the Roche, this is when he jumps. He jumps on the supports, kills the Bane right away. Massive impact. No Finn's grip to be had. Double shackle we've seen from Save right there. And the Nyx has been stunned, so the draw is doing a lot of damage, and they lose both supports on P-Vision. You might think, hey, this looks like a bad fight, actually. You know, they have Aegis, but they're Radiant, and they know that they're able to buy back, and they're probably communicating it and TP on their outpost, which is the big advantage of taking Roche when it's topside and when you're Radiant, because you're not fighting 5 heroes, you're fighting 6, 7 heroes perhaps, maybe 8 if they click more buybacks. So, you know, amazing, honestly, execution from both teams. It looks to be back for P-Vision because of the buybacks. It looks amazing at this point. And there's going to be even more clutches coming from the side of BB team, which we'll see soon. You know, the draw, look at this body block. You have to notice, like, he's just using his creep right here to body block the draw while he's playing the team fight with his main hero, and he body blocks her for like 4 seconds. Again, like so much back and forth just through insane individual skill, double shackle by save, which is gonna cause Satanic's reaction because draw was dead if it wasn't for that shackle. He got 3 double shackle. Basically every time he fires it, 2 heroes are stunned for 4 seconds. It's like, this is like the highest tier of just Dota micro execution you could find. Everything is perfect. Discipline, patience, you name it. And obviously, to be fair to the winners of this game, I have to show you a clip of them executing a fight well enough to win it, which is the fight that I think really turned the game around completely. It was the fight for the Roche pit. Again, I mean, obviously Roche is always the biggest objective in these kind of games. And it's a pretty long one, so bear with me. We'll just look at it. But, you know, the fight starts really slow. Both teams respect each other's a lot. GPK starts the fight, as we mentioned, which was also why it was important for just Earthspirit to keep scaling and keep getting a lot of gold, because he's always going to be the one, you know, kind of creating the circumstances. And we see the Nyx impact. Like, Nyx is now infested in Largo, as we see. He's fighting 4 heroes by himself, and it's probably the only hero that could do this on a carry position, so the pick makes a lot of sense. And draws, you see Kiritich, right, back there on the right of the screen. Like, he always has to reposition himself, because there are so many heroes that he needs to be worrying about. It's either the Nyx or the Centaur or the Invoker spells, and this draw really never really got to fight with enough freedom to impact the game. BB team, they're constantly having to reposition themselves, and it comes down to like goal repetition in a sense. And to leave it at that, I'd say that GPK, he played an amazing game and he had a really good showing, but perhaps they needed to split the resources a little bit better for the late game and understanding that this draw is going to be threatened in the game, and we need Earthspirit to be a menace as well.
Yeah, I mean, watching those 2 fights that you showed us, Seb, the one that they succeeded in on BB team near that Roche fight, the key thing to me was that the supporting cast were able to survive. So because they were able to survive, we were getting double shackles. We were seeing Largo reposition his Drow Ranger and save her. We saw the heal impact of that Largo at that state of the game. But then when the items started coming out, when suddenly there's an MKV on the Lifestealer and he can 3-shot this Wind Ranger, she doesn't have the ability to run around and get these double shackles. When this Largo doesn't really have an Ags and is just playing for heals, he takes more of a back foot and can't really enter the fight in that sense too. So then it just becomes about, can Earthspirit do enough and can Drow do enough damage within a few seconds to win the fight? And that just wasn't the case.
It was not. We saw in the second fight you showed, we saw Miero. He had the whole duration of that fight. He was dancing and singing, probably singing, mostly dancing, but it didn't do enough. And that is where we want to see something changed, I would imagine.
The draft comes into play, like Nyx, Centaur, Invoker, even these heroes are too sustainable. Like, it doesn't matter. I think it would have mattered if Earthspirit was like bigger, but it wasn't the case. Like, more XP, more gold. At the end of the day, I don't think there is like a big draft like discrepancy between both teams. It came down to very clutch moments. I mean, you know, I go back to the laning phase actually. Maybe if no one isn't no one, then you just win the game, right?
Yeah, I can't wait to see what's coming our way in game number 3, as we do have an even series. And I bet both teams have stuff prepared that we haven't even seen yet. We haven't even dreamed of it. We haven't even heard of it. But we do have some exclusive footage on how Poppy prepared for this grand finals.
I told you before. I didn't think I'd have to tell you again. This is not acceptable. You're really trying to test me, aren't you? Do you even know who I am and what I've done? You're talking to the big dog now.
Don't test him. He'll do it. He'll really do it.
You know, I always wondered how the insides look like.
I think it's time to find out, don't you?
I think it's time to find out. For real.
That was something, huh?
Yup.
Aren't you kind of like sick of it at this point? Like, doesn't it kind of get old?
I mean, it's all right. I would rather spend my time coaching, but you know, I get it.
But don't you ever worry that the fans will think that you're serious?
No, I don't think so. I think the real fans know who I am. Ultimately, it's the fans who are important.
It makes a lot of sense. It's really good that you see it that way.
Yeah, people are gonna say what they're gonna say. I just don't let it get to me.
100%. You know, you really are as wise as people say.
Man, I appreciate you saying that. At the end of the day, I'm not a violent guy. Copy pastas, they're just copy pastas. That's not who I am. Excuse me for a second.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, well, as long as you're comfortable with it, enjoy your sandwich.
Thanks.
See ya.
Laters. Ah, this is rye bread? I said no rye bread. Who's responsible for it?
I'm sorry, Papi. That was me. It won't happen again.
Honestly.
I gotta love some content for sure as we're getting ready for game number 3 here with the grand finals. BB and P-Vision 1-1, and it's time to see what the teams have planned for each other and see what the coaches have planned for each other as well, as it has been a battle of the minds. Ooh, some zen being achieved here as well. Very important to stay cool, calm, and focused in high-pressure situations.
You know, people joke about Puppy a lot, but his methods have really worked for P-Vision. Like, talking to the players and hearing from them, it seems like they are individually very high-skilled, and they all want to play Dota, but they don't enjoy the strategic aspect so much of competing at this level, and they just wanted someone to offload that responsibility and take it upon themselves, and Puppy was the perfect fit for that.
Yeah, and on top of this, there's also like some sort of emotional attachment, I guess, like you kind of build a tie with the draft when you're too much of a, like, too big of a part of it in a sense. Like if you're a player, like if you make a call for a hero, for instance, then you feel the pressure of it paying off. You're like, I'm losing my lane and I kind of forced my team into this, you know, I was a big voice. It can mess with your gameplay a little bit and your decision taking in the game. Like some players really enjoy being completely, like, as you said, freed from that responsibility and just focus on the game and try their best, and that's it really. So good to hear that this is like a formula that works better for them and helps them express their potential.
Yeah, we are in the draft. We got BB on the Radiant, P-Vision on the Dire side. First pick going once again to the team on the Dire side with P-Vision, and the Hoodwink gets picked up first. Just quickly giving a glance at if there's any notable heroes that we expected to see banned that are not. I guess the Undying and the Slaughter are the ones that were banned previous game, that were not banned this game. Keeper of the Light will be the answer coming out from BB.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think, like, why would they go away from the first pick Invoker and decide to first pick Hoodwink instead? And I don't have the answer to that question.
Keep them on their toes.
Yeah, do you want to keep them guessing? I think that's also been like a Puppy classic sometimes, where he's like, he just like makes sure he keeps the advantage. Because in this series, you better know that the coaching staff of BB, they've talked about this Invoker throughout the entire game too, and maybe throughout the break too, and they probably went to the players of like, hey, okay, this is what we think we should do against this Invoker and this and that. Like, Invoker must have been a big part of the conversation, and now you just keep them guessing. It's like, well, there's no Invoker now, so you just wasted your time talking about something that's not relevant, and you have to play a different game. It could be the explanation, or perhaps there is like, yeah, something that, you know, we're missing here. Anyway, they're gonna go for the Hoodwink, which is a great hero for them. They play on both roles, which I think every team don't have that. Like it can either be +5 or +4, but they gave away the cuddle to BB.
Yeah, just to go off of the point that you mentioned, you said that maybe if it were anyone but no one playing that Invoker, P-Vision would have lost. So I think that they had this idea that even if the mid-Earth Spirit did come out, their Invoker would be solid against it, but that laning stage was very rough. Like, no one did come back through his Sunstrikes, but he got dominated pretty hard, and maybe they don't want to factor in a potentially lost lane in this.
Yeah, which would actually be a great adaptation, because I think it's only the best teams, right, that are going to be able to see through the result and be like, hey, we might have won the game, but maybe this wasn't optimal, you know, and maybe this was a little bit too hasty of me of saying, hey, we don't would Invoker pick it again. But perhaps their conclusion was that, hey, first pick Invoker, actually a little bit risky against that team.
I mean, that Earth Spirit was incredible. It didn't win the game, but GPK's laning stage is really scary. I mean, just seeing it in action against the best mid laners in the tournament, like this, he's by far the best technical skill.
I mean, it's been 2 games in a row where no one is playing versus like 25 denies on GPK in 6 minutes. So far, pretty rough laning phase, both games for no one. But in both games, he also showed that this doesn't phase him at all. Like, he is able to impact the game regardless. We'll see if P-Vision, they want to take an approach where they protect him a little bit more, because they've been kind of throwing him under the bus twice in a row. Like, they pick this Ember into Slaughter, they first pick Invoker, and they're like, well, it's no one, he'll manage. But yeah, it's no one. Perhaps you can give him a little bit more of a comfortable position, and he might just take over the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Slardar still has to be in contention. When Coddle comes out, of course, you think about Ember, you think about Pango, but that Slardar was a hero that P-Vision were scared of in that game too, and it's left through. So you have to... Beastmaster is a great combination for this Coddle, but I do think that P-Vision need to prepare an idea for in case the Slardar comes out. Are they willing to move away from the Embers and potentially play something ranged?
And that is the adaptation we've seen right from game 1, where they probably had the plan to pick the Beast, but it was stolen from them. So now it goes even further up in priority. They pick it as soon as they can, essentially, not letting P-Vision the option to pick it for themselves. They kind of made the... I mean, with that being said, they made the conscious choice of not banning it. They decided to ban the Undying and the Bane. They must have known that Beastmaster was coming, right? I think you play BB, they pick Coddle, Beast is coming, most likely. So curious to see what P-Vision decides to send to that lane, because we've seen many attempts from many fallen teams. None of them really succeeded in, you know, stopping this Beast Coddle combo.
I wonder if they're willing to play the Clinks themselves on P-Vision, because BB played the Clinks against their Beastmaster and it cooked very hard.
The thing with this Beast Coddle, though, what is really oppressive is the amount of spam. It's like, I feel like only like a hero like Necro or something could just stay in that lane and tank all these axes that are coming non-stop, essentially. Like, it's just really hard to stop. From a theoretical perspective, I don't really know what does the job.
Maybe they can shelf that pick for a while then. It is a strange thing, though, if you see the offlane and you're not picking the safe lane here to free up your draft.
Yeah, the only reason would be that you want to protect also the pick so that your carry sees the carry matchup. There comes the Necro. Like, to me, it is like the best hero conceptually to sustain against because Beast Coddle, the way they win the lane or not lose it for that matter is they push the wave so aggressively with axes, and they just keep this axe debuff on the carry so that he can never be aggressive, essentially. Like, he's always dealing with creeps under his tower. He's always like trying to dodge the axes, starving in regen, keeping him low HP. And it's like, it doesn't matter the counter that you pick. Like, you could pick the best hero versus Beast. You named Clinks, Gyro, any hero. Like, they don't get to play the lane, essentially. But for Necro, it's different, because it's probably the only hero that will push as hard as they do. So he's going to maintain the pressure on the lane. He's maybe even going to be able to push into them. And this is when these heroes can actually falter.
Do you know what hero Kataomi actually does like playing, though? Ancient Apparition.
Uh-huh. It could be a good...
Oh, never mind. Different Frosty hero coming out.
I mean, this hero has been... I feel like we haven't maybe talked about Wyvern as much as he deserved to be talked about, because it's been one of the big heroes of this tournament, honestly. Sure. Like, I've seen every team in the top 8 pick him at least once, and pretty high in priority. We've even seen some games... Wait, it was game 1, right? Where they first picked Wyvern? Or...
It was either game 1 or it was in the
It was in the
third
grand
place
finals, right?
decider.
I think game 1 of this.
Yeah, it was game 1
right,
of this
the
one,
first pick
yes.
Wyvern, so
Overall first pick.
and it was P-Vision, so both teams value this hero like extremely high, and it's not necessarily for the Cold Embrace, because it's not a good Cold Embrace game at all so far. Like this is like Necro, Willow, and Hoodwink. These heroes don't care at all about that spell. It's mostly about the laning presence also, which is it's a dominant laner, and it didn't used to be, so it's a little bit deceptive, but the Q spell from Wyvern is just obnoxious.
I also think that Wyvern does something very nice for Kez, and it kind of alleviates the fear of some of his bad matchups, like Axe, for example. I've seen Wyvern and Kez be picked together versus the threat of an Axe, get Axe anyway, and defeat that lane, because he provides so much sustain through the Battle Hunger and the counter initiation to heroes like that. So this is one of those moments where I think Kez can be picked blind just because of the Wyvern.
Are you worried about the Kez versus Necro matchup? Like, is it particularly good for Kez, or is it even bad? Like, what's your take on that?
I mean, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult, but once you get to that nullifier, it should be okay. I think if they added some magic damage on their team from Vivi, that would give you the big jump. Because right now you're working with too much physical versus Necro.
Look at no one. After 2 games of pain and suffering, he's treated with a late pick in the draft. He gets to decide, yeah, I think it's a good puck game. He's still going to get counterpicked by GPK because, you know, you can't treat him that well. But he's going to be happy with this one. It's a very good puck game. Obviously, they have barely any lockdown for him. And he also gets 2 bans now to protect himself from the GPK Classic counterpicks. So, you know, I think this is probably the first game where he's gonna be, set up for a better start to the game.
Sab, are you familiar with puck's win rate this tournament?
I know it's very low. I think the last time I checked, it was around 25%. I don't know if it went much higher.
It's 30% now.
Wow, 30%.
That's a step up. But
it's a step up, but it's not impressive, especially considering the fact that this hero has not been first phased at all anymore. So this is like a late, this is a great puck game. Well, no, it isn't. It's always losing. So, but I don't know. We're doubting P-Vision. We're doubting no one. You know, perhaps...
GPK has made a great case for himself to outlane no one, though.
Yeah, he has, and he's gonna be able to select also, I guess, the third option that he wants. You know, I think these guys are pretty much in each other's head, so I'm sure that no one knows exactly what GPK would want to select in this case. He's gonna be banning both these heroes, like letting Puppy know, hey, get rid of Ember and get rid of, you know, X hero. So GPK will get the third option. We'll see how good it is.
Yeah, we still have the Centaur in the pool, by the way. Interesting to point out, as we are looking for an offlaner for P-Vision. Notice still that one.
I mean, maybe it's not impossible that they pick it. I do think that Kez is like pretty fine against Centaur. I've seen carry players like choose to play Kez versus Centaur many times, and right now what P-Vision's lineup is really lacking is objectives. Like, if this is a Necro position 1 paired with a puck and these supports, like, for them to take down towers, Roche, or Tormentors, it takes forever. So even if they dominate the game, they're gonna be dragged into like a long game just by the nature of their lineup. So if the last pick could fix a little bit of that issue, I think it would be good for them.
I think Tidehunter is a pretty cool hero for P-Vision. I like him conceptually to provide that body for those objectives you mentioned, Seb, but also it's a great hero against Kez in terms of dispelling the Kazari Katana. Not the most popular pick this tournament, the Tide, but it could work.
It's a good lane for him, for sure. Especially with Willow. So no Slardar, no Ember. I guess there is the Earth Spirit that we've seen be played against Puck. I think it's a pretty good game, but it's gonna tell also it's gonna let us know what does GPK think about last game. You know, is he like, yeah, Earth Spirit maybe overrated, or like I don't feel that confident because he did a really good job in the early game but still lost the game, or does he keep the faith up in the Earth Spirit?
I think it's a fine game to play Earth Spirit. He'll buy the vessel for you. He's going to give you magic damage. Right now, there's a lot of overwhelming physical damage from the Kez, but you're playing against the Necro, and you need a way to kill him in the early game.
Yeah, there's Earth, there's Storm also. Okay, so they go Tiny. So they're gonna run a Necro position 3 against the Kez and the Wyvern.
How does Tiny do against that Beastmaster Coddling? Because that's the whole reason why Necrophos was thought of for us.
Yeah, I think Necro could win that lane. I think Tiny doesn't win it for sure. I think he either draws or loses. But it is quite possible that he draws. I would I mean, I'm a Beast spammer, so I'm maybe biased, but I would give the advantage to the Beast Coddle lane.
So what's the thought process behind the Tiny? What makes it worth sacrificing that lane for the Tiny, as we still see that Earth Spirit coming out for GPK?
I think they're prioritizing like lineup equilibrium, like just a better balance in their lineup, because I do think that Necro +1, Puck +2, and an offlaner that's like also with little objective taking potential, it would just be weird to play the game. Like, this is a much better, much more well-rounded lineup, and Tiny is just a solid hero. It's a good matchup versus Beast. At some point, the Tiny, he has too much HP, too much HP regen. He just, one-shot waves. He'll be fine. He's gonna suffer until he gets level 6, and after that, he'll just be okay.
It could be one of those situations also where Noticed asked for it to be a lane against Kez, because it's a very strong lane against Kez Wyvern, because he can defend himself from when Kez goes and closes the gap.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that lane goes. Like, I wonder actually, like, theoretically I feel like it's good for Necro, but honestly, like, Kez Wyvern is a lot. Like, it's a lot of harass. Like, every wave they're gonna click their spells on you, and that's a lot of HP. It feels like he's gonna have to click his second spell every wave, almost. And I don't know how much he'll enjoy it. We'll have to see. At the same time, I'm very happy to see Earth Spirit. I think it also makes the case of, it's reassuring that, the game 2 did not affect BB team and GPK in particular by any mean. So that's a good news for BB fans.
Yeah, I mean, I think Earth Spirit's a great lane versus Puck, and he's gonna have a solid start, and he's gonna be strong for a very big portion of this game. But if Necrophos has a good game, I think Earth Spirit actually falls off very heavily against this hero, who itemizes very comfortably against him, and then he eventually runs out of damage for the Necrophos. So then it becomes all on Kez to deal with him.
But we've heard Kiritich many times say that Kez is his signature hero, and he feels like every time he gets his hand on the hero, the game is just easy. I don't think he's lost with it yet here. So
the 1v5,
dangerous.
How long is this game gonna be? Because previous one we did go over that hour mark, all because we started with such an even game. Will this game has as even of a start to it?
I would say so. I think it's, again, like compared to game 1 where the draft was quite favorable for BB, especially when it came to the laning phase. I think this game, just like game 2, much more even. It's gonna come down to execution, and if the tempo were to be, accelerated, it would favor BB out.
It is a best of 5, and it's 1-1. And that means that whoever wins this game will be on match point in these grand finals. Will it be BB? Will it be P-Vision? We're finding out with Cap and SVG.
One of these teams is going to be sweating after this game, and you want to be the one that is sitting in that prime position of 2-1. P-Vision, well, we've got some Siggies already out in the field for both sides. We've got BB team rocking the Kiritich Kez. We have the No One Puck, though I actually don't think of that as his Siggy, but it is his most played hero.
Also hasn't really performed well this event. I almost feel like the team that was going to pick Puck in this grand finals might not work out for them first. However, these two teams are functioning at an extremely high level. So you got to kind of throw the stats out the window, play off a feel, play off the matchups, and the win conditions. The most important thing, like at what point in these games do you think you have a chance to win the game? And they've generally been going very late. So in that sense, Puck hasn't performed too well because I think he just hasn't had the same early and mid games. But if the game's going to go late and you get to 5 or 6 slots, he's still a menace. And that could be what P-Vision have in mind here, because the two side lanes for BB are incredibly scary. Very fast, they can snowball heavily, they can pick up some kills. You have resources to pump into these cores. Kez can always just run away with the game. You need to control the tempo here. If the Beast can just go from tower to tower with a fast Helm of the Overlord, this game's gonna get out of control very quickly. If you can slow it down, play on the Necrophos a little more, to me, the two offlaners have the strongest identity in this game 3, and you're gonna have to make those two heroes work.
And that is particularly scary if you are P-Vision, because they're in a bad lane matchup, right? I mean, surely this Beastmaster Coddle lane, there's no way that a tiny Hoodwink beats that, right?
No, not over the long run. I think it's very hard to beat Coddle Beast with almost anything. You can draw the lane. You can outplay the Coddle a little bit if you have a support that can kind of 1v1 him on the side and really punish him. Like, I think Bane is a pretty good example of that. But outside of those little points of execution, even if the lane's going poorly, you can always just stack, and they're going to recover the net worth. You're not going to shut this Beast down. So you kind of just have to deal with the tempo here from Miro and hope that you can take some fights around towers, or that at least Noticed has an equally good game here.
And he is in a winning matchup, right? Necrophos versus Kez, I imagine, maybe not as good as the Beastmaster Coddle lane, but I feel like they got to be okay with this lane, right?
Oh, they're doing quite well already. And yeah, I would favor the Necro here. Again, over the first 10 minutes, like he's going to win the lane out. It's just too much sustain, too much spam. Wyvern is not a hero that has a lot of offensive potential with the Kez unless you can maintain a high HP pool. And Save just chunks him down.
Just runs him down while we have this action still going back and forth in the bottom lane as well. A lot of harassment in these side lanes early on.
Both offlaners having a pretty nice start here early, and that's what both teams want to see. It'll be interesting to see how tanky this Necrophos can get against the Earth Spirit in particular. I liked Miro's point about, he's going to have very strong itemization here. It's a hero that can buy multiple dispels, just exist in the fight. We saw last game, GPK, he got really fat on that Earth Spirit. He dealt 22,000 damage and killed one hero. If you have a repeat situation like that, you're going to be in trouble this game. I think Kez will have a better time in most games than Drow, just in terms of creating his own opening.
Sure.
So you have a little more to fall back on there. But you need to make sure that GPK can find connections with these magnetizers and that it doesn't just get instantly ruined.
Well, we are going to see GPK dominate the laning phase again. The BB team are just putting it a priority. It seems like every single time they're going to make sure GPK gets the counter pick over no one. They do it again here. He gets the late Earth Spirit pickup against a Puck, which is just, I think, an impossible matchup for Puck. I just feel like there's no way he's actually going to win CS-wise.
Too much base damage.
Yeah.
We'll see that Earth Spirit open up a lead. See if we can translate it into a cheeky kill with a silence and a teleport or something off a support. But these two supports are not that great at rotating to the mid. You'd rather just play the Wyvern and the Coddle in the two side lanes. If anything, get some stacks up, set the map up better for all three cores. It's not really a I'm going to go mid and secure power runes type of style here. Whereas I think P-Vision can look for that a lot more. They have a lot more roam potential, a lot more kill threat, a lot of setup between the Dark Willow and the Hoodwink 5 here.
Right. For me, it feels a lot more about GPK rotating to those side lanes, particularly that Wisdom Shrine timing.
That could definitely be in the cards. This is one of those games where I actually wouldn't mind seeing him go to the side lanes instead of the team going mid, just because of how your draft's set up. I think Kez is a great hero to rotate into on the lane. He gives you a lot of kill threat. He enjoys getting the extra kills. Could be a nice little target for GPK down here, and that's the hero you want to slow down. Almost just kills no one there.
There's a lot of recharges to work off of. Notice keep the pressure on Kiritich.
This Necro's playing quite aggressive down here. You do not want to feed away that bad kill to the Necrophos in a lane that he's dominating already.
Yeah, he does have 9 Magic Wand charges, double Fairy Fire still in his pocket.
Yep. Very tanky here.
Similarly, Miro with the spam of the axes, definitely annoying P-Vision, but I feel like Satanic Ducalis have done a good job of like pulling the creeps out of position so they're not getting spammed by the axes as much.
Oh, Tiny's
pretty healthy.
Yeah, he's free farming up here. In fact, he's highest CS in the game, still has a lot of regen or a lot of HP to work with. So doing quite a nice job.
I feel like there's something about the Satanic Ducalis safe lane. They always do manage to move these the barometer just a little bit in their favor in every single laning phase matchup.
It helps when you have a very strong carry in terms of in that CS department. Winning early CS counts for so much in terms of what happens in these lanes over the first 5 minutes. Very close, even game. Across all the
GPK
lanes
having the biggest lead as he is 29-10 over this Puck. 19, now 20-1. Unsurprising lead again, just the...
It's not huge though. In terms of like the net worth and experience, it's pretty close here. In fact, it's the Kez kind of suffering the most. Just getting Necrophos. Nothing Kiritich can do about it. You can't outplay Death Pulse. No matter how hard you try.
yeah. Just kind of sits in the lane, spams it out.
So will that rotation come to bottom? There's also an argument you want to go to the Beastmaster lane, because that is generally a hero that is very good at kicking carries out. You can fight with the boars. Like, both of these side lanes are very interesting points of attack for the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, it's going to be chipping away at these heroes anyway, right? They're already going to be low, so it's an easier gank to make happen. While going into this Necrophos, especially the winning lane that he is in, well, that one's going to be a lot rougher.
He's going to get the Sadist Axe here. You do not want to start bleeding kills away on this lane.
That regen with the glyph being popped, Kiritich It's being shoved away from this CS, even underneath his own tower.
This is a big wave with Catapult. Need to address this right now. You get 6 on GPK. He got it off the last creep mid. Can go in fog and TP here if he wants to try and bail this out.
But Wyvern's going to be the first one to TP in. They run down to Collis. Kiritich does not walk into the brambles and manage to parry the Shadow Realm hit, so that actually stops a lot of the damage.
And GPK loses the 50-50 on the rune, and it's a haste. Big pickup for no one. He's just barreling bottom.
Yeah, instantly making the move, and why not? There's not any vision down here. They don't know what the power rune is. They're going to be surprised by this, especially with the ward behind the tower giving so much information to no one. Kiritich's already half health. Coil, he parries and does what he can. Runs into a bramble, but either way, he was dead.
Too fast for GPK to TP in there. There's some risk of making aggressive moves in this game if GPK can respond and get a good team fight out of it, but when you have a haste rune and it's that fast of a move, it's a level 4 Kez. What's the turnaround potential? It's just not there. Compounding the advantage on this Necrophos lane, Noticed is going to be gigantic here. He could buy a Boots of Travel right now. He can also just push for an even faster Radiance. It's got 2,000 gold in the bank.
Yeah, this far ahead, feels like Radiance. It's got to be a pretty good call. GPK, he makes his rotation. Miro and Save, we're pushing these heroes out over time. It's just level 3 axe spam with this this Coddle behind him.
Looking for the Wisdom Shrine. Got Taomi, he gets scanned, but nobody's here.
Oh no, that is a huge problem. P-Vision.
This squirrel is going to be really sad. 3 deaths for Ducalis. He loses his Wisdom Shrine. Well, they ruined his game.
Yeah, they certainly did.
I mean, I don't know if he was the biggest priority target, but he's absolutely out of it here.
Man, you're almost level 6 on Notice. Hey, at that point, it feels like Kiritich is going to have to leave lane.
Yeah, no way you sit here against the Reaper threat.
Which is thin up to Katomi to try and hold this. Nice D-ward from 9 class.
Nice little Dark Willow attack speed there.
Here's going to be a similar threat. Likely Satanic will have to leave his lane at some point with the level 6 being acquired by Miro plus his Helmadom.
A lot of pressure points on the map right now. You have the Reaper site coming up, you have Coil, you have Magnetize plus a Roar going into mid lane. They brought Miro to this 8-minute power rune and they lose the 50-50 again. And it's another great power rune.
If it could have been top, then maybe Miro is able to get a Primal Roar kill for them. Instead, he's just going to back up to these Coddle stacks. A lot of stacks here. It's going to boost them quite heavily, GPK.
There's the TP to the side lane.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the power rune.
Try and shore this up with Notice having his level 6. Jumps in, hits the Sounds onto the Necrophos off of pulling Kiritich, but he still managed to get off some of his heals. Just too much damage, though. They brought many heroes, 4 heroes to this bottom lane to make sure that Necrophos does get shut down. Meanwhile, Miro is left alone on top of his stacks right now.
That was a juicy acorn.
Ducalis can interrupt some of this. He already managed to kill the Helmadom creep and some of the boars, maybe take some of the last hits here as well. Ducalis is going to get level 6 off this.
He's super rich.
He's still so much experience, my God.
You got most of the mid tower too with the amp damage on the puck. Was that a successful move from Earth Spirit? Yes and no. Like, you gave up a lot during the time GPK spent down there. Well, there goes Ducalis recovering his game. He shut down that squirrel for nothing.
Guess so.
Is he the highest level support now?
Save is 6.5.
Close, yeah. Well, he'll feed his courier back, so you get a little bit back from the squirrel.
A little bit of give and take.
Okay, Earn charges up for GPK is another Magnetize in 30 seconds. He's definitely the big playmaker in this game.
Surely you get the 50-50 right this time.
Or you just lose it every single time.
Katomi unable to fly away. Arctic Burn on cooldown. The Sharpshooter attempts with the Cold Embrace. Geomagnetic Grip play. Would have been cool, but Coil.
It's a very different style game right now. A lot of skirmishing, a lot of 2 or 3 man fights going on. A lot of emphasis on the power runes. As he wins another one. There's the tip, you know. The tip was going to come no matter what. You win all the rune luck. What can you say?
Yeah, what's the point of getting this counter pick matchup if my enemy mid laner just gets every single power rune? Miro keeps on rotating across, too. And the funny part is that, like, P-Vision, because they have this river ward, they see Miro, they know they can't contest the top lane, and just pray that it's bottom.
9 class gets another courier snipe. All these little things going P-Vision's way in this early game. And the Relic already done for Noticed. The Radiance is going to be so fast here. There's some emphasis for BB to get something done with the Vessel on GPK. He will rush that this time around for some extra damage on the map. Great against the Necro as well as Katsuyomi bites the dust again. This mid area of the map is just a death zone for these supports.
It's working out so much better for no one. Another rotation from GPK.
Might get this tower too.
Total failure.
Like you make these rotations with the Earth Spirit, no one's just going to push the wave in. Start hitting your building.
Yeah.
Gotta be a little careful of like the roll in, silence, all in, but otherwise can do some decent damage here.
It's got infused raindrops and 19 magic wand charges. Let's see if this is enough. With a bushwhack catching GPK, that'll create a lot of space for no one. Still has a solar bind on him. Another orb up in 3 seconds. He's out.
You need to bring the Kez in for that with a Talon or something. Puck is too mobile right now. Still got that top tower for the Beast. Both these offlaners effectively top net worth in this game. I feel like that's what both teams wanted to see. So you're getting that progression you want.
Radiant's about to be finished up for Noticed.
There it is, flying out.
Just been chilling. They haven't like actually kicked the Kez out or taken this tower, but I mean, the fact that you're just able to hang out and get a Radiance on Necrophos in 12 minutes?
Pretty ridiculous.
That's going to put BB team on a timer a bit. Can't just let this Necrophos exist on the map for too long.
Fully expect this ultimate orb for Miro to signal a big push into mid with the Helmet Overlord being completed. There it is. Go grab an Ancient Creep, smoke him, swing around the mid tower. If you can start on the puck, amazing. If you can find somebody else behind that tower, it'll feel just as great.
He's got his choice between the Prowler and the Granite Golem. He opts for the Golem.
Oh, I thought he would have taken the Prowler here.
Yeah, me too.
Kind of interesting. Guess a little extra HP though is pretty nice against a very spell damage heavy lineup. You're negating a lot of early nukes here. And that is something to consider. Like, do you buy pipe in this game? It's such a good pipe game.
Right, you just try and like weather through these spells, stay above that 50% marker against the Reaper's Scythe.
Great Glimmer Cape game, great Raps game. There's going to be some itemization here for BB that's going to feel real good against a lineup that is very magic dependent for a long time in this game. They're not even going to smoke them. They're just going to run at the tower straight up. What are you going to do?
You could do. You throw an orb out, okay. Boars get a little bit low, but tower falls all the same. Going after Notice here, Winter's Curse, trying to set up and a terrorize in from the side. Very nice, the Reaper's Scythe. Well, it doesn't quite get the kill, but they still manage to get him off the sharpshooter. So they don't get the stack, but nobody really cares about that. All you care about is that Notice lives and Kirachit dies.
The Winter's Curse didn't get any other units in it, so you lose a little setup time that GPK needed to get in there. Another rotation for the Earth Spirit that just doesn't quite land how you wanted it to, as this Necrophos is continuing to just farm up the map. And the longer these tier 1s stand, or at least this last tier 1 bottom, the more you can kind of control this area for the Necro, the happier he's going to be. See what the next move here for Miro is. It's not super obvious on the map right now. You might just want to take some time to farm. You're going to get a 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. That's pretty much guaranteed. But the next objective here for the Beast is like the 20-minute Tormentor. Unless you really want to take this last tier 1 bottom, and I don't think that's the highest priority for him.
Yeah.
So we might just see him try and play that classic like Occupy, Dire, Upper Jungle with the Beast summons. Get some information for your team. Get some extra camps. Take away some farm from the Tiny if you can without dying. Abuse the fact that there's not a lot of heroes that want to run into your zoo right now. Pretty bad lineup against the zoo early.
Feels like this series is just indexing more and more towards these late game, 45 to 60 minute style kind of games. Despite the early rush that we saw from P-Vision, where, you know, we talked about the setup here. There's so many of their games were like 35 minutes on average, it felt like. They were just able to close out game time after time.
That was not off lane domination, though. That's an important distinction. Like, there was not some gaming gladiators, we beat you and rush high ground because we're just going to zoo you and aura you. They do it off of map control and the map gameplay and the pickoffs leading to objectives.
So what do you think BB Team is doing to stop that? Like, yes, BB Team is winning lanes, but as you said, P-Vision didn't require laning phase wins to be able to pull off those fast victories.
I think some of the Go Shovel help. Beastmaster, Coddle, Wyvern. All heroes that can push some waves without dying, potentially. Depends how fat this Tiny gets. And I think the Tiny is the big threat on the map for P-Vision this game. We've seen how much Satanic can do with this. He gets Shadowblade, he instantly finds a pick off. And this hero is going to be the real threat around the map. Like the Necrophos is the scary extra scale here in the tank.
Yep.
Against your triple melee core lineup going late. But the Tiny is going to be the hero that instills fear in you wherever you are.
Miro surrounded by heroes. He has to pick his targets here. Roar Satanic, but there's just too much catch. He dodged the Terrorize, roared Satanic, but it's all too much. Too many heroes. They just brought the full squad up here to hunt down the Beastmaster.
That's bad news for BB.
I can't remember the last time that Satanic had a bad Tiny game. I feel like every single time he gets these, he's just running around the map with the Shadowblade getting pickoffs, and I've never seen him be in that position where like, oh, Satanic has walked into another sentry and died, you know?
He's very good at finding those little openings and knowing where people are farming, where the isolated target is. That's why this hero's so scary. When he starts snowballing a game, you just have to get out of his way. We're going to see BB try and reclaim this area. That's another reason losing the Beast up here is so bad. You lose so much of the map control you're trying to maintain to give you that advantage. You got to retake it with something. You're going to find a squirrel, but you're not finding that Tiny. This is a good intercept from Ducalis. This is not the area of the map that these heroes want to go to when the Beast is going to come back here and retake it anyway.
He is on a 7-game win streak on Tiny, including a win yesterday against Team Yandex. Last time he lost a game was 2 months ago at a Dream League against 1W. And then before that was like back to 2025. He has an 82% win rate on this hero.
That's quite high.
Yeah, that's something.
He's super, super scary on it. I also think he knows how to itemize for the late game a little better than some other carries. Like, it never seems like he's falling off on this hero, which is, I think, the sign of a great Tiny player. Got to get to those late game talents, make sure you're getting the spells off in the team fight, make sure you buy the right 6 slots, because his hero can almost always get 6 slotted, farms so fast. And once more, BB just unsure of what to do with the Beastmaster strength right now. Like, are you supposed to do it super early Roshan here to get an Aegis on an Earth Spirit or Kez?
I mean, is there any reason not to?
It's just slow.
Team is going to play the borders of the map.
It's not fast enough to make it worth it right now.
Okay.
I think you have to occupy some side of this dire map. Like, you can't have 5 heroes on your side with this Tiny and Necro running around right now. It's not going to end well for you.
Well, at least it means GPK can get power runes. Nobody's contesting those anymore.
That's true. And a nice little regen.
Just to call us at it. Oh, he's going to get a nice lane ward.
Being really annoying up here. Just counteracting some of the lane pressure. And they are going to force the Roche. Okay.
I like it.
Are they? I don't know. This is... I mean, you don't have Deso on the Kez for like another 100 gold.
Okay, I don't like it. If you don't have Deso, that Roche is going to take so long.
I think we're seeing the indecision on this map right now.
Everywhere they're going right now, they're spotted by wards too. Like Miro had a lane ward that saw him push through, then there was a watcher. Gate, notice, slips past GPK there.
A missed opportunity. Saw how fast they were to respond to that. If there's any sort of opening, they want to take it right now. They will get this last tier 1 bottom. The Beast eventually makes his way down here. This will open up that Roche even a little more if you want to do it in this last minute with the Deso arriving. This is your time to secure it with everybody down here.
They got
these force a fight.
On the pit.
Oh, Satanic.
Trying to kill the Helmet on, but Satanic makes his jump. GPK.
What an opening.
Dead already. That was BKB used too. And Satanic, he still has his BKB. It's part of the reason why P-Vision are willing to take this fight, not just the aggressive positioning of BB team here, allowing Satanic to get in there with a Shadowblade. Unlikely they're going to have sentries up here. But also the fact that Satanic, there's nothing they can do about him once he makes his jump. There's no turnaround against this BKB.
He's finding these little openings. Big kills to slow down the pace here from BB. They're not allowed to group up. They're not allowed to do that early Roshan. Now it's going to change sides. You have to wait even longer. You're not getting the fight for the Deso Kez.
Heritage is out here using Raptor Dance on Ancient Stacks. That's how the game's kind of going right now. We are going to chill and farm for the foreseeable future. At least that's P-Vision's game plan. BB team are struggling to get the action going. They would love to, but
I don't blame P-Vision.
Doesn't seem possible.
Again, I think this is the type of game where puck can shine. Slow, methodical game. You build into that late game. That's where the hero's still scary. You're not looking to rush things here. A lot more onus on BB to find action with this Kez pick.
No one can kind of play right up in their face a lot of times. Spotted on the blast. Jumps deep. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. That could have been a close call if the Axis had just gone a little bit farther north.
And it leads him to the Tormentor.
Yeah, an objective that I think no one was trying to play around and see if he could disrupt that. Is something that BB team, it's like that offlane tier 1 tower. It's an objective that is much easier to take than these tier 2s or the Roshan. Katomi will get the shard. Not an amazing one, but
not bad on the Kez if he gets out of the cocoon. I think you pretty much have to decide how you're going to scale your tri-core here if you're BB. You're not running this game over. This is not going to be some 30-minute high ground with the Beastmaster. You have to make sure all of your core scale in this game because that was the biggest problem in that game too. You had the Drow, but no one else really got there. So the 5 or 6 slots in the late game was a big threat.
Okay, so let's talk about that itemization.
Thinking about Ags on the Beastmaster to kind of help him turn into that. Drums of Salam, definitely not as strong as he used to be, but I at least like the idea here of, you know, I'm going to be more of a threat in the fight, the old school carry Beastmaster build.
What about Nullifier on Kez? How early are you going to get this item? Like, how important is your focus on Necrophos versus everybody else in this game?
Oh, you find a pick off here.
Yeah, nice grab for GPK.
I don't know if you
punishing 9 class on the haste rune deny.
I don't think you want Kiritich having to spend an item slot on the Nullifier when you have a Beastmaster that can buy it. You definitely want one in this game. Such a big item against the Necrophos.
Smoke up from BB team, just 1 kill on a support. They're going to try and snowball this into more. They get a core kill, and maybe that could open up that Roshan that they attempted earlier. But the question is, can they find Satanic? He has remained rather elusive.
Oh, he's going to show on this creep top. They instantly U-turn.
And a Shadow Blade. He hits the creep and then he just runs away. Is he going to come back to it? Oh my god, he's going to come back to it. It's an opportunity. They go into Colisto, who ran through the river instead of the Tiny. So just another support pickoff. BB team just...
You got to do Roche off that. You can't roar Ducalis here and not get some objective for it.
I mean, that's dangerous, though, because you are setting up for the potential Coil Terrorize play. Now that 9 class is back up.
They're not even Roche. I mean, they're just trying to get the BKB on the Kez. I think P-Vision assumed they were going to do it.
Their save pops of dust as Satanic was pushing through the mid lane.
Game of cat and mouse right now.
Certainly.
There's the BKB for the Kez. A lot stronger on his own in the fight right now. You have triple BKB timing with 2 sustaining supports. If this is not a signal to force this objective, I don't know what it will be in this game.
And it seems like P-Vision have no interest in contesting again. Tried it the first time, didn't really work out. And make a move to the bottom side of the map where they almost got GPK, but he teleports away. The Vision is just doing some work for both sides, no doubt. Roshan is going to fall, goes to Kiritich. So, what are you going to do with this Aegis over the course of the next 5 minutes? How many of these tier 2s can you take down? How much map control can you claim? Because it is still a net worth lead for P-Vision and a Necrophos that is getting larger and larger. He's level 18. He's only been a part of 3 kills, but he's been speed farming through the map so quickly. Very high level.
At this point, I'm almost worried more about what the puck is going to pick up here. Got to find some pickoffs.
They went for the cuddle. Nice little tumbler toy. 9 class. He has to terrorize. GPK pops his BKB. They still got the pickoff from Satanic. So it's a support for support. Well, 1 for 2, I guess.
Tiny's just so hard to catch.
Miro catching Ducalis at the same time as that play, which he's halfway to his axe. And Satanic still sticking around.
Sneaking in here.
They didn't have the sentries before.
They saw him on that.
He got the coddle, but now it's going to be spotted. GPK, knowing he doesn't have BKB, tries to threaten him, but no one's not here in time as the puck.
The fact you can play this aggressive with no punish, though. It's so much space.
What about the punish top lane?
No roar available.
Yeah. He only has Link.
You can always TP out here. Not much of a threat either.
Yeah, even if you could get the Solar Bind on him, he's got Lotus. Yeah. You're right. P-Vision are just able to play very, very far up with all three of their cores.
Just not a lineup that is going to excel at trying to catch some of these random heroes around the map. Like, it wants to force the 5-on-5 team fights, abuse the AoE sustain and control from the supports, and put some pressure on P-Vision to respond. But right now, it's just not happening. P-Vision are too good at playing the map.
Hey, that was a problem that we saw in Game 2 as well.
Yes. Recurring trend in this series.
Yeah. BB team lose out in this kind of style, then it's really back to the drawing board and going, okay, we have to do everything we can to stop P-Vision's split.
Yeah, at what point are you just like, all right, let's pick Kiritich Arc Warden or something? Like, I don't know, something crazy comes out because you're just not getting to fight. The fights are not available.
Nero hiding in the trees, pops out, goes for Takalis. And because of his BKB, he will go through uninterrupted by Satanic's Avalanche.
You can see the decisiveness whenever, like the second a hero they can kill shows on the map, they're just instantly jumping. Because they know you're not going to get a lot of openings in this game. So you have to take the ones that are available. You can't question whether it's a bait or something like that. You just have to go. That is a very tanky boy. He will find another jump.
Satanic. Now, they did get the Dispel off the Winter's Curse on that Shield Rune, so Satanic is not quite as tanky as he once was, but still has a BKB to work with. Roll in from GPK. Popped his BKB, didn't get the roll, and the Reaper's Sight to finish off the Winter Wyvern. GPK not going to be able to get the roll out, though. Notice got in front of him. That's trouble. Toss doesn't actually hit the Earth Spirit, but they get the kill either way. GPK, it feels like that was a bit of frustration. They're trying so hard to get these fights, and he said, screw it, I'm just going. An opportunity to take a fight finally.
When you lose supports at the start, though, it's not going to be successful. You need their spells in the middle of this team fight. For the chase down, for the lockdown, or some of the turnaround threat. Satanic has consistently been assassinating these heroes at the start. And you're just left in a really tough situation. You get no value out of your supports in this engagement. They accomplish effectively nothing. The Tiny doesn't even have to use BKB off of the early engagement, so when he comes back in here, he still has BKB to use if there's any sort of turnaround threat.
Zero threat.
Just destroying this game right now. Building a very solid lead while he does it.
And no use of the Aegis whatsoever. Like, PB team have not managed to get a situation where Kiritich can just run after some heroes, threaten them, force P-Vision to try and turn around and take away that Aegis. It's going to expire in 45 seconds. Now, this has allowed him to get to an Aghanim Scepter. He is still scaling up.
For sure.
Do you feel like this hero outscales Tiny? Let's just take that 1-to-1.
Honestly, I feel like anytime you ask if Kez outscales a hero, it's a weird question.
Yeah, it's probably.
Because I think, yeah, Kez can beat anybody in the late game. Like, this hero is almost the highest DPS hero we've ever seen in Dota. If he has
Raven's failed, but he walks back into another Bramble here. 20 seconds on the Aegis, though. He's not worried about this. If anything, 9 class should be worried about him dying.
Get anything off of this information? The answer is, once again, no. Very disciplined from P-Vision. They give up no openings. Aeon Disc already done for no one. They gave him the gem. Now you have this unkillable puck running around the map causing you problems.
A loss of 3,500 net worth and no buildings claimed for this Aegis.
Ooh. That is how you control a game of Dota right there.
Think about how much, like, decision-making wise, like, BB team were really trying to get this Roshan to happen, and then they do, and it just doesn't even do anything for them. That's gotta sting.
Especially when you're seeing these items come out.
Yeah, another heart. Heart done for noticed.
And the thing is, P-Vision, they're going to start to get aggressive now.
Yeah.
Like, they've been controlling this game and very disciplined, but now's the time to start looking for more opportunities, and it's just easy for this Tiny, man. He runs into anybody, you combo him, they're at half or dead. Team can follow up, hunting Miro out of this bottom lane. He will likely have to Nightfall out of here.
Is he going to BKB, TP, BKB, Reaper Sight attempted. It was a nice idea from Notice. Any sort of stun, the follow-up could be there to chain it. He doesn't need a Reaper Scythe kill. What they need is just any kind of kill.
Satanic hunting GPK on the rune. He doesn't want to give him any power runes in this game.
Oh, BKB, but he can't run away. Gets clobbered to death by Satanic. Again, Satanic, this is what we're talking about, is Tiny. It feels like this man is just everywhere, and he's never being scouted in the process.
And he knows where the enemies are going to be. That's the biggest thing. You have to be preemptive with the setup. You have to read the map properly and say, you know what, this guy's going to be right on this spot. I'm going to run there. I'm not going to waste any time. I'm going to find a target. His read of the map is immaculate. You're just not getting the same pickoff threat.
Oh, even a bushwhack into the bramble there.
Look who's lurking. Hero's collapsing right now.
He felt like he had to use Raptor Dance for fear of the follow-up there for the Tiny. And pops his BKB right as Satanic went in for the Blink Avalanche. Does jump away with a grappling claw. TP out from Katomi. And notice, doesn't have the Reaper sight still.
Shepherded into your tier 3 at 30 minutes.
This is P-Vision hitting a timing. That 30, 35 minute mark, they really know how to utilize. All these heroes seem to come together. All their items across the board are picked up in the same minute or two. Have this gigantic power spike. An AC, a Hearts for Noticed. What does no one have? Pharasma, Eon Dis, a Blink Dagger. He doesn't really need to output too much of the damage here. That's going to be Satanic and Noticed doing much of the heavy lifting.
Do get to a nullifier here on the Beastmaster. Maybe this is some sort of opening to go in the fight and punish the overconfidence of this Aeon Disc puck a little bit.
Yep.
Some surprise factor potentially, but it's going to kind of just require some crazy smoke to land. There's no way you're getting openings in this game. And you have to time that with the next Roshan here. Cannot afford to waste too many more moves here if you are BB.
GPK looking at a Blink Dagger, which may be needed for an upcoming high ground defense, though the trend of this game. P-Vision almost caught GPK. Satanic may still have a chance here with his smoke expiring. Spotting GPK. Hit it with the Avalanche before GPK got up to BKB. Got the roll out, though. Satanic still going to try and finish him off through the tree at him, and that's enough. Meanwhile, they went for Notice with the nullifier.
He's not dying.
Kill him, though. It's happening. He turns around. Okay, they get him with the Raptor Dance, but now they're stuck in this coil. They've already used the roar, so it's pretty rough. They just got to get whatever heroes they can out of here. It's Miro who's going to be stuck here. Puts nullifier on Satanic. Satanic, it's taking a little while to kill Miro, but they finally get it, and he hit Miro, stuns it back with the Centaur. But P-Vision, 3 down, no opportunity for Katomi to get a good winner's curse in.
They were very disciplined, not clumping for that kill. Just letting the Tiny do it on his own. He is already level 25 off of that fight. Toss charges online. This game has been Satanic's from around that like 12, 13 minute mark. I mean, just decimating the map. 9-0, every kill's going to him. Big Bad and in charge. And honestly, kind of impressive that they lasted in this fight. Like, you're able to take this Necro down despite being super tanky, getting fed a Lotus here. Reaper accomplishes nothing. You waste a lot of time in your BKBs to do that. The Embrace is pretty nice. This Beastmaster with the Ags, he can sustain himself a little bit in the fight.
Nice spread from P-Vision, though. The only way out for Hero is a good winner's curse.
Just no turnaround with the Earth Spirit dead from the bottom play. Again, every fight in this game has been Satanic kills somebody, and then you have to take it.
Yep.
And if Satanic doesn't kill somebody, they don't give you the fight.
I mean, even that like one smoke play where they smoke down to the bottom lane, right? Like they kill a support, they even kill 2 supports, but it still starts with Satanic killing Sate.
Starts with Satanic, it ends with Satanic.
He is the Alpha and the Omega, and he is level 25 with the toss charges. So, the chain stun capabilities just went up a lot.
Deadly for the Kez here. That's the real target this. I think that and the Earth Spirit. His solo kill potential continues to increase. His control in the fight with that Reaper behind it is deadly. No way to save from that Reaper right now if you get Tiny comboed into it.
GPK thought better of the Blink Dagger, picked up a plate mail to work towards Shiva. Certainly needs that physical damage after the clubbing that Tiny put on him earlier.
This smoke has to land. You don't have any more smokes, and this is the only way you're going to find some opening in this game.
It's looking like it's just going to land.
Just run it into you.
9-class Dark Willow, they don't even hit him. He managed to get the blink out during Shadow.
It's a disaster.
Oh my God, he hit the Terrorize on GPK. And Satanic,
he's waiting.
He's going to combo with that Avalanche toss up. They do have to call the brace, though. This may give GPK a chance to get off that BKB. The Reaper Scythe goes in. He almost dies. BKB activates. He rolls away. But the rest of the team are now swarming through. It's going to be up to Carrot to try and carry through this one. He can't even kill the supports very easily. Trying for that Raptor Dance. Spots the BKB. Raptor Dance down. Nullifier on the Necrophos. All in for this kill. On
they get him.
They do manage to get him. Can they get out, though? No more BKB on Carrot. Not an easy way out with the Harpoon pulling him back into Satanic with the toss up in the air. Once again, they get noticed, but it costs them far too much.
Takes too long to burst this one target down. You don't have enough time on your BKBs to take the rest of the fight, and nobody is touching this living mountain right now. 5,000 HP. Like, what are you supposed to do against this guy? He's just routing the entire backline, routing all the supports. The fight is mega disjointed. There's no opportunity to land a good curse in this engagement because he's so strong on his own. Nobody has to go in with him. It's a massive problem for the Wyvern. You get a wisdom shot. Pretty nice here from GPK to recognize you can get a little something here. But the buildings are going to fall.
Okay, Katomi tries to step forward. Satanic's like, oh, okay. I'm gonna just blink instant kill you. BB team looking real worse for wear here in this game 3.
Just getting worked across the lanes.
Yeah, they seemingly like, I mean, you pointed out their struggles of wanting to be able to make action happen and not being able to find it. Felt like they couldn't solve that issue. And now it feels like even the individual plays are beginning to slip up for them.
I think part of it is the Earth Spirit's just, this hero is the odd man out. He does not thrive in this situation. He's not a pickoff threat.
Here he comes.
Not getting the fight.
One shot. Support after support. The man is a goddamn menace.
You're never going to get that 5-on-5 where GPK can shine. This is a pickoff-oriented game. This is a vision-oriented game. It's where you wish you had that Lina that has been banned in the series, or something else that can be a threat on the map or continue to scale. Would at least give you something to fight back with here. As Satanic, he doesn't want to do Roche. He wants to keep killing heroes. He's got an amp damage. He's hitting for 1,000. It's a very balanced number.
Back to the same hunting grounds before. Almost was there in time to catch Katomi. Axis, Miro.
Nobody
himself.
Wants to show in this game anymore.
No. Who frontlines against that?
Nothing.
I mean, even like these tanky cores, GPK, Miro, they have 3,500 HP.
You need an Embrace to go up basically instantly, and then you have to land a good curse. You can set the fight up.
Look how fast Roche died.
That is your best chance here.
Get the Aegis to Noticed, who is almost level 25. So, 2 heroes.
They're just going to run in.
Overwhelming blink chasing after him. Got the coil onto 2. Snaps on Miro. GPK has to roll in.
Not a bad opening.
He does manage to hit Satanic, stalling his initiation as best
Can they focus him?
He's going to try and focus him down, and that damage is rampant.
Satanic hits.
But Satanic, they're turning around. Oh, the namesake might just bail him out. The Reaper side comes through on the Kira. The
katana
still dies as the Kazurai Katana does manage to finish him off. But he just can't get away from Notice. There's too many threats on the board. Sure, you killed one of the beasts, but what about the second one?
Too many scaling cores in this one. Too much HP to get through. You found your opening, but you found it too late in this game. There'll be a death on the board for Satanic, but I don't think he's too sad about the outcome, as he gets to cheer on his other 2 carries. And now you're in that late game with the puck, right? The Octarine's there. You just want to fight. No one's going to continue to scale immaculately here. And get some time to do some more building damage. You don't have the time to swing for it. Should get something, though.
I mean, that was... I felt like that was one of the situations where it was about as good as it gets, right? You stop the initiation for Satanic, which has been a massive issue. So many of these fights start off with Satanic killing somebody instantly. It would have been better if you could have burst him 100%, but then even still, Notice comes through and there's just nothing left to threaten him.
Hey, if you'd found that opportunity 10 minutes ago, it would have worked.
Sure. But now with a level 25 Necrophos who's just spamming out death pulses, he's not a threat just on the Reaper's side. No one's also a threat, seemingly, as the sharpshooter lands. They have to use the Winter's Curse just to try and slow down the damage to let Save get back to the fountain that is just feet away.
He does live.
He does live. It is a second lane of barracks down without the Tiny to bulldoze these buildings.
They will get a lane anyway. Full map control, full vision control. Still have that Aegis for another 2.5 here. No reason not to just go to this top lane, force the fight, end this game right here, right now.
They almost have level 25s on a couple Dare cores on the side of BB team. Level 25 on Miro and Kirtich.
Not there yet, though.
Will that be enough to change things? Another 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. Notice on the front line, starts chipping away at that tier 3. What are you going to do about it?
There's no way you can commit your Roar Nullifier on this guy. can't win the fight.
I mean, you've got Earth Spirit. Can he get some sort of kickback?
Potentially. It's just not the guy you want to kick back.
Yeah. And every once in a while, no one will just jump in with the overwhelming blink.
Oh, they're going to try and
there's an
smoke.
opening there.
But again, every smoke has been broken this game.
And it's going to get broken again. Terrorize not being thrown out, but they do stop the smoke push forward. Now the coil lands, and they got the win of Wyvern. Initially, does manage to get the coil to brace save. Meanwhile, the puck is in some trouble. It's hit by the Terrorize on Kiritage. BKB off from Satanic. Kiritage here on the other side, trying to Echo Slash him. Satanic keeping himself up with the life seal for now, and Kiritage needs some extra heals. He's getting low. Reaper Scythe's going to finish him off. They don't have the buyback on him. I thought maybe
it's over.
The buyback, but one kill on Kiritage is all it takes. The tiny Satanic. Small in stature outside of the game, but absolute giant inside.
13, 1-8, 550 last hits, most damage by far. He just cleaned that game up. A nice 40-minute victory, a little slower than their 35-minute pace they've been rocking the whole event, but not by a large degree. And you only found him once.
Jinxed it, man. I asked you about where's this P-Vision. The closest out game was before 40 minutes. And
here they are. Here they are. And I feel like a broken record, but you have to find a way to be able to play the map against this team. And that's what you got to think about going into Game 4, because they have a lot of threats and a lot of ways to do it. I think one of the cool things about the series is we've seen a lot of heroes go through these 3 games. It's not like they're spamming the same hero, the same idea, the same threat. We've seen a lot of different carries, a lot of different offlaners. The one repeat to me was like this Earth Spirit from Game 2 to Game 3 that just felt a little off for GPK. I don't think we're going to see him pick it up again, because this hero cannot thrive in this type of environment where the game is very split up. There's a lot of 1v1s or pickoffs. Earth Spirit doesn't give you pickup threat. He doesn't push the waves. He's there to 5v5. And there's not 5v5s in these games. So like, you have to just chuck this hero out as strong as he's been. Again, you have to respect the meta of a grand final and just say, this hero is not giving us what we need, is not giving us either element that's going to help us play the game. Throw him out the window, go for something for GPK that he is either going to scale harder or give you more map presence. You know, I think that's why we saw that Lina first phase ban. Like, it's a very smart ban. This is a hero that they would really like to have in this series. And if it's not available, you go back to the drawing board and what more do you have in the tank? Because at P-Vision, they have a lot in the tank. Like, these players are flexible. They can pretty much play anything across all 3 of their cores. It's very difficult to ban out their idea right now.
And the fact that we see, say, for example, Noticed, right? His big splash in this tournament, I think one of his best games was that Axe one. Super active, very aggro. Now rocking the Necrophos and just playing to scale, letting Satanic be the one to set the pace. We've seen Satanic, even if the Phantom Lancer game didn't work for them, but all through, it's a 2-1 for BB Team.
A 2-1, and they are at match point for P-Vision. One more game between them and taking the title here in Paris. And I feel like we've seen a little bit of a trend because, of course, that first game went the way of BB Team. And we've seen P-Vision adapt to that. We're very close, game number 2. And the adaptation from that came, and now it is P-Vision solidly in the driver's seat the whole game through, Seb. I don't believe they've done that before this series.
This is one of the first time we've seen BB Team indeed like struggle a little bit in the early game. Like, they weren't as dominant as they used to be in the laning phase, especially. I think the mid lane it went in GPK's favor, but besides that, it was mainly advantaging P-Vision, I would say. You know, both the safe lane, I was really surprised at how well they executed the safe lane, actually. This Beast Cuddle, it came online, but not with the strength we've seen from that lane. You know, I feel like they weren't able to really develop their game and set the tempo, really.
That offlane as well just did too much, and at some point in the game, it felt like they were farming on 3 lanes, or they were able to take all of their jungle on P-Vision, and they were able to farm on lane, and BB Team couldn't really make any moves. And when they did try to make a move, it was typically on a support. There were a few moments where they could have connected to the Tiny potentially, and Ducalis would tank it. There were moments where the Necro almost died, then 9+ came to bust them out with a really great Terrorize. And those moments added up and cascaded into a huge net worth lead.
Like, this is one of the first time where I was watching the game and I'm like, I think BB Team looks a bit confused to what to do. It felt like they were trying to push their advantage, but they didn't really manage to. I mean, it was a mix of maybe them not feeling as comfortable because the start was a little bit shaky, but also on the other side, P-Vision, they had their number. Like, they were always ready for the move. They were always, you know, in the right place at the right time. It was honestly impressive, and I don't know how shaken BB Team is going to feel right now, but as you said, they must have felt the change of pace or dynamic of the whole series. And all of a sudden they're back against the wall. This is like the least convincing game they've played so far. So the pressure is really on them now.
Do you think there was a large portion to do with the draft, or was this actually just straight up outplay?
I don't think so. I don't think it's a draft. I think it came down to play, and then it's like which percentage you give P-Vision being like one step ahead, or maybe even I dare to say like BB team being a little bit hesitant because of what happened in the laning phase. Because we talked about, I heard the casters, they were mentioning rightly so Satanics, like he had not the best showing in game 1 in a sense, like it was a tough PL game, the way it ended probably didn't go the way he wanted, and you saw him bounce back. Like this was like an exceptional Tiny performance, like seeing save dying over and over again on them. He's not just killing supports, he's killing save, like this guy, we praised him, he played an entire series without dying once on support, like that's how good his awareness is, and Satanic is able to outplay that. So it's going to be up to BB team to sort of show the same kind of character.
Yeah, and talking about supports, we're going to focus our attention a little bit on a support. I believe it's Ducalis, right, Effie?
Yeah, what I wanted to highlight in this game was that there were moves that were attempted to be made by BB team, but a lot of it was soaked up by Ducalis on his Hoodwink. And if we see here in this clip, they make a smoke trying to find Satanic's Tiny. They've identified that it's an issue. We see it at the top of the net worth board, and their Coddle plus Beastmaster just couldn't shut him down. But Ducalis tanks this smoke here, and they have to disengage after this, and then Satanic just gets to play for free, which is an ideal scenario for any carry. In this next clip, we're going to see something very similar. Again, this smoke was intended for the Tiny. That was their map read, and it very well may have worked, but look who shows up. I mean, Tiny was so close to getting caught here, but here comes Ducalis again on his Hoodwink, absorbing a lot of the attention. And while these kills are fine, they're not the ones that you want on BB team, especially when you understand the threat of this Tiny and its scaling, as we saw in this game. In this other clip here, it's not a smoke that's being tanked, but another Primal Roar being cast on guess who? Yep, it's Ducalis' Hoodwink. And this one was actually very important because, as you can see, BB team have the Aegis here, and they need to get momentum going. And if they're pressing Roar on Hoodwink, what ends up happening is P-Vision are like, oh, there's no Roar? Okay, whatever. We don't care about Aegis. We're going to take this fight, so.
And they're so confident that they can take this fight that Hoodwink is not even buybacking. It's like, he has the outpost, he could buyback. This seems like a pretty critical moment of the game, but it shows how deep the understanding of P-Vision is, like of the game and of the state of the game. Like they take this fight versus Aegis with a buyback ready on the support, and he decides not to click it. No disrespect for supports, but it's pretty cheap at this point, buying back. And that really was the turning point of the game, where like, I wouldn't say that BV were like really in the driving seat, but they definitely secured themselves like an advantage at this point. And from that point on, it was just downwards.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be up to BB to adjust to this state of the best of 5 series. And maybe they'll do that by picking heroes that are not their comfort, and maybe they'll do it by going for comfort, as we can take a look at some of the comfort heroes for both squads. These are the players' signature heroes here in Paris for EWC. There is a case to be made for a couple to be switched in and out. For example, Satanic, maybe instead of Lone Druid, you put a Shadow Fiend. But other than that, these are heroes that in the hands of these players, they just rise to a next level.
They do, but at the same, with that being said, we just saw the Kaz being defeated and the draw on Heritage, so they are really pushing him,
Next up, Naga Siren.
Next up, there are other subs, because in a sense, Naga is like very niche, and it needs to be a good Naga game. I don't think he's an exceptional Naga player, but I don't think he'd dare to pick it if he doesn't see enough. And at this point, I think, I don't want to call it like a one-trick pony, but this Naga, he's shown that he's able to do it. I think people have that on their radar, because it's the kind of pick, if you don't cover the angle, it's just like, it's a go next situation.
Yeah, and if we contrast the offlane hero pool, notice Miro did play his Beastmaster and he did play his Largo and he lost, whereas notice none of his signatures or the heroes he's really succeeded with have even been played so far in these grand finals. His hero pool is very deep, and he just busted out a Necro offlane and it looked incredible. So Miro has to kind of maybe go back to some staples like that Centaur, but I don't think that they're going to get it for free.
To me, I feel like the biggest adjustment I'd like to see BB do is maybe just give TPK like a break from Earth Spirit. I'm not saying he's not a great Earth Spirit, he is, but I don't feel the GPK spirit when he plays it. Like whether it's a team thing or it's a he thing, I don't know, but he doesn't kind of put his team behind his back and let's make these moves, let's force the issue. Like I feel like, you know, you think of the Slaughter, for instance, in game 1, he was everywhere. He was just like, and he's won the lane twice on Earthspit also. It just doesn't have the same taste to it. So I think they need to recenter their strategies around GPK, like make sure that he gets his comfort. He's in like a position to shine really and to set the tempo of the game. They really need that to happen.
Yeah, the thing about Earth Spirit is he does his damage steadily and slowly, and he has a strong laning phase, but when he plays against high durability and high sustain heroes, then the rest of his team has to be able to play those long and drawn out fights too, or the hero is not that good, actually. I feel like some people have a misunderstanding of this hero going into this tournament just because of how good it's looked. But for example, if you're playing against Necrophos, and you're not snowballing in the early game, you're just going to get Reaper Scythe in that late game and not really do that much. Like, Magnetize is a very strong spell, but it requires certain things within its draft to make it work. You can't just pick it because Earth Spirit is good.
You cannot. I think that BB Team has got their work cut out for them. Absolutely. I'm sure everybody's talking about how they should be adjusting. I'm sure, for example, one of our co-streamers, Quark, is talking about that right now as well, as he has shown up on the stream here. Of course, he is streaming with the best view in the house from all the way up there. There you go. Direction, very cool. And maybe you've seen him co-stream. You're like, you know what? I would like to co-stream. It's possible. You can sign up over there, use the QR code, and not just that, you can get rewards by co-streaming. You can climb the creative leaderboard too to make sure you get rewards and things like that, as there is a leaderboard already active, but of course it won't just be for Dota 2. You can choose any of your favorite games, as this is only the beginning still of this year's EWC, so make sure you check that out and maybe go check out what everybody is talking about how this best of 5 grand finals should proceed, because I'm sure a lot of people would like a game 5 potentially, and that will only happen if BB can make the comeback. And that is, I think, what we're going to see them try, but we've not seen them in this position yet during this entire EWC, because they haven't been figured out to this degree yet.
No, they haven't, and they're truly being tested now, because again, I go back to the signature that they've run this tournament, what they have gathered their confidence from. Beast Cuddle, it just got broken. They just lost with it. We had Kiritich talk, you know, extensively about his Kez. It also just lost the series. They got their hands on most of their key heroes. Like, you know, you think of the Bane on Kataomi, the Draw on Kiritich, the Kez. Yeah, it's been broken. So it's like, now is the time to really push yourself, reinvent yourselves, like figure, you know, I was talking before the series started about how these grand finals, like they will put you in these kind of situations where you have to find resources you didn't have to find in the past. Now is the time presented to BB.
Yeah, and during what you were saying, I heard the word key and I heard the word broken, and my head went somewhere else. Because of course we're having a grand finals right here, but there has been another grand finals that has already finished because they had a 3-0. We're going to check in with Chris at the STC stage with League of Legends.
T plus K take it away here at the STC Arena. The French heartbreak is palpable, Jenny. Look, we wanted it for the French, we really did, but of course, just the experience coming through this time around.
Absolutely. A little unlucky here for KC. It was a clean 3-0 for D plus Kia. Their fans are going crazy, although not in the majority. But from the KC side of things, this organization and the players should be so proud of what they were able to achieve. Second place, good one as well to be for the Club Championship.
Yep.
They still got Rocket League coming, for which they are the defending titles. So nothing is lost yet.
Not lost yet. And of course, that is going to be the STC Arena. We're going to have all these fans out again, once again for KC. So no good news for the French, unfortunately, here 3-0 to the opposition. And that will be it for the STC Arena this week. Jenny, thank you very much. Guys, thanks.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go! Tyler, why? You're done. Raw energy. Half blow the house down.
man, I just can't believe it. This is like a dream come true. I've dreamt of this my entire childhood. I guess it's happening. I'm going to be a talent at the World Cup.
You know this is the Esports World Cup, right?
What?
It is the Esports World Cup, and we got one more champion to be crowned here today on stage with BB and P-Vision. And you know what's up? It's probably for the best that France didn't make an appearance in their grand final.
Don't rate my acting, please. Just let's move on.
All right, let's move on. I want to hear you guys' thoughts on how these adjustments should take place. Effie, BB with their backs against the wall, what do you want to see them do?
Honestly, I want them to play through GPK, and I want them to play through his scaling, because I remember watching a lot of TI games where he was the only player on the team that had a good game, would play his Invoker, and just absolutely carry that late game. And I think he is performing at the most stable capacity right now out of all of the BB players, and that's what they should do. He's been getting his Lina banned out, he's been getting his Slardar banned out, but I still think you can try to go for a GPK Invoker, a GPK Storm.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And on top of it, if you think about Save, like he's also been quite vocal in interviews about how much synergy he feels he has, in particular with GPK, because these two go a really long way. I think they've been playing together for as long as I can remember, like as a duo. And obviously, you know, the 2 and the 4, they already have to work together. That's just what the game dictates. But these two in particular, they really enjoy playing together. They see the game the same way. They trust each other. They admire each other. Anyway, so when GPK is not feeling it, I'd say that it also disables Save. And now there are like 2 players that aren't really missing out, but you know, you want to get more from these 2, especially for BB. I think they play such a central role in especially the early to mid game, like how fast they get to play. So that adjustment, I think, could be, it could just, you know, reset the series essentially.
Yeah, that's a great point, because in that game 1, that BV1, Save and GPK were pulling off so many smoke plays together, and they started really early, and it happened because they had 2 heroes that could play off of each other like that with the Coddle and with the Slardar. But honestly, it's time to scale. It's time to be the damage dealer and go into that late game. Like GPK as a player, it's hard to imagine him as the enabler of his team, that I'm going to stun for my team. That's never been his identity as a mid laner.
Give him gold, give him XP, and
That's right.
he shall give results.
That's right. Bust out the Invoker.
Yeah, great. I mean, you know, I guess we're on the right track, because the adjustment is made already. The GPK Invoker, absolute classic. You know, he's like, yeah, no one, you're good, but I'm not impressed. I can do the exact same, maybe even better.
I will say though, they haven't been playing a lot of Invoker on BB Team this tournament, and a lot of Invoker looking really good has been the draft enabling it. But BB do have some heroes in their pocket that function very well with Invoker. One that comes to mind is Save's Shadow Shaman. Not a lot of players pick it, but you could have this to set up Sunstrikes in the side lane. If you can get away with the Centaur, go for that Centaur as well on BB.
It's funny how much overlap there is between, you know, the heroes' favor, I guess, from both teams. Because now this could have been, you know, you could switch the logos around and it would be totally fine. So, you know, Invoker this time for BB and Coddle for P-Vision, 9 class, exceptionally good Coddle player. Looking forward to see the kind of combos that they think are the best with Coddle. Obviously, there's like a lot of different options, and I was gonna name the Largo, but it's been banned out right away. Beast is out also. We're looking at mid combos. There's also Pango, which some teams seem to think is really good, and some seem to think it has no place in the meta. Coddle Pango, I think, will always be solid. In that sense, it's something that they could be looking at.
Yeah, I would say that the Pango over the Ember I would prefer here, just because P-Vision have played a couple of Coddle Pangos and completely crushed, especially versus Invoker. Pango's a hero who stomps his hero on lane and then has a very easy means to kill it.
Yeah, I think it's yeah, this is the game for it, honestly. Like, it's also a noticed hero. He's very comfortable on it. It could be, so they could also keep them guessing with the flex pick. So we have to see what they decide. Anything else notable through the poll? Undying is out, Treant is out. Not really. I guess the draw is through, but it's lost the game, and I don't think P-Vision value draw on, you know, first phase. They kind of want to see more before they put their hands on the hero. So
I think the big ones are Hoodwink and Centaur. Those ones have to be very desired by either team.
Yeah, indeed. It was first pick last game, so something to not forget. Obviously, I think maybe you think of Centaur a little bit more when you're running it with Invoker. There's just so much synergy between these heroes. Like, they scale greatly into the late game. Stampede, also a great spell to help Invoker, you know, reposition himself in case he's jumped on, which obviously is already a hard task, but getting the jump on Invoker twice in the fight, quite unlikely. And the obvious synergy between, you know, Hoof Stomp and Sunstrike.
What do we make of that Axe ban coming out from P-Vision? They thought quite hard about that one.
I'm wondering if they're preparing their PL, because that is a hero they like to bust out whenever they can, and Axe has had a pretty decent success rate against PL at this tournament.
I see two reasons for why they would ban the Axe. It's either because they're planning on picking Centaur themselves, and I think Axe Centaur are the two best combos, two best heroes you can pick on offlane right now in this patch with Invoker, or because there's a carry that they want to get through the they want to get like later down the road, and Axe fares really well against it.
Yeah, the two that come to mind for that are Kez, that we saw lose last game, but still not played by P-Vision, or the PL that failed in game 1, so maybe they've lost confidence in it.
Yeah, and I feel like PL versus Axe is it kind of goes both ways. Like, the lane is very good for Axe, but there's a point where it stops working, in my opinion, where like Axe has this one jump and it's often not enough. Yeah, but the Kaz is definitely a hero they could be looking at. I mean, Satanic is exceptionally good on the hero, and it's not because they beat it that, you know, they start undervaluing the hero, if anything.
For sure. I would be surprised if BB don't get this Centaur here. Like some Centaur Mirana, Centaur Shaman.
It would be very solid. And again, like we said, you know, like the reason why Invoker looked so dominant on first pick for P-Vision is because it was enabled by the amount of stuns that they had on side lanes. I'm just hoping that BB team will keep that in mind and make sure this Invoker is set up for success, because he's gonna have a tough lane, no matter what.
A lot of thought going into their following pick, and that is for sure. They get to pick 2 heroes in a row.
I like the Rasta option also. I think it's pretty solid. Maybe not the best against Footpink in terms of trading. Okay, they do get their hands on the Centaur. Good news for them. Amazing pick. Just one of the best heroes of the patch, honestly. Like, probably top 3 offlaner easily. And the Shadow Demon, that is like a save specialty. He loves this hero. Super known for it too. I wonder what triggers the SD. I mean, great pairing with Centaur, so I think that alone can be, you know, like the reason. Also good with Invoker, great setup for Sunstrike. Maybe he's thinking about the shard a little bit versus Coddle. We'll have to see.
I think they just want a means to protect this Invoker as well, because we know he's going to get counterpicked, and a hero that can TP in and save him and buy him a few extra seconds could be what they're thinking about, because Ringmaster can function in the same way, but he doesn't allow the setup for Sunstrike. So it does work here, albeit being unusual, and the Pango does come out as the Coddle combo.
Yeah, super solid. This Pango Coddle, I think, is very underrated and not abused as much as it should be, as far as I'm concerned. Another life stealer, I mean, I'm not gonna doubt it. Again, I learned my lesson. I think it looked very dominant in the earlier game, in the game 2. So we'll see what they're able to do with it. He is laning versus Centaur, so that's a pretty good lane for him, but he's playing versus SD, like one of the decent heroes, I'd say, against Snakes. Like, the Purge on the ulti goes through Rage, obviously. There's also the save. And if he ever gets Aghanims, that also can be troublesome for Lifestealer.
Yeah, but it's looking like a scarier Lifestealer game than it was in the other game too, because at least there was a Bane kind of stopping him in his tracks for some portion of the game. This time around, there's no BKB piercing disable.
Yeah.
It's a very strong hero versus Centaur, and it has a free BKB against Invoker. Actually, both cores have a free BKB right now against Invoker. This is a very anti-Invoker lineup from P-Vision.
Yeah, and they're going to be running at him, so Stampede is going to play a big part. Like, this is, you can already picture how the fights are going to develop, and it's going to have to be several rounds of spells for BB, because the first round of spells might not favor them. They go for the Kez. Like, I really like this pick. They just lost with it, but again, you know, Kiritich, super comfortable. I personally think that it's one of the best alacrity, like, heroes, like one of the best heroes to receive alacrity. Unlike game 1, I feel like he has a lot of help this time around.
Yeah.
Like, he has Stampede, he has the save from SD, eventually the shard. the buff from Invoker, so this Kez could just scale like crazy, unlike game 1.
Yeah, he's also got really good targets in the supports of P-Vision. Like, this Kez can easily eat this Coddle, can easily eat this Hoodwink, whereas before he couldn't comfortably like burst a target and get out of the fight.
Very good pick.
So there's still most likely an offlaner needed on the side of P-Vision. They can swap the Pango there, of course. Is this reason to ban out the Necro again?
I'm not the biggest fan of it, personally. Like, I feel like Necro versus SD Invoker is very scary. These are two of the best heroes, honestly, in Dota against Necro. And I don't know if their lineup really requires a Necro. Like, the synergy is kind of off. If it shuts down the Kaz on the lane, sure, but that's the only purpose I could find. Wyvern being banned, very good hero against Pangolier in particular. Great setup also for the Invoker spells. It is teamfight control at the end of the day.
What do you need out of your position 5 now if you're a BB? As Tidehunter is still banned.
I think you need to secure Kaz's lane. Like, you need to make sure that he gets off to a better start than he did last game, because he was the bottom net worth of all the cores. He had a really rough lane. He was just struggling under his tower constantly. And honestly, like, maybe Necro does the job and it's just good enough, because if you slow down this Kaz, I feel like, yeah, BB team, they might be in a little bit of trouble, because P-Vision's draft, like, it can play very fast. Like, this Coddle Pango, we haven't seen it in a while, but it is terrifying. Like, once they pick up some pace and they start, making plays around the map, it is tough to deal with.
I mean, there's not really much left for the 5 pool for BB that would look really good. It's like maybe Lich, maybe Tusk, but then you're working with a double melee lane. Having a little bit of extra save could be helpful, though, with that snowball.
I personally would like to see an Ench, but I don't know if it's a hero that teams are looking at right now. I think they need some sort of early game presence, maybe a way to invade stacks also, or just mess with them like what Ench does. Okay, they go for Disruptor. It's a good Disruptor game. I mean, we talked about the built-in BKB, right, from Pango and Nakes. Well, that doesn't work against Static Storm.
Yeah, but if P-Vision are the ones taking the fight, then they've just countered the Disruptor by existing. Like, I think it goes both ways very easily. Like, if you're the Disruptor on the enemy team, you have to be the one getting like a Blink Dagger and just starting the fights with Static. Because if you don't, you've picked a hero that's already addressed within P-Vision's draft. I kind of don't like this pick, to be honest.
Yeah, the reasoning behind is, as you mentioned it, like, they have to be starting the fight like Centaur Blink, Invoker, starting from Ghost Walk, like Invis. Because if they get the Static Storm, all of a sudden they have like a kill condition on the Pango and the Nakes, which they really didn't have before. And honestly, like, Kaz Disruptor lane is very strong. Like, now they picked the Slardar, which I assume will go to the Kaz lane. Like, it's a pretty decent matchup. And I'm trying to, like, it kind of depends, like, because it could go both ways. Like, I feel like if Kaz is, because Disruptor really thrives when his core is stronger than the enemy core. This is how you use glimpse, essentially, because you don't want to glimpse them back to you if they're stronger. So I hope, for BB's sake, that Slardar is not a problem on that lane.
I think the Slardar pick is going to do a lot. You have 2 Infest Bombs, you have the vision aspect of the amp, and more means to go in and out of the fight. It's also, even though it's being played from the offlane, it's very good against Invoker as well. And I do feel that GPK has a lot on his shoulders. This was a first pick Invoker, but if BB are going to win this, it's going to be off of him hitting crazy Sunstrikes. It's going to be off of him entering that mid game and just popping off.
Honestly, a lot of weight on Save's shoulders, because I'm looking at the P-Vision lineup. They have such an explosive entry to fights, like Slardar, Pango, Nakes. Like, if the first target that gets jumped, whoever it is, no matter the items, will die.
Yeah.
So Save needs to be in position to use that disruption. He needs to clutch it out.
Yeah, it seems also that, I know that BB wants P-Vision to start running so they can chase and they can get the kills, but it very much seems like P-Vision will do the running at BB just as much. So it will be very much a fight around who will initiate on who, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, if BB team are playing with a net worth lead, their draft will function very well from ahead, but if the lanes go even, I'm very concerned about them in this game.
A lot of focus on those lanes. Is there any team in particular, Seb, you see coming out on top for that?
I think just from draft, I would maybe say P-Vision, but Sunstrike. There's the Sunstrike aspect. Like if Sunstrike starts hitting, it could really just switch lane matchups completely. So again, you know, we talked about how put save and GPK in situations where they deliver. Well, that is exactly that.
You got the Shadow Demon, you got the Invoker, potential kills around the corner. This is going to be the 4th game in this best of 5 grand finals, and P-Vision is up 2-1. Winning here will grant them the title. Can they do it? We're finding out with Cap and SPG.
P-Vision, they have the lead here. BB team backs against the wall for the rest of this series. They slip up one time and they are out of here. They're gonna watch that key get crushed, but they have some important things here in this draft, Avery. I know there's a lot of concerns from the panel, but I do think one thing that I like about this, I mean, you said it in that Invoker game earlier, when you pick up the Invoker, you're saying, hey, we got scale, and you're gonna have to address that.
Zero always does a lot in that late game. He not only is a big threat himself, helps you play the map, helps you scale your carry better than an opponent's. Alacrity is a big difference maker. And I also like the Shadow Demon. Even more scale on top of that. A hero that's safe, super comfortable on, super confident in the late game. This hero's always a menace. I don't really care how good or bad Shadow Demon is objectively in the meta. Like, who cares, right? You're picking this hero to give you something in this series in particular, and it might just do the trick, especially if Save can execute some clutch spell casting down the stretch. Can really disrupt this single target initiation from the Lifestealer Slardar. Very strong combination when you're just investing notice running around the map. Could be similar to that Lifestealer game we saw earlier. You have to be able to deal with that jump and the physical, the overwhelming physical presence that these heroes are going to bring in the game.
Start out pretty decently, managed to get 2 bounty runes, and then Save with the disruption does manage to deny the other one. So 2-1 advantage on bounty runes. And as you said, a signature hero for him. It's one of the only heroes that he has played over 100 competitive matches alongside his Rubik.
Could it also get some stacks going with it? They don't really have a stack lineup, but that is traditionally what we saw. You can also just play the Centaur Shadow Demon lane straight up, more old school. Disrupt into Hoof Stomp into Sunstrike. Pretty nasty combo. If you ever catch Ducalis sleeping on the side of the map. I do kind of like the Lifestealer plus Pango combo against the Invoker here. Pretty nice idea. Just get a bunch of debuff spell immunity, run it into him. What are you going to do about it? Then you have a Slardar amp on top of it. Not a lot of fun interactions for GPK here. He's going to have to play more of that, defensive Invoker. I counterplay you in the fight. I'm not the first point of contact. You got to be really careful on these initiations.
That being, I can see that, but is an Invoker also good at forcing the use of those abilities in the first place? Right, they throw out some spells, threaten the Tornado Meteor. Okay, I forced you to use your Rage. Now we're going to reset with like a Stampede. Now your Rage is on cooldown.
Oh, if he ever gets that position, sure. I just think it's going to be P-Vision running at BB this game. Their 3 cores want to get in there. It's a very fast-paced lineup, not a lot of cooldowns.
Here, 2-man stomp there from Miro helps out a lot. Save. Almost died.
Seeing the downside of this Shadow Demon, he is not the strongest laner anymore.
Certainly not.
Kind of got to get through the first few levels. You need a big core to frontline for you. He does have that in the Centaur. Hopefully Miro can weather the storm here. And a tough matchup against the Lifestealer. Definitely some good things going for the Lifestealer in this game.
They also went back for the Kez for Kiritich, which, we saw it get strong. It even managed to kill Satanic one time. Why do you think they have so much faith in this hero? Is it just back to the player comfort?
For sure. I don't think you can lose faith in it. I don't think the Kez was an issue that game. I think any carry you had wouldn't have necessarily changed how that game was going. There wasn't an issue of if you're sitting there saying we need more damage, Kez is one of the highest damage carries in the game. Like, what are you going to pick that's higher damage? You could say it's a matchup issue, but Kez doesn't really have bad matchups, and he just does his thing. It's going to give you a lot of damage, a lot of follow-up, some good disable, some good timings. Great a hero for the Alacrity here. You have Stampede and a Shadow Demon bailout, so he has a lot more tools to work with this time. He looked pretty good last game. I think it was mainly a map control issue, so I think them going back for it makes a lot of sense here. You should not lose faith in your cores.
Bushwhack lands on the Centaur. Ooh, right as Save went for the disruption on Satanic. He got the rage off. Miro, not dead yet.
Keeps him alive, have to burn through a little extra sustain.
Satanic, ooh, right on the edge there if that had landed. Save might have been able to get the kill. In fact, he's still looking for the kill, and he will manage to get it first blood. Ducalis looks for a double here. Oh, the double edge, he gets him in the end. The Centaur survives long enough, and it's a wipeout in the bottom lane.
favors Dire, for sure. You get that first blood, fast boots on this Shadow Demon. That's going to help the lane a lot. And I was with the Sunstrike missing. Imagine if it had landed there. That's the power of this duo. Not a great matchup for the Centaur, but you always have that nice little combination to throw in. I mean, they missed the disruption and they missed the Sunstrike, and they still won the exchange. That's kind of wild.
Satanic, I think he was looking at it, he just didn't have any regen. So he said, okay, I'm just going to try and trade as best I can to get a full reset.
Pretty rare you see everybody die in a lane.
Yeah, that is true.
Pretty cool.
And GPK, he really could have used that Sunstrike kill because now he's on the bad side of the laning phase against no one, where the Pango, 20 and 10. Rotation out from 9 class 2. GPK, he's just going to die to the swashbuckle. Katomi arrives a bit too late to stop what 9 class has done.
He is destroying this mid lane. And that's what you want to see when an enemy first picks Invoker. You want to punish this pick. You have your choice of matchup. You can rotate into him. I love that rotation from 9 class. We've seen him do this kind of cheeky wraparound a lot. It doesn't even really matter what hero he's on. Just give some extra numbers. Throw out the blood grenade if you need it. You can kind of kill anybody.
With so many stacks of poison. Satanic threatened again. This Shadow Demon it's actually a menace. True to his innate.
Another potential pickup from Kataomi. Boots on 9 class should be able to run him down here.
And not much Kataomi can do here.
That is the aggressive roaming Keeper of the Light that we're all used to seeing.
Of course, of course.
A classic 2-0 start for him, and he can even hit the 5-minute stacks here. Beautiful alignment.
I love how there was always that question about 9 class. Can he play these other more traditional heroes? And for a while, it didn't look like he could. Save again. A Shadow Poison. Whew. I mean, save. He knows they gotta power through with some individual plays. Seb identified him as one of the biggest playmakers for this lineup.
Oh, absolutely.
The Shadow Demon's gonna have to be on point when it came to the disruption saves. Well, he's on point with the laning phase right now. Satanic is being dove underneath this tower at 5 minutes. They're gonna force rotations out of this Pango. Sunstrike, Satanic, 1 hit. They managed to get the kill. Miro gonna go for the TP out as DeCallis has already used the Bushwhack. They do hit him with the Rolling Thunder, and Miro will fall. So, no one's rotation does net a double kill.
Very nice turnaround for him, but man, this offlane is putting in the work right now. Just pressuring this Lifestealer on the lane. Satanic not having a fun time against all these poison stacks. You bait out the rage and then he's just done. Does complete his phase boots. Should give him a little more survivability down here, but it's given a little recovery for GBK, a little more freedom on that mid lane. It makes his Pango quite scary. This is going to be a fast diffusal, and he's got the Chakra Magic behind him. You got to be a little careful how out of control no one gets here.
Dude, is Save going to get another kill with his haste rune? DeCallis, where are you going to run to?
Working him.
You can't even run into the trees. The Shadow Poison, the Sunstrike is going to land this time, tanked up by no one. Save managed to dodge the Bushwhack. Oh, man, this guy's making moves right now.
Absolutely styling on him. This is the save we wanted to see in this series. This is the save that is making a statement as to I'm the best 4 position in the world. I'm going to make plays out of nothing, and you're just going to have to deal with it. Watch from the sideline. Absolutely working this bottom lane on a hero that has been out of meta this entire event. Maybe that's part of what's working for him. Like, you forgot how to play against Shadow Demon. You forgot how strong this hero can be. Now, getting the disruption on the Lifestealer bottom, another Sunstrike, more pressure into Satanic here. He is not enjoying this bottom lane at all.
It's so funny because the Shadow Poison, it just lingers. So,
yep,
you know, he just pops the rage. If Save just keeps hitting him with these Shadow Poisons, then...
That was one of those big changes a long time ago. Made this matchup a little more favorable. And of course, you always have that Demonic Purge for later on. Great spell against this Lifestealer.
Well, as entertaining as it has been watching Save, it is still P-Vision with a at least slight net worth lead, largely off of the mid lane matchup. 3,500 net worth on no one, and the Invoker sitting at 2,500. That is a massive difference. Sure, he got a double kill, but it's also a big part of that CS that happened early on.
He recovered a little bit, though. Sunstrike assist help. They are putting a lot of emphasis on looking for the kill in the mid lane. Don't find it, back to the stacks. Never miss a beat here.
Yeah, I guess that is the downside of Save winning the lane so badly. He hasn't really had the chance to stack too much.
This is not really a stack lineup, though. Like I mentioned at the start, you can go for it, but who really wants some big early stack in this game?
I mean, Kez does it with his ult, right?
Yeah, I guess. Later on. I prefer to see the early action here.
Heritage is almost a level up on this Slardar, who is the one person who's struggling here on the side of P-Vision. Notice has just not had fun with this lane, it seems.
It's a deadly lane that can chase you down and kill you. He did not give up that kill, though. So in that sense, I think he's laned pretty well up here. A very easy lane to die to if you ever end up out of position. That was kind of some of the purpose behind this disruptor pick. See if Kataomi can make it work in other areas, but could be a rough disruptor game if you're just the one getting run at here. There's two heroes that can ignore your spells in the Lifestealer and the Pango. The Shadow Demon is overperformed here. We'll see if the disruptor can match that.
They can ignore it if they get off their spells early, but if you see initiation on BB team.
Oh, for sure. There's a lot of question of if BB can get the start in these fights.
Right.
So it looks so much different. I just don't know how reliable it's going to be until we get later and later in this game.
Right.
I think for a lot of this game, you're kind of just starting with the Pango, like you're swashing with Diffusal, and you're chockering this hero, and you have another swash very quickly, and the action is being forced. You're not going to have an opportunity to make like some play and just hoof stomp start on one of these heroes. I just don't see that happening for a long time.
I guess I was leaving that question to how early does Centaur get Blink Dagger, right? Because you don't have initiation outside of him, really.
Probably earlier than he wants. This is probably Dom Lotus Blink build, then into the heart, and then you're scaling.
Okay.
Very good Lotus Orb game. Any sort of dispels are going to be very nice to pick up, as no one continuing to look for something does get
swashbuckle, and it's going to set up Disruption Stomp. Bushwhack stops any further damage, and of course no one always has to thread the Rolling Thunder. They can't really commit too heavily to going on him.
All before his Diffusal. So you still have some breathing room here for BB before this Pango really starts to hurt. And the stacks continue to grow. The stacks must flow, says 9 Class. My Emperor, no one demands it.
I guess that's just my only concern here. BB team are, I'm sure, no doubt, fine with like a chill farming situation as long as the Pango isn't getting out of control in these rotations. But you aren't going to get it out farmed if they keep out stacking you. Like
that's key for the lane. I mean, you just have to expect it.
I mean, the fact that Kez is still hanging out in his lane, he's level 8. At that, I'm sure Kiritich is super happy the way this is going right now.
That's exactly what you want for this hero. You do not want to have this hero get forced in the jungle early before his first item comes online. It will be a Mage Slayer here.
There's a big difference between these two carries and their first item, right? Mage Slayer is usually the go-to for this Kez, while Lifestealer is going to go for a bigger item in the Radiance.
Do you like Mage Slayer this game, though? This is...
Yeah, that is a good point.
Not a Mage Slayer game if I've ever seen it. There's no magic damage dealing core to deal with. It's all physical. I think this is just his like default buildup that he likes Mage Slayer into Deso, but here he's thinking Mage Slayer into Manta. I don't know if I like this. I'm not sure what the other early item buildup would have been unless you're just like rushing a Deso off a Falcon Blade or something, but it is a mana regen item. Needs some mana regen on this hero.
Yeah, certainly.
And that'll be his choice. Definitely not going to be the most impactful Mage Slayer.
Dispels are just going to be so valuable.
Yes.
Slardar, Coddle, so... Do like that Manta second item choice. Katomi's going to run into Notice here, but Notice is kind of baiting. As the rest of the team from P-Vision is going to follow suit, they've got the slowdown on Katomi. They catch him with the Bushwhack, Sharpshooter, Rolling Thunder. BB team not going to be too concerned about this. This is a big smoke play. If all they lose is a support, that's not too bad. The bigger prize is definitely Kiritich, who did manage to get away with his life intact.
Absolutely want to make sure he's still on the map. You get the power rune as well. It's more time for the Centaur to farm bottom a little bit. Starting to put some pressure into Satanic with Dom creep as you get to field more gold before he does. And of course, the biggest thing is Invoker. He's just going to start farming up jungle. Hammer done. GPK is going to start his path to recovery here. Yeah, the lane was rough, but you have a decent chance to recover all this net worth in the next 5 minutes if nothing bad happens to you. This is the Diffusal timing for no one. So you're going to try and get more done with this Pango in the enemy jungle right now. He has Chakra Magic, he has Slaughter Amp, and he has some Bushwhack setup. Like, this is... Anybody going behind no one here is just a nice 1-2 punch in this game.
I think one of the disgusting things about Pango is he can go around the map hunting for these kills, but his farm doesn't actually slow down that much because he just uses these spells on neutral camps as he moves around the map, and you can see he's still top net worth despite not really finding too much so far.
Could be a slower game as well because I think a lot of these tier 1s are going to stand longer. There's not a lot of direct tower pressure between these two lineups. Once more, kind of skirmish heavy.
Brought GPK out of the jungle.
This is a big commitment of a move. You're actually going to force triangle with this? No, you got to take the slaughter.
Or just purge. They don't even need to set up the disrupt. The faster kill is preferred. Notice he dies. A little bit of damage here on the tier 1 tower. Night Class is already setting up though.
Ooh, you gotta be careful.
So much damage from no one. Ravens fail, and away he goes. Grappling Claw out. Good for now. They cover him with the Tornado and a Glimpse, pushing these heroes back.
Gotta respect the Pangolin this game. He's got too much firepower with him. But that's a Demonic Purge kill, and I think this Bell is gonna be an issue for P-Vision in this game. You land Demonic Purge on any of these cores, you're pretty happy all in with all the follow-up damage. Especially as you get more points in Disseminate. You have that disruption to kind of like counteract the Pango roll and then maybe set up a host stomp, stuff like this. The supports can set up a lot in this game. Or as you said, force out some early spell usage from P-Vision.
Right.
Like you threaten them slightly, they rage, they use the Rolling Thunder Signing, you just kite that fight out, you have Stampede to disengage. You're happy in that situation too.
Satanic not even waiting for his Radiance to complete that rotation up to top lane. He's going to take this tower, and we'll likely see Miro do something similar here. Notice has just been had such a rough early game, and he's going to go a Blink Dagger.
You do have Infest Bomb.
Yeah.
So this Blink has a lot more weight behind it. I'm totally fine with this. What else are you really going to go here?
But if you don't connect on those first rotations, I mean, Slaughter not the fastest farming hero in the world. And if you run around and you try and make a kill happen, or you die trying to make that kill happen, this hero can fall way, way behind. Whether Centaur, I mean, we know, we've seen this.
Oh, yeah.
On Dom Creep, this hero just gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
That is the risk. Gives you more upside, but you're going to have to execute and find those openings. We saw him accomplish this earlier with that axe. It's going to be a similar situation here.
But I do love this just purely because now P-Vision are the ones who are going to try and find connections here. See if they could do it better than BB Team did in the last game.
If you have a disruption behind Kiritich, you can bail him out here.
Got him on the crush, but immediately the Static Storm laid out, and a dodge on the Bushwhack. That was beautiful. Used the Raptor Dance. It did not get hit as a result. Still, though, the Rolling Thunder is chasing after him, thanks to the Stampede.
And he
the movement speed to stay ahead. A glimpse back under Notice, who has that Infest inside of him. Sunstrike not going to land. A little bit more heal out from the Coddle. It's enough. Everything keeps Notice up, but P-Vision, they do not find the pickoff they were really looking for. Maybe they can get the tower. Notice another missed crush. Bushwhack catching GPK. GPK needs some help here. Lotus put onto him, but they still managed to get the slowdown on him. Now Blood Grenade, every little bit that they have, and they got him off the blast.
He canceled his TP to stay in that fight. He was going top. The call got made. No, we can take this. Kiritich coming back in. Just gets run down. No Stampede available. No way to bail him out.
Yeah, you could see a BB Team. They're thinking to themselves, like,
man.
They've used some of these spells. Surely we could do this. Sharpshooter takes out Katomi. They're bleeding out arrow kills despite the fact that they have all the information here. P-Vision, they might have gotten that initial jump, but they didn't get a kill off of it. It was the follow-up that allowed them to get kills.
The artillery in this lineup. The Swashbuckle, the Blast, the Sharpshooter, the Bushwhack. Like, everything is a very low committal here. You have good disengage off of the Slardar jumping in, but the rest of this kind of gameplay, it's just a mess for you. People are getting solar bound. You only have the one Lotus Orb. Can't do anything to Satanic, who's just raged up here and is going to run away. Just a really awkward situation.
And while the Lotus Orb helps get rid of the slows that he puts on heroes, if you've already used that Lotus, it doesn't really matter. Like, Satanic just pops Rage. He doesn't care.
100%.
He puts open wounds on you and puts it on himself. That doesn't matter.
Nice execution around that mid-fight. That was like the Slardar Blink move. So that was kind of the move you needed to work to some extent for Notice. He doesn't need to be top net worth in this game, but he has to get a little bit off of all these plays that he's involved in, because like you said, he's going to be the slowest farming hero in this game. You do not want to fall behind.
Yeah, that'll give him enough gold to buy out his shard, and also the experience to have a level 2 Corrosive Haze, which makes these Infest Bombs scarier and scarier.
Shard's going to be really nice, especially against this Invoker. You can just jump crush GPK. That feels like a one fight, unless the turnaround is immediate from the Shadow Demon plus the Centaur. And Hag's already done for the Pango. That's a ridiculous timing here. You're confident in any team fight right now.
Will BB Team make the read then that they should dodge these fights? Because they did try and take that mid-tier 1 engagement. It didn't work out for them.
we'll see how well they can execute, trying to stay out of those 5v5s that are a little unfavorable for them. They were searching for it the entirety of last game, and now they kind of have to avoid it. Power of P-Vision switching up some of the mentality right now. This is a lineup, like, if they get one kill, they're just going to go into the next, and because you're not relying on any ultimate in this lineup, I mean, your longest cooldown spell is Rolling Thunder in this game. Sure, whatever.
You've got the shards, so that's part of the big part of the rat here for BB Team is this Invoker being able to ghost walk.
How was he
lane.
right on the edge? What was that? He knew.
And no one pops out from the other side through the gate. Gets the kill on Katomi. Right as GPK was looking to push out this bottom lane. I do think it's harder for him in this Invoker to do these sort of rat plays, just because the Slardar is kind of spooky. He's got the catch to reveal you, right? This AoE crush gives you the reveal off the Corrosive Haze, and he's got a BKB piercing to save.
It's also part of the answer in this Lifestealer. Satanic can continue to push out this bottom wave. He's not afraid of just getting Invokered out of nowhere. You always have that rage to just escape, you TP out. There's no BKB piercing stun in this lineup.
He's really not going to be afraid if he goes BKB, which is looking to be his third item.
Kind of like it here, honestly. At that point, you're only really worried about the Kez just out man-fighting you, and because your lineup has a triple physical overwhelming core, like, you're designed to take that man-fight against anything.
Sure.
Line up Kiritich.
Ooh, missed him on the crush. He got off the Raven's Veil, but he's surrounded by so many cores, and there's no saves here. Save, he TP'd in, but the TP just takes too long for him to get the disruption save, and no one's going to pounce on him with a swashbuckle. So that'll be a very quick little double there from P-Vision, showing the power. You said it, these three cores line up on the Kez.
No shot.
Not much he could do about it.
Again, it has to be an instant disruption, so you have to pre-read the move or be counterplaying it at the same time. They do get the blink on Miro, so he's kind of online right now. They're going to look for a play on no one. That is a massive kill to snag.
Just swashbuckle, but he got a shield crash to get away.
They're here.
The team is already here. The Static Storm holds them back. Really good play from Katomi, as best as they can do right now, but GPK, Solar Line, Bushwhack, everything. They've got GPK getting picked up. That one's going to hurt, I feel like, the most. That's your hero that's supposed to be ratting out these side lanes, and he dies in mid.
Their death in this game. The reads in this series have been insane from P-Vision. It feels like they're impossible to gank. Like, when was the last smoke move or, aggressive play that we saw function for BB? I don't think a single smoke landed last game. I think halfway through that second, it just started to fail every time. Just can't touch him right now.
Raptor Dance, is that going to be enough to kill 9 class? He does have some self here.
Look at the damage.
Holy Locket, yeah, Heritage. He doesn't win that man fight. Holy Locket does keep 9 class alive.
Cores are starting to create a gap right now at the top. It's going to really test just how much defense and turnaround you have in this BB lineup, because you infest one of these two other cores and you just start rolling in, sprinting in, jumping on top of this Invoker, jumping on top of the Kez. You really have to be set up to deal with that.
It just feels like BB Team are just not as comfortable in these situations, right? P-Vision have shown that they can play both sides of the coin, right? They're good at being able to play the map and hunting you down, but they're also good at being able to just play the map and dodge the entire time. And BB Team has looked worse at it on both sides this series.
Yeah, here's another catch that's just going to casually land.
Yep. Power of a Pango, that's for sure. This hero's got crazy solo kill potential. Katomi! Nice jukes.
Got some moves out here. Now you got to go back to that Coddle and beg for some mana.
And immediately, Rolling Thunder got used. We should make a move with this. BB Team, Boots and Travels of GPK, they're going to, as a 3-man, go through the gate and see if they can catch this No One Pango. It's got 2,000 HP, though, and a great healing Lotus.
Can you catch anything in this game? Again, can you just land a smoke move?
Every single time, these guys.
It's so difficult. They're eyeing up Kiritich around mid. And they're going to set the move. Kiritich, he thinks he's setting up a smoke gank right now, but he's getting gone on.
Bushwhack not going to land. Kiritich backs out at just the right time.
This is another smoke that hits nothing in this series for BB. Just chasing ghosts out here.
And P-Vision are going to make a move of their own now.
If this move lands and they get like a Roche off it or something, that's just going to be emblematic of what's going on, right?
Yeah, 100%.
You can't land anything and they're just like, okay, we're going to make a move. Boom, if it lands, this game's going to explode right now.
Sunstrike trying to get some vision of what these heroes are up to. Caught safe. Even
there's the difference.
More Dakalas.
That's enough to do Roche, because this lineup does it so damn fast. And you already have BKB on the Lifestealer, so you're super confident in just manning up for objectives right now.
Oh, the sharpshooter hit him. And here comes Nightblast with the blast.
This series is getting out of hand for BB. You can feel the frustration, their moves all missing, all these little moves connecting for P-Vision, leading into the big plays. I wonder if you give this Aegis to the Pango, right? Yeah, it just goes in super aggressive. You have BKB on Lifesteal, he's not supposed to die anymore. No one just owning this game. Has the support behind him, and now he's going to pick up an amp damage. Almost already level 18. Super nice for that Rolling Thunder cooldown. Which is a very nice spell to have up against this Invoker, who is trying to get the BKB, but man, it's a slow process out here. Not nearly the same freedom on the earlier Invoker game.
Miro working back to that heart.
He has to. You have to at least propose some sort of scale threat here. If your moves are not going to land, then you can at least put some pressure on P-Vision by saying, you know, okay, we're not going to try and make moves. You run into us. Otherwise, we're going to outscale you and deal with that.
Katomi almost has a Blink Dagger. Unfortunately, that's not really going to be effective against Satanic, who picked up the BKB. And the BKB is almost done unnoticed as well. So you're pretty much all in on being able to get that jump on the Pango. Or, I mean, I doubt you're going to get to it, but the backline support duo.
This is where Disruptor becomes a big liability. You can try and push towards some sort of late game Ags or something to swing it back the other way, but until then, your spells are just not effective right now.
Yeah, and how is he going to farm when they don't really own many parts of the map and he doesn't want to take anything away from his cores, who desperately still need to scale up.
Instant TP bottom. Glimpse these heroes on the ward, just instantly kick them out of the area. Get a D-ward with the gem on the Aegis Pango as well. You just go straight Basher here? I'd be kind of tempted.
Sure, why not?
Like, it's just a miserable item for the Kez to play into.
Yeah, if your game plan is to BKB TP out on the Invoker, for example, or in team fights, Kiritich takes the man fight through his BKB, why not disrupt that as much as you can?
Yeah, I'd be pretty tempted.
But he may offer a bigger scaling build, like the Octarine build-up. Just a very casual assault on a tier 2 tower. Satanic, he'll take that. That almost gets to him. AC. Ooh. The TP completes. All right.
It's probably the biggest play this Disruptor can make on this map.
yeah. Oh, the plays that BB Team are. Oh, he survives. There hasn't been a moment really in this game, but BB Team dominantly taking an engagement.
Just to remind you, the last kill they got in this game was unnoticed at the 14-minute mark.
Okay, 13 minutes since we've seen a bonus here for BB Team. That art is done, though.
It's pretty nice. Gives you some more wiggle room on the front line. You're still going to get chunked down.
Yeah, I was going to say, too bad it's against a Lifestealer.
For sure.
Hit the stomp, Stampede away. This is a Pango that is largely alone. Sure, the rest of P-Vision is going to be here soon, but look how much...
He's just going in.
Yeah, he's able to exercise so much strength here. Chain stunning up Kiritich. Now the rest of the team is almost here. Bushwhack didn't quite land.
It's all just space, though.
Yeah.
You're forcing them into their base at the 27-minute mark. Satanic, he's just laughing the whole time. I get to farm the whole map for free.
It's all me.
AC is done.
Yeah, now Ags is going to be his next item, which is a great item against Kez. You're trapped in that 1v1. He pops a Raptor Dance. You can just infest inside him to dodge.
Yeah, he's going to have such negative armor so quickly. I think you're going to see this Kez completely pop.
God tell me another close call.
There's even medallions on these heroes. Like you have the Pango minus armor, you have the medallion, you have the amp, now you have an AC on the Lifestealer. How do you survive these jumps? Damage is too fast.
Where's the glimpse? Get the glimpse off. He's not going to get it off fast enough. Mikado might get caught here. Oh, Kiritich spots him. Raven Veil. Get the vision on him. Nine Class. Ooh, nice Yule's dodge. He's really making them work for this one.
He's turning it around.
He really is. Now the notice is here. Miro in some trouble. BKB TP away from Kiritich. And Miro, as tanky as you are with that heart, doesn't matter.
They're just playing the map better. Faster connections, better turnarounds, more confident to push the lanes with the supports because you have the extra survivability items. It's all adding up here. Satanic gonna hit high ground here. 28 minutes, he's gonna threaten it. Force Kiritich to show it was already sitting there. And it will be a basher for that Pango leader already done. So your ability to TP out across this map is extremely limited now against both the Slardar and the Pango. Your rad options dwindling.
And this ward spotted GPK right now.
Such a good ward.
Ghost Walk farming neutrals. Very good gameplay from GPK.
With this basher, you can just roll in on him with that gem.
Yeah.
No way to get out.
Even better if you walk into him, just hit him with a shield crash right away. He BKBs, but now there's a Slardar and a Pango to hunt you down. There's no way you can just nightfall out of it.
Look at the vision game. Like, the vision game is perfect on the map right now. You have the wards scouting all 3 lanes. And then wards on the spots where you think the Invoker is going to try and rat. So you're just saying, like, no matter where you go, we're going to see you, we're going to be able to set up, and that's why these moves are connecting right now. Information wins you games.
And it's put P-Vision in the driver's seat with a 14,000 net worth lead, 19-6 at 30 minutes.
Clinical.
Is
very clinical game.
Perhaps the most dominant game of them from them in this series.
That's the weird thing about Dota. Like, often the better you play, the less exciting the game becomes because you just give no openings. There is no entryway into a fight. There's nowhere to farm. There's nowhere to go.
It's just pick off after pick off, and the team left less and less farm. Tornado EMP. Satanic doesn't care. There's the rage. They certainly answered this Invoker in a way that BB team weren't able to do the same.
No, you can see it. When you can aggressively push a lane like that as a solo hero against Invoker, it makes a huge difference in the game.
Spots to call us. Trying to kill these supports once again, but they are making it difficult for you.
It's so hard to find anything.
He's going to have to use a BKB to survive against this and still cannot catch Ducalis. You said it, it's about the supports making themselves as tanky as possible, as hard to kill as possible. Well, your Tricore scales on up. Well, there's the perfect example. Both 9 Class and Ducalis being jumped by cores from the enemy team and are able to stay alive for so long. There comes the rescue from P-Vision.
They infested that Slardar at Outpost, by the way. So in the time it took you to try and kill a Hoodwink that you could not kill, those 2 heroes got to you across the entire map. And walk high ground. Why not? What's the threat right now?
There's the Aghanim Scepter, level 21 Satanic, tier 3 already in half health, force the glyph away, and there's no pressure on the map whatsoever. Like, GPK is going to push out this bottom lane. They might eventually run into the tier 2, but there's nobody cutting the top wave. There's no pressure on the mid lane whatsoever. And GPK can't even stay out there because last time he was there, he got caught by a ward sentry. So he doesn't linger for long, doesn't want to repeat.
Another quick smoke. Straight into top ward. Guess what? They have another great ward scouting out these camps up here, trying to catch the rats.
Stampede isn't up for Miro. Half health already. Goodness gracious.
Can't even get the cast animation for disruption off.
Like, save is like, I don't know, man. Like, I blink in, I try and disrupt you. You're a hard centaur, but you die too quickly. That's not supposed to happen. Somehow Katomi did manage to get to his Ags, though.
He skipped the blink, so he just invests all of his gold into an Ags, and they need it. You're going to have to land this.
That's all you got.
This is guaranteed.
Disruption, lead on Static Storm. Can they blow up?
Oh, he got
off the rage. There was no Static Storm. They didn't actually go through. They thought it was going to be guaranteed, but it wasn't. Satanic is just going to go for the Axe Infest. Kiritich is going to try and pull him into the fountain as best as he can. Demonic Purge on Satanic to do what they can to stop his retreat, but he still has Rage and a BKB to work with.
Well, that's a big problem.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, that was the entire game plan of BB team. Okay, I'm going to disrupt. We'll get the Axe Static Storm, and, well, we'll be able to burst down Satanic. Nah, apparently not.
This is going to be multiple lanes unless you can somehow win a fight with your Kez just going in off the back of an Alacrity. That's the last set of tools you have right here.
Kiritich just trying to jump in. Caught him on the bushwhack there, stalling out. The Raptor dance where he can. Miro hits a good stomp. They can't seem to kill anybody. Night Class has a BKB and he's walking away. Shield crash stalling up the Miro as he's trying to get back to the fountain. But he's going to come back hit by yet another shield crash. One after another. Blink backwards from save, away from the swashbuckle. But it's a second lane of Barracks.
Give another static storm in 15. That is something to look for here. You can use the glyph to stall it out, and P-Vision, they're just going to respect it. Back up completely, because guess what? There's a Roshan available. Why risk a fight for high ground when you can go do the free objective? You're so far ahead in this game. There's a roar that I don't know if you want to go try and answer. You might not have a choice.
GPK certainly not making his way there.
No interest.
Trying for a Sunstrike steal. That's as best as they're going to do.
So you got to finish Butterfly on Kiritich. It's a huge item in this game for the physical survivability. There's nothing that goes through the evasion. It's just getting rolled on the Ancients.
No one is absolutely fearless. There's nothing to stop him. He may not get the kill, but there's no risk of him dying.
Delays that Butterfly. Still need another 200 gold for it here. Once more, hunting the Invoker bottom. There is no free rat action in this game.
TP's back in time, but P-Vision don't really have to worry about the rat too much longer. They've got mid and top lane. They're going to push in automatically. They can just march down the bottom lane.
This Coddle is so fat. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, dude, when he popped the BKB in that last fight, I didn't see him pick up the BKB, and when he was golden, I was like, oh my god, that's...
Yeah, he just finished an entire Octarine on top of that. He's about to be higher net worth than this Centaur. It's a hard Centaur, by the way. Has yet to die, 4-0 and 9, a perfect game from 9 class, and he is going to scale like a beast here. That Octarine gives you permanent Spirit Form.
Dude, they get double Wind Wakers. Like, you got such a limited time to be able to utilize this Aghanim Scepter on the Disruptor. Didn't work out the first time. You've got 1 or 2 goes, and then this support duo P-Vision's going to have a bit of an answer for it.
Clock is ticking right now. Running out of time, running out of options.
Takali's just playing right up in their face.
Send Satanic up. 3 minutes on this Aegis.
Got a banner, double Siege Wagon.
Dare them to jump.
They're going to have to win the fight outright. Otherwise, it's going to be Megas. Blast after blast. Siege Wagons will stay up because of the banner. Kiritich, you sure you want to hit that one? Hit by the Rolling Thunder immediately. Doesn't get out the BKB. Disruption will bail him out. He's at half health right now. And save, he already died trying to get out the Raptor Dance. Does manage to get it off. That's a big boost of heal, but he doesn't feel confident. He's going to still try and play for distance here while Miro went in and he died. That is nasty. Static Storm onto 2. That's not too bad.
It's an opportunity.
So maybe with the Meteor, can they finish these heroes off? Oh no, Kiritich dead. And all they got was no one. GG, it's all over. P-Vision, they dropped that one game, but then game 2, they make the comeback, and then they just got better and better and better until the most dominant game of all to close things out.
Probably feels like a 3-0 for them. You know, just forget that game 1. We absolutely dominated this series. A very decisive run from them as they will claim the first of a world championship for that man right there. Over 15 years in the making.
That's right. That man has been on so many dominant rosters. Go back to the Virtus Pro days. You know, they were so good. They won so many tournaments, but they only got that 5th, 6th. He joins P-Vision. Last year, they get 3rd place at TI. But finally, we see him lift trophy. We go to the Slacks on the stage to talk to him.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your winners of EWC Dota 2, it's P-Vision! Boys, before we talk, we have to put our enemies to rest. Please, if you could, who would like to take them out? Who's gonna be our final crusher? The last crusher of dreams. Big debating, big debating. You down? Okay, he said me, no one ain't playing around. Please BB team must go. And the final crushing is upon us. Gather round, gather round. This is your moment. Crush them down, Mr. No One. Here we go. The last defender taken out by P-Vision. Woo! There it is, baby! Absolutely bye-bye, BB. You have done it. Gentlemen, congratulations on crushing the final key. It is time for you guys to put your key into the trophy. The key master is approaching. Gentlemen, who will take the key? Who will be a part of history? Oh, good choice, Mr. Ducaps. Into the trophy. Gentlemen, this moment is yours. Put it in the trophy. Lift that sucker up. Here we go. Gentlemen, I'm gonna do it. Yeah! The power, oh yeah, go, oh, the kiss! Woo! All right, gentlemen, a quick word before we continue from each of you. No one, you're an old dog who is still learning new tricks. Yeah, I don't know how you do it. For all those Dota boomers out there who have watched you this entire time, how are you still on the top of your game?
I just have Satanic, Duke, Edgar, and Notice my team plus Papi coach. That's all. They kill me.
Oh, well, that sounds pretty easy. All right, there's still hope for us all boomers as long as we have these guys on our team and Puppy coaching us. Give it up for No One, my boys! Satanic, lot of pressure throughout your career to perform. You looked especially stressed in that second game, but this is the proof that no matter how hard it is, no matter how big the stakes, now you know forever that you can live through that pressure and you can win that final, baby! Give it up for Satanic! Any words now that you have that under your belt?
I mean, I just played fourth game like pub, you know?
Playing the fourth game like a pub. Well, I do have to ask you, it is now a big time to ask, is there anyone out there that can still beat Satanic?
No.
No, baby! You still can't do it. All right, all right. Mr. Team Captain, you brought these guys here. They have brought you. It was the fans that made this possible. Any words for your teammates? Any words for the fans watching from home, supporting all year?
I mean, first of all, I think we don't have a real captain. Like, I would say we have like all five equal and Papi. So, and but overall, I wanted to say happy birthday to 9 class.
Hey!
Also, for other teammates, I will say thank you that they believe in our roster and we try our best. And thank you for everyone watching, cheering for us, guys. It's very important for us, and we are trying our best only because of you.
All right, give it up! Beautiful stuff. Well done. Happy birthday, birthday boy. I had no idea. What a gift. We'll have everyone sing you. What? No, I'm just kidding. We won't do that to you. Not here. Not class. You have grown from being a memer who picked the stupidest, weirdest supports to now a model citizen. You have the championship under your belt, one of the biggest tournaments of the year. Are you going to be free soon? Will they let you out of the cage? Can we see Crazy 9 class again, or are you just a professional now?
It's just not much heroes now who can break the game, but I'm asking picking Juggernaut and we don't picking.
All right, we'll see it again. Poppy, that's to you. You gotta be careful there. All right. Notice your journey this year on so many teams, you know, so much has happened to you this year, so much adversity, but these guys never stopped believing you. They always wanted you from beginning to end, and now is the proof why. What do you have to say to them, the boys who never stop believing?
I want to say them thank you to give me this chance to play on Riyadh, TI, and a lot of tournaments. And you know, that's work. I don't know. I'm just happy.
I'm glad you're happy. I'm sure they are happy too. And Puppy, last but not least. So, after all of this, thank you, of course. Thank you. I have but one question for you, Puppy. There it is. I'm not going to take that away from you. Thank you so much. Puppy, are these guys any good or what?
Who, the crowd? The crowd is awesome, dude. What are you talking about, dude?
I was more referring to these young goats here, yeah? Are they worth your standard now?
They're okay. The crowd's better.
Okay, that crowd is better. I don't believe that for a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have another piece that we have to do. We have our Sony MVP, who has been voted by not only talent, but all the fans. Everybody is voting for that MVP. If I could please have that taken my way. For that, MVP will be going to Mr. Noted! Thank you so much. Congratulations, my friends. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more order of business, but before I let these guys go, can you give me one more Paris cheer for your winners, P-Vision! All right, P-Vision, you have won Dota 2 Esports World Cup, but that is not the end of your journey. For now, you must join in on esports history as I welcome you to take a step down from our stage and head over to the totem to join the rest of the winners of the Esports World Cup. Congratulations, boys. Enjoy your journey. It was a hell of a great journey to watch as we will throw it to the panel to discuss that incredible series.
P-Vision, your champions here in Paris, Dota 2 EWC, and they're walking to take their place in EWC history. They only dropped 3 games total this entire road, and every step of the way they got better, they got stronger. At some point, Ducala said, you know what, I don't think we've been tested, but maybe we're just good. And I think they are just that good. They lost that first game in this grand finals. They learned from that first game, and we saw BB team falter under the pressure and the dominance coming out from P-Vision until at last they get the final GG and they get that championship as we're heading over to Miloš to take them all the way.
My friends, come on in. Join me here. Congratulations. I know it's big shakes, but we still have a couple of things to do before we close things off. Do you know which 3 team keys you'd like to place in your trophy? Have you discussed that yet between you?
Yeah, we are gonna be like very casual with it. We decided to take BB team because we played them in the finals, and there was like really good team, I would say. And the second team is Yandex. I think like these 2 teams was like trying actually to fight us, and they was like trying to push it. And the third one is gonna be for sure Team Spirit, because they are winning of the last EWC, and they kinda fucked us last year, so yeah.
I think those are excellent choices, so please go ahead, our Keymaster. BB team is first. Of course, just been defeated by our current reigning EWC 26 champions. That's BB team first. Next up, Team Yandex is joining them. That's Icy Insanity, that's not the one. Let's go more. Roar it over here. We got Team Yandex. Those will be on there. And our last one, don't worry about it. We got it all figured out. And Team Spirit, the champions of last year, champions no more. They will be joining the pile of 3 destroyed keys in the trophy of our victors of P-Vision. Gentlemen, there is your prize, but it's only one piece. Your true prize awaits on stage. I'll send you over to it. That's your trophy at the Esports World Cup.
What an incredible road this team has walked here, Effie.
I mean, they were just the best, the undisputed best at this point. The best players, the best draft, the best coach. They just cooked this entire tournament, Chiefs, and going into TI, this is going to be scary for every other team.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've heard it from them and from every other team here. They all agreed on one thing: is this is the toughest competition we've ever seen in Dota. This is like the hardest tournament with the strongest contenders, and they're on top of it. So I think it just tells the whole story of like how good they are, and yeah, they just, you know, inscribed their name in Dota history, and now they are the team to take down.
And they've grown so much this season, from starting it off looking rocky to maybe being in the middle of the pack to all of a sudden just being the ridiculous raid bosses that they've become.
They have been the absolute best here in Paris, and you can tell how much it means to these guys, from the biggest veterans to the newest players on the stage. And that's because this is a world championship where you will go down in history, and these players know it. Here they lift the trophy once more. P-Vision, from coming third last year at EWC to coming third at TI, but these players, they will not settle for third. They try to get better. They changed up their lineup. They changed their offlaner multiple times. They added Puppy as their coach, and that turned out to be the perfect mix of veteran, of new kid on the block, of Dota knowledge, all with that one goal in mind. And that goal has been achieved, and it feels like, Effie, this is just the start.
This really is. I mean, I can't even imagine that teams watching how P-Vision perform this tournament are going to study it and think, okay, we can beat them, because there's more coming, there's more in the pocket, there's more in-depth strategy, and the individual skill on these players, I have to reiterate, is top tier. All of these players are in the top 2, if not the best at their roles in the world. They're not going to slouch, they're going to keep getting better. It's scary for anyone facing P-Vision.
I see you also getting a little emotional there, Seb.
I'm just really happy for them. I think it's well deserved. Like the incredible Dota they've been able to show. Like, I'm also grateful that we get to see some of these players still compete. You know, whether it's Puppy coaching or no one playing, and obviously all the younger guys. You know, like it's just awesome to be able to witness this live. And Satanic, I mean, what a great Satanic. All of them really. Satanic 9 class, noticed so much talent in one team. It's almost too much, if you ask me. You know, you got to leave some space for others.
Yeah, they got Satanic with 18 years and Puppy with 36 years and everything in between. So definitely a very well-rounded team on all aspects. And I'm sure this is not the last top 1 spot that we'll see from this squad. That's for sure. We've had a fantastic journey here in Paris for EWC. Thank you so much for joining us in that journey. And should you have missed anything of today's matches, don't worry. We are done for the Dota 2, but we are going to leave you with the STC recap of the day. Good night.